What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Demon Slayer Unparalleled Comprehension 1 UC Chapter 1 starts with landing on Not a Spider Mountain. Demon Slayer World, Not a Spider Mountain, a desolate place in the wilderness. The quiet moonlight spreads on the ground, and the full moon hangs high in the sky, illuminating the doubts of a young man in the woods. Have I traveled through time? A handsome guy with a face second only to the reader slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Chen's eyes were full of confusion. There was a thick smell of blood in the air, cold winds blowing all around, corpses of demon slayers scattered all over the ground, and cries coming from not far away. All of these reminded him of the fact that he had traveled through time. Then, there was a crisp sound of a soft hum in my head. Ding! It has been detected that you have traveled through the Demon Slayer world. To support the survival rate of travelers, we hereby reward you with extraordinary enlightenment. In an instant, Chen's mind became clear. Everything in front of him suddenly became clear, and Chen's brain began to work at high speed. His senses are so sharp that he can even see some trivial details from the surrounding environment. Combined with the prompt sound just now, Chen has already deduced where he is currently. That Spider Mountain, the lower 5, tired territory. It's not good. Chen's heart instantly tightened. My cheat code is growth-oriented, but I don't have any skills or equipment when I first land. If a random ghost comes here, I'm afraid I'll be stuck here. Chen prayed silently in his heart. Just walk out quietly like this. Well, I am trash, and trash is invisible to them. After making the decision, Chen tried to move his feet. But just as he turned around, he heard a hee sound coming from the shadow behind him. Chen's eyes widened. Isn't it so unlucky? Something was moving in the shadows. Even though Chen didn't believe it at all, the ferocious face that gradually emerged made his heart fall to the bottom. That's right, Chen met a ghost. The ghost was big and strong with a ferocious face, staring at Chen intently as if he was looking at a delicious food. The fishy saliva flowed out of his big mouth. Hungry. You smell so good. This scene was extremely bizarre, but Chen saw something different in the ghost. You observed the teeth of the ghost, and your eyes lit up, and you understood the crooked smile. Advertisement, your heartbeat speeds up, you are a little nervous, you have learned the technique of high-frequency heartbeat, your body temperature rises, and the pattern is about to awaken. You feel the other person's passion, and you gain something in your heart. Create a breathing method that can make your body warm, the hot breathing method. What the hell? Chen was stunned. The inspiration that just came to my mind burst out subconsciously, and I thought about so much without realizing it. And he even created a unique breathing technique? Is this what it means to have an understanding that goes against the will of heaven? Chen was delighted, but the next moment, a feeling of dizziness came over my head. It seems that my little brain is still not capable of thinking deeply for a long time. It has only been a short time. I felt like I was taking a sprint, and my blood sugar level dropped a lot. While Chen was thinking, the evil ghost could no longer suppress his desire. He aimed his mouth at Chen's neck and pounced on him in ecstasy. Seeing this, Chen subconsciously twisted his mouth and easily avoided the attack of the evil ghost. As his body temperature rose excessively, Chen unexpectedly discovered that his body was not weak at all. On the contrary, I feel more powerful than usual. At this moment, a figure jumped down from the treetop above Chen's head as lightly as Kochou. She had a delicately patterned Nichiren blades tucked into her waist, and the colorful haori of Kochou's wings hung casually behind her. Purple hair tips, long black hair, and an exquisite Kochou hairpin neatly puts up her long hair. She has a slim figure and looks like a fairy descended from the sky. The person who came was one of the 9 pillars of the current Demon Slayer Corps. Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu is a pillar-level warrior, and her agility is among the best among the pillars. In a single breath, she was already standing in front of Chen. Draw the sword, swing it, the speed of swinging the sword is dazzling. But Chen saw it all clearly. You observed Kochou Shinobu's elegant swordsmanship and were greatly shocked. Your inner thoughts became clear and you successfully mastered the swordsmanship. Breath of insects, dance of butterflies, teasing. Kochou Shinobu danced in the air like Kochou, using his poison blade to quickly stab at the demons next to Chen. The venom was injected into the ghost's body, and the previously energetic evil ghost instantly wilted. After defeating his opponent, Kochou Shinobu disappeared. The colorful feathers of Kochou's wings slowly flowed up like wings, emitting a sweet and refreshing fragrance. She came to Chen's side. Kochou Shinobu narrowed his eyes and smiled sweetly. Moses, are you okay? Advertisement, it's okay, Chen replied. I just mastered the sword technique, and now my brain is a little tired, and I can't help but want to take a nap. At this moment, Chen's attention was distracted, and due to excessive brain usage, his vision gradually became blurred. But at this moment, Kochou Shinobu's face came straight up. A spring-like smile bloomed on her face, and her beautiful purple eyes stared straight at him. The distance was so close that Chen could even smell the sweet scent of wisteria coming from the other person. Kochou Shinobu blinked, and her beautiful eyes gradually looked towards Chen's neck. Move your eyes downward, until I saw a black line on Chen's chest. Brown? Kochou Shinobu's purple pupils instantly dilated, and the smile on his face disappeared for a moment in shock. She had happened to see the record of stripes when she was studying pharmacology, but she didn't remember it very clearly. Kochou Shinobu only knew that after awakening these so-called lines, his body functions would be greatly improved, at least his combat ability could be increased to several times the usual level. But the man in front of him was not wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps and was obviously just an ordinary person. But he has awakened his markings. What does this mean? This person has the qualifications to become a pillar. Kochou Shinobu didn't dare to make a hasty decision, so he planned to take it back to show his lord. The next moment, Kochou Shinobu regained his usual smile. This lovely gentleman, what is your name? Su Chen. Okay, Mr. Su Chen, where are you going next? Are you going home? Su Chen paused. I have no home, I am an orphan. Kochou Shinobu's face lit up. Really? That's a pity. Most of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are orphans. Why don't you come with me, sir? Su Chen lowered his head and began to think. His extraordinary comprehension needs to be combined with breathing techniques or blood magic to be developed and utilized, but he is still very weak and needs time to develop. There are too many uncertainties in the Ghost Camp, and their values are seriously different. But it's different for the Demon Slayer Corps. Not only do you have the opportunity to observe the breathing techniques of each pillar, but you can also show off and flirt with the ladies when you have nothing to do. Isn't that great? So Su Chen chose to join the Demon Slayer Corps. After learning Su Chen's answer, Kochou Shinobu smiled happily. Then Su Chen, come back to the butterfly house with me. I can check your body. You must be exhausted from fighting the ghost just now. Su Chen nodded, but as soon as he stood up, he felt dizzy. The long period of high level of comprehension caused Su Chen's brain to overload. He staggered and fainted in Kochou Shinobu's arms. Chapter 2. Patterns, the shock of all the pillars. Moshi Moshi, Su Chenjun, can you hear me? Su Chen opened his eyes and found that he had come from the Nashin Spider Mountain to a closed room. The voice just now was made by Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu was kneeling on his left, taking care of him quietly. And next to her, there is a mature, elegant and intellectual woman. She has white hair, gorgeous and charming eyes, and a face that is more beautiful than that of a fairy. Su Chen also recognized the other person, Yubayashiki Amane, the wife of the Demon Slayer Corps Lord. Seeing Su Chen wake up, Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, Mr. Su Chen, you have been sleeping for a long time. Su Chen held his forehead and sat up with some effort. Where is this? Is there anyone outside? Kochou Shinobu smiled and wiped the sweat off Su Chen's forehead. This is the Lord's residence, and the one next to you is Lady Amane. Hello Su Chen, nice to meet you. I'm Yubayashiki Amane. Mrs. Amane's voice was very pleasant, and Su Chen couldn't help but sigh that she was indeed the woman that Tokito Muichiru's brother praised as a fairy. Every frown and smile is full of elegant beauty. Su Chen blinked and looked around. I immediately guessed that this was the attic of the Demon Slayer Corps Lord Yubayashiki Kagaya. Well, according to the original plotline, Yubayashiki Kagaya and all the pillars outside are judging Tanjiro. Then it was not difficult for Kochou Shinobu and Yubayashiki Amane to guess each other's intentions when they were beside him. Yubayashiki Kagaya should already know that he has awakened his markings. I specifically asked Kochou Shinobu to supervise me. No, I came here voluntarily. Don't think too much, Mr. Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu wrung out the water-stained towel and looked at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen was stunned, and before he could say anything, the door of the room was opened. A man in a white robe walked in slowly, supported by two girls. His posture was straight, but his face was covered with large areas of purple bruises. Advertisement Su Chen recognized the man in front of him almost instantly. The current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Kagaya. Behind him, there was a group of young people with different styles. They did not wear the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, but instead each wore their own favorite clothes to show their unique personality. And this group of people of all shapes and sizes. It is the strongest force of the Demon Slayer Corps at present, the pillar. Su Chen frowned, not knowing what the other party was going to do. Until Yubayashiki Kagaya spoke up. Hello Su Chen, can you tell us how to make special lines and marks appear on your body? Mark? Su Chen suddenly realized the situation. Yubayashiki Kagaya must be talking about the markings on his body. The stripes gave Yubayashiki Kagaya hope of defeating Muzan. No wonder he found himself living in someone else's mansion as soon as he woke up. What? It turns out you're still a child. At this time, a man with scars all over his face frowned, and it seemed that he did not have a good first impression of Su Chen. Su Chen is thin and you can tell from the looks of it that he doesn't exercise regularly, and he looks to be about the same age as Tokito Muichiru. How could he be as strong as my lord said at this age? Is he Su Chen? This young man looks very gorgeous. This time the speaker was a tall and handsome man. Shinazugawa, you'd better keep your mouth shut. You've already been slapped in the face by the Kamado boy once. This time it was the snake pillar, Iguro Obanai, who spoke. He has a good relationship with Shinazugawa, and the two often compete with each other. Shinazugawa immediately showed dissatisfaction when he heard what Obanai said. Are you talking about the guy who hit me with his head just now? I was just careless that time, otherwise how could he have touched me? Seeing this, Su Chen has already guessed Yubayashiki Kagaya's purpose. It seems that most of the pillars don't know about the existence of the markings, so Yubayashiki Kagaya came here to teach them lesson. Su Chen glanced at Kochou Shinobu next to him again. Fortunately, I was rescued by Kochou Shinobu, otherwise I would have died in Spider Mountain. This can be considered as a favor I owe him. Chen looked up and his eyes met Yubayashiki Kagaya's. Advertisement. Okay, but I have a request. Yubayashiki Kagaya smiled as usual. Please go ahead. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Chen's purpose is very clear. Now that he has traveled through time, he must find a good partner. Although I have awakened the golden finger of extraordinary comprehension, I still need time to develop in the early stages. Then what place is safer than the Demon Slayer Corps? After all the high-end combat forces of the Demon Slayer Corps are here now. Even if Muzan comes here in person, it will still be safe. Yubayashiki Kagaya nodded. Sure, since you can awaken the markings, the Demon Slayer Corps will naturally welcome you, and I can even give you a place as a pillar. As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly became quiet. Then Shinazugawa was the first to react. My lord, this is not possible. The pillars represent the beliefs of the Demon Slayer Corps. How can you be so careless and give a little brat a pillar-level position? Iguro Obanai also felt that the lord's decision was slightly inappropriate. My lord, according to reason, all swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps must pass the selection test. Isn't this too hasty? The other pillars didn't say anything, but their skeptical attitude could be seen from their expressions. But Yubayashiki Kagaya waved his hand. This is different. If you can unlock the markings, it means the Golden Age will begin, and you can even defeat Kibutsuji Muzan. What? Everyone's face changed color. They didn't expect that the Lord would give such a high evaluation to the pattern. What on earth is this pattern? Sound pillar Uzui Tengen couldn't help but speak. Let me do it. Mrs. Amane stood up. Mrs. Amane and Yubayashiki Kagaya looked at each other, and after getting the other's permission, she slowly spoke. During the Warring States period, the founders who used the breathing technique almost pushed Kibutsuji Muzan to death. It is said that marks similar to the patterns of demons appeared on their bodies. This matter has been quietly circulated, and some people should have heard of it. Shinazugawa wondered, this is the first time I've heard of this. Why wasn't it made public before? Mrs. Amane continued to explain. In the past, many people started to get hung up on the fact that there was no mark, so there were many ambiguous parts in the legend of the stripes. To this day, there is only one saying that has been passed down, which is that whenever a person with a mark appears, the people around him will also have marks as if in resonance. The effect of the markings can greatly enhance the strength of the swordsman, and the Demon Slayer Corps will enter its golden age. And Chen is the first person in our era to awaken the markings. Chapter 3 The Side Effects of the Stripes. Isn't Chen afraid? After listening to Mrs. Amane's words, everyone finally understood what the stripes meant to them. Madame Amane looked at Chen and bowed to him. Please, Master Chen, please tell everyone the conditions for awakening the stripes. Chen was a little surprised by Mrs. Amane's bow. He didn't expect that the other party would be so reasonable. Since Chen had already promised Yubayashiki Kagaya, he had no intention of hiding it. The next moment Chen stood up. Then let me tell you. Reporter Chen repeated in detail what was said on Tianzu Mountain, but he also combined the content of the original plot. It can be said that the pattern is explained thoroughly. You are explaining the stripes, and you have gained a lot during the explanation, and your understanding of the stripes has been further deepened. Your markings have reached the point where they can appear in a single thought. Your markings have evolved, and your physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. Chen was stunned. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Feeling the unusual movement from inside his body, the markings on Chen's body soon began to spread further. The black auspicious cloud pattern quickly spread along the neck to the body like a bizarre tadpole, and in a moment the pattern covered Chen's entire body. The next moment, with Chen's thought, these patterns disappeared quietly again. This scene greatly shocked all the pillars present. If Mrs. Amane had not reminded them before, they might have thought that the strange scene just now was vampire magic. Is this the pattern? It is indeed very similar to the pattern of a demon. A pillar couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time he saw such a strange scene on a human. The other pillars were thinking about the information in Chen's words. The heartbeat is over 200 times and the temperature is 39 degrees? Dr. Kochou Shinobu was the first to raise a question. Can you move in that state? It's a matter of life and death. Yes. Chen nodded. This is the key to screening. The ghost forced me into a life and death situation before, so I awakened. If you want to try, who will be born and who will be born will all depend on your awareness. The pillars were silent. They all understood the hidden meaning behind Chen's words. Advertisement Chen's markings were awakened after experiencing life and death, and his awareness was no less than anyone else present. Isn't this quite easy to achieve? Shinazugawa nodded thoughtfully, feeling that this didn't seem to be difficult at all. But this statement was retorted by water pillar Tomioka Giyu. I really don't know what's going on in your simple mind that you actually think this kind of thing will be easy. Shinazugawa said angrily. What did you say? He's right. Chen continued. You really have a simple mind. You kid. The veins on Shinazugawa's forehead bulged, and it was obvious that he was really angry. Please be quiet, sirs. Mrs. Amane's words calmed the atmosphere again, but her next words undoubtedly sounded the alarm for everyone. The stripes also have corresponding side effects. Xiao Benet asked in confusion. What is it? Mrs. Amane's answer was a little hesitant. Yes. It is an advanced withdrawal of life, because people who open the mark cannot live beyond 25 years old. Chen did not intend to hide it from everyone. Those present were all pillars, and there was no one who was afraid of death. However, this sentence still made the expressions of the pillars present freeze instantly. Such a powerful side effect shocked everyone. At the same time, they were also curious about how Su Chen could say this without any reaction. Su Chen has already awakened his markings, which means he is destined to live no longer than 25 years old. Isn't he afraid? As long as we can defeat Kibutsuji Muzan, this price is nothing. Since the side effects are so severe, how gorgeous will I be when my markings are awakened? I am really looking forward to it. The flame pillar and the sound pillar were the first to react. They did not retreat, but instead felt happy that they might also gain such powerful strength. This couldn't help but move Su Chen. Although he was well aware of the original plot, he was still moved by the pillar's awareness. The next moment, the other pillars showed relieved expressions. Since the markings are so powerful, it is only natural that they have such fierce side effects. Advertisement. Then the next step is to see who can open the pattern first. The pillars all cast their gazes towards Su Chen, their piercing eyes completely different from before. Since Su Chen has awakened the pattern, whoever gets Su Chen will have the upper hand. Su Chen is now no different from a hot treasure. In that case, I will take Su Chen back. Flame Pillar laughed heartily. No, I have to come. I have 3 wives at home and I can definitely entertain Mr. Su Chen well. Uzui Tengen rushed directly in front of Su Chen in a gorgeous manner. Shaju stopped him. I think Su Chen and I are about the same age. Su Chen will probably like me more. Why don't you just go to my house? I have cream cakes there. Lianju, who had been silent, spoke with a red face, and seemed to be looking forward to Su Chen's reply. Seeing this, Iguro Obanai showed a gloomy expression. Go to my place, I can discipline Su Chen. Only Shinazugawa looked dissatisfied. He always felt that Su Chen's awakening of the markings was an unexpected coincidence, and it looked like the other party had never even mentioned Nichiren blades, so how could it be as powerful as Lady Amane boasted? Unless he defeats him, he will never be able to recognize the other party. Thinking of this, Shinazugawa said, although everyone thinks that the stripes are very strong, it does not mean that Su Chen has the strength of a pillar. This kid probably hasn't even mentioned a knife, right? Shinazugawa's words immediately woke everyone up. They almost forgot what Yubayashiki Kagaya said. The next moment, Shinazugawa half knelt in front of Yubayashiki Kagaya. My lord, I recognize Su Chen's talent, but I don't think he can be given a pillar-level position. The rules of the Demon Slayer Corps over the years have always been that strength and contribution come first. If Su Chen can become a pillar just by awakening his markings, then he is not worthy of the awareness of those ordinary swordsmen. Does Su Chen have the resolve to slay ghosts? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew that this was due to Shinazugawa's personality, but anyone would feel uncomfortable being looked down upon by the other side. It seems that I need to teach him a lesson. Yubayashiki Kagaya said, since Shia doesn't agree with my decision, then Su Chen will compete with Shia in 2 months. If Shia still can't agree with Su Chen by then let Su Chen take part in the selection assessment. I refuse. Su Chen suddenly said. Chapter 4. Defeat Shinazugawa in half a month. Go to Butterfly House, the residence of Kochou Shinobu. All the pillars looked over immediately. Kochou Shinobu even showed a puzzled look. Does Mr. Su Chen have no confidence in his own abilities? I think Mr. Shinazugawa will definitely recognize Mr. Su Chen's abilities when the time comes. Shinazugawa showed a disdainful look upon hearing this. Just as he guessed, Su Chen was a person who was afraid before fighting. It would be a waste for such a person no matter how talented he was. If you go to the battlefield and face the ghosts, you probably won't even dare to pick up the knife. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen slowly said, I don't need 2 months, I can defeat Shinazugawa in half a month. The air suddenly became quiet, then all the pillars took 2 breaths of cold air. Isn't this too crazy? Shinazugawa is a pillar. Do you think the Demon Slayer Corps' top fighters are just for show? Even a highly talented player like Tokido Muichiru took 2 months to become a pillar. No matter how good you, Su Chen, are, it's impossible for you to surpass Shinazugawa in just half a month, right? Kanroji Mitsuri said with some concern. Master Su Chen, isn't it too hasty to get Master Shinazugawa's approval in just half a month? Even Master Tokido took 2 months to become a pillar. Let me correct you. I don't need his approval. What I want is to defeat him, Su Chen said seriously with a straight face. All the columns were silent. The most angry among them was Shinazugawa. As the wind pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, how could there be a day when I would be looked down upon? Shinazugawa said angrily, you mean it only takes half a month to defeat me? What do you think of the pillars? Uzui Tengen also asked, gorgeous young man, are you also a master with a knife, or have you ever had experience in killing demons? Su Chen shook his head. No, I haven't seen a ghost before, and I haven't even touched a knife. Kochou Shinobu on the side couldn't help but show his worry. Mr. Su Chen, this is too unfriendly to you. Su Chen looked at Kochou Shinobu. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Yubayashiki Kagaya said calmly. Then let's set it to be half a month later. Shimizu and Su Chen will fight. If Su Chen defeats Shimizu, he will become the 10th pillar level member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even though Shinazugawa was extremely angry, he still endured it in front of his lord. He stared at Su Chen fiercely and said through gritted teeth, yes, sir. Su Chen nodded calmly. Okay. After making their decision, the Yubayashiki couple left. Advertisement before leaving, he warned Shinazugawa not to be impulsive. So Shinazugawa left directly, and glared at Su Chen before leaving. In half a month, I will use my wind breath to break all the bones in your body. Su Chen waved goodbye. Then I'll wait and see. HMPH. Shinazugawa also left. The remaining pillars looked at each other, because the next issue is Su Chen's whereabouts. Where to live is a difficult problem. However, the difficulty is not whether Su Chen can live there, but whether Su Chen is willing to live with them. Su Chen glanced at the remaining pillars. The sound pillar, the flame pillar, the mist pillar, the love pillar, the snake pillar and Kochou Shinobu. They all invited Su Chen. Tokido Muichiru. Su Chen, come with me, I can teach you how to defeat Shinazugawa. Kanroji Mitsuri. Master Su Chen, why don't you just come to my house? I make delicious cakes. Iguro Obanai. Su Chen, I advise you to think it over carefully. Uzui Tengen. Su Chen, come to my house, let's start a gorgeous adventure together. Rengoku Kyojuru. Su Chen, together we can protect everyone. Everyone offered their olive branches, but Kochou Shinobu took a step back and gave in. No matter where Su Chen wants to live, I will support him. As he said this, he smiled slightly. The warm sun shines on Kochou Shinobu's face, making her as beautiful as an elf in the sunshine. Kanroji Mitsuri was greatly shocked when he saw this. It's over, why didn't she think of it? With Xiaonin showing such a gentle expression, Su Chen will definitely run away with him. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Chen had already made a decision. He chose Kochou Shinobu. Are you kidding? Do I even need to choose? He saved my life in Spider Mountain that day, and I am a good boy who knows how to repay my gratitude. So Kochou Shinobu happily led Su Chen on the way, and the two of them walked away talking and laughing. After Su Chen walked away, the other pillars couldn't help but sigh. He was taken away by Shinobi again. If I remember correctly, the boy named Kamado seemed to have been taken away by Shinobi as well, right? Advertisement, what a pity. If only Su Chen came to my house, I could definitely turn Su Chen into a gorgeous handsome man. Doesn't Lord Su Chen like my little cake? Several people felt very lost. Kanroji Mitsuri showed a regretful expression on his face, and he made up his mind that he must study Kochou Shinobu carefully when he returned home. Why didn't Su Chen choose her? How would she be able to get married in the future? Kanroji Mitsuri sighed softly. Little did they know that this scene had been seen by Iguro Obanai. There was a dangerous light coming out of the slits in the eyes of the dynamite on his neck, and Xiao Benet beside Mitsuri was staring at Su Chen viciously. A little jealous heart was beating. Shinazugawa, you have to work hard to do your best. And now Su Chen. They have already gone to the Butterfly House under the leadership of Kochou Shinobu. The Butterfly House is the healing department of the Demon Slayer Corps. The accommodation inside is very suitable for Mr. Su Chen now. Kochou Shinobu carefully introduced the details of the Butterfly House to Su Chen, and the smile on his face never faded. Su Chen thanked him politely. Thank you, Miss Ren. The two walked side by side, and Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, I wonder why Mr. Su Chen wants to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Kochou Shinobu could see that Su Chen really wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps in front of the Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the bet with Shinazugawa. However, Kochou Shinobu didn't know what Su Chen's purpose was, so she still needed to ask. Su Chen whispered, to become stronger. That's right, become stronger. In this world, if you are weak, you will either be eaten as a human or chopped to death as a ghost. It can be said that there are many ways to die. Only by becoming stronger can Su Chen's own life be guaranteed. According to the original plot, in the Demon Slayer Corps, one has to be at least at the pillar level to be safer, but one still has to be wary of the upper-ranked demons. Therefore, Su Chen's goal is to become someone like Yuichi Sugikoku, who is not only extremely handsome, but also lives a long life. But this goal sounds different to Kochou Shinobu. Just to become stronger? A hint of surprise flashed across Kochou Shinobu's face. Because there are many ways to become stronger, including Become a Ghost. Chapter 5, Su Chen's Plan, Training begins in the Butterfly House. And this is the fastest way to become stronger. Kochou Shinobu was worried that Su Chen was too young and might go astray. Just as he was about to speak, he was immediately interrupted by Su Chen. Su Chen knew what she was thinking, so he said directly, Don't worry, I won't be a ghost, because I prefer to learn technology from Sister Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu was stunned for a moment, and then didn't know what to say. She is a few years older than Su Chen and is indeed her elder sister. But I didn't expect Su Chen's reason was this. Why did it sound so comfortable to me? A smile bloomed on the girl's face, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Su Chen saw the whole scene. Kochou Shinobu. If it weren't for the other person, I would probably have been eaten by ghosts on Spider Mountain that day. As a good boy who knows how to repay kindness, Su Chen still wants to change the ending of Kochou Shinobu in the original work. Now, the sweeter Kochou Shinobu smiles, the worse he will be eaten in Infinite City. I must become stronger, at least have the strength to protect myself at the pillar level. But now, Su Chen is not good enough yet. Those who can become pillars are all extremely talented. Because of the existence of demons, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are generally young, so talent is very important for killing demons. Take Tokido Muichiru for example, he was only 14 years old and became a Hashira after only holding a sword for 2 months. No one in the Demon Slayer Corps has ever been able to break this record. Su Chen just secretly checked his body at Yubayashi Kikagaya's house. Although he was wearing clothes, his body age unexpectedly became younger. His physical condition is probably about the same as when he was 14, which is exactly the same age as Tokido Muichiru. So there is no problem in shamelessly calling Kochou Shinobu sister. With the added bonus of his incredible comprehension, Chen is confident that he will break Tokido Muichiru's record and become the most talented pillar in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Despise the enemy strategically and take the enemy seriously tactically. Chen is very clear about this, so he must give his all in the battle with Shinazugawa in 15 days. He must spend all his time training his body and honing his skills. Advertisement. The reason why Chen chose to follow Kochou Shinobu was certainly not because she was a beautiful girl, but because of the Butterfly House. Putting aside the medical function, the Butterfly House is actually a very good training ground for novices. You should know that in the original story, the protagonists not only learned the full concentration in the Butterfly House, but also established relationships with each pillar in turn. One by one, they have all completed their transformation. There are many patients in the Butterfly House, which makes it convenient for Chen to make friends with various masters and observe their skills. After all, everyone gets sick sometimes. Therefore, Butterfly House is the first and most important step for Chen to improve his strength. On the street, the warm sunshine shines on the two of them. Kochou Shinobu was very happy after hearing Chen's answer, and two small dimples appeared at the corners of his mouth. The smile on her face became more genuine, and she pointed ahead and said, "The Butterfly House is in front. I think Mr. Chen will like it very much." Chen looked up following the other party's gesture. It has a wooden roof and is very large. It is surrounded by a high wall with a wooden door in the middle for people to pass through. Although he had seen the Butterfly House in anime, Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited when he came here for the first time. This also made Chen once again confirm in his heart that this was not a dream, and he really came to the Demon Slayer world. The next moment, Kochou Shinobu pushed open the door. Chen followed Kochou Shinobu to the inner sports field. The patients inside are undergoing rehabilitation training. When she saw Kochou Shinobu coming in, Kanzaki Aoi, who had twin ponytails, walked over and bowed respectfully. Kanzaki Aoi, "Konnichiwa, Shinobu-sama." Kochou Shinobu smiled and responded, "Konnichiwa." After saying hello, Kanzaki Aoi's eyes fell on Chen standing beside him. Chen has a pretty face and is wearing white clothes, looking very refreshing. In addition, Chen was brought here by Kochou Shinobu himself, so his arrival immediately attracted her attention. Kanzaki Aoi asked curiously, "Master Shinobu, who is this?" "This is Mr. Chen. He will stay with us for a while." Kochou Shinobu has a beautiful voice, like a lark in spring. Advertisement. She turned back to Chen and said with curved eyebrows, "Mr. Chen, you are staying here for a while. I am usually busy. If you have any problems, you can talk to Xiaokui and she will solve them for you." Chen nodded. "Excuse me, could I borrow the training space in the Butterfly House for a while?" Kochou Shinobu immediately understood what Chen meant. They were just discussing this matter on the road. "Of course," Kochou Shinobu said with a smile. Just as she was about to say something, a black crow suddenly flew over and landed on the railing nearby. "Ga. Ga. Headquarters message. Kochou Shinobu, gather at the headquarters immediately. There is an emergency order." Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu was surprised. "I don't know what serious thing happened again." She looked at Chen with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'll let Xiaokui take you to the training ground later so you can get familiar with the environment. I have to leave now." "It's okay." Chen smiled. "Be careful over there. If you can't win, just run away. I'll wait for you here." Hearing Chen's caring words, the smile on Kochou Shinobu's face became more genuine. "I will. Thank you, Mr. Chen." As he spoke, Kochou Shinobu held the raven in his white hands and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction where Kochou Shinobu left, Kanzaki Aoi had a look of longing in her eyes. "Shinobu-sama is out on a dangerous mission again. It would be great if I could help." Chen looked at her and couldn't help but smile. "You manage the Butterfly House so well that Shinobu doesn't have to worry about the rear. Isn't this a great help?" Kanzaki Aoi was stunned, then he turned his attention to Chen. She folded her hands proudly and said, "Humph, don't think I will go easy on you in training just because you praise me." Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw this. It seemed that the girl didn't want to reveal her inner thoughts so quickly. But it's okay, this is not Chen's purpose. After a brief conversation, Chen followed Kanzaki Aoi to the training ground. On the way, Chen kept observing the environment around the Butterfly House. There are well-arranged courtyards, a wide range of medical drugs, and a spacious area for patients to exercise. It is hard to imagine that a medical institution would have such a large training facility. Everything seemed to be in good order, and the financial resources of the Yubayashiki family once again refreshed Chen's cognition. At this time, 3 little girls ran over in a hurry. Chapter 6. Kanzaki Aoi brings in reinforcements to compete with Kanao. "Sister Aoi, why are you here? Is there a new patient admitted?" "Who is this brother? He looks so handsome." Chen looked down. "I found out that they were 3 little girls with small eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, these are the 3 lively little girls from Butterfly House, Xiaoqing, Xiaocheng and Xiaonaho." Kanzaki Aoi looked at them, then looked at Chen, and said, "This is Mr. Chen. Since he just came for training today, I will explain it again." Kanzaki Aoi pointed to a direction near the wall and said, "First, let's go over there." These kids will help you relax your limbs that have become stiff from not exercising for a long time. Chen followed Kanzaki Aoi's gesture and found several beds placed against the wall. The little girls beside me had run over at some point. When she heard Kanzaki Aoi mention them, she immediately posed and looked extremely cute. Then Mr. Chen, please stretch your body first. Kanzaki Aoi gave way. Chen didn't hesitate and just lay on top of him. The next moment, Zhaoqing, Xiaocheng and Xiaonaho gave him a full body massage. Your limbs are moving in a regular manner, you feel it in your heart, and your body coordination ability has greatly improved. Your body temperature is rising, your joints are crackling, you are shuddering all over, and your body flexibility is increasing. At first, Chen felt very painful when being pressed. Because he sat for long periods of time in his previous life, his body became very stiff and certain parts of his body would hurt if touched lightly. But with the help of his extraordinary understanding, Chen's body quickly adapted to the girl's rhythm. The pain turned into a sour and pleasurable feeling, which was so pleasant that Chen almost screamed out loud. Kanzaki Aoi on the side nodded in agreement. It seems that Chen's body coordination ability is still very good. This little difficulty was not a problem for him at all. After 15 minutes of massage, it was time, and Kanzaki Aoi calculated the time and called for a stop. After hearing the command, the three little girls immediately let go of Chen. Everyone was exhausted. Back pain. On the other hand, Chen was fine, and even felt a little unsatisfied. Advertisement, Brother Chen, you are so awesome. Xiaoqing rubbed her sore back and couldn't help but praise him. Yeah. The pig-headed boy before didn't last even a minute before he lost his temper. No, we surrender. The three girls with big eyes fell to the ground, gasping for breath, looking very miserable. Chen was so durable that in just 15 minutes he left an indelible impression on their bodies. Just like that, Chen passed the first level. Kanzaki Aoi nodded and took Chen to the second level. Next level, reflex training. Kanzaki Aoi turned around and began to explain the rules to Chen. There is medicine in the teacup on the table, and those participating in the training have to splash the medicine on each other. But if the other person holds down the cup before you pick it up, you won't be able to move it. The competition adopts a points system. There are 20 rounds in total, and you win directly until you pass. Kanzaki Aoi sat opposite Chen and said generously, I will be your opponent, and I will not show mercy later. No mercy. The three little girls repeated Kanzaki Aoi's words. Chen sat down, opposite Kanzaki Aoi. The two then had a match. Chen quickly adapted to Kanzaki Aoi's rhythm. Although the opponent was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, his reaction speed did not seem to be strong, and Chen soon won. Not bad. Kanzaki Aoi said seriously. At the beginning, she was able to slightly beat Chen, but later on, Chen's speed became faster and faster. Soon surpassed himself. At this moment, Kanzaki Aoi instantly discovered Chen's talent. Chen nodded modestly, can we start the next level? That's not necessary. Kanzaki Aoi stood up and didn't seem to have any intention of taking Chen to the third level. Afraid that Chen might misunderstand, Kanzaki Aoi explained. Don't get me wrong, I mean that my strength will not help you if I practice against you. Come over again tomorrow, still at the same position, and I will find you a new opponent. Chen nodded and did not refuse. Then the three little girls took him downstairs and found a place for Chen to sleep. Chen simply fell asleep like this. The next day, Chen came to the same location again. Advertisement Zhaoqing, Xiaocheng and Xiao Wei were still waiting for Chen at the old place where they had massage. Kanzaki Aoi stood next to the table and acted as a referee. The only difference from yesterday is, the person sitting at the table has been replaced by another girl from Kanzaki Aoi. The girl was wearing a pure white haori and had an exquisite Kochou hairpin on the right side of her head. She has big eyes and her fair skin is filled with an alluring luster that makes people want to take a bite of her. At this moment, she put her two little hands together on her knees, kneeling quietly in front of the table, as cute as a porcelain doll. When Zhaoqing, Xiaocheng, and Xiao saw Chen, they all ran over and held his hands. Brother Chen, this is Sister Kanao. Sister Kanao is Shinobu-sama's stepson, don't underestimate the enemy. If Brother Chen wins, Xiao Keiwei can give Brother Chen a longer massage later. The three little girls chattered non-stop, and it was obvious that they actually liked Chen very much. Chen sat opposite Kanao while stroking their heads lovingly. Suyuri Kanao, the little girl the Kochou sisters bought when they were little. A pair of bright and lively eyes, with a faint smile always on the corners of his mouth. Overall, he looks quite capable. It seems that this is the reinforcement that Kanzaki Aoi has brought. Chen stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Chen. Kanao blinked and looked at Chen without saying anything, just looking at her quietly. Kanzaki Aoi quickly explained, I'm sorry, Miss Kanao is like this, she rarely speaks, so. Chen nodded and smiled. It's okay. He knew that Kanao had suffered inhumane treatment as a child and did not dare to express his emotions easily. Even when she was rescued by the Kochou Shinobu sisters, she didn't dare to eat the food on the table even though her stomach was growling with hunger. This is a little girl who lacks love, but if you think that the other person is a weak woman, you are totally wrong. At least at this stage, Kanao's strength is too strong for Chen. Chen glanced at Kanzaki Aoi and said, let's get started. Wow, Before Kanzaki Aoi could yell, "Start," Kanao picked up the medicine and rushed towards Su Chen. Chapter 7 Reaction Contest. Take down Kanao. Su Chen was confused. Isn't Kanzaki Aoi the referee? Why did you start it first? Su Chen was caught off guard and his eyes widened. Thanks to the body coordination he learned yesterday, his body reacted before his brain. With his amazing body flexibility, he was able to twist the cup of medicine flying in the air over. How amazing! Zhao King, who was standing nearby, watched with her eyes wide open. So awesome, you're worthy of being brother Su Chen, the other two little girls also said with admiration. Even Kanzaki Aoi looked surprised. She didn't expect that Su Chen could actually react when Kanao attacked in advance. This reaction speed was almost the same as Kanao's. As expected, Lord Shinobu must want to train Su Chen as his stepson. He is another extremely talented person. Kanzaki Aoi thought so. Just as everyone was sighing, Kanao's second round of attack also came. Su Chen followed suit, but his collar was still wet by some of the medicine. The duel between the two is in full swing. The two men's hands had already left afterimages, and the people around them couldn't see their movements clearly at all. Kanao was very fast. Although Su Chen dodged her the first time, she still seized the opportunity later and poured several cups of medicine on Su Chen. Everyone thought Su Chen had lost, but something unexpected happened. A black auspicious cloud pattern appeared from Su Chen's neck. The next moment, Su Chen's speed also increased, soon caught up with Kanao. The speed is almost the same as Kanao. You observed Kanao's attack movements, and you were inspired to imitate him. Your speed ability improved. You watched Kanao's cup pressing action, learned something from it, imitated it, and improved your reaction ability. You marvel at Kanao's attack method, and imitate him repeatedly. You have mastered the skill of quick hand, shadowless hand. The shadows of their arms crisscrossed on the table, and they pressed the medicine cups at a speed that was simply dazzling. This is too strong. Kanzaki Aoi clenched his fists and stared at the two people's movements, afraid of missing every moment. To be honest, she couldn't keep count anymore. The two men fought so fast that she could no longer see clearly after the fifth cup. Come on, brother Su Chen, come on, sister Kanao. At some point, Kochung, and Kanao took out bouquets and started cheering for the two. Bang bang bang. There was a thud between the table and the cups. Su Chen once again pressed the medicine cup that Kanao had raised. It must be said that he has gradually become accustomed to Kanao's movements. Kanao would subconsciously press the medicine cup on the left first, then the right. Advertisement: when both medicine cups were pressed down by Su Chen, Kanao would lift the middle cup to attack. Therefore, Su Chen has mastered the method to defeat Kanao. Wow! Kanao attacked again, but this time her movements seemed extremely slow in Su Chen's eyes. Almost instantly, Su Chen raised his left hand, make a move before Kanao. Bang! Su Chen pressed Kanao's palm for the first time. Bang! Su Chen pressed Kanao's palm for the second time. And just when Kanao was about to get the third medicine cup, Su Chen suddenly jumped up. The other clenched hand was like a beast that had been gathering strength for a long time, and at this moment it suddenly showed its fangs. Kanao on the opposite side was a step slower, and his hand had not yet touched the medicine cup. Kanao's chest is wide open. It works. Su Chen's face lit up with joy, and he immediately activated his skill, Shadowless Hand. He picked up a medicine cup at lightning speed. In Kanao's eyes, he saw Su Chen's palms suddenly transformed into 3 hands of different shades of color. The next moment it was handed in front of him. Su Chen did not throw the medicine in his hand at Kanao. Because this action is enough, there is no need to splash it out. Su Chen won this battle, but then something unexpected happened. Because Su Chen was too fast, Kanao could tell with his eyes that he had lost, but his body could not keep up. The medicinal soup was still spilled out the moment Su Chen stretched out his hand. Wow! The warm and hot medicinal soup was poured directly on Su Chen's face. Kanao's little mouth moved and his expression changed for the first time. He subconsciously wanted to apologize, but couldn't say it. Just when she was struggling, Su Chen stopped her in time. I'm fine. Su Chen wiped his face and looked at Kanzaki Aoi, who was still in a daze. I won this game, right? Oh. Kanzaki Aoi was stunned, not yet recovering from the game just now. Is this the end? She seemed to have seen Su Chen being splashed in the face just now. Advertisement: Kanzaki Aoi glanced at Kanao, but Kanao nodded obediently. This time it was Kanzaki Aoi's turn to be surprised. Su Chen actually defeated Lord Shinobu's stepson in terms of reaction speed. When Kanzaki Aoi said Su Chen won, her brain hadn't yet fully digested this fact. The 3 little girls came over quickly. Brother Su Chen, you are so awesome. How could she defeat Miss Kanao? She is Shinobu-sama's stepson. Is Brother Su Chen also Master Shinobu's stepson? The 3 girls kept chattering and asking questions. Even Kanao on the opposite side kept blinking and staring at Su Chen. A pair of big eyes were filled with doubts. Su Chen stretched out his hand and couldn't help but rub the heads of the 3 little girls. I'm not Shinobu's stepson. I'm just staying here temporarily for a while. Oh. Hearing this, the 3 little girls immediately showed lost expressions. They saw Lord Shinobu personally bringing Su Chen here and thought Su Chen would stay. In such a short period of time, the 3 little girls have already fallen in love with Su Chen. Now that they know Su Chen will leave in the future, they all show expressions of reluctance. Su Chen pinched their little faces lovingly and said with a smile, "Why are you so disappointed? I'm not leaving now." The three little girls remained silent, and it seemed they couldn't digest the news in a short period of time. Su Chen raised his hand, feeling the skill he had just acquired. Invisible Hand. I just used this move to defeat Kanao. I have to say, the speed just now actually amazed me, it was really too fast. What if this skill is combined with Nichiren blades? Before Su Chen could finish his thoughts, Kanzaki Aoi's voice interrupted him. Mr. Su Chen, you have passed the second level. Let's start the third level. Kanzaki Aoi stood in the middle area of the room. Just as he was about to explain the rules, Kanao suddenly stood up and left. Not a word, not even a facial expression. Soon, a figure practicing sword skills appeared in the yard. Everyone was confused, except Su Chen, who raised an eyebrow and understood what Kanao meant. Kanzaki Aoi said a little embarrassedly, "Excuse me, Mr. Su Chen, I will go and call Kanao back now." "It's okay. I'll go check it out." Su Chen waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. Then he picked up a wooden sword from the room and walked straight towards Kanao, who was practicing sword. Chapter 8. Swordfighting Competition. Defeat Kanao again. Su Chen picked up the wooden sword and said nothing. He just started practicing alone next to Kanao. While practicing swordplay, he secretly observed Kanao's movements. Su Chen had never held a sword before, and he seemed a little clumsy when he first started dancing with the sword, a bit like a monkey. But with the blessing of his extraordinary comprehension, Su Chen followed Kanao's instructions and made rapid progress, and soon he was able to dance like a pro. Sure enough, practicing sword skills is the quickest way to become stronger in this world. Relying solely on the shadowless hand that he had learned earlier, Su Chen might not be able to kill a single ghost even if he swung his hands until smoke came out. If I want to become stronger and survive better, I have to get Nichiren blades as soon as possible. In the courtyard, the breeze blew over the dancing figures of the two people. The flowers in the courtyard exude fragrance, and a few scattered bees are busy collecting nectar. Kanao suddenly stopped what he was doing. She turned around and looked at Su Chen quietly. Su Chen raised the wooden sword in his hand, faced the girl, and said with a smile, "Can you help me hone my swordsmanship?" Kanao nodded obediently, but when he saw that Su Chen was holding a wooden sword, he hesitated again. Her white fingers took out a coin from somewhere, threw it into the air, and then pressed it on the back of her hand. After seeing the pattern of the coin facing up, the girl felt relieved. Return to the room and change to a wooden sword. It seems Kanao is still very gentle. I really thought you were going to chop me with a real knife just now. Obviously Su Chen was joking, but Kanao was obviously stunned. Because she did have that thought just now. The atmosphere was immediately livened up by Su Chen. Kanzaki Aoi, Kokio Kasumi and Kane walked to the side of the courtyard and watched them quietly. The three little girls couldn't help but hold their little heads in their hands, and were moved by Su Chen's actions. Brother Su Chen is really gentle. Yes, Sister Kanao is not good at speaking, and Brother Su Chen must know this to do this. But does Brother Su Chen know how to play with a sword? Sister Kanao is very good at it. What if he gets hurt? Although they knew Su Chen was very powerful, the girls couldn't help but worry when they saw him challenging Kanao. Kanzaki Aoi also frowned. I wish I could be as brave as Su Chen. In the courtyard, the boy and girl stood facing each other with their wooden swords. My name is Su Chen. I will be staying in the butterfly house for a while. Please give me your guidance. After saying that, Su Chen took a half step back. Waiting for Kanao's attack. Since he did not know swordsmanship, he had to observe the opponent's swordsmanship and learn and counter it as soon as possible. Just now, when Su Chen was dancing with the sword, he had been observing Kanao's movements and quickly learned how to use the wooden sword in his hand. But practice and actual combat are two different things, so Su Chen has to wait for Kanao to make the first move. This way he can react immediately. Advertisement. But after waiting for a long time, Kanao didn't make any move. It seems that the two people have the same idea. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. You attack first. Su Chen lowered his sword and said to Kanao. There was a hint of doubt in Kanao's eyes. Although she is introverted, she is very confident in her swordsmanship. Among the young swordsmen of her batch, no one except the pillar can beat her in terms of her skills. This is not blindness, but I really have the ability. But Su Chen doesn't seem to know this. What to do? Should he launch an attack? Although he was confused, Kanao didn't want to think too much about it. After thinking for a while and saying nothing, Kanao swung the wooden sword and chopped at him. So fast. The wooden blade instantly chopped in front of Su Chen. After seeing Kanao's movements, the sound of breaking air slowly sounded. Although it was just a swinging wooden sword, the sharpness still made Su Chen's skin feel stinging. However, Su Chen's reaction speed has been greatly improved, and he can still keep up with Kanao's movements. You observed Kanao's body movements, felt something in your heart, and learned the footwork through practice. You watched Kanao's sword movements, and you were inspired. You learned sword skills through practice. At the beginning, Su Chen seemed to have a hard time receiving Kanao's attacks. But after analyzing Kanao's movements frame by frame, he once again figured out Kanao's route of action. The left side first. Su Chen moved gracefully and dodged Kanao's attack calmly. Right. While Su Chen was dodging, Kanao's blade changed from vertical to horizontal and actually cut directly towards Su Chen's kidney. The previous move was just a feint by Kanao, but Su Chen had seen through everything, and Kanao's actions had been discovered. Su Chen memorized the opponent's offensive process according to the formula. Now he just needs to make his body move step by step on the established track. Su Chen dodged again. Finally, the top. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Kanao on the opposite side really jumped high. Thus, a sword technique of falling from the sky was created. The speed was so fast that Kanzaki Aoi and the three little girls who were watching could not keep up. But Su Chen saw it and moved to the side in advance. It was as if he knew Kanao would attack from above. So this move still didn't hit Su Chen. Kanzaki Aoi and the little girls all widened their eyes. Kanzaki Aoi. This guy is so talented. Advertisement. Xiao Qing. Brother Su Chen is so awesome. Xiao Cheng. Yeah, even Kanao's sister can't cut him. Naho. Come on, Kanao, come on, Su Chen. Kanao paused. Looking at Su Chen with a puzzled look, she saw it clearly, and at first Su Chen's movements seemed very awkward. But after exchanging 2 moves with me, his swordsmanship became more and more proficient, and in just a few minutes his level had risen to the same level as mine. Kanao blinked, pulling out her coin again at this point. Throw and turn over. This action seemed very abrupt, but Su Chen waited for her quietly. The coin fell on the back of Kanao's hand, and she quietly looked at the pattern on it. The next moment, the girl felt relieved. She put the coin into her pocket like a treasure, and then held the wooden sword tightly with both hands. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from Kanao. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Is it a breathing method? The next moment, Kanao moved. She changed her previous attack method and doubled the speed of swinging the wooden sword in her hand. The whole person jumped high. Flower breathing type 5 fruitless peony. This is a sword technique that uses breathing techniques. Seeing this, the 3 little girls beside them couldn't help but exclaimed. Oh no, Sister Kanao is using her sword skills. Oh, I covered my eyes. It was so horrible. Sister Kui, go and pull brother Su Chen back. Kanzaki Aoi held his breath, his eyes filled with anxiety. How does Kanao use his sword skills? This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. They looked at Su Chen in the field and wanted to pull him down immediately. But the sword skills were so fast that they had no time to catch up. The girl's figure danced in the air, her white feathers like pure wings, and she looked like a lively elf. As he danced, 9 sounds of breaking through the air were heard one after another. In an instant, Kanao performed a 9-hit combo, and the trajectory of the knife was as beautiful as a blooming peony. Su Chen opened his eyes wide, not daring to miss any moment. He wants to analyze every move of Kanao. You observed Kanao's sword skills. You were shocked and perfectly replicated the sword skills by deducing in your mind. Wugwo Xiaoyao. Su Chen clearly felt that his body seemed to have naturally gained a muscle memory. The next moment, he moved. Weird auspicious cloud patterns appeared on Su Chen's neck like tadpoles. He was ready to go and actually struck the same pose as Kanao just now. Chapter 9. Thank you Su Chen for opening Kanao's heart. The same posture, the same sword angle, and even the degree of strength used in each muscle. Kanao's movements were perfectly replicated on Su Chen. Flower breathing type 5 fruitless peony. Clang 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 clang. 9 slashes that were no weaker than Kanao's were unleashed from Su Chen's wooden sword. The 2 men's sword skills collided, immediately stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust. Kanao fell to the ground, and Su Chen was nowhere to be seen due to the smoke and dust. At this moment, a wooden sword suddenly emerged from her side. Kanao reflexively blocked the attack with his wooden sword. With a clang, Su Chen's arm was numbed by the shock. Both of their wooden swords flew out. At the same time, Su Chen stretched out his left hand like lightning. The shadowless hand is activated. A hand with a quick afterimage came out and directly touched Kanao's chin. The girl's pupils dilated instantly, and she seemed to have not yet reacted. Thank you. Su Chen's voice came from his ear, and Kanao woke up from his dream. I lost, and he still failed because of his reaction ability. Oh my god, did Kanao lose? Kanzaki Aoi widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The 3 little girls rushed directly to Su Chen. Sister Kanao used her breathing skills just now but still couldn't beat brother Su Chen. Is brother Su Chen really not Master Shinobu's stepson? Oh my god, brother Su Chen, you are so awesome. Su Chen patted the girls' heads again, then looked up at Kanao. Can you tell me why you left just now? Su Chen's voice was very calm, and he didn't deliberately raise the tone. Otherwise it will cause psychological pressure on the other party. Zhao King, Xiao Cheng and Xiao Saihui's eyes were full of little stars of admiration. Brother Su Chen is really gentle. Always consider other people's feelings. Kanao was stunned when he heard this. She didn't expect that Su Chen accompanied her to practice just for this. Kanao took out the coin out of habit again, but this time he was blocked by Su Chen. Under the sunshine, Su Chen showed a smile as bright as spring breeze. Actually, I still want to hear Kanao's inner voice. The inner voice? Kanao was stunned. Before she knew it, she didn't even realize she had spoken. Su Chen continued, yeah, I used to have friends who would flip coins to make decisions for me, but the results weren't very good. Advertisement. Kanao blinked, seeming to be expecting Su Chen to continue. Su Chen spread his hands and said, it turned out that her friend fell in love with her coins and ended up stealing all her money. Poochie. Kanzaki Aoi in the attic couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing everyone looking at her, she said awkwardly, "Ahem, I seem to have forgotten to hang the clothes. I'll leave first." Kanao was very confused and obviously didn't understand Su Chen's joke. But she knew that Su Chen seemed to want to hear her speak. "What should I say?" Kanao stood there sheepishly, his face flushed red with nervousness. "I can't speak." After a while, 5 voices smaller than mosquitoes popped out of her mouth. After saying this, Kanao quickly lowered his head. It seemed as if these words had taken away all her courage. Su Chen smiled, picked up the wooden sword on the ground and held it in his hand. He said, "Let's play a game." Hearing this, Kanao raised his head and looked at Su Chen. "Come at me again. If I catch it, you will listen to your inner voice and say something to me. If I don't catch it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Kanao's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking. She recalled the strength Su Chen had just shown, and nodded lightly. He turned around and wanted to pick up the wooden sword. But Su Chen stopped her. Kanao turned around and a Nichiren blade with a flower blade was handed to her. Su Chen's voice sounded again. "You use this." Kanao was stunned again. "Isn't this your own Nichiren blades? Did Su Chen want to fight him with Nichiren blades himself?" To be honest, Kanao was a little confused. At the same time, he was also worried that he would accidentally kill Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. If I can't stop it, I'll dodge it. After all, I'm faster than you, right?" Kanao thought about it for a while, but she was not good at thinking too much. After thinking about it, he suddenly swung his knife and chopped down. At this moment, the world in Su Chen's eyes seemed to slow down. This was already the 3rd time that Su Chen and Kanao had fought against each other, and every time Su Chen fought against Kanao, he made significant progress. Through the previous 2 technical clashes, Su Chen has become much stronger. And he found that Kanao's movements were getting slower and slower. Wrong. Kanao's speed did not slow down, but his speed increased. In Su Chen's eyes, Kanao's movements had slowed down from the extremely fast level at the beginning. He could even see the fluttering trajectory of the white haori on the girl's arm. Advertisement, that's right. Su Chen once again analyzed Kanao's attack trajectory, and it was even faster than before. The next moment, Su Chen moved. The wooden sword is blocked horizontally and upwards with the force of the right arm muscles. But since the blade was made of wood, it was quickly cut off by Kanao's Nichiren blades. But the next moment Su Chen stretched out his right hand again. Shadowless hand. Kanao's potential energy from swinging the sword was also exhausted at the same moment. The index finger and middle finger stretched out like lightning, and the blade emitting cold light fell steadily on Su Chen's fingertips. Su Chen caught the knife with his bare hands. Rub. The knife flashed, and Su Chen's smiling face was reflected in Cheng Liang's blade. From the start to the end, Su Chen's movements were smooth and there was not a single pause. Kanao seemed to be cooperating with Su Chen in an exercise, and with one move, the fight turned into an exhibition match. The visual impact of this scene is too strong. There was even a brief silence around. Everyone opened their mouths. The 3 little girls were so frightened when they saw Su Chen's wooden sword break. Kanzaki Aoi also had a panicked expression on his face. But then, what did they see? Su Chen actually caught Kanao's Nichiren blades with his bare hands. Kanao watched all this in a daze, not understanding why Su Chen could actually hold her Nichiren blades with his bare hands. This scene broke the cognition she had built up in her mind. Su Chen smiled and said, "Look, the wooden sword couldn't do it, but my hand did. What does this mean?" Kanao was speechless. Su Chen smiled and said, "It shows that wooden swords are just external objects after all, just like the Nichiren blades in your own hand. It is because of you that it has such powerful power, but we ourselves are a treasure trove, aren't we? Kanao, I won. According to the agreement, you should say something to me. Remember to listen to your inner voice." Su Chen spoke in a calm tone, and the girl's face immediately flushed when her words fell into her ears. Kanao's mouth moved, feeling quite conflicted. Su Chen continued to encourage. It's okay not to think too much." The sunlight shines on Su Chen's face, making his appearance look particularly warm. Kanao is cute after all. Bang, bang, bang. Something in Kanao's heart seemed to beat, for the first time in many years. It was like the sound of the heartstrings breaking when she was abused by her parents as a child. But there are some differences. This rope of emotion was reconnected by a young man. Chapter 10. Su Chen's Harvest, Encounter with Kochou Shinobu. Kanao's big eyes were more lively. She looked at Su Chen in front of her and said carefully, "Thank you, Su Chen." "Su Chen. You're welcome. Now can you tell me why you left so suddenly?" Kanao lowered his head and said, "Because you don't have to proceed to the 3rd level." Oh, Su Chen looked surprised. He understood what Kanao meant. In Kanao's eyes, Su Chen is very strong. There is no need for the strong to proceed to the 3rd level, because it is just a waste of time. Kanao is not good at expressing his emotions, so he just walked away on his own at that time. This was really a small misunderstanding. Seeing that Su Chen didn't say anything, Kanao thought Su Chen was angry. She said awkwardly, "I'm sorry." Su Chen looked at the embarrassed girl in front of him and found Kanao inexplicably cute. Su Chen patted his chest and pretended to be generous and said, "It's okay, but you have to compensate me more in the future." Compensate. Kanao raised his head, curious about what Su Chen would say next. She wanted to know what the compensation Su Chen was talking about was. But who knew Su Chen said? talk to me more in the future, otherwise I won't forgive you. Kanao fell silent after hearing this. Su Chen's compensation couldn't even be considered compensation. She thought Su Chen would ask to continue practicing with her. But it turned out that I guessed wrong. Su Chen just wanted to enlighten me. Kanao blinked. Once upon a time, there was a kind and considerate sister who treated me like this. She is Shinobu-sama's sister, named Kochou Shinobu. Not only was she her master, who taught her the breathing of flowers, but she also guided and cared for her like a real sister. They are the most important relatives in this world. And now, Kanao saw a sense of déjà vu in Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen was shining in Kanao's eyes. Seeing Kanao in a daze, Su Chen couldn't help but waved in front of her. But just when he was halfway through the action, he heard Kanao couldn't help but say, "Sister." What? Su Chen was stunned. His hands froze in midair. How come he suddenly changed gender while talking? Su Chen felt that everything he said before was in vain, as this girl didn't listen to him at all. At this time Kanao also reacted, and her whole body shuddered. The little face turned red in an instant. Sorry. I'm sorry. Advertisement. Su Chen wanted to touch the other person's head, but thought about it. Finally, it landed on Kanao's shoulder. Do you miss your family? Kanao pursed his lips and nodded. Su Chen showed an empathetic expression. He certainly knew who the sister Kanao was talking about. Kochou Shinobu, also Kochou Shinobu's sister. Also a young girl eaten by Doma. Damn this idiot Doma. It seems that Su Chen still needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. Even if he is a pillar, he will be eaten by the upper rank ones. So he is embarrassed to show off his own skills. Afterwards, Su Chen counseled Kanao a few more times, and Kanao started talking more. Before I knew it, an afternoon had passed. The girls from Butterfly House had a great conversation with Su Chen. In the hearts of several girls, Su Chen left a deep impression on them. Su Chen's presence in Butterfly House has also been significantly enhanced. Gradually, it got dark. Insects all around crawled out, and the sounds of crickets and insects echoed in the bushes in the courtyard. Unlike during the day, the Butterfly House at night seems more quiet and makes people feel more at ease. At this moment, a young man was sitting alone on the Butterfly House. The roof of the Butterfly House is made of smooth blue tiles and is triangular in shape. It is not only slippery but also easy to fall off if you are not careful. But the boy's posture was surprisingly steady, and he sat on the roof as naturally as if he were sitting on a chair. Su Chen silently used the breathing method, relying on his body's super high coordination to slowly regulate his breathing while sitting on the roof. In front of him was the courtyard where he and Kanao had fought during the day. The scene of the daytime confrontation with Kanao kept replaying in his mind. Slowly, the scene in the courtyard in front of me changed. It seemed as if he and Kanao really appeared in the courtyard again, and the two of them kept repeating the actions they did today. Breathing method, Su Chen murmured. He kept observing Kanao's body movements and breathing rhythm. The speed of Kanao's figure in the courtyard slowed down several times again, as if the pause button was pressed. Su Chen is observing frame by frame. He had only discovered this ability while fighting today. Su Chen discovered that not only did he have an incredible comprehension, but he also had a terrifyingly strong observation ability. He could even analyze his opponent's movements frame by frame. This makes it look like the opponent's movements have been slowed down countless times. That's why Su Chen was able to fully observe the opponent's movements in a short period of time, imitate them, improve them, and even find breakthrough points for counterattacks. At night, Su Chen discovered another ability of his. Advertisement. That is, in addition to observation skills, my memory ability is also terrifying. He could even replay the battles he had fought in his mind over and over again, using them to gain insights and deepen his understanding at any time. And now, Su Chen is constantly watching the battle between him and Kanao during the day. There are still 14 days left before the duel between him and Shinazugawa. Su Chen must learn the breathing method as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Su Chen slowly closed his eyes. You recalled the battle scene during the day, breaking down the opponent's movements frame by frame, imitating them, and learned the muscle force techniques of flower breathing. Closing square bracket. You observed the changes in the opponent's lungs, the number of times the throat moved, and the vibration frequency 10 times, and deduced them, and learned the breathing technique of flower breathing. Closing square bracket. You randomly combined breathing techniques and force generation methods and discovered a more powerful breathing method. Closing square bracket. You found that flower breathing was more suitable for women's bodies and focused on agility, so it was of limited help to you. In a fit of anger, you improved it. Closing square bracket. Try to increase the frequency of breathing while breathing to speed up the flow of gas in the lungs. Closing square bracket. You try to change the leg muscle force technique to make it more suitable for you and make yourself move faster. Closing square bracket. You developed a modified version of flower breathing overlord flower version. Closing square bracket. Call. Su Chen let out a long breath. The long period of deduction put a huge strain on his brain. Su Chen remembered that the first time he fainted was because he overexerted his brain. Su Chen focused on his improved breathing method. The original flower breathing technique is more suitable for women because it was developed based on the characteristics of women's weak strength and light body. There is nothing wrong with women using this breathing method. But it is not suitable for a powerful man like Su Chen. So Su Chen could only improve it, but it was also the first time for Su Chen to come into contact with breathing method, so most of his time was spent on learning breathing method. The revised version of flower breathing was just a byproduct. But the name I chose is still a bit too ugly. Is Queen of Flowers breathing okay? Forget it, I'll just use beggar's breathing. Su Chen thought. Moshi moshi. A soft voice rang in Su Chen's ears. Su Chen trembled violently, and a pattern of auspicious clouds quickly spread out from his neck. He immediately went into alert mode. However, he reacted the next moment. The person who came was Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen opened his eyes. Kochou Shinobu came up to him at some point and looked at him. The pupils in his big eyes seemed to be filled with Chapter 11. This knife is nice, but I wouldn't design it this way. The two were so close that through the thin air, Su Chen could even smell the scent of wisteria flowers on the girl. The breath exhaled by the other party hit Su Chen's face. It wasn't hot, but Su Chen felt it was scalding hot. Ah, Su Chen, you really work hard. Kochou Shinobu looked at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen turned his head and looked at Kochou Shinobu with a bright smile. Sister Shinobu, why are you here? As he spoke, Su Chen moved closer. Even the gases they breathed were exchanged within their bodies. Now it's Kochou Shinobu's turn. Is Su Chen so capable? Just when Su Chen was about to succeed, Kochou Shinobu immediately pulled his face back. At the same time, he glanced at Su Chen meaningfully. Mr. Su Chen is really a bad brother. Oh, Su Chen smiled, but couldn't help complaining in his heart, didn't you take the initiative first? But Su Chen naturally didn't say this. He moved his lungs and exhaled the air that he had just inhaled from Kochou Shinobu. The air was very cool at night, and the gas exhaled by Su Chen immediately formed a layer of white fog in the air. Kochou Shinobu was stunned by this scene. She couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su Chen, is this breathing method? Su Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Kochou Shinobu's eyes were so sharp. He was able to see through the fact that he just exhaled. I'm not mistaken, and this way of breathing is my sister's breathing of flowers. Kochou Shinobu could hardly control the smile on his face. Mr. Su Chen, do you know my sister? I don't know him. Su Chen replied directly, this is what I learned from Kanao today. After saying that, Su Chen suddenly thought of the inheritance rules of the Demon Slayer corpse breathing method. The breathing method has evolved from the original sun breathing to the current 5 basic breathing methods. The wind calls, the rocks call, the thunder calls, the fire calls, the water calls. These breathing techniques are usually taught by trainers, so anyone can learn them as long as they have the talent. Advertisement. But other derived breathing methods are different. Breathing techniques like Kasumi-chan, Love-chan, Snake-chan, and Beast-chan are usually taught privately, and only the stepsons of each pillar can learn them. I just secretly learned the breathing method from Kochou Shinobu's sister. Wouldn't Kochou Shinobu be angry? As expected, the expression on Kochou Shinobu's face froze for a moment. So that's how it is. Kochou Shinobu said somewhat disappointedly. However, what disappointed her was not that Su Chen had secretly learned the breathing technique, but that the other party did not recognize her sister. But the fact that Su Chen can learn the breathing of flowers also shows that she and her sister have a strong connection. Obviously, he was just an ordinary person who had never held a knife at first, but now he can achieve this level. Before coming, Kochou Shinobu had learned everything from Kanzaki Aoi. The boy he brought back defeated Kanao through his own efforts in just 2 days. Su Chen's talent is so high that Kochou Shinobu sees the shadow of Tokido Muichiro in him. A gifted child. This kid might actually be able to defeat Shinazugawa in 15 days. Mr. Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu suddenly said softly. What's wrong? Su Chen turned and looked at her. Under the moonlight, the two sat side by side on the roof. A thin layer of crystal light sprinkled around the two of them, making them look like elves in the moonlight. The girl's colorful haori exudes a dreamy glow, and she should be as beautiful as an angel. But Su Chen could read a suffocating anger on Kochou Shinobu's face. This is the hatred of a young girl. Along with this feeling of anger, the scent of wisteria on Kochou Shinobu became stronger, even a little pungent. Kochou Shinobu said, Mr. Su Chen, can you demonstrate my sister's flower breathing? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, Kanao also knows flower breathing, so it doesn't make sense for him to come over just to watch a grown man perform flower breathing and sword breathing, right? But Su Chen didn't ask why, because he knew Kochou Shinobu was missing his sister. However, Su Chen did not intend to work for nothing, and bargained. If I dance well, can Sister Shinobu also demonstrate how to use the insect breathing? Su Chen's purpose is obvious, he just wants to learn Kochou Shinobu's signature skills. Kochou Shinobu was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Su Chen, a 14-year-old kid, was so smart. Advertisement. I really don't intend to suffer any loss. Kochou Shinobu guessed Su Chen's purpose right away. According to Kanzaki Aoi and the children, Su Chen is very talented and can learn anything he sees at a glance. It seems like this is an idea to reward myself for the insect breathing. But, Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su Chen, my breathing method is of no help to you. As he said this, Kochou Shinobu grasped his sword. With a push of his left thumb, he gently pulled out the Nichiren blades with his right hand. You haven't seen my sword yet, Mr. Su Chen, you can take a look at it. Kochou Shinobu placed the knife in front of Su Chen. Su Chen looked at it carefully. Just like in the original story, this is a Nichiren blade with only the tip and blade intact. Only half of the blade is made of metal, and the whole thing looks like a bee's stinger. Doesn't it look very strange? Kochou Shinobu smiled and his tone was as sweet as cotton candy. Su Chen's expression did not change at all, but he stared at Kochou Shinobu's Nichiren blades carefully. You observed a uniquely shaped Nichiren blades and felt that the designer was a talent. You also discovered the designer's intention and understood the purpose of the blade. You observed the blade, edge, hilt, guard, ring, back, and tip of a knife up close, and gained an understanding of the basic structure of a knife. You suddenly realized it. You learned the Nichiren blade's mastery of design. Closing square bracket. Su Chen looked at the Nichiren blades in front of him and nodded. This knife is well designed. It retains the integrity of the knife to the greatest extent while reducing its weight. It has basic combat capabilities. However, due to the lack of a blade, it cannot cut into ghosts, so the person using this sword will probably have a hard time. It's a pity that the designer made a mistake. If I were designing it, I would not design it this way. Listening to Su Chen's analysis, the smile on Kochou Shinobu's face froze again. Those who saw her knife for the first time, whether they were humans or ghosts, would express confusion, surprise, or even ridicule. Few people can analyze a knife as carefully as Su Chen. This couldn't help but make Kochou Shinobu feel a little touched. But she was a little unmoved by the second half of the sentence. What do you mean I wouldn't design it this way? Good niche chat. You have to know that your sword was designed by the chief of the sword forging village. Chapter 12 Kochou Shinobu demonstrates insect breathing. Su Chen has an epiphany. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu automatically ignored the second half of Su Chen's sentence. Continuing with the previous question, he said, I am too weak to chop off the heads of the demons with this knife, so I can only smear poison on the sword and kill them with the poison. After saying this, Kochou Shinobu's face showed visible disappointment. This is also the reason why her breathing method is difficult to inherit. Because insect breathing is not famous for its sword skills, but for its poison. The most typical method is to make wisteria flowers into a toxin against ghosts, and then use it on ghosts, ultimately achieving the purpose of killing ghosts. If Kochou Shinobu could chop off a demon's head normally, she wouldn't have done that, and perhaps there wouldn't be any so-called insect pillars in the Demon Slayer core. Kochou Shinobu put away his knife and smiled gently. I'm used to it. After all, my lack of strength is innate, and there's no way to change it. So Mr. Su Chen, I know you are very talented, but my breathing method is useless to you. Looking at Kochou Shinobu's smile, Su Chen fell silent. In this world, what kind of efforts did Kochou Shinobu make to get to where he is today with a body that can't even chop off a demon's head? After a moment, Su Chen shook his head. That's not the case. Every breathing method has its value. Sister Shinobu has done a great job. If there is no Sister Shinobu, what will the Demon Slayer Corps do if they encounter a demon that cannot be killed even by cutting its neck? So Sister Shinobu doesn't need to worry about your own lack of strength. After all, the insect pillar is also unique, right? Looking at the dazed Kochou Shinobu, Su Chen said with a smile, and Sister Shinobu's poison is really powerful, isn't it? Anyway, I can't think of a way to kill a ghost with poison. Alele. Kochou Shinobu covered her little mouth, with unstoppable joy on her face. The emotional value of this wave is very appropriate. Su Chen was really to her liking, so much so that she almost wanted to keep him in Butterfly House. Under the crystal moonlight, Kochou Shinobu slowly stood up. She tiptoed lightly, and the colorful feathers fluttered in the wind like wings, beautiful like an elf in the night. The next moment, the girl landed in the courtyard, raised her fingers slightly, and pulled out the Nichiren blades in her hand. Su Chen watched quietly. Kochou Shinobu was like a live Kochou, and started to perform fancy moves with the Nichiren blades in his hands. This is her starting move. Before making a move, she will definitely do a fancy move to get a feel for it. Dance of Butterflies. Advertisement. This is the main performance action of insect breathing. Kochou Shinobu's breathing technique is not focused on sword skills, but on footwork. Each of her moves is determined by different footwork. As long as the opponent cannot see the path of her sword clearly, she can quickly inject poison into the opponent's body. The first dance Kochou Shinobu performed was the first dance of insect breathing. Butterfly dance, teasing. When using this step, Kochou Shinobu will jump high into the air and rush towards the enemy like a goddess descending from heaven. With Kochou-like movements, he thrusts his poison blade into the opponent's body at high speeds that cannot be followed by the naked eye. Because poison is used, there is no need to cut off the ghost's neck. This move is highly paralyzing to ghosts, and many fledgling ghosts have died from it. Su Chen saw this move and kept thinking in his mind, if it were him, could he dodge this move? The answer is no. Kochou Shinobu's speed is several times faster than Kanao's. If Su Chen's reaction and observation abilities had not been greatly improved today, he would not have been able to see Kochou Shinobu's figure at all. You watched Kochou Shinobu's butterfly dance, admired his dancing, felt excited, and learned the Kochou footwork. Closing square bracket. In the deep night, the cold light from Kochou Shinobu's knife tip flickered sporadically. She used the next move of insect breathing. Dance of the bee fangs. True drag. You watched Kochou Shinobu's bee fang dance, and made inferences in your mind, achieving an achievement, a small test of your skills. Su Chen stood up and jumped down as well. It's useless to just watch the footwork without practicing it, so he compared it with Kochou Shinobu's movements and began to imitate them. You imitated Kochou Shinobu's movements, and your proficiency increased. A man and a woman were dancing in the courtyard, their movements were highly similar. The girl's dance seemed to be a little faster. However, the boy was catching up very quickly and soon caught up. At some point, Kochou Shinobu's footwork changed again. The dance of the bee fangs is complete. Advertisement. Next is the dance of the dragonfly, hexagonal compound eyes. This move is a 6-hit combo that injects a large amount of poison into the demon's body. The blade turns into a poison needle, stabbing sharply and quickly. The originally slightly sharp steps quickly changed and the speed increased immediately. The key to this move is still speed. Although Su Chen learned it quickly, his physical fitness still needs to be improved slowly. Suddenly, Kochou Shinobu stopped. He took a rare breath. The continuous high-speed movement made Kochou Shinobu a little tired, and she had to stop and rest. Because the next move requires a lot of oxygen to use. The next moment, Kochou Shinobu started to move. Completely different from her previous movements, Kochou Shinobu's speed was so fast that she left afterimages, and her figure was everywhere in the courtyard. The sound of toes tapping the ground continued to come, cutting through the night like drumbeats. Centipede dance, centipede belly. By stomping on the ground with such force that it can lift it up, it moves in all directions, disrupting the opponent, and then taking the opportunity to attack with the knife. Su Chen couldn't help but think of a picture. The scene of a giant beast with countless toes stomping the ground violently and rushing towards him. It has a huge mouth like the abyss, and its teeth are full of poison. It will suddenly bite you when you have no time to react. Su Chen felt like a huge centipede passed by him. It's hard to imagine that this was made by a young girl weighing only a few dozen kilograms. The colorful haori swayed in the wind, and the air was filled with the girl's unique scent of wisteria flowers, mixed with a hint of body fragrance. This is Kochou Shinobu's ultimate move, and it is also her fastest and most powerful move. Therefore, it takes less time than the previous ones and can be demonstrated in just a few seconds. Kochou Shinobu stopped immediately. Her whole face was flushed, fine beads of sweat were oozing out on her smooth forehead, and her petite body was trembling slightly. Kochou's haori was also soaked by her own sweat. The wet team uniform stuck to her back, faintly outlining the girl's graceful figure. Su Chen took in all of these scenes without missing a single one. Chapter 13 Kochou Shinobu sheds tears. Su Chen deduced a new breathing method. You observed Kochou Shinobu's sword-swinging movements, breathing rate, and inner enlightenment, and imitated them. You watched Kochou Shinobu's butterfly dance. You watched Kochou Shinobu's bee-fang dance. You watched Kochou Shinobu's dragonfly dance. You watched Kochou Shinobu's centipede dance. You made full use of your observation ability to analyze the vibration frequency of the opponent's blade, the timing of the change of steps, and the distribution of the toxin on the blade. You have comprehended the insect breathing method. Closing square bracket. Su Chen's mind suddenly became clear, and some action subconsciously emerged in his mind. He suddenly realized. Su Chen slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand and reviewed the movements that Kochou Shinobu had just demonstrated. He also incorporated his own understanding of the breathing of flowers. After a while, a graceful figure appeared in the courtyard. Kochou Shinobu narrowed her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but look at Su Chen. Although it was Su Chen's first time using insect breathing, in Kochou Shinobu's eyes, Su Chen's proficiency was already amazing. After all, I spent a lot of effort when I was practicing. Su Chen's talent was indeed the best she had ever seen. Now all Su Chen needed to do was to steadily improve his physical fitness. What is this? Kochou Shinobu suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Chen in the courtyard. Just now, Su Chen tried to combine the breathing of flowers and the breathing of insects. That is to add a little power of flower breathing to the elegance of insect breathing, and integrate it with sword skills. The moves that Su Chen performed in the end even amazed Kochou Shinobu. Slowly, Su Chen's movements slowed down again. She began to slowly dance the flower breathing movement. Kochou Shinobu smiled. She knew this was what Su Chen had promised her before. Brother, I thought you forgot. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but hum a few words, then began to watch slowly. In the quiet atmosphere, Su Chen's figure gradually overlaps with Kanao in Kochou Shinobu's mind. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but stare in amazement. She didn't expect Su Chen could imitate her sister's sword skills so well. Just like her own sister. In the quiet courtyard, the girl nodded slightly, and a tear couldn't help but flow from her eyes. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Su Chen." Advertisement. Early the next morning, Su Chen got up late unexpectedly. I had so much fun with Kochou Shinobu last night that we were dancing with swords in the courtyard. This caused Su Chen to forget the time and he didn't fall asleep until midnight. Don't do this next time. Su Chen reminded himself silently in his heart, and then walked towards the courtyard. When he arrived at the courtyard, Kanao had been practicing swordplay for quite a while. She was still wearing the pure white haori, with a purple Kochou hairpin on her head and a black ponytail draped over her right shoulder, looking very cute. Seeing Su Chen, Kanao greeted him with a smile. "Konnichiwa, Su Chen." "Kanao." Su Chen responded politely. Then he walked to the middle of the courtyard. As soon as I went downstairs, 3 little girls ran out from the corner of the corridor. Their voices could be heard from a long distance away. "Mr. Su Chen, you finally got up. Just now, Kone said that if Mr. Su Chen doesn't get up, she's going to tell Shinobu-sama." "Zhao King, you are talking nonsense. It was Xiaocheng who said that just now. What does it have to do with me, Takata Naho? 3 little girls came running over and all crowded in front of Su Chen. Su Chen touched the heads of the 3 girls one by one. Where did Ren go? Su Chen asked the 3 little girls. Zhao King replied first. Master Shinobu went to see the Lord. A black crow called Master Shinobu away early this morning. Xiao Cheng then added. Yeah. Before Master Shinobu left, he told brother Su Chen to sleep a little longer. Su Chen understood, but he didn't expect that Kochou Shinobu could still get up after sleeping so late last night. Looking at the sun in the sky, Su Chen found that the weather was good today, so he walked to a big tree and sat down. Kanao walked over with a wooden sword, staring at Su Chen with his big eyes. Su Chen, practice sword. But Su Chen waved his hand. No more practice today. Oh, the light in Kanao's eyes dimmed quickly. I have some insights that I need to digest. I promised Kanao that I will practice sword with you today, okay? Su Chen's voice sounded. Then let's go make something delicious for brother Su Chen. Advertisement. The 3 little girls left happily, probably going to the kitchen to ask Kanzaki Aoi to make cakes. And Kanao nodded heavily. The smile on her face blossomed like a flower. Su Chen closed his eyes. The inspiration I received these days suddenly popped up like mushrooms after rain. Shadowless hands, Kochou footwork, flower breathing, insect breathing, body coordination, flexibility. These skills that Su Chen mastered gradually began to evolve in his mind. You think about the skills you have acquired and find that the breathing method is not very suitable for you, so you plan to deduce a new breathing method. Closing square bracket. You split the Bifang dance of insect breathing and found it suitable for you, so you started to analyze it. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. You start thinking about the application of poison. Close black lens bracket. You hear the sound of bees collecting nectar around you, and you gain something. You start to think about sword skills related to bees. Closing square bracket. Su Chen's brain was working at high speed, and soon sweat appeared on his forehead. Kanao knelt quietly beside Su Chen, not saying a word, just looking at him quietly. She didn't know why, but ever since she did those things with Su Chen yesterday, she subconsciously liked to stay by Su Chen's side. After seeing Su Chen sweating, Kanao also became nervous. Black auspicious cloud patterns emerged from Su Chen's neck. At this moment, Su Chen entered a mysterious state. He began to try his best to deduce a new breathing method. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Ubuyashiki residence. A young girl landed in the main courtyard and half knelt on the ground respectfully. The Kochou Haori she was wearing swayed slightly in the wind. Kochou Shinobu flicked her purple-black hair and looked up at the attic with her beautiful eyes. Standing there was the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Shinobu, do you think Su Chen has fully mastered the markings? Ubuyashiki said. His voice is long-lasting and very pleasant to listen to. Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, yes, my lord, Su Chen can already control the markings. Every time he needs to use the markings, strange black lines will appear on his neck. Really? Ubuyashiki looked much happier. Then have you awakened your markings? Kochou Shinobu shook his head. Chapter 14 Ubuyashiki's surprise, Shinazugawa's zebra awakening practice. She played so crazy with Su Chen yesterday but no markings appeared. I guess markings depend on the person, right? Ubuyashiki Kagaya's tone was filled with melancholy. The other children haven't awakened their markings either. It seems I need to ask Su Chen more. During this period, Ubuyashiki Kagaya was very concerned about the awakening status of the team members' stripes. But in the end, no other Demon Slayer Corps member awakened their markings except Su Chen. Especially Shinazugawa. I heard that he has been doing devilish training every day recently, but his markings have not awakened yet. This made Ubuyashiki Kagaya realize that the awakening of the stripes was not as simple as Su Chen said. It may even be more difficult. It seems that only talent can do it at the moment. Ubuyashiki Kagaya paused for a moment, as if he was thinking. At this time, Kochou Shinobu spoke up. My lord, Shinobu has another thing to say. Ubuyashiki Kagaya raised his head and smiled. What's the matter? Recently, I've discovered that Su Chen is a very talented kid. He can basically learn the sword skills of breathing techniques just by looking at them once. Really? Ubuyashiki Kagaya showed a hint of surprise. What breathing method did he learn? Kochou Shinobu nodded and said, insects, and my sister's flowers. What about water breathing? Ubuyashiki Kagaya asked again. Su Chen has never been exposed to it, so he won't. Kochou Shinobu continued to answer. As that's so, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's expression became even more surprised. Generally, the 5 breathing methods are easier to learn because they are more universal. Breathing methods derived from water breathing, such as insect breathing and flower breathing, are more personal. In simple terms, it was because the Kochou sisters were not suitable for water breathing, so they changed water breathing into flower breathing and insect breathing that were more suitable for them. Unexpectedly, Su Chen learned the flower and insect calls first and skipped the water call. This kid's talent may be comparable to Tokatsu's. Ubuyashiki Kagaya did not hesitate to praise. Shinobu, take Su Chen to the training ground of the pillar in a few days. Kochou Shinobu raised his head. My lord, are you going to take Su Chen to train? Yes, Kyujiro will be back soon after completing his mission. You take Su Chen with you. I want to see how far this kid can go. The flame pillar is here too. Kochou Shinobu showed a look of surprise. It seemed that the Lord was really optimistic about Su Chen and even let the flame pillar practice with Su Chen. I understand, my lord, I will do it right away. Kochou Shinobu flashed and retreated. Advertisement. The other side. The sun is shining brightly in a bamboo forest. From time to time, a rumbling sound could be heard from somewhere, and the noisy sound of breaking through the air could even be heard half a kilometer away. The ground shook slightly, so violently that it even shook off the surrounding bamboo leaves. How is it possible that it hasn't succeeded yet? A tearing sound suddenly rang out. In front of an open space, Shinazugawa waved the wooden sword in his hand and used breathing techniques frantically. Sweat was pouring down his forehead like crazy, and due to the heat, large amounts of sweat had soaked his clothes. Leaves were flying everywhere, and the bamboo forest couldn't stop swaying under Shinazugawa's attack. A young man in a black and white striped plaid shirt suddenly appeared. There was a bandage wrapped around the lower part of the boy's face, and his pupils were two colors, one yellow and one green. There was a white snake lying on the neck, smooth and white as jade. The boy asked, Shinazugawa, you haven't activated your markings yet. Shinazugawa stopped what he was doing and glanced in his direction impatiently. No. Did you open it, Iguro? Iguro Obanai shook his head. No, the conditions for opening the stripes are more difficult than I thought. The two young men looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. How did Su Chen do it? However, neither of them said anything because it would be embarrassing. Iguro, come here and practice a few moves with me. Shinazugawa Tokiya took off his clothes, leaving his upper body naked, and directly pulled out his Nichiren blades. Even through his abdominal muscles, you can see the explosive power in Shinazugawa's body. But Iguro Obanai shook his head. No, I have a mission to go on later. Then why did you come here? Shinazugawa asked. I came here to tell you that Su Chen has learned the breathing method. Oh, Shinazugawa narrowed his eyes. What breathing? Insects and flowers. Kochou's breathing method. Shinazugawa showed a surprised expression on his face. He didn't expect that there were these two breathing methods. Iguro continued, Su Chen is improving very quickly, even surpassing Tokido at the beginning. Maybe he can really beat you in 15 days. Thank you for your concern, but compared to defeating Su Chen, I care more about opening the markings. Shinazugawa touched his nose and didn't take the written test 15 days later seriously. Advertisement. In comparison, he was more concerned about improving his own strength and trying to kill two more ghosts. No, Shinazugawa, you have to teach that brat a lesson. Iguro insisted. Shinazugawa looked at him in surprise. Did Su Chen offend you too? Aihei was silent. Is he going to say something like he's jealous? Gong Lu has been talking about Su Chen all the time lately, and his ears are almost calloused. Forget it. What do you know, a rough guy like you? Iguro took out his knife and slowly walked towards Shinazugawa. Seeing the other party looking like he was ready to fight, Shinazugawa couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to go on a mission later? What are you doing now? Without even thinking, Yihei said, I'll go later. I think you're still slacking off, so I'll practice a few moves with you. Shinazugawa was amused. You kid. Kochou Shinobu has returned home. But she found that her children seemed to be out of the house. Kochou Shinobu took off her shoes, her small feet squeaked on the wooden boards, and she slowly walked towards the courtyard. As soon as she entered the corridor, she saw Su Chen sitting under the shade of a tree, and her stepson Kanao was wiping his sweat beside him. Zhao King, Xiaocheng, and Xiao Saihui each held a plate of pastries and stood in front of Su Chen. This scene stunned Kochou Shinobu. Is Su Chen so popular in his own butterfly house now? Let's not talk about the little girls like Zhao King, Xiaocheng, Xiao Saihui, etc. Why did Kanao also come to join in the fun? It seemed that in Kochou Shinobu's memory, this was the first time that Kanao was so enthusiastic towards a stranger. Strange, it's really strange. With a curious attitude, Kochou Shinobu walked towards Su Chen. Everyone greeted her. Shinobu-sama Kunijiwa. Kochou Shinobu smiled gently, pointed at Su Chen and asked the girls, what's wrong with Su Chen? But before the three little girls could answer, Kanao on the side said, Su Chen is thinking about something. Thinking about something. Kochou Shinobu's beautiful eyes slowly widened. Is this another epiphany? Chapter 15 Another epiphany. Su Chen created his own breathing method, the bee's breathing. Didn't I just learn how to breathe like an insect yesterday? How come I had another epiphany today? At the same time, Su Chen finally opened his eyes. Brother Su Chen is awake. The three little girls shouted excitedly. Kanao also smiled and subconsciously clenched the wooden sword in his hand. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su Chen, what were you thinking about just now? Su Chen smiled and said nothing. He directly took the wooden sword from Kanao's hand. Sister Shinobu, do you want to fight with me for a few moves? Seeing Su Chen smile, Kochou Shinobu's mood suddenly became much better. Okay. Swish. Kochou Shinobu's sword came out of its sheath. Almost instantly, the sword blade flew in front of Su Chen. The little girls hadn't even reacted yet, and even Kanao was stunned for a while. The battle has begun. Kochou Shinobu's main attraction is the unexpected. But she was very sensible and she deliberately controlled the speed of the knife. Even if Su Chen couldn't dodge, he could still retract the knife in time and avoid accidentally hurting anyone. But the next moment Kochou Shinobu was dumbfounded. Faced with such a rapid attack, Su Chen did not retreat but advanced instead. The wooden sword in his hand pointed at Kochou Shinobu and stabbed in the direction of Kochou Shinobu at the same time. As Su Chen planning to die together. Kochou Shinobu didn't understand Su Chen's plan. But judging from the speed of their attacks and the distance between them and their swords, he should be able to hit Su Chen first. And he was using poison, so as long as he could scratch Su Chen's skin, he would be considered the winner. Su Chen must avoid this attack. The sword blade was against Su Chen's chest, and was about to cut Su Chen's skin. Just when Kochou Shinobu was about to stop, Su Chen moved. Advertisement. His body suddenly disappeared from where it was, and the next moment he appeared beside Kochou Shinobu. The shadowless hand was activated, and Su Chen successfully touched Kochou Shinobu's chin. Feeling the sudden touch on his chin, Kochou Shinobu was startled and jumped away quickly like a frightened deer. A blush flashed across her fair face. She didn't expect Su Chen to be so bold. After feeling ashamed and angry, Kochou Shinobu gradually regained his senses. Just now, Su Chen indeed dodged his attack and even hit his vital points. I actually lost this test. Su Chen saw Kochou Shinobu's confusion, so he said directly, Sister Shinobu, how about the move just now? Kochou Shinobu blinked and commented, it was very fast, and if I hadn't attacked first, your knife would have pierced my chest in a second. That's right. Su Chen smiled. What Kochou Shinobu said was right. If Kochou Shinobu hadn't taken the initiative just now, I would have been even faster. This is a breathing method I developed myself. I just came up with the first type, the stinger. Poison. Zhao King at the side couldn't help but say, isn't this Master Shinobu's way of attack? Kochou Shinobu also understood what Su Chen meant. The previous move should be used in conjunction with poison. Su Chen continued, I found that although Sister Shinobu's insect breathing is very good, there are too many unnecessary movements for me. After all, I have little training time and my endurance is not as good as yours, so I came up with this idea. Kochou Shinobu blinked. Then what about the high-speed movement you just told me about? Even I couldn't react to Su Chen's sudden disappearance just now. This speed had surpassed me at that moment. The next moment Su Chen answered her question. I just used the high vibration of my body to move. Su Chen's eyes fell on the flowers in the courtyard. I have observed a lot of bees in the yard these days. They are always collecting honey, but they can quickly avoid danger when they encounter it. I wonder why. Then I discovered the reason. They generate strong airflow through high-frequency vibration of their wings, firstly to reduce the surrounding air resistance, and secondly to provide themselves with strong thrust, enabling them to fly quickly. At the same time, they constantly adjust the angle and vibration frequency of their wings to achieve the most efficient flight effect. I wondered what would happen if a person used this technique, and then I developed a new breathing method based on it. A variation of bug breathing, bee breathing. These remarks left everyone stunned. Even Kanao, who usually had a blank face, opened his mouth slightly. It can be seen how shocking Su Chen's remarks are. Advertisement. The smile on Kochou Shinobu's face had disappeared, and it took him 5 full seconds to react. She spoke tremblingly, her words barely making sense. Mr. Su Chen, you mean you created a breathing method yourself, right? Su Chen nodded. Yes. Boom. Kochou Shinobu felt steam coming out of his little head like a train. Su Chen came into contact with the Demon Slayer Corps on the first day, learned sword dancing on the second day, learned breathing techniques on the third day, and started creating his own breathing techniques on the fourth day. Is Su Chen really a gift from God to the Demon Slayer Corps? Considering Su Chen's current strength, Kochou Shinobu simply couldn't imagine how shocking Su Chen would be when he went to the battlefield in the future. Even Tokido took 2 months to become a pillar, and Su Chen will definitely break this record. Seeing Kochou Shinobu standing there in a daze, Su Chen waved at Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu finally came to his senses. Su Chen smiled and said, what's wrong? It's okay. Kochou Shinobu smiled again, I wonder if Mr. Su Chen can demonstrate the breathing of the bee once more. She wanted to take another look to see how powerful Su Chen's self-created breathing method was. If Su Chen really has a deep understanding of breathing techniques, he might be able to become a teacher in the Demon Slayer Corps who specializes in explaining the application of breathing techniques. Then more people in the Demon Slayer Corps will learn the breathing method, and the overall quality of the team will have a qualitative leap. Kochou Shinobu could even imagine how happy the Lord would be if he heard the news. Su Chen borrowed a knife from Kanao, and then slowly walked to the center of the courtyard. Although he had deduced it countless times in his mind, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Without actual practice, Su Chen could not be sure of the strength of the breathing method he developed. Sister Shinobu, can you be my opponent? Su Chen looked at Kochou Shinobu in the corridor and said with a smile. Kochou Shinobu did not refuse, he drew out the Nichiren blades and flashed to a corner of the courtyard. Su Chen opened the corners of his mouth and a large amount of air was inhaled into his lungs. His body was shaking visibly. Then, bee breathing, 7th form. Nichiren blades was held tightly in Su Chen's hand, pointed directly at Kochou Shinobu. Rapid thrust. Chapter 16. Bee breath defeat Kochou Shinobu. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's body suddenly disappeared. Just like when he dodged Kochou Shinobu's blade just now, he suddenly disappeared. However, Kochou Shinobu had put aside his contempt and took action as soon as Su Chen disappeared. Breath of insects, dance of butterflies, tease. The girl leapt high into the air, her colorful haori swaying slightly. A pair of big, Caroline eyes kept turning. Kochou Shinobu stared with bated breath and said, I can't find it. She couldn't catch Su Chen's sight. Boom. Su Chen appeared at the place where he had left earlier. The Nichiren blades in his hand were held straight. Kochou Shinobu was secretly shocked. If his opponent Su Chen was as fast as himself, he would probably have died on the spot. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu suddenly understood why Su Chen could move at such a high speed. Su Chen reduces the air resistance in front of him by vibrating his body at high speed in a small area, so that the human body can reach a faster speed than usual. His movements just now were very similar to the vibrations of a bee. Su Chen is imitating the frequency of a bee flapping its wings. Although it is unbelievable, this scene is actually happening before our eyes. Kochou Shinobu once again marveled at Su Chen's talent. But at the same time, I also thought of the side effects of this move. That is, the demand for oxygen and energy is extremely huge, and the body temperature will rise rapidly in a short period of time. Kochou Shinobu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, I saw a mysterious auspicious cloud pattern on Su Chen's neck. Is this the power of the stripes? Kochou Shinobu once again marveled at the power of the stripes. Little did she know that during the moment she was stunned, Su Chen had already prepared his second attack. Bee breathing land form poison vortex. Su Chen used Nichiren blades to slide quickly in the air, creating 3 cyclone spaces in an instant. If this move is used with poison, the coverage area of the poison will be extremely wide, and it will be difficult for the opponent to avoid it. But now Su Chen didn't use poison, so he could only rely on high-frequency rotation to interfere with the enemy. A whirlwind from the bottom up blew up the girl's hair, revealing a cute face. Kochou Shinobu's vision was disturbed. Advertisement. As he was unable to turn his body in the air while falling, Su Chen immediately launched his final attack. Bee breathing type 1 poison sting. A strong wind blew up, and the air in the courtyard was split in half by Su Chen. Su Chen rushed directly in front of Kochou Shinobu. At this time, Kochou Shinobu's little feet also stepped on the ground, and just when he was about to raise his hand to fight back, Su Chen activated his skill, Shadowless Hand. The Nichiren blades in the right hand was swung out directly, leaving an afterimage. He dodged Kochou Shinobu's sword and finally placed it on the opponent's snow-white neck. The air fell into deathly silence. Kanzaki Aoi appeared out of nowhere and dropped the cake in her hand to the ground with a plop. Then she rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen it wrong. The 3 little girls immediately screamed with excitement. Ah, Shinobu-sama actually lost. Brother Su Chen is so awesome. Brother Su Chen must be Zu, only Zu can defeat Zu. Kanao stood quietly by, his mouth wide open, not daring to fully believe what he was seeing. My own master, lost. Lost to Su Chen, lost to Su Chen's self-created breathing method. Using the Nichiren blades that he had been using, he defeated the insect pillar in the Demon Slayer core. It was so unbelievable that her little head was still a little dizzy. The person who was most impressed was Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen's reaction speed and on-the-spot performance were perfect, and his self-created breathing method was even more amazing. Su Chen knew that his shortcomings were in his stamina and physical fitness, so he improved the footwork he had taught him last night. The moves used to confuse the opponent were removed, and the attack went straight to the enemy's point. This is very similar to Breath of Thunder, but according to Su Chen, this attack can be used in conjunction with poison. Kochou Shinobu didn't know what to say. The boy in front of her was giving her more and more surprises every day. As his guide, I must protect Su Chen, who is currently weaker. One day, the world between humans and ghosts will undergo earth-shaking changes because of him. Looks like I lost. Kochou Shinobu sheathed the knife. With a faint smile on his face, he didn't seem sad about losing to Su Chen. Advertisement. Su Chen returned the knife to Kanao and said modestly, it was just luck. I think Mr. Su Chen's knife is faster than last night. Kochou Shinobu was telling the truth. Comparing Su Chen's performance last night and today, his improvement can only be described as rapid. If I don't use poison now, I'm no match for Su Chen. Although Kochou Shinobu's hard power is relatively weak among the pillars, he is still a pillar after all, and only a pillar can defeat Kochou Shinobu. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Chen now possesses pillar-level strength in some aspects. Seeing that it was getting late, Kochou Shinobu and Su Chen had a brief conversation. Then he told Su Chen what Ubuyashiki Kagaya said. Su Chen showed an interested look when he heard this, training ground. Yes, Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, some of the training grounds are where the pillars usually train. Today I went to see the Lord, and he asked me to take you there. Mr. Su Chen, please don't let the Lord down. Su Chen lowered his head in thought. The training ground that Kochou Shinobu mentioned should be the place where each pillar receives special training, right? For example, the physical fitness training of the sound column. Training to enhance the high-speed movement of the mist pillar. Kanroji Mitsuri's body flexibility training. There is also Iguro Obanai's sword-wielding posture training and so on. These are the specialties or skills that every pillar is proud of, but unfortunately most teammates cannot learn or do them. What Su Chen lacks most at the moment is physical training. Although I have a very high level of comprehension, my physical strength has not yet caught up, so some training is still necessary at present. If I could see the other pillars training, I would definitely learn all their techniques. By that time, By combining the strengths of all schools, Su Chen himself doesn't know what kind of breathing method he can create. It's exciting to think about it. Seeing that Su Chen remained silent, Kochou Shinobu waved his fair little hand towards Su Chen. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Su Chen, are you listening? Su Chen came back to his senses and smiled. Of course. Kochou Shinobu patted his chest and smiled like a flower. Really, I thought Mr. Su Chen was going to reject me. Okay, then I refuse. Su Chen nodded. Kochou Shinobu's pink fist rushed forward, but was dodged by Su Chen. Are you kidding? Su Chen's reaction speed has now surpassed Kochou Shinobu's. There is no way Kochou Shinobu can touch him. A hash sign seemed to appear on Kochou Shinobu's smooth forehead. Chapter 17. Su Chen's training plan, unexpected discovery of Kochou Shinobu's diary. She clenched her small pink fist and smiled. Su Chenjin, why are you hiding so fast? I won't eat you. But Su Chen didn't buy it at all. Instead, he said seriously, I don't know. I heard that there are ghost eaters in this world. Some people can even eat ghosts, let alone eat humans. Kochou Shinobu's face suddenly darkened. She wanted to draw her knife, but Su Chen grabbed the handle of her knife first. Stopped her action. You just knew. Kochou Shinobu opened his mouth halfway, but swallowed the second half of the sentence, bullying me. She is a pillar, and saying these things would undermine her dignity. But Su Chen is really getting more and more naughty. Is this how you use your Kochou footwork? Kochou Shinobu just taught Su Chen everything he had learned in his life yesterday, but today he turned against Tiangong and started bullying his master. Very good. Kochou Shinobu closed her eyes and quickly inhaled a breath of oxygen into her lungs. Su Chen's pupils shrank when he saw this. Seems like I've gotten out of my way. But just at this moment, suddenly, a crow appeared in the courtyard. Spread the message. We have found traces of a demon at Autumn Mountain. It is very powerful. We are notifying Kochou Shinobu to go there. We found traces of a demon at Autumn Mountain. It's very powerful. We are notifying Kochou Shinobu to go there. The cry quickly stopped Kochou Shinobu's actions. Su Chen took advantage of the opportunity to say, it looks like something went wrong again. It's okay. The mission is more important. Sister Shinobu should go first. Su Chen showed an understanding look, which made Kochou Shinobu clench his teeth. Train well. Kochou Shinobu said fiercely. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Then, Kochou Shinobu gave instructions to Kanzaki Aoi and Kanao. Then he went into the house and made some preparations. The figure then flashed, and the girl's back suddenly disappeared in the courtyard. The expression on Su Chen's face suddenly restrained. He asked Xiao Kaihui who was standing beside him, is Shinobu so busy every day? Yes, Saihui said as a matter of course. In fact, there are a lot of ghosts in this world. Lord Shinobu must kill ghosts every day. Advertisement. Zhao King and Xiaocheng on the side couldn't help but add. In fact, it's been very hard for Shinobu-sama. Since Sister Kanae left, Shinobu-sama has been taking care of the butterfly house alone. But Lady Shinobu never complained to us about things outside. She always talked to us with a smile, just like a sister. Really, Su Chen fell into thought. To put it bluntly, Kochou Shinobu is just an 18-year-old girl. Everyone can see the efforts she has made to get to where she is today. But even though living is tiring, Kochou Shinobu still persists silently. It can be said that hatred is the only thing that has supported her to this day. Su Chen has lived in Butterfly House for a while and has experienced the beauty of this place. Especially Kochou Shinobu, he is really like an angel. There are no column-level shelves, and everyone in Butterfly House is treated approachably. Now that he knew Kochou Shinobu had to go on missions every night, Su Chen suddenly felt that he had been slacking off. So before it got completely dark, Su Chen started practicing with Kanao again. Learned all the remaining moves of flower breathing. In this way, Su Chen lived in the Butterfly House for a few more days. There is only about a week left until the showdown with Shinazugawa. He organized all the skills and insights he had learned recently. The first is the obvious improvement in my body. Su Chen brought over modern training methods. Not only do I do ironclad weighted running every day, I also do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. The amount of training gradually increased over time, and coupled with Su Chen's extraordinary understanding, on the fourth day he could clearly feel that his physical fitness had improved. Not only has my physical strength recovery speed increased significantly, but I can also run faster than before, and my lungs have become stronger. Su Chen began to hone his breathing method. I've been running all day and abusing my lungs with rapid breathing, so now I need to breathe slowly. Allow air to circulate all the way to your fingertips. Meditation can improve concentration, so Su Chen also meditates from time to time. During meditation, Su Chen found that he could consciously enter a wonderful state. He calls this state bullet time. In bullet time, the movement trajectories of everything around will subconsciously slow down in Su Chen's eyes, and his observation ability will be infinitely enhanced. Su Chen can detect not only the movements of the characters, but also the slightest movement around him. Like the compound eyes of a bee, Su Chen can see many things that are normally invisible. Advertisement. And in this state, Su Chen's learning ability is also terrifying. Because he often overuses his brain, Su Chen often feels tired and cannot use his time to exercise his body. So he divided half of his understanding into this so-called bullet time. When Su Chen feels that he needs to study, he will activate this state. On the contrary, when it is not needed, Su Chen can use his energy to do other things. In this way, Su Chen has not learned any new moves recently. But it drained every muscle and cell in my body. Even though it's tiring, you can grow as long as you persist. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. There are only 5 short days left until the duel in Shinazugawa. Kochou Shinobu has not returned from his mission. The medical room was already a little overwhelmed, so Su Chen learned medical skills and helped Kanzaki Aoi in his spare time. This made Su Chen familiar to the Demon Slayer members. What surprised Kanzaki Aoi and the patients was that no matter how serious the injury was, Su Chen could cure it. This made the Demon Slayers look at Su Chen with new eyes. Even a few days later, rumors spread that there was a male miracle doctor in Butterfly House. In response to this, Su Chen said that he was just helping out afterwards. As for medical skills, isn't that a very simple thing? Brother Su Chen, could you please go to the basement and look for some bandages? The ones that Shinobu-sama brought back earlier are all used up. Zhao King shouted towards the inner room while tidying up the room. Su Chen finished his epiphany and responded casually, okay. Then he headed towards the basement of the Butterfly House. The bandage was not found, but Su Chen did discover Kochou Shinobu's laboratory. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Chen walked in quietly. The instruments in the room were very messy, and on the table there were some professional documents and data notes with dense annotations written on them. However, the house as a whole looks very tidy, and it can be seen that Kochou Shinobu is a girl who usually loves cleanliness. Suddenly, Su Chen accidentally found a notebook on the table. The writing on it has dried and looks like it was written a few days ago. This should be a diary written by Kochou Shinobu before he set out. Su Chen opened it and took a look. Tuesday. Weather, sunny. Chapter 18. Su Chen is worried and asks Kanao to borrow Nichiren blades. I went out on a mission again today, but I still haven't found the ghost holding the metal folding fan that killed my sister. I have been on missions more often than any other pillar. I thought I could avenge my sister as soon as possible, but he hid too well. Today I saw another man-eating ghost. Ghosts are always like this. Not only do they tell lies all the time, but they also always want to eat my flesh. Friday. Weather, cloudy. Sister, I miss you so much. You know what? Sometimes people are scarier than ghosts. Many times I saved them but they didn't appreciate it at all. Some even said they wanted to become ghosts. I'm very angry and I want to kill them. But I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and I can't do that. Wednesday. Weather, rain. Sister, today I found a ghost that lives in peace with humans. I thought you were wrong, but now I believe it. Her name is Nezuko, and she's as cute as Kanao. I entrusted your dream to her brother. But I met a more interesting one. This page ends here. Looking at the content above, Su Chen deduced that the time was exactly when he traveled through time. I just don't know who Kochou Shinobu wrote for. Continue to the next page. But I met someone even more interesting. His name is Su Chen. Sister, do you know him? He is 3 years younger than me, the same age as Muichiro, but his talent is the best I have ever seen. I snatched him away from the Lord's meeting. Sister, you don't know how popular Su Chen is. All the pillars want him. Fortunately, I, your sister, am more skilled. But he seems to have had a big conflict with Mr. Shinazugawa, and he's yelling that he wants to fight. Monday. Weather, sunny. Sister, you know Su Chen, right? He is now powerful enough to tease me. And Kanao seems to like him very much. I thought this kid didn't want to talk to anyone except his sister, but I didn't expect Su Chen to open Kanao's heart. Tonight, I went to see Su Chen. He is still training very hard and has made great progress. I wanted to tease this kid, but Su Chen was unexpectedly straight and actually came right towards me. I was terrified. Doesn't Su Chen know that he shouldn't get so close to a girl except the one he likes? Sister, I gave him my breathing method. If possible, I want to take Su Chen as my stepson. Sister, do you think Su Chen will leave Butterfly House in the end? I found that I seem to like this child quite a lot. Tuesday. Weather, sunny to cloudy. Sister, I suddenly feel that Su Chen is a bit of a playboy. He is so young, but he is so smart. Advertisement. Sister, I see your shadow in him again. Even the way they wield swords is so similar. Wednesday. Weather, cloudy to sunny. Today I went to see the Lord, and the Lord praised Su Chen, and I was very happy. I have always regarded Su Chen as my younger brother, so it is a blessing to be praised by the Lord. I went to see Su Chen again tonight. Sister, do you know? Su Chen actually created a breathing method by himself. Bee breathing. It's a nice name. My brother Su Chen said it's a variation of bug breathing. Haha, I knew my bug breathing is very powerful. Sister, I plan to have Xiao Kui send another raven to inform the Lord of the news, so that Su Chen can get better treatment. Soon Su Chen finished reading another page of the diary. Su Chen subconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that the little girl Kochou Shinobu would think of him in this way. Have you always treated yourself as your younger brother? This girl probably doesn't know that my actual age is much older than her. When Su Chen saw that Kochou Shinobu hoped to be treated better, his heart was warmed again. What is written below? Su Chen continued to turn to the next page. There is another mission today. I heard that Chu Chushin discovered a lower-ranked demon, and he is very powerful. Mr. Tomioka is not here this time. The Lord asked me and the other team members to check the situation. Sister wishes me good luck. Snap. Su Chen closed the book, his eyes deep. Lower rank demon. Su Chen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. 5 days have passed since Kochou Shinobu set out. If it was really just a lower rank demon, Kochou Shinobu's strength wouldn't have delayed him for so long. Could it be the upper moon? After living here for so long, Su Chen has developed feelings for Butterfly House. Seeing that Kochou Shinobu hadn't come back for such a long time, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little worried. Brother Su Chen, haven't you found it yet? Zhao Qing's voice suddenly came from above. Immediately afterwards, hurried footsteps were heard above Su Chen's head. Brother Su Chen. Zhao Qing followed the path Su Chen had taken earlier and came to the basement. Advertisement. Through the corridor. Then Kochou Shinobu's laboratory was also opened. But there was no sign of Su Chen inside. Xiao Qing scratched her head in confusion. Strange, isn't Brother Su Chen here? ... Meanwhile, in Kanao's room. Su Chen came in without knowing when. Kanao, who was cleaning the room, saw Su Chen suddenly appear, and his heart skipped a beat. Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, Kanao, can you lend me your Nichiren blades? As he spoke, Su Chen placed his hand on Kanao's fingertips. I want to practice swordplay tonight. I'll return it to you tomorrow. Feeling the touch from the fingertips, Kanao's body trembled and her face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. ... Okay. Kanao stammered. The Nichiren blades were handed directly to Su Chen. After Su Chen got the knife, he found that Kanao had grabbed his hand again. Su Chen looked up and found that the girl's eyes were full of concern. Be careful, be careful. Su Chen was stunned. It seemed that she knew this, but she still lent him the Nichiren blades. However, Kanao has to stay to guard the Butterfly House, so for safety reasons, Su Chen cannot take her with him. Su Chen turned around and gave Kanao a hug. A unique body fragrance of a young girl entered Su Chen's nose. Su Chen leaned close to Kanao's ear and said in a voice that only Kanao could hear, wait for me to come back. Kanao's eyes widened and he waved his white hands around. Kanao stuttered even more. Okay. I have forgotten the language I learned with great difficulty. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of the scene where Su Chen demonstrated the bee breathing just now. I felt like a small flower, and Su Chen was the bee collecting nectar. Enjoy it like sweet honey and be hungry and thirsty for it. Kanao's cheeks turned red again. She wanted to try to touch Su Chen's back, but Su Chen had already let go of her. Chapter 19 Kochou Shinobu is injured. The first ghost Su Chen met. Su Chen. Kanao called softly. Su Chen replied gently. What's wrong? Kanao turned around, took out a bottle of purple liquid medicine from the drawer in the room, and said with courage, use this. Su Chen took it doubtfully. He sniffed and found the scent of wisteria. Su Chen understood immediately. Kanao probably heard that her breathing method required poison, so she ran to Kochou Shinobu's laboratory and stole a can. Su Chen looked at Kanao tenderly. The girl's face turned even redder, and her two fair little hands were tangled together like a knot. Su Chen suddenly grabbed Kanao's hand. Kanao's body trembled. In the sunset, the afterglow of the setting sun shines through the window, making Su Chen's face golden. Kanao seemed to see something different on that handsome face. What is it? The girl's blushing face said it all. Kanao couldn't help but stare in a trance. Su Chen smiled sweetly, showing a heartwarming smile. Thank you, I will bring Kochou Shinobu back. Yeah, Kanao's voice was smaller than a mosquito. When she wanted to say a few more words to Su Chen, she found that Su Chen had left the room. Kanao immediately ran to the window. The pace was so fast that he even used the flower breathing. She just kept waiting, silently guarding by the window waiting for a young man to appear again. Gradually, it got dark. Su Chen simply put on a mask in the room, then opened the door and slipped out. He came to the wisteria bushes in the courtyard and quietly picked a handful. At the same time, he carefully applied the venom he received from Kanao onto the sword. Su Chen simply poisoned the Nichiren blades. I went out in the dark. At the same time, in the room on the second floor of the Butterfly House, a pair of bright eyes were watching all this. Kanao leaned quietly against the window with a smile on his face. Advertisement. ... Dark night, on the way down the mountain. The figure of a young man jumped quickly among the mountains, like a walker in the dark night. In a flash, he jumped several meters away. This is the first time Su Chen leaves the Butterfly House. He ran in the direction Kochou Shinobu had left according to his memory. There are two main goals for this trip. The first is to find Kochou Shinobu and confirm his safety. After all, due to his own time travel, Su Chen had no idea how the subsequent plot would develop. Plus, this girl keeps wandering around everywhere, it would be bad if she met Doma. Second, Su Chen wanted to test the results of his training in recent days. He felt that he had made great progress, but without Kochou Shinobu as a sparring partner, Su Chen was unsure of the gap between himself and Zhu. He couldn't wait to test his strength. As for the upper ranks, I probably can't defeat them at my current level. But it's hard to say about the lower moon. As we all know, in the Demon Slayer world, the upper string is greater than the pillar is greater than the lower string, and the lower string is greater than ordinary team members. This level is universal. As for the levels of the Demon Slayer core members, they are purely for display. Except for the pillars, the other levels have no reference value at all. The full moon was high in the sky, and Su Chen's figure suddenly stopped. Looking at the hazy night in front of him, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Su Chen seems to be lost. Shit, I should have asked around at the butterfly house. But since there was no reason to go back now that he was out, Su Chen planned to find a random household to ask for directions. Looking around, I unexpectedly found an old man taking a walk in the mountains. Old man, how do we get to the mountains in autumn? This was the first sentence Su Chen uttered as he jumped over. Looking at the black masked man who suddenly appeared, he seemed to blend into the night. The old man's eyes went dark and he almost sent him straight to see the grandmother without seeing him off. The old man screamed. Fighting, fighting, fighting. Robbery. No, old man, you misunderstood. Su Chen quickly pulled down his mask. Sure enough, after seeing Su Chen's handsome face, which was second only to the reader, the old man felt much more at ease. How could such a handsome guy be a robber? It scared me. Advertisement. The old man covered his chest and said, young man, don't go out for a walk in the middle of the night. I have a weak heart. Yes, yes, yes. Su Chen quickly admitted his mistake. Then, sir, do you know how to get to the mountain in autumn? Autumn Mountain. The old man raised his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Su Chen took out a few coins from his pocket, which was the pocket money Kochou Shinobu gave him at that time. After seeing the money, the old man immediately remembered. I remember, this is Autumn Mountain, I wonder what the young man wants to know. Su Chen took out a piece of money and handed it to the old man. I'm here to see someone. She's a girl wearing a Kochou feather webbing. Have you seen her, old man? The old man shook his head. Oh, I'm old, I really can't remember. Su Chen stuffed all the money into the old man's pocket. No, no, no. The old man kept pushing the money into his pocket. Then he suddenly realized. Don't tell me, I really have seen it. The old man smiled and said, it mainly depends on whether you and I are destined to be together, otherwise I really wouldn't tell you. A few days ago, a group of young men came down the mountain. They all looked friendly. There was indeed a girl among them. Was she the one wearing the colorful haori? Su Chen nodded. The old man sighed and said, but the girl seems to be injured. I see a lot of blood on her sleeves. Injured. Su Chen frowned immediately. Kochou Shinobu is a pillar-level member, how could she be hurt? Is it really the rising string? Daki siblings, Gyoko, Hantengu. Or rather, Doma, old man, this place is a bit dangerous. I heard it's haunted, you know, so you'd better get down the mountain quickly. Su Chen felt a little heavy in his heart. When he heard the news, his heart immediately sank to the bottom. If Kochou Shinobu really met an upper rank, then the situation would be a bit bad. However, for now, we should get rid of this unarmed man first. Faced with Su Chen's urging, the old man walked calmly. As he walked, he said cheerfully, it's okay, uncle, I'll go shopping again. Don't you still have me here? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of God. Just as Su Chen was about to forcibly move the old man, he suddenly heard the rustling sound of falling leaves coming from a shadow behind the old man. The noise was very frequent, as if something was moving on the ground. Su Chen took a half step forward and protected the old man behind him. With the help of moonlight, Su Chen looked cautiously into the depths of the forest. In the hazy night, a pair of ferocious eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 20. Go up the mountain. Find out where Kochou Shinobu is. Rub. Nichiren blades responded. The bright light of the knife almost blinded the old man. Seeing Su Chen pulling out the knife from behind his butt, the old man's steps suddenly became much lighter. Young man, I'm just going to walk faster, why are you so impatient? Still pull it out, I can just give you my money back. Look at you, you said you were not a robber, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chen did not respond, but stared at the pair of eyes in the darkness. He pushed the old man away and said, Uncle, please step back. The next scene might be a bit bloody. The old man's anus tightened when he heard this. He looked back at Su Chen cautiously, and said with a pale face, then can you, be gentler? Su Chen shook his head. If you poke this thing lightly, it won't feel anything. You have to cut the meat off piece by piece. After hearing Su Chen's words, the old man was frightened. His steps were very fast and he ran away like a rabbit. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help nodding. It seemed that the old man was quite sensible. If he fights on his own he won't be able to protect the other party, so this old man is helping to lighten his burden. After the old man left, the shadows wriggling in the darkness no longer hid and slowly crawled out from the shadows. A tall humanoid creature suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. He was of sturdy build, with bulging muscles on his limbs and veins exposed on every inch of his skin. There was fishy saliva flowing from his mouth and his face looked hideous. He was as ugly as he could be. Suddenly a name appeared in Su Chen's mind. That's a ghost. Is this a ghost? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person carefully. This was the first time he saw a ghost, but it didn't seem as scary as he had imagined. Because the other party's movements while walking just now were full of flaws, Su Chen even thought that this guy was here to make fun of him. Someone has taken the bait again, he. The ghost showed a cruel smile and looked at Su Chen as if he was admiring a delicious food. You really are hungry. Su Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out the Nichiren blades that he had taken from Kanao. The ghost rushed towards Su Chen at the same time. After a moment, the two had a brief confrontation. Then there was a thud, and something seemed to hit the ground. The ghost had his limbs chopped off by Su Chen and fell to the ground like a human pig. How is this possible? The ghost widened his eyes and looked at his body. Advertisement. I found that I couldn't move at all except my head. And the cuts on its limbs also caused pain. The ghost looked down and found that his body was covered with purple and black pustules, which were very painful when touched. Damn it, what on earth have you done? The evil ghost bared his teeth and roared in the direction of Su Chen. Look at what you have done. Now I can't bite you. Hey, come closer and let me eat you, or you won't be able to grow limbs anymore. Su Chen stared at it indifferently. As Kochou Shinobu said in his diary, ghosts are not only greedy but also irrational. He has no hands or feet, so he needs others to feed him meat. I'm afraid you're just dreaming. Su Chen showed a disappointed expression. It seems that this ghost is not a lower-ranked ghost, otherwise why would it be so weak? I had only made a slight move, but it was already the limit of what the ghost could endure. Looking at the other person's painful expression, Su Chen analyzed it carefully. According to my understanding, evil spirits usually need to eat a large amount of flesh and blood in order to regenerate when they bleed a lot. So it's no wonder that the other party was so excited. He must be starving after suffering such serious injuries. So Su Chen stuffed the chopped-off ghost foot into the evil ghost's mouth, replenishing its energy a little. Then he said coldly, "Where is Kochou Shinobu? Woo woo woo, I'm going to eat your flesh." Bang! Su Chen directly gave the ghost a big sinus. The ghost was stunned and even blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. It bared its teeth again. "I'm going to eat you, kid." Phew. Seeing that the evil ghost was still baring its teeth, Su Chen didn't care anymore and directly pierced its crown with the Nichiren blades. Ah, a heart-wrenching feeling ran through the ghost's body, and he burst into tears in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. While the ghost was wailing, Su Chen took the opportunity to cut open several black and purple pustules on its body. At this point the pain intensified again. At this moment, in the ghost's eyes, Su Chen looked more like a ghost than himself. The evil ghost screamed with tears in his eyes, "Don't kill me. I will tell you everything." Su Chen couldn't help but nodded, and his understanding of ghosts deepened again. It seems that a certain amount of pain can still make ghosts obedient. Su Chen stopped what he was doing. Advertisement. The pain on the top of my head also stabilized. This time, the ghost didn't dare to show his teeth to Su Chen, but said carefully, "You are talking about a woman. I remember a woman wearing colorful clothes went up the mountain." "On the mountain," Su Chen murmured. He then asked, "What's on that mountain? How many ghosts like you are there?" The ghost was silent, apparently not daring to speak. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was not important enough in the other person's heart. We have to cut off a few more abscesses on the opponent. Seeing Su Chen move again, the evil ghost almost peed himself. He told out all the information he knew in one breath. Several, maybe dozens. I heard there might be 12 Kazuki among them. Really, there is actually a ghost named 12 Kazuki on this mountain. No wonder even Kochou Shinobu could be hurt. This 12 Kazuki is damn good. Su Chen pulled out the Nichiren blades and vented his anger with one blow. He chopped the ghost in front of him into powder. I feel a little better now. Su Chen looked at the mountain, and without thinking, he went up the mountain alone. Under the cover of night, the darkness gradually darkened. Except for the old man at the beginning, Su Chen didn't see anyone else along the way. I guess they all heard that a ghost had escaped here. With the help of moonlight, Su Chen's speed became faster and faster, and soon he found the ghost's traces again halfway up the mountain. Damn it, I didn't expect that woman's sword was poisoned. Looks like this hand can't be saved. If I could catch that chick, I would strip her naked and eat her up. Hearing the dirty talk coming from the bushes ahead, Su Chen rushed indecisively. This is a poisoned ghost. Su Chen saw the purple-black skin exposed on the other person's left arm at a glance. This is Kochou Shinobu's unique toxin. There was a hint of joy on both of their faces. Ghost. He, I didn't expect that food would be delivered to my door. The first thing the injured ghost thought of when he saw Su Chen was not to escape, but to eat Su Chen. It seemed as if the Nichiren blades on Su Chen's waist were just for show. This could not help but shock Su Chen. Are all the ghosts on the mountain in autumn so brave? Why don't they think about surviving when they are almost dead? Ghosts are indeed creatures that cannot feel pain. Su Chen drew out the Nichiren blades, and with a flash of his figure, he came directly behind the opponent. One sword fall. Chapter 21 Rokuro. But what Su Chen didn't expect was that the moment he was about to chop the other party, the ghost suddenly disappeared. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The abnormality was soon discovered. On the ground where the ghost just stood, a layer of bubbles like a swamp was slowly floating. Blood vampire magic. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he encountered a ghost that could perform blood magic. Moreover, this skill seems to be a bit similar to the skill of the first ghost Tanjiro met in the original plot. Without thinking, Su Chen jumped down. 10 seconds later, Su Chen swam up again. He grasped a hideous head in his hand and threw it to the ground in disgust. The ghost's words were exactly the same as the first ghost Su Chen killed. How is this possible? But what greeted him was Su Chen's sword. Nichiren blades pierced through his head from top to bottom. Tell me, where is Kochou Shinobu? Su Chen's voice sounded in the ghost's ear like a hell asura. The ghost's throat moved in fear, and a few words came out. Kochou Shinobu. Who is it? Oink oink. The ghost was chopped into powder by Su Chen again. Su Chen shook his head in disappointment. It seems that there is nothing to be learned. After wiping the Nichiren blades, Su Chen continued on his way. All the ghosts encountered along the way were killed with one sword. Except for the ghosts who know blood magic, no one can block Su Chen's second sword. This made Su Chen fully realize that his current strength seemed a little too strong for these ghosts. Just like that, Su Chen took a knife and chopped directly from the foot of the mountain to the top. But gradually, Su Chen found something wrong. The road ahead seemed a little familiar, especially the haystack right in front, which still had the sword marks from the time when I killed the ghost. Damn, didn't I just walk this road? Is he lost? Su Chen closed his eyes. Bullet time on. A sense of clarity suddenly came to my mind. In Su Chen's eyes, the surrounding scenery suddenly slowed down. The noisy wind in the air lost its sound. Advertisement. The fluttering birds in the forest no longer flapped their wings. The fish in the river was stuck at the moment of jumping out of the water. The silence in the mountains was inexplicably eerie. Everything around seemed to be paused, and Su Chen was the master of this area. Su Chen focused his attention on his eyes. Gradually, there seemed to be a breath of air before his eyes. It was a faint scarlet blood mist. Very thick and dense. Although he didn't know what this thing was, Su Chen was sure that it was this thing that was interfering with his sense of direction. But since he can see it, Su Chen has nothing to worry about. As the blood mist like red gauze was pushed aside, the scene in front of Su Chen finally began to change. The originally flat ground began to rise, and the sounds around gradually increased. Until Su Chen walked out of the red fog, and started heading towards the top of the mountain. Bullet time is off. In an instant, all the surrounding sounds returned. Su Chen closed his eyes and felt it carefully. The sounds of ghosts are different from those of other animals. Su Chen easily found them after a simple identification. In the end, Su Chen used his observation skills to analyze the road where he was most likely to encounter ghosts. Su Chen killed his way forward like a slash of slashing melons and vegetables. As time went by, Su Chen encountered fewer and fewer ghosts. Perhaps he himself didn't know that in fact, half of the ghosts in Chudian Mountain had been killed by him. Now the little ghosts in the mountain acted as if they saw a ghost when they saw Su Chen. As soon as the masked hero Su Chen shows up, they run away immediately. Su Chen reached the top of the mountain easily. An abandoned wooden house appeared in front of him. There were whispering sounds coming from inside. Don't worry, Lord Lower Moon. My blood demon art can confuse these people's sense of direction. They are still circling on the mountainside. I've found more than 100 demons down there. There's no way a demon slayer swordsman would come up here. The voice sounded rather timid, and contained a hint of flattery. Su Chen suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder he didn't meet Kochou Shinobu on the way. It turns out that he was trapped in the vampire magic. Combined with what the old man Yamashita said earlier, Kochou Shinobu might indeed be trapped here while injured. At this moment, another hoarse voice was heard in the room. Advertisement. You did a great job. I will report to Lord Muzan when I get back. You may leave now. Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The sound subsided. Then came the sound of footsteps coming towards Su Chen. Su Chen hid behind the door, waiting for the other party to come out. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and soon a slightly ferocious ghost head appeared from behind the door. There was still a smile on its face, showing that it had survived a disaster. But the smile didn't last long. Because the next moment, a Nichiren blade with a crocodile-shaped blade chopped off his head. The ghost didn't even react. Before he died, he saw Su Chen and his eyes suddenly widened. This ghost couldn't figure out how Su Chen got in no matter how hard he tried. Moreover, the opponent was able to chop off his head silently, so he must be a pillar-level person. Unfortunately, his mouth had disappeared and could not make any sound at all. The ghosts in the house had no idea what was happening outside. And just like that, the ghost died with a resentful look in his eyes. This should help to break his blood magic, right? Su Chen thought. Then he looked into the house and found that there was more than one ghost inside. Some were stuck on the walls, some were hanging from the ceiling, some were buried in the ground, and there was even one with a shot in the head that was standing there, staggering. There should be more than 10 ghosts in total, big and small, and their shapes are also strange. Maybe every ghost has the ability of blood ghost magic. The one standing between them should be the 12 Kazuki mentioned by the dead ghost just now. This ghost is much taller than the other ghosts, has a long beard, and looks like a middle-aged ghost in his prime. Especially his eyes. Su Chen, who had full observation points, could see it very clearly. The words, lower string, 2, were written in his eyes. Definitely 12 Kazuki. Su Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Isn't this the lower moon too, Rokuro? Su Chen remembered it very clearly. According to the plot, after the lower moon 5 lay of Nata Spider Mountain was killed, Muzan should have eliminated all the lower moons. Now it seems that I have intervened in advance. But it just so happened that Su Chen wanted to test his own strength and examine the results of his practice. Rokuro can be his opponent. However, the scene in front of him made Su Chen couldn't help but click his lips. Chapter 22. Kill Rokuro and fight against the lower moon 34, Wakuraba and Mukago. It seems that 12 Kazuki is not very friendly to his subordinates. He often shoots his subordinates in the head when teaching them a lesson. Not as considerate as the Demon Slayer Corps. As a good young man of the new era, Su Chen hates this kind of leader the most. Without even thinking, Su Chen kicked the door open. The loud noise immediately alarmed all the ghosts in the room. Human. All the ghosts stared at Su Chen as if they were facing a great enemy. Several people stared at each other, and the atmosphere became tense for a moment. A sound of metallic friction was heard. The masked Su Chen gently pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist, and a powerful aura immediately enveloped the entire room. Is it the pillar? The headless ghost was immediately horrified and said, how did he get to the top of the mountain? While being on guard against Su Chen, Rokuro looked outside the door and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no one else. Rokuro received information that the coming pillar should be a woman, and she will bring many team members with her. It shouldn't be the masked man in black in front of him. He's not a pillar. Rokuro's mood suddenly changed from gloomy to bright, revealing a cruel smile. It should be a little lamb that accidentally got lost, right? Not a pillar. After hearing what their leader said, the ghosts felt relieved. Hey, I thought it was something amazing, but it turns out to be just a little joke. I just happen to be a little hungry. It seems like there aren't enough for everyone to share with these skinny arms and legs. The ghosts couldn't help but laugh out loud. As long as the person who comes is not a pillar, in their eyes the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps are no different from food. But I didn't expect that a piece of food would suddenly appear here. The spider ghost hanging upside down on the ceiling couldn't help but tease the drunkard clinging to the wall. Old Duan, didn't you order the takeaway? How can it be? The ghost named Lao Duan had just opened his mouth when his voice suddenly stopped. A flash of cold light flashed across its head. Su Chen appeared behind the drunkard, holding the Nichiren blades high in his hand. Now, can anyone listen to me? Quiet. The whole place fell into deathly silence. Old Duan, who was smiling playfully in the last second, had his neck chopped off by the man in black in front of him in the next second. Su Chen's attack just now was so fast that all the ghosts had no time to react. This is definitely a pillar-level reaction speed. Advertisement. The spider ghost that fell on the ceiling was the first to react and suddenly spit out spider silk towards Su Chen. This is its blood vampire magic, spider web binding. As long as Su Chen touches it, he will be poisoned by the spider, and even Zhu will collapse to the ground. Spider ghost has already imagined the scene of himself avenging old Duan. But to its surprise, Su Chen's figure disappeared immediately when he activated the blood ghost technique. Su Chen, once again disappeared from everyone's sight. Heaven! A ghost exclaimed. All the ghosts looked up. Su Chen broke through the roof at some point and flew into the air. A deep voice called softly from Su Chen's mouth. Be breathing land form poisonous vortex. With the wisteria flowers he carried with him, Su Chen passed through the ghosts in the room at an extremely fast speed. Be breathing. Type 3 swaying dance. As soon as this move was made, Su Chen's speed increased again. He took advantage of the moment when the ghosts were paralyzed by the wisteria flowers to chop off the neck of each ghost one by one. All actions are completed in an instant. Only 2 seconds passed from the time Su Chen drew his sword to the time he stopped. But at this moment, Rokuro, who had been observing the situation, suddenly jumped up. Its hands were immediately covered in blood, and powerful might emanated from its body. I succeeded, Rokuro yelled, rushing directly towards Su Chen. Phew. Blood splattered, and Rokuro knelt on the ground in pain, covering his severed hands. It made an unbelievable sound. How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. A Shura-like voice sounded in Rokuro's ears. Su Chen's sword fell in front of Rokuro's neck, and the powerful aura made Rokuro unable to stop despair. The outcome of this battle has been decided. Rokuro's eyes were filled with fear at this moment. What did it just see? The man in black was clearly exhausted when he chopped off the head of the last ghost, but he found that his body suddenly regained vitality when he made the move. A palm that was extremely fast slapped him directly in the face. His own blood demon magic was also interrupted at this time. The next moment, the opponent's body suddenly began to vibrate at high speed again. Then his hand was chopped off. Advertisement. I was defeated in the first encounter. If I took the initiative to attack, I might even get my neck chopped off. Rokuro injected blood power into his hands, hoping to quickly grow limbs and continue fighting. But the next moment it was dumbfounded. Unable to regenerate. The broken part of his arm had grown densely packed purple pustules at some point, which was shocking just to look at. How is this possible? Rokuro tried to stand up, but the excruciating pain that followed made him kneel down again. At this moment, Su Chen rushed over again. Seeing this, Rokuro quickly jumped to the side to avoid having his neck cut off by Su Chen. But Su Chen chopped off both feet. From the ankle to the thigh, Su Chen shaved it neatly. Rokuro screamed in pain. This is impossible. Because it found that its severed legs could not be restored either. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. I smeared a high concentration of wisteria on the knife, so of course it's going to be hard for you to recover. The next moment Su Chen was about to cut off the opponent's neck. But Rokuro suddenly shouted. Mukago, what are you waiting for? Mukago, the fourth lower moon. Su Chen did not hesitate and decisively cut off Rokuro's neck. Sure enough, the next moment, a violent impact hit Su Chen's original position. Rokuro, whose neck was cut off, yelled, "Ya my dang. Why was it me who cut off your neck? Mukago, you idiot, couldn't you come out earlier?" No, I didn't know this man could be so fast. In Su Chen's sight, a new ghost suddenly appeared in the house. Snow-white hair with sharp corners, a round face and a pair of scarlet tearful eyes. The same words were written in her pupils as Rokuro's, Lower Moon 4. Two lower-ranking demons. Su Chen controlled the distance well, stood in the distance and began to observe the situation. As soon as Mukago appeared, he couldn't stop apologizing to Rokuro's head. This hypocritical scene made Su Chen feel quite uncomfortable. All right, Rokuro, since your head has been chopped off, just die in peace. At this time, another strange voice came to comfort Rokuro. I don't know when, a ghost appeared in the room. This ghost was completely different from Mukago, being a tall and thin ghost with horrible scars all over his face. Written in his pupils, 3 centipedes lower. Waning Moon, Wakuraba. Chapter 23 Bullet Time. Su Chen was backstabbed, another lower-ranking ghost. Su Chen subconsciously clenched the Nichiren blades. Things were beginning to get a little out of his control. As far as Su Chen knew, ghosts generally would not act in groups unless ordered by that person. It's not that he was worried that his strength would be exhausted here, but Su Chen was afraid that Kanao would find out his flaws after he returned home injured. After all, Su Chen didn't want others to worry about him. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen slowly closed his eyes. Wakuraba, why didn't you come out to save me earlier? I am your superior. You be asterisk 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 D. Rokuro shouted angrily, blaming Wakuraba and Mukago for not saving it immediately. Wakuraba stepped directly on the disappearing head of Rokuro with his stinky feet, because as long as you die, I will be the lower moon too. Ha 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 ha. Mukago cried but did not speak. Apparently she thought so too. Trust between ghosts is like this. They are extremely selfish creatures. As long as there is something that benefits them, they will use any means to get it. At this time, Rokuro can be said to have received his due punishment for his evil deeds. At the last moment of dissipation, Rokuro glared at Su Chen fiercely. He finally vented his anger on the only human in the room. He really couldn't understand why Su Chen didn't just think about dodging, but cut his own neck first. It's all this human's fault. If his Nichiren blades hadn't cut his neck, he wouldn't have died. I am still the one who is high above everyone else and enjoys the power. But there is no if in all this. Su Chen finally cut off his head. Ha ha ha. Rokuro suddenly laughed crazily. The two lower ranks looked at it in confusion, thinking that Rokuro had gone mad before dying. But Rokuro knew that they had made a huge mistake. Without Rokuro, the two of them would still die at the hands of this mysterious man in black. Ha ha ha. Rokuro laughed so hard that tears came out. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. At the last moment of dissipation, its smile suddenly disappeared. With a desperate face, I'll wait for you in hell. This sentence made the ghost shudder. Advertisement. Mukago was sensitive to begin with, and after hearing what Rokuro said, he got goosebumps all over his body. Wakuraba also subconsciously looked at Su Chen. It can be seen that Su Chen now has his eyes closed, and does not show any intention of attacking or escaping. Stay where you are and don't move. It seemed as if he had given up resistance. But at this time, Su Chen's brain had entered high-speed operation mode, and the movements around him slowed down for him. In this state, Su Chen's mental energy will be consumed rapidly. But learning ability and combat reaction will increase significantly. Bullet time. Normally he wouldn't use it, but facing two lower-ranked demons at the same time, even Su Chen didn't dare to be careless. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Bizarre black auspicious cloud patterns are all over the body. Wakuraba and Mukago looked at each other, and the two lower-ranked demons rushed towards Su Chen at the same time, one in front and one behind. But for Su Chen now, too slow. The movement trajectories of the two ghosts were disassembled and reassembled by Su Chen like a formula. You discovered something fishy, and observed the opponent's moves. You found that the opponent only used dirty moves, had no martial ethics, and was very disgusting. You disdained to observe. You observed the body structure of a ghost and found it disgusting, so you disdained to observe it. You see a ghost crawling towards you at a very fast speed on the ground. You think this action is very shameful and disgusting, and you disdain to watch it. The ghost attacks. You try to dodge, and your body gradually adapts to the opponent's rhythm. Your understanding of footwork deepens, and you gain something, creating the ghost footwork. Closing square bracket. The other party used the blood ghost technique, ghost fog on you. You don't understand it, but you are shocked. You try to imitate it by speeding up your own vibration frequency and promoting blood circulation. With one thought, you create B breathing type 8 vampire B fang. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Your observation is over. The other party has nothing worth observing anymore. Swish. A flash of cold light suddenly appeared. Su Chen raised the tip of his sword and swung out hundreds of strikes in 2.5 seconds. With each flick of the knife, Su Chen could accurately cut off a tiny piece of bone from the ghost's body. The screams of ghosts rang out one after another. Su Chen is like an artist, using the Nichiren blades in his hands as strings and the bodies of the two lower strings as instruments. Every time Nichiren blades provoked, Wakuraba and Mukago would scream like a mixture of two sopranos. The harder Su Chen pushed, the more miserable they screamed, as if they were performing the swan song of life. The whole process lasted a full minute. Advertisement. 1 minute later, Nichiren blades are sheathed and bullet time runs out. Su Chen quickly distanced himself from the two ghosts. Behind him were scattered bones. Dance one song. There are a total of 156 notes, corresponding to 156 bones. Su Chen directly cut off all 78 joints of the two lower strings. Wakuraba and Mukago collapsed to the ground like two boneless chicken feet. Why are you so strong? Mukago looked at his body, which was recovering slowly, and couldn't help but scream in despair. Wakuraba was unusually silent, because it discovered a horrible fact. Since Su Chen can chop off their bones, does it mean that the other party can also chop off their heads? Is the gap between my strength and the pillars really that big? Why can the upper rank kill the pillar, but I can't? Wakuraba showed an unwilling expression. He became a ghost in order to achieve immortality and power. But now seeing that Su Chen, who was so young, possessed a power that he might never be able to achieve in his entire life, he finally lost his mind. How is this possible? He and Mukago started yelling together. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the two puddles of mud and said helplessly. Save your energy. If you weren't still useful to me, you would have died long ago. Your name is Mukago, right? Can you cry a little quieter? It's too ugly. And that guy called Wakuraba, could you please turn your head away? He's too ugly and pollutes my eyes. Su Chen is very tired now. He needs to rest for a while because he has overused his brain. But Mukago cried so loudly that it seriously disturbed its rest. So Su Chen simply chopped off Luo Yi's head. Mukago finally lowered his voice a little upon seeing this. Su Chen sat down again. A strong feeling of fatigue came over him. The excessive use of bullet time just now caused Su Chen's mental strength to suffer serious damage. Now, any random ghost could probably hurt him, right? Su Chen exhaled, intending to use breathing techniques to recover some strength. But suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. A sharp weapon stabbed straight into Su Chen's back. Chapter 24. Kill the two strings. Su Chen dissects the darkness of human heart. Su Chen poured the last of his strength into his hands. Shadowless hand. A black shadow was blown away by Su Chen. Fortunately, the opponent seemed very weak and was unable to stand up for a long time after being knocked to the ground by Su Chen. Su Chen covered the wound on his back and took 2 breaths of cold air. He was practicing breathing techniques just now, and the sudden injury caused Su Chen's lungs to suffer a certain degree of damage. Fortunately, no important organs on the back were injured. Moreover, the wound was not deep, and it seemed that the opponent was not very strong, so it should be a very weak ghost. But when the dark shadow in the distance slowly stood up, Su Chen was stunned. Uncle, the person in the shadow was the old man we met at the foot of the mountain. No wonder he doesn't have much strength. Although his mental strength was exhausted, he remained on guard against ghosts at all times. Even the weakest ghost could be detected by him. But the human Su Chen subconsciously did not take it into consideration, which gave the old man a chance to take advantage of. But, why did the old man want to assassinate himself? How did you get to the top of the mountain? The next moment, the old man gave Su Chen the answer. What are you doing? The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glared and roared, look at what you have done. How can I become a ghost if you all kill me? The old man found it hard to accept the mess in the room for a moment. He had clearly put in a huge amount of effort, and he was going to become a ghost tonight. But Su Chen ruined it all. In such a huge house, there was only one female ghost left. The helpless and furious old man finally vented all his anger on Su Chen. Su Chen fell silent for a rare moment. You know what? Sometimes people are scarier than ghosts. Many times I saved them but they didn't appreciate it at all. Some even said they wanted to become ghosts. At this time, Su Chen finally understood what Kochou Shinobu meant in his diary. Sometimes, human hearts are scarier than ghosts. They will help ghosts to harm their own kind, and even become one of them for their own desires. At this moment, Su Chen understood everything. Why are there people at the foot of the mountain when it is clearly full of ghosts? Why didn't the first ghost he met go after the old man first, but instead targeted him first? Even Su Chen couldn't understand why Kochou Shinobu was injured at first, because Su Chen didn't find any trace of the upper string here. But Su Chen overlooked another factor. That's human. Advertisement. Su Chen finally understood how Kochou Shinobu was injured. His eyes grew colder. The wound on my back felt like a thorn in my side, burning me like the sun. Soon, the old man took action again. He saw Mukago sobbing on the ground, and with the last glimmer of hope he immediately rushed to Mukago's mouth. Please, turn me into a ghost. I have cancer and I'm going to die soon. Please, I don't want to die. Please let me live. The old man was in tears and looked extremely pitiful. Mukago blinked, glanced at the old man, and then bit the old man's neck directly. The old man was delighted. The next moment he died. Su Chen watched all this indifferently. The contents of Kochou Shinobu's diary came to my mind again. I'm very angry and I want to kill them. But I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and I can't do that. What does the ghost-killing person have to do with me, Su Chen? After putting aside these unrealistic thoughts in his mind, Su Chen silently raised the knife in his hand. Walked towards Mukago. Mukago was still wolfing down the old man's flesh. There was some minced meat on the corner of her mouth, and she looked very hungry. Facing Su Chen holding a knife, he had no reaction at all. Su Chen stared at her silently. Although the poison of wisteria flowers will inhibit the regeneration of ghosts, the poison will be weakened accordingly if the ghost is supplemented with a large amount of flesh and blood. Su Chen kept this in mind. Watching Mukago swallow the last bite of meat with relish, Su Chen picked up the knife and chopped off her limbs. Mukago finally couldn't hold it anymore. Why? Why do you do this to me? Obviously, if I survive, I will become the second upper rank. Obviously, if I kill you, I will be qualified to fight against the upper ranks. Why is the world so unfair? No, I can't die. Never. Phew. Su Chen slashed at Mukago again with an expressionless face. The accompanying wisteria flower toxin made Mukago scream in pain. Perhaps knowing that he couldn't escape, Mukago suddenly laughed crazily. Hey, you are concerned about that Kochou girl, right? Our people stabbed her. She should have been the one to die tonight. Lord Doma really likes this girl. Advertisement. I think when Lady Doma eats every last morsel of her flesh, I can get a share too. Hee hee hee. Click. Snap, 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 snap. Su Chen raised his knife and chopped the demon head in front of him into powder with Nichiren blades. But after doing all this, Su Chen did not stop. Instead, he continued swinging the Nichiren blades and cut a half-meter hole in the floor before finally stopping. Doma, that name again. Unexpectedly, the leader of the demons, Kibutsuji Muzan, would agree to let Doma gather the people to act, which was beyond Su Chen's expectations. Just as Su Chen lowered his head in thought, there was some movement beside me. Su Chen turned his head indifferently. It turned out that the previous Wakuraba was not yet dead, and its head had already crawled next to Mukago's headless body. While the female corpse was still there, Wakuraba opened his mouth and started to eat it like a wolf. You are really hungry. Su Chen shook his head lightly. Then he walked up to the opponent and performed a skull-crushing operation on Wakuraba as well. Yidao sent the other party away. Night. The group marched in a mighty procession across the halfway point of Autumn Mountain and headed towards the top of the mountain. They were dressed in black, with a Nichiren blade on their waists and a big, Mie, character written on the back. The leader was a young girl. She wore a rainbow-colored haori, and her purple-black hair was tied up high with an exquisite Kochou hairpin. But at this time her hand seemed to be injured, and bright red blood stained half of her sleeve. Master Shinobu, please stop and rest for a while. Seeing how hard Kochou Shinobu was working, a team member couldn't help but step forward and say something. But Kochou Shinobu shook his head. They have been here for several days. If they delay any further, the situation will be reversed in an instant. The enemies on the mountain were smart and knew they could not defeat them, so they began to use various blood magic to interfere with them, trying to trap them alive on the mountain. In addition, Kochou Shinobu was also injured in a sudden attack by an old woman at the foot of the mountain, and the team's strength was reduced for a while. Why do ghosts gather together? Kochou Shinobu has been thinking about this question. Is it the ghost holding the fan? She suddenly remembered the disgusting figure. Apart from that ghost, Kochou Shinobu couldn't think of anyone else who had the power to command all the ghosts. Just at this moment, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps suddenly pointed ahead and said excitedly, "Look, the road ahead has changed." Chapter 25 Kochou Shinobu's Worries, New Pursuer Nightmare. Changed. Kochou Shinobu looked up. The surrounding mountains and forests suddenly disappeared, and a simple wooden house suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone walked in at once. The scene in the house shocked everyone. Thick bloodstains covered the room, and there were signs of fighting everywhere. Moreover, it seemed that a short time had passed and the bodies of some ghosts had not yet completely dissipated. Someone killed these ghosts before them. Who did this? Could it be that other pillars came here beforehand? It's amazing. There are so many ghosts here. Who did this? This hole is too big. The knife marks on it seemed to have been cut by someone. All the team members were stunned. They gathered around the battle traces left by Su Chen and kept watching. Kochou Shinobu was walking around the room. For some reason, seeing all this gave her a familiar feeling in her heart. Until Kochou Shinobu stopped in front of a corpse. This is a headless corpse with an eyeball scattered next to it. The word 3 is written on the eyeball. Kochou Shinobu's pupils shrank. 12 Kazuki was killed, but her superiors only assigned her as the pillar, and the other pillars had their own tasks. Who killed this 12 Kazuki? What is this? Kochou Shinobu noticed something strange on the corpse next to him. The muscles on the ghost corpse were bulging abnormally, the skin on it had turned black and purple, and there were many pustules of varying sizes. Wisteria flowers are poisonous. Someone killed these ghosts with wisteria poison. But I am the only one in the Demon Slayer Corps who uses wisteria flower poison. Who else would? Wait. Kochou Shinobu thought of someone. Su Chen. A few days ago before he set off, Su Chen demonstrated the breathing of the bee to Kochou Shinobu, and specifically emphasized that this is also a breathing method that can use poison. Were these ghosts killed by Su Chen? Poison is easy to deal with, as we have specially prepared toxins in our laboratory. But how did he get to the mountain one step ahead of me and kill these ghosts one step ahead of me? There were so many questions in his mind that Kochou Shinobu couldn't digest them all for a while. Her beautiful eyes swept across the room subconsciously. Su Chen was not seen. Fine. Su Chen should be fine. There's blood. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps suddenly exclaimed. Advertisement. Kochou Shinobu came to the team member who spoke up like lightning. Get out of the way. Let me see. Kochou Shinobu's appearance frightened the team member. It was the first time that the team members saw Kochou Shinobu show any expression other than a smile. Kochou Shinobu squatted down in a panic and carefully examined the bloodstains on the ground. Kochou Shinobu is not only the insect pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, but also a highly skilled pharmacist. Her biochemical skills are just as good as her swordsmanship. With just one glance, Kochou Shinobu recognized that the bloodstain in front of him was not Su Chen's. This pool of blood is yellowish-brown in color. The carrier should suffer from liver disease or obstructive gallbladder disease and is usually older. But Su Chen does not have these diseases and is still very young. Kochou Shinobu concluded that this was not left by Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I regained my smile, I heard a voice from next door, "There's more here." Whoosh! Kochou Shinobu flew over again. With just one glance, she could tell that this pool of water was most likely Su Chen's. The bloodstains are bright with a hint of dark, which is actually very healthy blood, but it gradually changes color as it leaves the human body. The slightly dark red color indicates that the body's oxygen carrying capacity is reduced, so the blood appears slightly dark red. Su Chen is injured. Kochou Shinobu's face changed drastically and her body trembled continuously. The teammate next to him noticed that Kochou Shinobu was acting strange and couldn't help asking, "Master Shinobu, are you okay?" After hearing the concern of his teammates, Kochou Shinobu smiled. It's okay, now that the ghost has been eliminated, let's go back first." After saying that, there was a whoosh. Without waiting for the other team members to catch up, Kochou Shinobu left in a hurry. The Demon Slayer Corps members who remained in the house looked at each other in bewilderment. They always felt that Lord Shinobu seemed a little different from usual. After thinking about it, everyone slowly followed. Infinite City. Muzan looked at the two remaining lower-rank warriors in front of him and fell into deep thought. For a moment he wondered if he had remembered it wrongly. Could it be that the person who died on that spider mountain was not just exhausted? Fortunately, Muzan had memory sharing. He closed his eyes and quickly searched the memories of the other three lower ranks. The space suddenly became quiet. In the Infinite City, rows of tall buildings are rotating in an intertwined manner. The buildings rolled slowly, and crosstalk continued in this empty city. Kaminu raised his head cautiously. I could hardly hide the smile on my face. Who among my family members understands? I just had a quick nap at home, and when I woke up I found myself in Lord Muzan's house. And almost all of his leaders are dead. I am about to rise to the top and be promoted directly from Lower Moon 6 to Lower Moon 2. Advertisement. 4 levels in a row. What is the concept? It is equivalent to avoiding 50 years of detour. Such a great happy event happened to me, Kaminu. When Kaminu thought about his upcoming promotion, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, a cold voice came from above Kaminu's head. Kaminu's smile suddenly stopped. I asked you what you were laughing at. The man continued to ask. It's Master Muzan's voice. Kaminu was almost scared to death. He pressed his head hard to the ground, and sweat instantly flowed from his forehead. At this time, Muzan had already digested the memories of the other 3 lower ranks. It got even angrier. Veins on his face were exposed one by one due to his emotions. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th lower strings were killed. There's only one thing I want to ask, why are the lower rank demons so weak? Kaminu lowered his head, not daring to look at Muzan. In my heart, I kept muttering, get off work. Why are you telling us this kind of thing? Telling us such a thing. Muzan's voice suddenly came. Kaminu was numb, thinking he was screwed. It forgot that its boss could read its mind. How come it's over? Keep talking. Muzan was so angry that he almost laughed. His employees didn't even listen carefully when he was giving a lecture. With a click, Kaminu had his neck broken by Muzan from a distance. Nakime upstairs couldn't help shaking her head when she saw this. The company laid off employees again. You have to work hard. Then, Muzan turned his gaze to the lower one Nightmare and said in a cold tone, what about you? What do you have to say? Nightmare was stunned for a moment, then he showed an intoxicated smile. I'm ready. What followed was a high emotional intelligence speech of several hundred words. Muzan was delighted. Directly add blood to Nightmare. Nakime upstairs couldn't help nodding again, and silently memorized the speech of the outstanding employee representative in her heart. Go kill this man when you have time. Muzan teleported the figures he had just seen from the lower moon 2, 3, and 4 to Nightmare. This is a young man wearing a black robe and a black veil. At this moment, all of Su Chen's battle footage was transmitted to Nightmare. The Nightmare took 2 seconds to digest. Then he nodded obediently to indicate that he remembered it. The next moment, with Muzan's order, a sound of piano rang out, and the enhanced version of Nightmare was sent out of Infinite City. Chapter 26. Shinobu, are you angry? A hint of dawn passed across the horizon. It was almost dawn when Kochou Shinobu returned to the butterfly house. She briefly said goodbye to the only team member who caught up with her, and then walked towards the butterfly house. In the dim sunlight, Kochou Shinobu saw a figure waiting for him at the door. Su Chen. Why is he sitting here? Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be safe. At this time Su Chen also saw Kochou Shinobu. He stood up and walked towards Kochou Shinobu. A ray of light sneaked out from the gap between the clouds, shone down, and reflected on Su Chen's face. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but stare at it in a daze. The two were getting closer and closer. Kochou Shinobu then realized that Su Chen was holding a bandage in one hand and a small medicine box in the other. She smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Mr. Su Chen, are you waiting for me?" Su Chen did not answer Kochou Shinobu's words, but walked over and held Kochou Shinobu's hand directly. Kochou Shinobu's head immediately felt numb. Seeing Su Chen holding her hand, she somehow did not resist. Su Chen spoke with foresight. "Are you injured? Kochou Shinobu is a great help." Only then did he realize that Su Chen was not taking advantage of him, but had seen the injury on his hand. Although she tried her best to hide it, her little thoughts were still discovered by Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu felt a little guilty for some reason. "No. No. Come with me." Su Chen and Kochou Shinobu sat in front of the door. He opened the medicine box and lifted up the other person's sleeves. Kochou Shinobu has very thin arms and fair skin. It is hard to imagine that such small arms can lift such heavy Nichiren blades. With the arms fully revealed, Su Chen also saw the wound clearly. A cut caused by a blunt object ran from the wrist to the elbow. Su Chen frowned and disinfected Kochou Shinobu's wound meticulously. "It hurts." Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but let out a soft moan. "Don't move. The wound has not been treated for a long time and has begun to become inflamed." Su Chen held Kochou Shinobu's arm tightly, his eyes focused. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but feel a little strange. Normally, she was used to handling these minor injuries herself. "It doesn't hurt at all." Advertisement. But she felt so painful when Su Chen sat next to her. Although the wound was painful, Su Chen was extremely careful. The cold medicine seemed particularly warm when applied to his arm. Unconsciously, Su Chen gradually overlapped with a figure in Kochou Shinobu's mind. "Sister." Kochou Shinobu blurted out. Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Kochou Shinobu speechlessly. Why do all girls like to call him sister? I didn't even wear women's clothes. Did I ask for Su Chen's opinion before changing my gender privately? Su Chen, who was extremely vengeful, moved the medicine in his hand towards Kochou Shinobu's armpit. The girl suddenly laughed like a silver bell. "Ha ha ha, you are so bad, Mr. Su Chen." "So I stopped. Don't want." After saying that, Kochou Shinobu regretted it. "Why am I so unreserved? Su Chen is my younger brother. What on earth are you thinking about?" But Su Chen didn't seem to hear it, which made Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Shinobu, are you still angry?" Su Chen suddenly raised his head and stared straight into Kochou Shinobu's eyes. The name also changed from Sister Shinobu to just Shinobu. You can see Kochou Shinobu's expression stiffen for a moment. "Mr. Su Chen, what did you just say?" Su Chen repeated his words. "I said, you are angry." Kochou Shinobu was silent. Her smile disappeared without a trace. "Yeah, maybe I've always been angry. Ever since my sister, Kochou Kanao, was murdered by a demon. Every time I see people shed tears because their important people were taken away by ghosts. Whenever I hear their desperate cries. Whenever I can't hold the knife and chop off a demon's head. Anger is accumulating and swelling in my heart, and deep in my body there is an inextinguishable disgust." As he spoke, Kochou Shinobu's wound became more and more painful. The pain was so severe that she wanted to let Su Chen know. "My sister entrusted me with her dream before she died, but I can't do it at all. I'm a little tired. Ghosts always lie. In order to protect themselves, they are irrational and will kill people based on their blatant instincts. I can't forgive them at all." Advertisement. "Perhaps, all I can do now is to make my sister like my smile and not stop." Kochou Shinobu's eyes dimmed quickly, and he pulled his hand out of Su Chen's arms. "I'm sorry, Su Chen-jun, I talked a little too much today. Thank you for the bandage. Please take good care of yourself in the future." A hint of paleness gradually appeared on the horizon. The girl's figure had disappeared at the door. Kanzaki Aoi, who had just gone out, was about to come out to pour water when she saw Su Chen sitting alone at the doorstep, silently packing up his things. "Mr. Su Chen, have you practiced sword all night?" Kanzaki Aoi stared at Su Chen blankly. Suddenly, an inexplicable gap appeared in my heart. That means people who are better than you work harder than you. Kanzaki Aoi feels this way now. Just as Kanzaki Aoi was about to urge Su Chen to take a rest, Xiao Kaihui's voice suddenly came from the room. "Master Shinobu is back." Kanzaki Aoi hurried back. Su Chen packed up simply and then walked into the room. At the same time, in the boudoir on the second floor of Butterfly House. A curtain slowly dropped as Su Chen left. Through the faint sunlight, you can still see a pair of young girls' eyes behind the window. ... Su Chen was really tired. He fainted almost as soon as he stepped through the door. It was already afternoon when he woke up. Su Chen opened his eyes. The first person to see was Kanao. Kanao was seen kneeling quietly beside him, looking at Su Chen quietly. After finding out that Su Chen woke up, Kanao opened his mouth and held Su Chen's hand tightly. But he just refused to speak. Su Chen smiled. He thought that he must have fainted when he came back and scared the girls. At this time, Kanzaki Aoi also came over with a small cake. "Kanao, don't always hold Mr. Su Chen's hand. This is not conducive to Mr. Su Chen's rest." Kanzaki Aoi placed the small cake on the table. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Chen who had woken up. Kanzaki Aoi immediately shouted excitedly. "Mr. Su Chen has woken up. Kanao, why don't you call us?" Zhao King Xiaocheng Xiaosaihui, Mr. Su Chen has woken up. Kanzaki Aoi hurried to the corridor and shouted to the next room. After a while, Su Chen heard footsteps coming from next door. Chapter 27 Meeting. The two brothers Rengoku Kyujiro. The three little girls immediately gathered in front of Su Chen. Brother Su Chen, you finally woke up. When you suddenly fell this morning, I was scared. I thought Mr. Su Chen was injured. Wow, Brother Su Chen, I thought you would never wake up again. How long have I been unconscious? Su Chen covered his head and sat up. It seems that it is because I overused my brain before. Su Chen is currently unable to freely control the long-term use of bullet time. He looked around. Kochou Shinobu was not seen. At this time, Zhao King said, Brother Su Chen, do you know that Master Shinobu came back this morning? Su Chen pretended to be surprised. Really? That's really great. Kanzaki Aoi picked up a handkerchief and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen was washing his face while listening to the other party saying, Master Shinobu has taken care of you all day this morning. The three little girls also hurriedly added. When Master Shinobu saw the wound on Brother Su Chen's back, he was terrified. I've never seen Shinobu-sama look so anxious. Yes, Brother Su Chen, you should be more careful during training next time. I have never seen such a big wound. Hearing this, Su Chen touched his back. I found out that the back had indeed been processed by someone. There were also several bandages wrapped around his waist, which carried a faint scent of wisteria. Su Chen smiled. Where is Shinobu now? Master Shinobu has gone to see the Lord. Kanzaki Aoi did not notice Su Chen's change in addressing Kochou Shinobu. She also said that if Mr. Su Chen wakes up, she should be informed immediately. Yes, Brother Su Chen, let me tell you. Zhao King was about to speak when Kanao suddenly stood up. He blocked Su Chen behind him like a protective child. Stop talking, Su Chen needs to rest. This was the first time Kanao spoke loudly. Kanzaki Aoi and the three little girls were stunned. Seeing the looks from his sisters, Kanao immediately reacted. Her little face turned red in an instant. Just now she just felt it was too noisy and wanted to stop her sisters. But she herself didn't expect her reaction to be so big. In the end, Su Chen smoothed things over. It's okay, Kanao, please sit with me for a while. Zhao King, Xiaocheng, Xiaonahui and Xiaokui should go and do their work first. Advertisement. Although a few little girls still want to stay here. But Kanzaki Aoi was very observant and could tell that Su Chen wanted to be alone with Kanao. So they took all the children out. Then we will leave first, Mr. Su Chen. You should have a good rest. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you. With a creak, the door was closed. Suddenly, Su Chen and Kanao were the only ones left in the room. Su Chen looked at Kanao silently. The girl's face was very red at this time, and she almost fainted when she found Su Chen was staring at her. Kanao. Su Chen called softly. Kanao was still immersed in his own world and did not hear Su Chen's shout. Su Chen's tone was still gentle. Kanao. Ah. Kanao turned his head and looked at Su Chen shyly. Su Chen spoke slowly. I'm so sorry for breaking your Nichiren blades yesterday. No. It's okay. Kanao waved his hands quickly, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Su Chen. Is it really okay? Su Chen came up to me without knowing when. The distance between the two people quickly narrowed. The boy's eyes were fixed on her. Kanao jumped up like a frightened deer. Su Chen's hot breath made her little face red. This made Kanao even more embarrassed. Su Chen smiled wickedly. I'd better not tease this girl anymore. But he still asked, Kanao, does it affect you if you don't have the Nichiren blades? Kanao did not respond. Just like before, she just stood there blankly. I don't know what's going on in that little head. Ah, Kanao reacted immediately. Su Chen, what did you say? Su Chen waved his hand. It's okay. I thought I should make a Nichiren blades for Kanao myself in the future. It shouldn't be a problem to just learn it by yourself when the time comes. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. The training ground of the pillar. The sun is scorching. The flame pillar training ground. Advertisement. The two brothers Rengoku Kyujiro and Rengoku Senjiro stood upright in the sun, having been waiting for a long time. Finally, Qian Sholang couldn't help himself and said, Brother, why do we have to wait for that guy named Su Chen? Rengoku Kyujiro's eyes widened and he replied in high spirits, because we have to wait for Mr. Su Chen to arrive. I heard such a strong and powerful response. Chidori was completely stunned. He's really my brother. Chishiro wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but say, but do we have to stand in the sun and wait? Of course. Kyujiro's eyes seemed to be emitting flames, because this is practice. The scorching sun shines on Kyujiro, making his figure appear extremely tall and straight. Just when Senjiro was about to back out. In the distance, two small figures finally appeared. You are too slow. After both parties gathered, Senjiro said with some dissatisfaction. Sorry, something delayed me today. Su Chen simply apologized and then looked at the flame pillar beside him. Rengoku Kyujiro. This person was wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform inside and a red and white cloak outside. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his eyes are bright and sharp. This is Su Chen's first review of Rengoku Kyujiro. Su Chen lowered his head. Sure enough, his sword was also in the shape of flame, just like in the original story. Hello, what are we training for? A girl's voice suddenly sounded. The two Rengoku brothers then noticed Kanao behind Su Chen. Originally, Su Chen didn't plan to bring Kanao with him. But Kanao insisted on going. When asked why, she didn't say anything and just followed Su Chen blankly. Seeing the other person's big, determined eyes, Su Chen thought, forget it. It's not a big deal to bring a girl along. I might as well bring him along and practice with him. However, Su Chen didn't expect that Kanao would dare to speak to a stranger. She is so hesitant when talking to herself, how come she speaks so naturally to others? Originally, Su Chen thought that Kanao's heart disease had not yet healed. But now it seems that Su Chen doesn't know what is going on either. We are not going to train today. Instead, we are going to conduct a test on Mr. Su Chen. Kyujiro first answered Kanao's question. Then the body that had been standing in the sun for several hours finally moved. He looked at Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, long time no see. Chapter 28. Test of the Flame Pillar, Summary of Su Chen's Skills. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Mr. Rengoku, the last time we met was in the Lord's mansion, right? Kyujiro laughed. Ha ha ha, yes, now we finally meet again. The two exchanged pleasantries. Later, Chidori couldn't stand it anymore, so he pulled his elder brother's hand and signaled him to get down to business. Su Chen glanced at Qian Sholang. He remembered that this was Senjiro's personality. He can still reveal his true nature when Kyujiro is around, but will instinctively hide behind his big brother when there are strangers hiding. Kyujiro patted his brother's head lovingly. Then Mr. Su Chen, let's go in and talk first. Su Chen nodded. Okay. Then he took Kanao and the Rengoku brothers and walked into the training ground. As soon as I entered the door, a wave of heat came up. Su Chen looked around and found that this place was basically the same as the place where Yinzu trained his team members in the original story. It seems that Kyujiro usually does some basic training here. But what did Kyujiro mean by test before? Thinking of this, Su Chen asked the other party, Mr. Rengoku, what exactly do you mean by the test you just mentioned? Kanao also raised his head and looked at Kyujiro. Kyujiro smiled and said, oh, it's like this. I came back yesterday and received a call from the Lord. Then this test is also the Lord's intention. Specifically, it is to train Mr. Su Chen based on his current weaknesses. Chishiro popped his head aside and added, this is training specifically for you, Su Chen. It's a pity that the Lord thinks so highly of you. Chijiro, don't be rude, Kyujiro scolded. His younger brother represents the Rengoku family, and he cannot let the Rengoku family leave a bad impression on Su Chen. But Qian Sholang made a face and said, brother, the Lord said a few days ago that the training would start in the morning, but Su Chen made us wait for several more hours. Nonsense. Kochou already told me today that Mr. Su Chen would arrive later, so we arrived early. Kyujiro stared, and his words were all in favor of Su Chen. Qian Sholang said angrily, that's right. I won't forgive Su Chen unless he agrees to one of our requests. Nonsense. Kyujiro suddenly stopped. Then he raised his hand. It was obvious that he was really angry. Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Rengoku, don't worry, it's indeed my problem. Why don't you listen to what Chijiro has to say first? Advertisement. I'm sorry Mr. Su Chen, I made you embarrassed this time. Kyujiro said apologetically. I originally planned to bring Su Chen here for training today. But my brother doesn't seem to like the other person very much. This gave Rengoku a slight headache. But since Su Chen had expressed his attitude, Kyujiro simply did not continue to stop him. Let's first listen to what my younger brother has to say. If the request is too excessive, I will not agree to it. Chishiro looked at Su Chen in surprise. He didn't expect that Su Chen would actually let a child like him make a request. But since Su Chen gave him this opportunity, he naturally would not let him go. Otherwise, how could I and my elder brother justify standing in the sun for several hours waiting for him? So, Chishiro said, my request is very simple. Since you are late, let me teach you a lesson. Kyujiro. It was obvious that Kyujiro didn't understand. How could he take the initiative to teach Mr. Su Chen a lesson? But Su Chen understood. Senjiro's intention was to have a solo match between himself and Kyujiro, and then see himself being defeated by Kyujiro so that Senjiro could vent his anger. Su Chen understood that the reason why Kyujiro was being polite to him now was purely because of Ubuyashiki Kagaya's order. If he really wants the Rengoku brothers to recognize him, he has to show some real skills. This requirement comes first. I agree, Su Chen said with a smile. At this time, Kanao came over and pulled Su Chen's hand. A pair of worried big eyes blinked, as if confirming with Su Chen. Obviously, Kanao also understood what Chijiro meant. Su Chen also blinked quickly at Kanao. With a curved eye, he said, don't worry, I know what's going on. Kanao felt relieved. However, the slender fingers still did not let go, and kept holding the corner of Su Chen's clothes. Su Chen smiled when he saw this and directly grabbed the girl's hand. Su Chen held the fair fingers in his hand, as if he was holding a piece of white jade as fine as mud and fat. Tender and smooth. Advertisement. Kanao's hands trembled noticeably, but he didn't put up much of a fight. Let Su Chen pull me. At this time, Rengoku Kyujiro spoke up. Mr. Su Chen, how could you agree to such an unreasonable request? That's not the case, Mr. Rengoku. You misunderstood. Su Chen hurriedly explained to Kyujiro. After hearing this, Kyujiro finally understood what his brother meant. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I thought you really wanted me to teach Mr. Su Chen a lesson. I really want to find a hole to crawl into. Ha ha ha. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Su Chen and the Rengoku brothers agreed to have the competition after the test. However, when Rengoku discovered that Su Chen and Kanao did not bring any swords, he decided to take his brother back to get two. Su Chen has a rare moment of free time. He began to take inventory of his skills in his mind. I have currently mastered 3 breathing techniques. The breath of flowers, the breath of insects, and also the breath of your own bees. Among them, Su Chen plans to save bees breathing for use against Shinazugawa in the final. And I had already used this breathing method outdoors in advance. If Su Chen guessed correctly, Muzan might have noticed him. Given the other party's vengeful nature, he will definitely send people to hunt me down. After yesterday's battle, Su Chen has roughly judged his own combat power. It is easy to deal with the lower ranks, and he can fight against 2 to 3 lower ranks, but Su Chen has no confidence when facing the upper ranks. Because the combat power of the upper ranks is greater than that of the pillars, Su Chen is not completely sure that he can defeat the other pillars except the Kochou. So he doesn't want to reveal his identity outside at the moment. I can't use Bee's breath for the time being. So Su Chen came to Rengoku's training ground. In addition to training himself, Su Chen has another important purpose. That is to learn Rengoku Kyujiro's breathing of fire. The breathing of flame is different from the breathing of flowers and the breathing of insects. Flower call and insect call emphasize speed and are suitable for women with a light body. Yanhu is a breathing method that is very suitable for men. It is extremely strong and fierce, and its attack power is extremely overbearing. This is what I mean by breath of fire. At this time, the Rengoku brothers who went home to get the knives came back. Chapter 29. Fighting against the flame pillar, Su Chen instantly activates bullet time. After Su Chen woke up Kanao who was lying on his lap, they both went over and took the knife. Su Chen pulled out the Nichiren blades and took a look. The blade is very long, and near the blade edge are engraved 4 large characters, evil ghosts reduced and destroyed. This is the Nichiren blades that Ichiro used. Su Chen was a little surprised. He thought Kyujiro would just come over with a regular team member's knife and make do. I didn't expect that the other party would directly take the knife used by the pillar level. Kyujiro stared, a little embarrassed, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su Chen, we don't have too many spare Nichiren blades at home. The spare ones are for Miss Kanao. And the sword you see is my father's, please don't mind it. Kanao took the knife and thanked the other party with a smile. But Su Chen didn't hear what Kyujiro said, because his attention was completely focused on the sword in front of him. Su Chen had previously learned about sword forging design. Although the Nichiren blades in front of him still had many flaws, it had the advantage of simple structure and rough shape. It is very easy to use because of its simple design. Previously, Su Chen used Kanao's sword in Autumn Mountain, but the sword was specially designed for flower breathing. Su Chen is inevitably not very easy to use. In the end, he even accidentally broke Kanao's knife. But this Nichiren blade specifically designed for breath of fire is different. Simple, direct and rough. Su Chen couldn't help but play with it for a while. Then he suddenly swung the knife. A faint sound of sound suddenly rang out. The air was gently cut by Su Chen, and a heat wave as thin as a cicada's wing suddenly distorted the vision. Chidori and Kanao didn't notice it, but Kyujiro saw it clearly. Kyujiro was shocked. What a sharp knife skill. Although the power of this slash is not great, it is more like a lighter sword technique. It seems that the rumor that Mr. Su Chen has learned the flower call and insect call is true, otherwise he would not have been able to perform such a chop. Thinking back to the first time he met Su Chen, Kyujiro still remembered that Su Chen didn't know the breathing method at that time. He hasn't even held a knife. But now Su Chen's progress can only be described as terrifying. Chishiro muttered quietly, don't you know how to be gentle? Father's knife was broken by this guy. Chijiro, you can't say that. Kyujiro stopped his brother again. Then he looked at Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, if you are ready, let's get started. Su Chen nodded, only to see Kyujiro pull out his Nichiren blades. Su Chen asked in confusion, Mr. Rengoku, didn't you say that you should test it first? No thanks. Kyujiro shook his head. I recognize your strength. You can fight me directly. Advertisement. This sentence expresses recognition of Su Chen. Chijiro on the side was stunned. When did it happen? How come I don't know? Su Chen is not a person who procrastinates. He originally came here for the Flame Pilar's breathing method, so it would be best if he could start fighting directly. Kanao, stand back. Rub. Both Nichiren blades were unsheathed. Su Chen and Kyujiro chose an open area and then each took up their own stance. In Su Chen's eyes, Kyujiro made a strange opening move. First, he took a horse stance. Then he stretched out his left hand to grab the air and held up the knife with his right hand. The Nichiren blades are aligned horizontally across the shoulders. In Su Chen's sight, it seemed as if an invisible heat wave was gushing out from Rengoku Kyujiro. So strong. Su Chen's pupils shrank. He still underestimated Ju's strength. He started using the Kochou footwork right away. Suddenly dodged to the side. Boom. A fire dragon-like impact swept past where Su Chen was originally. At this time, Kyujiro's voice just barely came from Su Chen's ears. Breathing of flame, type 1 Shiranui. Yeah, big brother is the best. Teach Su Chen a lesson. Seeing Su Chen being humiliated, Chishoro was extremely happy. It was as if he had let out a lot of anger in his heart. Humph. This is the strength of the eldest brother. But as Chidori laughed, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Kanao suddenly appeared beside him. A pair of cold eyes were staring at him silently. Senjuro couldn't help but shudder, stuck out his tongue, and closed his mouth in disappointment. Bullet time. Su Chen didn't dare to be arrogant and directly activated his domain skills. In the venue, everything around him seemed to slow down in his eyes. Only then did Su Chen's brain start to work frantically. I underestimated the enemy. Kyujiro definitely used all his strength in that move just now. He had no intention of holding back and seemed very confident that he could block this move. It seems that Kyujiro really regards himself as an opponent. No, the one fighting at this time should not be called Kyujiro. Advertisement. But, the flame pillar of the Demon Slayer core. Su Chen held his breath and concentrated all his mental energy into his eyes. It was at this moment that Su Chen finally saw the movements of the flame pillar. His strength was gradually flowing into his legs. The next attack was another high-speed explosion. The time is now. Kochou footwork. Su Chen twisted his body immediately. Almost instantly, a tiger-like flame attack passed sideways from his waist. Breathing of fire. Form 5, Flame Tiger. The flame pillar gathered its strength and unleashed a massive slash, which charged forward like a flaming tiger. In the original story, this move was blocked by upper rank 3 Akaza's destruction and killing style. But Akaza also paid the price of having his body shattered. Su Chen is not a ghost. If he is hit by this flame tiger, his life will be over. At this moment, Su Chen's steps changed. A weird black line spread rapidly from Su Chen's neck. At the same time, his steps were no longer light, but turned into irregular twists based on strength. Ghost footwork. A footwork that moves straight forward with explosive power. In the eyes of everyone, Su Chen's whole body seemed to have eyes, and the flame pillar's attack could not even touch him by an inch. As this the stripe, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in the flame pillar's eyes. He still remembers Su Chen's sudden increase in speed at the critical moment just now. And the opponent's footwork. Su Chen's initial footwork was very familiar to the flame pillar. He had seen that light and ethereal feeling on Kochou Shinobu. But when Su Chen showed his markings, the opponent's footwork suddenly changed. He actually saw the shadow of a ghost in this step. Looking at Su Chen standing in the sun and breathing heavily, the flame pillar couldn't help but widen his eyes. It must be my own illusion, right? After all, Su Chen couldn't be a ghost. With a whoosh sound, the flame pillar sheathed his Nichiren blades. He could see that Su Chen seemed to have reached his limit. If I act rashly again, I might hurt Su Chen. This is something I don't want to see. So the flame pillar suppressed his desire to fight and stopped his attack. Under the scorching sun, the fighting spirit in the flame pillar gradually subsided. He was back to being his usual smiling Kyujiro. Chapter 30. Enlightenment. Breathing techniques. Full concentration. Seeing this, Su Chen silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Only then did he realize that his body was already covered with spots. Bullet time off. A sense of fatigue struck Su Chen's mind. Is this the strength of the flame pillar? It's much stronger than just a little bit. But Su Chen felt it was a bit of a pity. Because he had finally adapted to the attack rhythm of the flame pillar, and was about to watch, but the flame pillar suddenly stopped fighting. Where can I find justice in this? Little did he know that just when Su Chen was regretting this, Rengoku Chijiro, who had been watching the fight, almost had his eyes popped out to the ground. What did he just see? Su Chen actually dodged his elder brothers, Unknown Fire, and Flame Tiger, in succession. This move had killed countless lower-ranking warriors, but it was blocked by Su Chen. At home, Shisholang had also heard his elder brother talk about Su Chen. The eldest brother said that Su Chen was a very talented person, even though he had never held a knife before. Why do you care if this person has never held a knife? Kanao was also stunned, but compared to Chijiro, she is much calmer. Looking at Su Chen, he couldn't help but smile. In the middle of the venue, the flame pillar said, Mr. Su Chen, your talent is beyond my expectation. I used all my strength in those 2 attacks just now. Then I will teach you another trick next. Before Su Chen could speak, Kanao took the lead and stood in front of Su Chen. Senjuro also ran to his eldest brother. Both of them glared at each other angrily. Su Chen patted Kanao's shoulders and said, it's okay. He could see that Kyujiro just wanted to give him some advice. If I really can't handle it, Kyujiro will definitely stop in time. As for the other trick Kyujiro mentioned, Su Chen might already know what it is. And now, he has grasped that hint of inspiration. Kanao, wait for me for a moment. Su Chen whispered in Kanao's ear. Then he sat down on the spot. The Rengoku brothers looked at each other, wondering what Su Chen was doing. But Kanao understood something. Advertisement. She took off her white haori and carefully covered Su Chen with it. Then he stayed beside Su Chen meticulously. At this time, Su Chen had entered a state of enlightenment. The scenes of the previous battle with Kyujiro suddenly came flooding back like a tide. No, not this, Su Chen murmured in his heart. He wanted to find a move that was not the one Kyujiro had just displayed. It was the breathing technique that Kyujiro used when he transformed into the flame pillar just now. A technique to keep your lungs filled with oxygen at all times. Slowly, Su Chen focused his attention on the movements on the flame pilar's chest. You recall the other person's movement trajectory, and you are performing action splitting. You are performing action analysis. Open black lens bracket. You are assembling frame by frame, close black lens bracket. You figured out the vibration trajectory of the other person's lungs, felt the beating of the other person's chest, and used your own lungs to imitate it frame by frame. You found the technique. You have mastered the chest vibration technique. You have mastered the throat luck technique. You have mastered the mouth and nose breathing technique. You continue to observe, you discover the pattern, you develop a regular breathing method, and you learn the full concentration breathing method. Closing square bracket. You practice repeatedly, and you learn the method of full concentration Chengjong breathing. Closing square bracket. You think there are some areas for improvement in the breathing techniques in the full set, and you tried to make changes. You have succeeded in improving. You have successfully applied this breathing method to every muscle in your body. Your physical exercise ability has been greatly improved. Closing square bracket. You are full of inspiration, you continue to study, you successfully teach your body cells to breathe anaerobically, the normal way, your physical strength has increased. Your endurance has increased. You have gained a certain degree of self-healing ability. You have gained the ability to hold your breath for a long time. Your mind is clear, your thoughts are clear, and you have mastered advanced breathing techniques. Fully focus, concentrate. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen sat there for an hour. If Kanao hadn't been keeping an eye on Su Chen's condition, the Rengoku brothers would have thought that Su Chen had passed away on the spot. Finally, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Kyojuro came over immediately. You're okay. Kyojuro swallowed the words before they came out of his mouth. Because Su Chen's aura seemed to have changed, although it was different from what he knew, Kyojuro still recognized this change in Su Chen. Su Chen has mastered the full concentration, Chongjong. Kyojuro was stunned. He remembered that he hadn't taught Su Chen the Chongjong technique yet? So how did Su Chen learn it? Advertisement. But no matter what, Su Chen was very happy that Kyojuro had improved. Mr. Su Chen, you are worthy of being me. Chongjong is the first step to becoming a pillar. I didn't expect you to be able to do it so quickly. It was just luck. Brother Rengoku taught me well. If it weren't for the guidance of Brother Rengoku, I'm afraid I wouldn't have learned the Chongjong technique so quickly. Su Chen was very humble. The title also changed from Mr. to Big Brother. I have to say, this title is very useful to Kyojuro. You can clearly see that Kyojuro's eyes widened a little. His face was full of joy. Kyojuro looks towards Su Chen. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This must be the most talented person he has ever seen. He had never seen Su Chen improve at such a terrifying rate. Among the people I know, perhaps only Tokito can compare with him. Su Chen took a short rest and then started sparring with the flame pillar again. You observed the other person's breathing method, gained something, and learned the other person's breathing technique. You observed the opponent's sword skills, understood them in one thought, and learned the breathing of flame, first form, Shiranui. You observed the opponent's sword skills, and learned the second form of the breathing of flame, rising flame. You observed the opponent's sword skills, and understood them in one thought, and learned the breathing of flame, form of the fourth, vortex of rising flame. You observed the opponent's sword skills, and learned the flame breathing, form 5 flame tiger. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your observation is complete. Close black lens bracket. Except for the breathing of fire, 9th form Rengoku, which Kyojuro did not display, Su Chen can be said to have fully mastered the breathing of fire. He found that his understanding of breathing techniques had reached a new level. And after learning the common techniques, Su Chen's physical fitness has also improved again. Now, he is able to catch the flame pillars, Shiranui, without using bullet time. This made Kyojuro couldn't help but marvel. Su Chen's talent is truly top-notch. Tokito is not good either. The current Su Chen gives Kyojuro a feeling. That is, he can break Tokito's record of being a pillar for 2 months. Mr. Su Chen, you have great talents. I wonder if you are willing to be my stepson. Kyojuro took back the Nichiren blades and invited Su Chen again. Su Chen's dazzling talent and unremitting efforts made him unable to help but admire his talent. Kyojuro decided. If Su Chen agrees to be his stepson, he will apply to the Rengoku family. Teach the other party the breathing of fire. 2 UC Chapter 31. The male miracle doctor in Butterfly House? Can Su Chen still cure diseases? He believed that Su Chen would be able to learn it. But Su Chen shook his head. Brother Rengoku, you're very kind. But I'm already Shinobu-sama's stepson, so it's a shame. Hearing this, Kyojuro's eyes shrank noticeably. Is that so? That's really a pity. Kyojuro couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. That's right, how could Kochou Shinobu let go of someone as outstanding as Su Chen? It must be the case that you strike first, but he soon picked himself up again. After all, the pillars are a collective, and Su Chen's strengthening is a good thing for the Demon Slayer Corps, so there is nothing to be sad about. The men put down their knives and talked for a few more words. The relationship between Su Chen and the Rengoku brothers suddenly became much closer. Kyojuro couldn't help but start sharing with Su Chen some of his experiences during his recent missions. Su Chen was also all ears. Mr. Su Chen, there has been a strange incident recently. Su Chen looked up. Brother, you can say whatever you want. When I was on a mission recently, I noticed that the ghost's actions began to become more regular. Ghosts usually act according to their desires, without any rules or regulations. But recently they have begun to act purposefully, organized and planned. Kyojuro looked ahead, a hint of doubt in his words. I suspect they are looking for something, or someone. During yesterday's mission, I learned a piece of information from a ghost who possessed blood ghost magic. Under Su-Chen's gaze, Kyojuro slowly spoke. That means they are looking for a masked man in black. Su-Chen was stunned when he heard this. Kyojuro continued, I guess this person is the same person Kochou reported the last time. Now he has been targeted by the ghost. Su-Chen suddenly asked, isn't it a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Hearing this, Kyojuro shook his head. No, we don't know who he is either. The Lord asked Kochou at that time, but Kochou didn't know the other party's identity either. The Lord has ordered us to do our best to find him, hoping that he will join our Demon Slayer Corps. Well, I believe everyone will find it. Su-Chen agreed with Kyojouro's point of view. Little did he know that he was thinking in his heart. Obviously, this mysterious person Kyojuro was talking about. Advertisement at Su-Chen himself. However, Su-Chen did not think that Kochou Shinobu would not recognize him. Kochou's performance that night was very obvious. Su-Chen could tell what Kochou Shinobu was thinking at a glance through the micro-expressions on his face. She already knows, but Su-Chen didn't know why he didn't say it. In addition, what made Su-Chen more concerned was that he seemed to have been targeted by Muzan. According to the original plot, Muzan should be laying off employees now, right? I don't know if just one lower 6 is enough to kill him. Su-Chen couldn't help but ponder in his heart, should I just create a few more aliases? As long as he hasn't reached the level of Yuichiro Sachiya, Su-Chen doesn't want to reveal his true identity too early. Gradually, the sky darkened. The two chatted for a long time. Kyojuro's words were all about the black masked man. It can be seen that he admired the other party's skills very much, and even said that the other party's skills were better than his. If there is a chance, we must have a discussion. After saying that, I saw that it was getting late. Kyojuro planned to leave the training ground with Su-Chen first and chat for a while on the way home. But as soon as he stood up, he fell down again. Su-Chen was sharp-eyed and immediately grabbed the other person. And he noticed the other person's injuries. I'm sorry, Mr. Su-Chen. Kyojuro smiled a little embarrassedly. I got a minor leg injury when I was on a mission yesterday. Su-Chen was stunned, then slowly squatted down. Just touch it. Only then did he realize that Kyojuro's calf had been strained. Even the bones were affected to some extent, but even so, Kyojuro didn't even frown when sparring with him. The pillar is indeed a pillar that stands tall and upright. Su-Chen greatly underestimated the awareness of the pillar level. At this time, Shishiro added, Big brother is always like this. Whenever he is injured, I will go to the butterfly house to find a doctor for him. But every time Sister Daiwu came, my brother would go out on a mission again. As time went by, my brother developed a leg disease. Having said this, Shijiro showed an aggrieved expression. Now his hostility towards Su-Chen is not as strong as it was at the beginning. Advertisement seeing that his elder brother had difficulty walking, the child could no longer hide his nature and poured out all his grievances to Su-Chen. Su-Chen also understood. No wonder the kid was so hostile when he was late, it turned out he was worried about his older brother. Kyojuro laughed. Mr. Su-Chen, don't worry about me. My feet are just numb from sitting for too long, it's nothing. Come on, Shijiro, come and help me, click. A strong hand pushed Kyojuro back down. Kyojuro stared with big eyes and asked in confusion. Mr. Su-Chen, what are you doing? To treat you. Su-Chen said calmly. He then pinched the other's calf and placed one palm on Kyojuro's knee. It can be cured. Su-Chen made a judgment instantly. Through massage and stimulation of acupoints, Kyojuro's symptoms can be greatly alleviated. However, follow-up treatment still needs to be done at the butterfly house. After thinking it over, Su-Chen started to act. Kanao was assisting him. Seeing the two of them doing things in an orderly manner, Senjiro immediately reacted. Yes, Su-Chen and Miss Kanao are from the butterfly house. Since Su-Chen is so talented, maybe he also learned some medical skills from Lord Kochou? Besides, he heard from the older brothers in the Demon Slayer Corps some time ago that there seemed to be a male miracle doctor in the butterfly house. Su-Chen is a male. Maybe that person is Su-Chen? What if the other party can really cure my brother's illness? Chishiro looked at Su-Chen's figure, his small eyes filled with hope. Perhaps he himself did not know that his opinion of Su-Chen was completely different at this moment. But Kyojuro doesn't think so. A person's energy is limited. Since Su-Chen has already focused on breathing techniques and exercise, where would he get the energy to learn other skills? But Su-Chen's actions still made Kyojuro feel very warm in his heart. Mr. Su-Chen, don't waste your time. Alright. What? Kyojuro's eyes widened and he subconsciously moved his legs. Chapter 32. Teaching the breathing of fire. 9 forms Rengoku. The Flame Pilar's approval. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's pretty smooth. Kyojuro stood up very naturally, and then jumped twice. There is really no feeling of discomfort at all. Kyojuro's eyes widened even further. My heart was extremely shocked. Is Su-Chen really still a doctor? This medical skill is so advanced. Seeing this, Kanao couldn't help but smile on his fair face. She just likes to see other people's reactions after being cured by Su-Chen. Every time when Su Chen received praise from others, he was happier than if his swordsmanship had improved. Thank you so much, Mr. Su Chen, the Rengoku brothers said in unison. Kyojuro didn't expect that the leg disease that had troubled him for years could be cured so easily by Su Chen. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the time when Su Chen first made the bet with Shinazugawa. Su Chen spoke out loudly at that time. Friend to defeat Shinazugawa in half a month. This was an excuse for a young man to motivate himself, at least that's how Kyojuro saw it at the time. But now it seems, Su Chen might really have a chance of being able to do it. Facing the two people's praise, Su Chen smiled slightly. It's okay, but next I still need to trouble brother Rengoku to go to the butterfly house. I need another treatment before I can fully recover. Hearing this, Qian Sholing patted his chest and said, leave it to me, brother Su Chen, rest assured, I will definitely carry my big brother over. Kyojuro patted Senjuro's head lovingly. Su Chen suddenly said at this time, this problem actually occurs because brother Rengoku usually does not use his leg muscles properly. If Rengoku-sama could change his power generation technique, this problem wouldn't happen. Huh? Senjuro was stunned. He imagined countless things Su Chen might say next. But I never expected that Su Chen would actually question his own eldest brother. Big brother is a pillar. It can be said that every move of our big brother is a template for ordinary team members to imitate. A textbook move indeed. Moreover, the sword techniques of their Rengoku family have been passed down from their ancestors, so there is no such thing as incorrect force techniques. Advertisement brother Su Chen might have said something wrong. Qian Sholing thought to himself that his elder brother's leg injury was caused by an accidental injury when he was fighting a ghost, and that brother Su Chen must have made a mistake. But Kyojuro, the flame pillar, doesn't think so. Being well versed in family history books, he knew more than Senjuro. He knew that his ancestors' breathing methods evolved from a single breathing method. Including fire, rock, wind, water, and thunder. These 5 basic breathing methods are created due to people's different physiques and habits. The breathing method exists because of imperfect people, so how can there not be room for improvement? Kyojuro was looking forward to Su Chen's next words. With Su Chen's understanding, maybe he really saw his own problem during the battle just now. The Rengoku brothers have different opinions on this. But they all looked like they were all listening attentively. Kanao also stared at Su Chen infatuatedly, looking forward to his next words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chen spoke. When you use high-speed burst sword moves, do you feel pain in your legs, Rengoku? Kyojuro lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he nodded. Normally, when I use Shiranui and sword moves based on Shiranui, my legs do hurt. However, he thought it was a manifestation of leg strength and did not pay much attention to it at the time. But Su Chen's next words suddenly made Kyojuro realize. It is not normal for a person's legs to feel pain when exerting force. If it hurts, it means the action hurts the body, so the body is sending you an alarm. No, Chidori immediately retorted. Brother was injured by a ghost before, maybe the pain now is a hidden disease? No, I can tell at a glance if it's a hidden disease. Su Chen shook his head and asked Chidori, do you think that besides the upper-rank demons, there are other demons that can hurt brother Rengoku? Even to the point of forcing brother Rengoku to suffer from a hidden disease in his leg? The Rengoku brothers were all stunned, and they all felt that what Su Chen said made a lot of sense. So they wiped their ears and listened carefully as Su Chen continued his analysis. Su Chen concluded, so, brother Rengoku's injury was self-inflicted. Kyojuro couldn't help but nodded, and couldn't help but ask, then Mr. Su Chen, is there any solution to this? Yes. Su Chen turned and looked at him. Advertisement. But Mr. Rengoku must demonstrate the breathing of flame, 9 form in front of me first. Kyojuro immediately responded, breathing of flame, 9 types, Rengoku? Su Chen nodded. Yes, I need to observe the entire breath of fire move of brother Rengoku, so that I can find the problem with breath of fire. Upon hearing this, Chidori froze in place again. Although I no longer have any hostility towards Su Chen, I really can like what he said. What does it mean to find problems with breath of fire? If I agree to the other party's request, wouldn't it be admitting that the breathing of fire has flaws? How could my eldest brother agree to this? Sure enough, Kyojuro thought about it after hearing this. Then he said, don't you need me to demonstrate anything else? No need. Su Chen said slowly, because I have memorized the previous moves. Remember? The Rengoku brothers both showed surprised expressions. Is the, remember, that Su Chen said the same as the, remember, that they understood? Su Chen repeated again. I have memorized all the movements that big brother demonstrated earlier, including the flame breathing method. After saying that, Su Chen pulled out the Nichiren blades like lightning. I plan to demonstrate it directly in front of Kyojuro. Breathing of flame, type 1 Shiranui. A gorgeous arc of flame bloomed in the air. Su Chen's actions at this time are exactly the same as those shown by Kyojuro just now. But there are also differences. Su Chen did not pour all his strength into his feet like the flame pillar did. Because that will cause your feet to become congested. Over time, your muscles will wear out. Under Kyojoro's gaze, Su Chen used a method of vibrating his body at high speed to increase his speed. What a fast sword drawing speed. Kyojuro couldn't help but admire. Now the 2 Rengoku brothers were speechless. I'm already convinced that Su Chen has learned the first few moves of breath of fire. With such a terrifying talent, it was a pity that Kyojuro had thought of giving Chen some advice before and then taught him the breathing of fire. Finally, they learned it by themselves. This really makes Kyojuro want to find a hole to crawl into. How about this, brother Rengoku? If you can demonstrate the 9 forms Rengoku again, I can figure out the problem with your legs based on the operation techniques of the breath of fire. Kyojuro hesitated. Chapter 33. Enlightenment Upgrade, Chen's own breathing method. No way. Big brother, Shijiro on the side couldn't help but speak. Absolutely not. Dad said this is our family's breathing method and it cannot be passed on to others. At this moment, Shijiro understood why his elder brother always praised Chen. Because Chen is really scary, after having a fight with his eldest brother, he secretly learned his eldest brother's unique skills. If I show him the last trick, wouldn't that mean that all the pants in Rengoku's house have been stolen by Chen? Moreover, as the eldest brother, how could he let Chen learn first when his younger brother hasn't started yet? If Chen learns it first, won't he appear to be stupid? So absolutely not. Senjuro pulled Kyojuru's clothes and was almost acting like a spoiled child. Kyojuro was unmoved. He is weighing the pros and cons at this moment. What Kyojuro said was not without reason. The breathing of flame was a breathing method unique to the Rengoku family, and it was not convenient for Kyojuro to teach it directly to Chen. But Chen didn't want to be his stepson. This is a bit of a headache. But having said that, Kyojuro is the current flame pillar of the Rengoku family, so the final decision is still in his hands. Suddenly, an idea crossed Kyojuro's mind. Is that why Chen told me that he had just learned the breathing of fire? Chen could have kept it to himself and found an opportunity to secretly learn the 9 types, Rengoku. But now Chen said it out. It shows that he respects his own opinions. In an instant, Kyojuro made up his mind. His hands went to the Nichiren blades at his waist. Seeing this action, Shijiro understood what his elder brother was thinking. Although he didn't quite understand why his elder brother did this, Senjuro still held Kyojuro's hand tightly. Chen and Kanao stood quietly by. This is Rengoku's family affair and they cannot interfere. I can only wait for the results silently. Kyojuro touched his brother's head and said earnestly. Senjuro, the purpose of the breath of fire was created to kill demons. As long as this breathing method is mastered by someone we recognize and then used to kill ghosts, then it will be the right thing to do. Now I am the flame pillar, I recognize Chen, so I am willing to teach Chen the breathing of flame. If Chen betrays the Demon Slayer Corps in the future, or turns into a demon, I, Rengoku Kyojuro, will commit seppuku to apologize. Kyojuro's words were powerful. Advertisement everyone present was moved. Especially Chen. He didn't expect Kyojuro to take this matter so seriously. An inexplicable sense of responsibility suddenly fell heavily on his heart. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the Rengoku family's breathing method represents inheritance. There has never been a case in history where foreigners have learned the breathing of fire. But today it happens. Chen was the first foreigner to learn the breathing of fire. In other words, Senjuro, a member of the Rengoku tribe, can be said to have witnessed history. Seeing his elder brother speak so carefully, Senjuro silently loosened Kyojuro's sleeve. He is not a child who cannot distinguish the important from the unimportant. What Kyojuro said just now wasn't just for him. It is also a swearing of an oath. Representative Rengoku Kyojuro is the guarantor of this matter at the moment. If I stop him again, I would be disrespecting the dignity of a warrior. So Senjuro could only put his thoughts aside. He glanced at Chen with resentment. It seems that I can't be lazy in training in the future. I must learn the breathing of fire as soon as possible. Try to get there before Chen. Kyojuro drew out the Nichiren blades and silently distanced himself from the others. His arms gathered strength and sank down, Nichiren blades piercing the ground. The whole person was looking forward in a sideways position facing the enemy. Bullet time. Chen's eyes widened immediately. He noticed a colorless gas coming out of Kyojuro's body. This gas emanated from Kyojuro's limbs and bones, faintly surrounding him, inexplicably giving people a sense of majestic momentum. Is this what fighting is? Chen murmured in his heart. This was the first time he saw fighting spirit. In Chen's eyes, Kyojuro's fighting spirit was so strong that it seemed like water was dripping out of it. Boom! The next moment, an incomparable heat wave gushed out. The air around seemed to be distorted. Kyojuro transforms into the flame pillar. Breath of fire. Secret, advertisement, 9 type Rengoku. A long fire dragon lights up the dusk. A flash of blade light cut through the air. With this slash, Chen's pupils shook. You observed the breathing of fire, type 9 Rengoku. You were greatly shocked. With one thought, you directly merged all the forms of breathing of flame and instantly comprehended breathing of flame 9th form Rengoku. You ponder, you digest it, you discovered the power of breath of fire, but you also discovered its shortcomings. You made improvements, and you started to deduce it in your mind. Chen's thoughts suddenly froze for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. No, this is no longer just representing myself. He, Chen, must learn this trick. Suddenly, with a click, you have an epiphany. Bullet time has been upgraded, and you have gained a new skill, bullet field. You find that in the bullet field, your mental consumption doubles, but at the same time, your observation, learning, and reaction abilities increase exponentially, and have risen to 3 times the original. You have activated the bullet field mode, and your observation ability has become more detailed. You deduced the breath of flame 100 times in 2 seconds, and you discovered the flaw in the breath of flame. You have deduced a remedy based on the flaws in the breathing method. You have discovered a way to increase the temperature of the breath of fire. You found a way to improve the incorrect action of breath of fire. You found that the current Nichiren blades are not completely suitable for breath of fire. You improved the Nichiren blades to be compatible with breath of fire in 1 second. You combined your ideas, were filled with inspiration, and created the initial upgraded version of breath of flame, breath of flame. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Your understanding ends. Chen slowly closed his eyes. It seemed like he was thinking for a long time, but in fact it was only a few dozen seconds. Although the bullet field can allow Chen to enter a state of enlightenment better than bullet time, its mental consumption capacity is also terrifying. In just a few dozen seconds, Chen's brain was already dizzy. After a few seconds of pause, Chen slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that the sword swung by the flame pillar had neatly split the forest on his side in half. Chapter 34. Breath of Flame. The extremely high temperature plus the solid flame shocked the whole audience. Yeah. Big brother is awesome. Senjuro was the first to rush to his eldest brother's side. The eyes are full of admiration. Kanao also stood there in a daze. The attack from the flame pillar just now really scared her. Only at this moment did she realize the gap between herself and Zhu. Just when Kanao was feeling frustrated, a steady hand suddenly hugged her shoulders. Kanao's body trembled slightly, staring at the hand in a daze. Chen said softly, "It's okay, I will teach you." Kanao lowered his head shyly and responded in a mosquito-like voice, "Yeah. How is it? Mr. Chen, do you need me to demonstrate it again?" Kyojiru's voice came from a distance. At this moment, he had put away the knife and was silently waiting for Chen's instructions. Chen smiled slightly, "No need, brother Rengoku, I have already learned it." After saying that, he walked towards the direction of the Rengoku brothers. Seeing Chen's confident smile, Kyojiru asked uncertainly, "Do you really not need me to demonstrate it again? This move is very difficult for us Rengoku people to learn." Chen still said the same thing, "It's really not necessary, brother Rengoku, I have learned it." Seeing this, Kyojiru said no more. In his heart, Chen is not a blindly arrogant person. Since I chose to teach the breathing method to Chen, I must give him full trust. However, Senjuro hid behind Kyojiru and said sarcastically, "No need, I have already learned it." There was a strong sour taste in the words. He didn't think that Chen could learn his family's secret weapon with just one look. But the next moment, Chen proved it with practical actions. "Brother Rengoku, can I borrow your knife for you?" Chen asked seriously. Hearing this, Kyojiru did not hesitate to pull out the Nichiren blades. After Chen took it, he couldn't help but take a look at the Nichiren blades. Dusk falls and night gradually approaches. The emerald green blade seemed to be sparkling. The blade is flame-shaped and the knife is very comfortable to hold. This is a Nichiren blade that is more suitable for breath of fire. Breathing of flame, type 1 Shiranui. A flash of red light streaked across the air. The corners, the landing points, and the sword skills are all perfect. Chen played with the blade of the knife. Advertisement. Now, his understanding of the breath of fire is no less than that of the flame pillar. Then, Chen's expression changed. Full concentration, focus. Then he took a deep breath of oxygen. Kyojiru couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had previously felt that something was not right with the complete works, Changjiang that Chen had learned. Now it seems to be true. If it were all concentrated, normally, the diffusion of the lungs would not require such a huge amount of oxygen consumption. And Chen's breathing speed was also very fierce. If you are not careful, your lungs will explode when using sword skills. However, instead of any changes happening to Chen's lungs, they were circulating oxygen very well. Kyojiru was confused. Chen, what kind of breathing technique is this? But before Kyojiru could think about it carefully, the sword skills Chen shouted out the next moment once again overturned his cognition. He even doubted for a moment whether he had heard it wrong. Breath of flame. Type 1 flame. Buzz. First there was a sound vibration. Then a fierce flame burst out from the blade like a flower. It feels different from Kyojiru's virtual flame. Because this is real fire, as the sky had already darkened, Chen's attack directly illuminated the gloomy night sky. Everyone present was stunned. In the original story, the elemental effects brought about by the breathing method are all synthesized by special effects. The elemental effects brought about by the swordsmen swinging their swords are actually just to make people look more comfortable. So when Chen brandished real flames, everyone present was shocked. And when Chen swung the knife, he suddenly had a new understanding in his heart. You honed the blade through high-frequency vibrations and extremely fast swings, and combined it with physics, you gained enlightenment and awakened the blade into a red blade. The next moment, in the eyes of everyone, the Nichiren blades in Chen's hand turned from green to red and black. A heat wave hotter than the flames swept towards everyone. It wasn't until the heat hit their faces that they reacted. They all stepped back and looked at Chen in disbelief. "Brother, what was that just now?" Senjuro rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Advertisement, but Kyojiru ignored him. because he was also immersed in the shock brought by Chen at this time. Breath of flame. Breath of flame. At this moment, Kyojuro was finally sure that he had heard correctly. What Chen used just now was not the breath of fire. It's the breath of flame. Nice name. What a nice name. Kyojuro suddenly thought. The difference between the two is more than just a difference in words. But it was what Kyojuro clearly felt on Chen just now. The temperature is higher than breath of fire, faster than breath of fire, more powerful than breath of fire, and the action that Kyojuro cares about the most, the breathing of flame, is even smoother than the breathing of flame. So shocking. Chen actually learned all the sword forms of breath of fire. He could even make changes to his sword skills and create a breathing method that was more suitable for him. Moreover, this breathing method is more suitable and comprehensive than breathing of fire. Kyojuro could see that. The breathing method created by Chen has invisibly raised the learning threshold of Yan's breathing. But the impact on high-end combat power is huge, especially their Rengoku family. If he learns the breathing of flame, the Flame Pilar's strength will definitely more than double in the future. Why? Kyojuro slapped his forehead. As a member of the Rengoku clan, why couldn't he create this breathing method himself? Kyojuro was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to bury herself in awkwardly. Seeing the reactions of the Rengoku brothers, Kanao stood quietly aside, silently curling the corners of his mouth. The moonlight shone on her, making her look like an eye-catching elf. But the girl's eyes always stayed on the boy. Kanao's thoughts began to increase again. Chen always creates surprising things. In everyone's eyes, Chen's performance undoubtedly represented a miracle. But Chen was not satisfied. He sighed quietly. Chapter 35. Brother, what do you think of brother Chen? Thinking to myself. Not yet. Although the temperature is higher, it is still far from the breathing of the sun in the original work. The breathing of flame that he had comprehended only improved its temperature and smoothness, but it was not as smooth and natural as the breathing of sun. Breathing of flame still lacks a sense of simplicity. Chen stopped what he was doing and returned the Nichiren blades to Kyojuro. He asked with concern, how is it, brother Rengoku? Did you learn it? It's okay if you don't understand, I can show you again. Chidori stared at Chen blankly, like a mute. He was jealous of Chen before, and now these words were undoubtedly like a slap in the face to him. It hurts so much. Kyojuro took the Nichiren blades and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the hot blade. Mr. Chen, you are such a monster. I almost remember all your movements just now, but this breathing method. At this point, Kyojuro, who was usually carefree, actually became shy. He said somewhat embarrassedly, it is this breathing method, can you teach me? Don't worry, I will never ask you to demonstrate it a second time. Kyojuro looked very nervous. As a martial arts fanatic, he could naturally see the value of breathing of flame. But after all, the breathing of flame was developed by Chen himself, so this breathing method is Chen's own thing. If I want to learn it myself, I definitely need Chen's consent. He stared at Chen with his copper bell-like eyes, fearing that the other party would say something to refuse. But Chen just smiled and said, what are you talking about, brother Rengoku? Kyojuro couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Really? How could Chen reveal such a precious breathing method to others? Just as Kyojuro showed a disappointed expression, Chen suddenly patted his shoulder. Yan breathing is a breathing method derived from Yan breathing. Of course I have to teach you. Hearing this, Kyojuro's energy instantly returned. The two of them did not waste any time and immediately began to discuss some usage techniques of the breathing of flame. The flame pillar listened carefully to Chen's teachings, with a thoughtful look on his face for a while, and then an expression of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. From time to time, he would ask Chen two targeted questions. This scene looks very interesting. If the other pillars were here, they would definitely be gaping. Advertisement because it was clearly the flame pillar who trained Chen, but in the end it was Chen who gave the flame pillar some advice. Seeing his elder brother asking Chen for advice like a student, Chidori suddenly felt embarrassed. If my elder brother becomes Chen's student in the future, then what will I be? The younger brother among brothers? No, I have to run over and listen too. What if I learn it before my brother, then wouldn't the eldest brother become my junior fellow apprentice? So Senjuro also came over excitedly. The dignity of the Rengoku family has long been thrown away. The Rengoku brothers listened to Chen's explanation together. About an hour passed. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen decided to continue the conversation next time he had the chance. Looking at the disappointed expressions of the Rengoku brothers, Chen had no choice. The main reason is that Chen underestimated his own talent. He thought it would only take half an hour to make the Rengoku brothers understand. But these two brothers had more questions than one another, and I talked until my mouth was dry before they could finally understand a little. If there were cameras in this era, Chen would have no doubt that they would record the knowledge he explained and then watch it repeatedly at home. Chen briefly summarized it. Since Kyojuro has a foundation in flame breathing, he understands it relatively quickly. After one explanation, I understood almost 1/10 of the key points of breathing of flame. Chidori was even worse, he didn't understand a single point of knowledge. Although he tried hard to understand, Chen saw through him at a glance. Except for not dozing off, he basically did all the other minor chores. This progress did not meet the expectations of several people. So Kyujiro suggested that he should consult Su Chen a few more times next time he went to the butterfly house for treatment. When several people said goodbye, Su Chen returned the knife to Kyujiro. Because Su Chen had demonstrated the first 3 moves of the breathing of flame during the explanation just now, he borrowed Kyujiro's sword again. When Kyujiro took the knife, Chidori beside him suddenly said, "Huh. Brother, the appearance of your knife seems to have changed." Hearing this, Kyujiro glanced subconsciously. Only then did he realize that the originally green blade of his sword had turned a little black. Seeing this, Su Chen explained casually, "Oh, it's okay. I used the flames from the swing while using the sword to polish the blade a little. Now this Nichiren blades will be suitable for your breath of fire, brother Rengoku." Advertisement. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to even activate the Hidao. After saying this, Su Chen suddenly regretted what he had said. Sure enough, he saw the Rengoku brothers freeze on the ground again after hearing this. He lowered his head and thought. At this time, the Rengoku brothers had several common thoughts in their minds. Just polished it. Su Chen also knows forging technology. Also, what is the Hidao? Kyujiro raised his head and was about to continue asking straightforwardly. Suddenly I found that Su Chen had disappeared. He turned his head subconsciously. Only then did he realize that Su Chen had grabbed Kanao's hand at some point, and under the cover of darkness, he had already run 100 meters away. Su Chen ran away. The two brothers stood there in a daze, having not expected such a sudden change. Mr. Su Chen, wait for me. A huge breath of oxygen filled his lungs. Kyujiro actually planned to chase after him. Seeing that his elder brother was about to transform into the flame pillar, Senjiro couldn't help but hold him back. Brother, wait a minute. Chidori used all his strength to pull his elder brother to where he was. Kyujiro looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, Chidori? Don't you want to learn the flame breathing? Qian Sholang looked at him speechlessly. Brother, can you think about it carefully? Brother Su Chen has been talking for a long time. He must be tired now. Don't forget that brother Su Chen will compete with Mr. Shinazugawa in 2 days. Kyujiro finally reacted after hearing his brother's reminder. Oh ha ha ha, come on, how could I forget? Kyujiro touched his head embarrassedly. Now I can only go to the butterfly house to ask Mr. Su Chen tomorrow. Chidori nodded in agreement. Apparently he thought so too. And Su Chen, who had already left, probably never thought of this. The flame pillar will chase him all the way to the butterfly house to find him. Su Chen still underestimated the lethality of the breath of flame to Kyujiro. The two brothers stayed where they were and watched Su Chen leave. At this time, Senjiro pulled Kyujiro's sleeve and asked expectantly. Brother, what do you think of brother Su Chen? Chapter 36. In the grove, Su Chen used his hands to teach Kanao how to breathe. Su Chen left a very deep impression on him today. Although I didn't like Su Chen at the beginning. But it is undeniable that Su Chen's talent is too dazzling. Even a child like him can see Su Chen's value. Not to mention Kyujiro, who was the flame pillar. Kyujiro smiled and said while touching Senjiro's head. Mr. Su Chen, you remind me of my old father. My father used to teach me with such patience. I really miss the way he ran away just now. Kyujiro looked in the direction Su Chen left. There was actually a slight regret in my heart. If Su Chen had been snatched away from the pillar meeting, how could Kochou Shinobu have a role to play? I really want to adopt Su Chen as my stepson. At that time, I can ask Su Chen some questions about myself without restraint. Unfortunately, it's too late to say this now. Let's go, Senjiro. Father will be unhappy if you don't come back. Kyujiro grabbed his brother by his shoulders. The two brothers went home in the night. The other side at this time. In the quiet night, 2 small figures were running in the shadows of the trees. Su Chen was in front, feeling indescribably happy. He was in a very good mood after seeing Rengoku Kyujiro in the original work in person. Especially since he had fought against the flame pillar, Su Chen could still recall the terrifying explosive power of the flame pillar. This was the first time Su Chen met his most difficult opponent. But my own harvest was also quite rich. Not only did I learn the total concentration Changjong, but I also learned the total concentration concentrated breathing technique based on this. Compared to ordinary exercises, concentration can allow Su Chen to enter the state better and faster. And the effect is more comprehensive. Su Chen reasoned that if he could further improve his concentration technique, all the cells in his body would always be in a constant state. This can greatly improve Su Chen's physical fitness. With the addition of the activated markings, the amplified effect even directly allows Su Chen's physical fitness to reach the level of a pillar. Bullet time also breaks through. First of all, the scope doubled, and then my observation, learning and reaction abilities improved across the board. There's nothing much to say. Today's focus is still on the breathing of fire that Su Chen learned from the flame pillar. A breathing method with extremely powerful attack power and attack range. Su Chen even created a new breathing method based on this. Advertisement. Breath of flame. This breathing method can be said to have mastered the current flame pillar. Su Chen still can't forget Kyujiro's shocked expression at that time. It was clearly their home court, but Su Chen turned out to be the host. Su Chen's eyes flashed with anticipation. I don't know what impact teaching the flame pillar a new breathing method will have on the subsequent plot. The flame pillar becomes the flame pillar. It's interesting to think about it. But, Kyujiro probably won't come looking for me again, right? Su Chen was almost sick of talking, and if he was asked to do it again a few more times, he really couldn't bear it. Su Chen. Suddenly, Kanao slowly stopped. A white hand pulled his sleeve, and the two of them stopped in a forest. Su Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. Under the night light, the bright moonlight reflected on Kanao's little face, illuminating the girl's eyes. The girl took a deep breath and said softly, "I want to learn." After saying this, she suddenly lowered her head. Afraid that Su Chen would reject her. But Su Chen didn't understand what Kanao meant at all. He glanced at the surrounding woods, then checked his body, which was probably only 14 years old. Then he said honestly, "No, you are not old enough to learn it." Kanao blinked, not understanding what Su Chen meant. "Does this have anything to do with your age?" The girl pulled out the Nichiren blades from her waist and stared at Su Chen. "I want it." Su Chen suddenly understood. It turns out that I misunderstood. Kanao probably wanted to learn the powerful breathing method that Su Chen just demonstrated. It seems that this girl is also very jealous. Well, Su Chen decided to teach Kanao in this grove while it was dark. The fair little hand was held in Su Chen's palm. A blush suddenly appeared on the girl's cheeks. But it was dark and Su Chen didn't see it. Su Chen chose a place and was about to teach when he suddenly noticed the knife in Kanao's hand. "Kanao, where did the knife in your hand come from?" Su Chen asked puzzledly. He remembered that Kanao's knife was broken by himself. Now, could this not be Kyujiro's sword? Advertisement. Kanao was also stunned. After looking at the Nichiren blades in her hand, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Then, a trickle of sweat suddenly flowed down Baijia's forehead. "I forgot to return it." The girl's tone was full of tension. Sorry." Su Chen looked at Kanao, who admitted his mistake and smiled suddenly. "Why apologize? Do you think the knife will fly back now that I know about it?" As he said that, Su Chen couldn't help but tap Kanao's forehead. "Be careful next time." Kanao's face instantly turned red. "Oh. Now I will teach you all the techniques in the collection." Su Chen took 2 steps back and began to demonstrate some of the contents related to concentration. But Kanao didn't understand. She mustered up the courage to ask, "Su Chen." Su Chen immediately looked at her. "What's wrong?" "I know this." "No, you won't." Su Chen smiled and said, "The breathing technique you know is called Chongzhong, and what I am going to teach you now is Nian Shen. There is an essential difference between the two." Kanao blinked. Obviously didn't understand. She pointed to the Nichiren blades in Su Chen's hand. In a soft voice, he said, "I want to learn the breathing technique." Su Chen came over and touched the second Kanao's head. "No, this breathing method is not suitable for you, but I promised Kanao that next time I will make a breathing method specifically for you, okay?" Kanao enjoyed Su Chen's touch and nodded subconsciously, "Yeah." Next is Su Chen's teaching time. Kanao's talent is even better than he thought. Kanao has mastered the key techniques after just the first time. She breathed very well and controlled the oxygen content very well. Su Chen guessed that Kanao might be the first person besides himself to learn the concentration technique. But Su Chen's happiness didn't last long, as Kanao encountered difficulties. She was a little too impatient. "Before you can take a breath, new oxygen is inhaled. This will hurt your lungs." Kanao frowned slightly, looking a little painful. Seeing this, Su Chen took action. Chapter 37. Kanao will also change if he has something he likes. He sat next to Kanao. A hand slapped Kanao directly on the back. After finding the location of the lungs, Su Chen began to try to reverse the direction of breathing through massage. Although this effect is not as convenient as direct mouth-to-mouth. But for Su Chen it was enough. After a smooth operation, the painful expression on Kanao's face improved significantly, and his breathing began to flow correctly according to Su Chen's gestures. In the quiet woods, the girl slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that comes into view is the moonlight. Then there was a gentle smile. The girl subconsciously turned her face away, not daring to meet his gaze. "Su Chen." Kanao said softly. "What's wrong?" Su Chen answered seriously. Kanao buried his face in his knees, not daring to look up at Su Chen. But he couldn't help but say, "I have the same thing as you." "Oh." Su Chen showed some interest. "What is that?" Kanao pointed to his chest and whispered, "Breathe. Our breathing is the same now. And this breath is so warm." "Really?" Su Chen smiled and closed his eyes. I also took a deep breath like Kanao. They both breathed quietly. The atmosphere is very quiet. In the thick night, both parties can even hear each other's heartbeat. While Su Chen closed his eyes, Kanao opened a corner of his eyes and glanced at him secretly. The thin haziness, like a veil, fell on Su Chen's face, making the angles of his cheeks particularly clear. The girl's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Just at this moment, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Kanao with a smile on his face. He even uttered a fatal question. "Kanao, were you just peeking at me? You don't like me, do you?" Kanao was stunned. Then he quickly raised his head. "No, no, no." She was very anxious. His words were filled with embarrassment. Because of nervousness, even her body was straightened. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Why don't you answer my question? What's the problem?" The girl pretended to be silly, lowered her head and smiled sweetly. But Su Chen's voice did not come. Kanao raised his head. The next moment, advertisement. The distance between the two suddenly shortened. That angular face was so close to Kanao's face. Kanao could even feel the other person's breath. In the girl's ears, that magnetic voice gradually sounded. Do you like talking to me? Kanao blushed and said subconsciously. I like it. Do you like the breathing method I taught you? I like it. Kanao continued. So, do you like me? Hi. Kanao paused suddenly. She looked up at Su Chen. Then, her little face turned red. Just like a ripe red apple. Why is Kanao silent? Su Chen couldn't help but flicked Kanao's forehead. Are you still quiet? This time, Kanao ignored him no matter what he said. This man is really bad. The two sat quietly. For a moment the air fell silent again. Until a tingling sensation suddenly appeared on Kanao's arm. Kanao's cheeks felt hot. She glanced at Su Chen cautiously and found that he was admiring the scenery. Didn't come closer. Kanao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Su Chen. What's wrong? Itch. Itch. Su Chen turned his head and found that a mosquito had landed on Kanao's arm. Bang. The shadowless hand is activated. The mosquito died tragically in Su Chen's hands. Su Chen looked around and immediately found that there were more and more mosquitoes. Shadowless hand. Bang 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 bang. After a series of operations, all the mosquitoes were killed accurately. Su Chen looked at Kanao's arm. I found a pimple-sized mark on my fair skin. He walked to the grass behind him and picked a pure white flower from the bush. Then placed it on Kanao's arm. Qingshan asked, are you still itchy? Kanao looked at Su Chen in a daze. At this moment, the picture seemed to be frozen. Under the bright moonlight, there is a young man holding beautiful flowers. Very gently placed on his shoulder. Advertisement. There was a smile in his eyes and his words were like a breeze blowing on your face, making you feel very cool and elegant, which is unique to women. Kanao couldn't help but stare in a trance. Sister. The girl thought to herself. He really looks like Sister Kanae. Even the flowers are picked from the same species. Kanao really wanted to stay a little longer. At this time, Su Chen's voice came again. Are you still itchy? Kanao pursed his lips lightly. It doesn't itch anymore. Really? Su Chen gave a wicked smile. Then the evil little hand moved towards Kanao's armpit. The girl blushed and stared at Su Chen in disbelief. That look seemed to say, don't do this. Interesting. So interesting. Looking at Kanao wanting to laugh but not daring to. Su Chen finally couldn't bear to continue bullying others. So he withdrew his hand angrily. Su Chen said, Kanao, you have never dared to talk to anyone, right? Kanao's body trembled. The shame and anger in my heart disappeared without a trace. Su Chen's words touched her heart. Su Chen was seen playing with the flowers on her shoulders, and his words were as gentle as the spring breeze. As long as there is an opportunity, people's hearts will bloom, so it doesn't matter. If I find something I like one day, Kanao will change. But, Kanao clenched his hands awkwardly, it's not enough. Su Chen looked at her with a smile, then Kanao, can you show me your coin? Hearing this, Kanao reached his hand into his clothes and carefully took out a bronze coin from his arms. This coin has a smooth color and it is obvious that it has been touched by hands for a long time. Kanao has been carrying it for a long time. Never left my side. She handed the coin to Su Chen. Su Chen put the coin on his thumb. The next moment, Su Chen said, let's play another game. If the coin lands down, Kanao will continue to be what it is now. If the coin lands on the top, Kanao must follow his inner voice and do something. How about it? Kanao thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's get started. Su Chen exerted force with his fingers and the coin flew out. Kanao stared at the air, afraid of missing every second of the result. Suddenly, Su Chen snapped. It immediately attracted Kanao's attention. This is the sound of hands clapping. The girl's eyes immediately fell on Su Chen's palm. Chapter 38 Kanao. Su Chen, I found something more important. Su Chen showed a mysterious smile. How is it? Are you ready? Kanao nodded nervously. I was really looking forward to the results from Su Chen's hands. If it was facing upwards, maybe I could make a change. But, what if it's facing downwards? Don't I have to stay the same as now? Don't you dare to talk to Su Chen openly. Kanao was very conflicted. Su Chen was also reluctant to open his palm. This scene made the girl so anxious that she almost jumped up. Finally, Kanao couldn't bear it anymore. The little mouth suddenly opened wide. Su Chen, open your palm quickly and let me see it. Whether the coin is facing up or down. Su Chen gradually raised the corners of his mouth. He said meaningfully. Kanao, you spoke. Me. What did I say? Don't we watch? Kanao's voice suddenly stopped. Only then did she react belatedly. I just said a lot of things. Su Chen continued. Kanao, you speak so fluently. Kanao was very confused. I don't know why I am like this. She glanced at Su Chen's hand, then rushed over and opened Su Chen's palm. But, there is nothing in the palm of your hand. How so? Kanao stood there in a daze. I looked at the sky and then at the ground. Finally, he looked at Su Chen for help. She was a little scared. Fear of changes happening to oneself. In this state of confusion, Kanao first thought of Su Chen. Su Chen is very gentle, so she subconsciously wants to grasp the warmth from Su Chen. A strong hand gently held her. Su Chen slowly walked up to the girl. He hugged her comfortingly. After the other person's body trembling was no longer so obvious, Su Chen said patiently, do you want to know why? Kanao nodded timidly. Su Chen said earnestly, Actually, Kanao is not unable to speak, it's just that Kanao hit himself before. It's not that Kanao can't make a decision, he just wants to find an emotional support to help him make a decision. Have you ever thought about this, Kanao? What was going through your mind at that moment when the coin was flying in the air? Kanao lowered his head and thought about it. Advertisement. At the same time, Su Chen's words rang out. In fact, the moment the coin flew in the air, Kanao had already made his own decision in his heart. Boom. Kanao's heart seemed to have been injected with a powerful shot of cardiac stimulant. Her trembling body calmed down in an instant. Messy thoughts. Eyes that have nowhere to go. All settled somewhere at the same moment. Kanao stared at Su Chen with his beautiful eyes wide open, his inner emotions instantly overflowing. It turns out that I am not unable to speak. It turns out that I'm not incapable of making decisions. I just kept myself locked up. In the moonlight, Kanao's eyes became more lively. She wanted to carve Su Chen's face deeply into her heart. At this moment, Kanao really wanted to say something. Thank you, Su Chen. I know what to do. I'll keep doing that this morning, too. Kanao hugged Su Chen gently, with his head resting on his chest. Speak the deepest words in your heart. Greedily inhaled the scent of Su Chen. My heart feels warm and hot. Su Chen also hugged Kanao gently, patting his back lightly with his palm. After the two hugged each other for a while, Kanao asked a question that had been bothering him. What about Su Chen? Where is the coin from before? Su Chen smiled and said, of course I didn't catch it. The coin just fell nearby. After saying that, Su Chen turned around. Go find the coin. But as I was searching, something seemed wrong. Can't find it. Su Chen panicked. FK, this is too much. He was so anxious that he even opened the bullet field. But he still couldn't find it. At this time, Kanao's voice came from behind him. Mr. Su Chen, you didn't lose my coin, did you? How could it be? Su Chen replied calmly. In fact, I was very panicked inside. It clearly fell this way just now. Su Chen became more and more anxious. He searched slowly in the night, and searched the area behind him but couldn't find it. Just at this moment, a pair of soft hands suddenly hugged him gently. Mr. Su Chen, no need to look for him. Kanao's voice came from behind Su Chen. I don't need it anymore. The girl wrapped her arms tightly around Su Chen's chest, greedily sucking in his breath. Advertisement. There was a hint of confusion in her words. I found something more important. Mr. Su Chen, aren't you going to let me do something that I really want to do? Kanao hugged Su Chen a little tighter. Now I have done it. Mr. Su Chen, let's go home. The night is very quiet. Su Chen turned around carefully, only to find that Kanao had fallen asleep. The long period of breathing exercises, coupled with the frequent changes in her body and mind, had already made the girl exhausted. After the shackles on his mind were removed, Kanao fell into a deep sleep. This girl. Su Chen smiled dotingly. Then he gently picked up the other person in a princess hug. Feel the warmth from your palms. Su Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Suddenly, a ray of refracted moonlight passed through Su Chen's eyes. He subconsciously looked in a certain direction. There, in the moonlight. The coin lay on the flowers that had just been picked, sparkling. The next day, early morning. Su Chen slept in again. It took us an hour to carry Kanao back yesterday, and his little waist was so tired. After Su Chen got up, he did a simple warm-up exercise and hurried downstairs. Kong Ni Ji Wow, Mr. Su Chen. Kong Ni Ji Wa. Su Chen responded with a smile. Kong Ni Ji Wow, Mr. Su Chen. Kunijiwa. Kong Ni Ji Wow, Mr. Su Chen. Good riddance, good riddance. Zhao King, Xiaocheng, and Xiao Saihui took turns greeting Su Chen. Su Chen responded one by one. Su Chen looked around and couldn't help asking, isn't she back yet? Hearing this, Zhao King replied, Master Shinobu was called over by the Lord early in the morning. Called over again. Su Chen was stunned. I don't know what happened this time that made Kochou Shinobu, the insect pillar, run back and forth. It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps is really in urgent need of people. No wonder Ubuyashiki Kagaya would go to great lengths to recruit people. After sending the three little girls away, Su Chen looked around like a thief. After confirming that there was no one around, Su Chen hurried to the basement. Then he slipped into Kochou Shinobu's laboratory. With the experience from the first time, Su Chen was able to do it with ease this time. Come to the table, picking up Kochou Shinobu's diary quite naturally. Chapter 39. Peeping into Kochou Shinobu's diary Part 2. Before opening it, Su Chen had a small struggle in his heart. Isn't it not so nice to open a little girl's diary like this? It's someone else's privacy. But what if something like last time happens again? Su Chen suddenly had an idea. I accidentally scratched my hand. With a click, the diary fell to the ground and broke open. Oh, how could I be so careless? Su Chen grinned and hurriedly picked up Kochou Shinobu's diary. We have to close it quickly. As he spoke, he closed the diary page by page. Until, close, and turned to the place where I finished last time. Tuesday. Weather, foggy. Sister, do you remember the mission I told you about a few days ago? I made a mistake and was stabbed in the arm by a human. Plus there are many powerful ghosts around. My heart suddenly sank to the bottom. I don't know how to get out. This is my 4th day in Autumn Mountain. The team's energy is almost at its limit. Maybe I will see you soon, sister. Wednesday. Weather, cloudy. Sister, I'm back. Tonight I found traces of 3 lower-ranked demons on the top of Autumn Mountain. They were all killed by the same person. I found out that it was Su Chen who did it. I am really grateful to him, otherwise I would have been in trouble today. Su Chen was injured. I was very worried. It was almost dawn when I rushed back to the butterfly house. Sister, do you know? Su Chen was sitting on the doorstep waiting for me. I don't know how long he sat there. He saw my wound at a glance, bandaged it patiently and applied medicine to it. I have never seen such a gentle person except my sister. Everyone calls him Mr. Su Chen, but this brat seems to really think of himself as a mister. He's clearly just a naughty little brother, but he's acting like an adult day by day. Sister, tell me, does Su Chen like me? Why is he so nice to me? Sister, I almost fell in love with you, but I am a worm. I have my own goals and plans. I can't be with Su Chen. Because I know that Kochou Shinobu can have someone he likes, but the insect killer can't. Thursday. Weather, sunny. Advertisement. Sister, when I said goodbye to Su Chen and returned to the room, I suddenly heard Xiaokui's shouting. Su Chen fainted. I'm a doctor, and I was stunned at the time. Sister, do you think Su Chen fainted because he was trying to save me? Sister, I suddenly feel a little guilty. I was originally a pillar, but in the end, Su Chen had to take care of me. I sat by Su Chen's bed all day, wiping his sweat and changing his clothes. I found his profile particularly good looking, and before I knew it I had been sitting there until the afternoon. I know Su Chen is about to wake up, but I can't let him see me. Let's just leave this relationship as it is. I have too much to bear. Friday. Weather, cloudy. Sister, Su Chen went to the training ground today. I specifically asked brother Rengoku to teach Su Chen some practical things so that Su Chen won't get hurt next time. One more thing, do you know sister, I met with Mr. Shinazugawa today, and he seems to be trying to awaken the same markings as Su Chen. I wanted to walk away, but I heard Mr. Shinazugawa saying bad things about Su Chen. I got so angry that I criticized him right away. Hee. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Shinazugawa once pursued you, I would have just played the butterfly dance. Hee. You can't do this. Sister likes Xiaonan's smile. Xiaonan must be a lady. Saturday. Weather, rain. Sister, I recently went on a mission and found that the ghosts outside seemed to be looking for Mr. Su Chen. I also learned from a ghost that Mr. Su Chen did not show up in front of the ghosts that day. Although I don't know why, Mr. Su Chen must have covered his face because he didn't want to reveal his identity. For this reason, I did not report this matter to the Lord. Xiaonan is alone again today. It's raining heavily outside and Xiaonan feels a little cold. Sister, I miss you so much. Xiaonan really misses you. The last page is turned. The handwriting stopped abruptly at the word, miss. Su Chen read the girl's complex emotions between the lines. It contains Kochou Shinobu's joys, sorrows, anger and happiness as well as the unique thoughts of an 18-year-old girl. I had no idea Kochou Shinobu was so lively inside. Su Chen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kochou Shinobu was fine, otherwise Butterfly House would be short of 2 doctors. Su Chen lowered his head and thought about the contents of Kochou Shinobu's diary. Sure enough, Kochou Shinobu had discovered that the person who was in the Autumn Mountain was himself. But she did not report the matter. This should be a violation of team rules, right? Su Chen didn't expect Kochou Shinobu to be able to do this for him. Advertisement. One more thing. Su Chen flipped through the diary to a certain page. He repeated the words, sister, I almost fell in love, 3 times. Is it right that Kochou Shinobu likes himself? Su Chen subconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. It seemed that there was a reason why the girl suddenly became so cold to him that night. Is it because of Doma? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered that Kochou Shinobu made a lot of preparations to kill Doma. This included injecting himself with wisteria poison every day, just in case it might come in handy someday in the future. Normally, the toxin capacity that can be injected into Kochou Shinobu's Nichiren blades at one time is about 70 grams. This amount of poison is enough to kill any demon below the upper rank. But Kochou Shinobu was not completely sure about the upper strings. For this reason, she added a trump card. That's your own body. Every day, a large amount of wisteria flower poison is injected into Kochou Shinobu's body. Su Chen made a simple estimate of the time. At present, the level of wisteria flower poison in Kochou Shinobu's body is 70 times the lethal dose. Every inch of this girl's skin was tightly wrapped in purple hatred. She is now, even a drop of blood on her body. It can poison and kill any ghost except the Ghost King and 12 Kazuki. So, this is why Su Chen can always smell the scent of wisteria on Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen gripped the diary a little harder. Now that he has come to the butterfly house, he will never let this happen again. After living together for a long time, Su Chen has come to regard everyone in Butterfly House as family. So, Doma, you deserve to die. Su Chen secretly made up his mind to capture Doma and do research on him in the future. Just when Su Chen was lost in thought, suddenly, footsteps were heard at the basement door. Someone is coming. Advertisement Chapter 40. Insufficient funds. Butterfly House's financial problems. Mr. Su Chen, is that you? Kanzaki Aoi's voice appeared at the door. She pushed open the door of the laboratory room, but did not see Su Chen. Kanzaki Aoi showed a puzzled look on his face. Strange, I just heard some movement down there. At this moment, another pair of footsteps were heard in the corridor. Su Chen appeared behind Kanzaki Aoi. What's wrong? What happened? Su Chen patted the other person's shoulder, his tone slightly concerned. Kanzaki Aoi turned his head blankly, and was visibly stunned when he saw Su Chen. Huh, Mr. Su Chen, did you come down after me? Su Chen didn't give the other party time to react. He immediately said with a smile, let's go upstairs and talk. There's a laboratory downstairs and the smell of medicine is very strong. Kanzaki Aoi nodded. The two walked up together. While walking, Su Chen casually asked, is Shinobu out on another mission? I'm back. Kanzaki Aoi thought for a moment and said, I'm reporting the situation to the Lord now. As that's so, has Shinobu always been alone outside? Su Chen spoke again. Hearing this, the expression on Kanzaki Aoi's face suddenly became lonely. Yes, ever since Sister Kanao left, Shinobu-sama has become a different person. It was raining heavily one day, and when Shinobu-sama came back from a mission, he was soaking wet. When he came back, there were many patients in the butterfly house, so no one noticed that Shinobu-sama had returned. She went back to her room and cleaned up quietly, then came to help everyone. Everyone was heartbroken when they saw how strong Shinobu-sama was. Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help but feel sad when she said this. She sighed and said, it would be great if I could help John-sama, but unfortunately I can't even learn the breathing method, and I don't dare to face the ghost. If Master Shinobu hadn't taken me in, I'd probably be homeless now. Su Chen smiled and said, what you are doing now is helping Shinobu. Kanzaki Aoi pursed her lips. But, no buts, I think saving people is more important than killing ghosts. If it weren't for you and everyone else in the butterfly house, the Demon Slayer Corps might not even exist. The role you play is much more important than those half-baked ones on the battlefield. Advertisement. Su Chen's words were sonorous and powerful, and every word touched Kanzaki Aoi's heart. Kanzaki Aoi was stunned for a while. He finally understood why Kanao was willing to talk. It sounded as if she felt redeemed. Kanzaki Aoi showed a subtle look. Mr. Su Chen, I understand, thank you. You're welcome. Su Chen blinked and smiled. Soon, the two returned to the ground. The scene in front of him stunned Su Chen. I saw that the butterfly house was full of patients, and the beds specially used for the Demon Slayer Corps were suddenly full. Su Chen frowned and asked, what's going on? Kanzaki always sighed. The ghosts have been appearing more frequently lately, and everyone has been a little busy lately. And if it were just that, it would be fine, but the demand for medicine is so great that Butterfly House has been running out of money lately. Su Chen asked with some confusion, isn't Butterfly House a public department of the Demon Slayer Corps? Didn't the Lord give money to Butterfly House? Mr. Su Chen, this is a long story. Since you want to know, I will tell you everything I know. Kanzaki Aoi handed Zhao King the medicine he had just taken out of the basement, and then slowly said, every month someone will bring the needed medicine to Butterfly House, but as for the money, we actually don't have it. And if the Butterfly House needs funding, it will be divided according to the proportion of pillars that move in. Su Chen blinked, and with his extraordinary comprehension, he immediately understood what he meant. You mean, since Shinobu is the only one currently stationed in Butterfly House, the funding is low? That's about it. Kanzaki Aoi continued, in fact, PR personnel like the Butterfly House staff get paid less than ordinary team members, so their lives are a bit harder. Shinobu-sama is a pillar. Her salary is much higher than ours. On the one hand, Shinobu-sama will use the money for experimental expenses, and on the other hand, she will give the remaining money to everyone as salary. But it's hard to say about funding, because each pillar has more or less a public relations department, and the Lord can't favor one over the other. Su Chen asked. Does the Lord know about this? I don't know. Kanzaki always shook her head. Shinobu is a very strong-willed person. Seeing that the Lord is working day and night, she doesn't want to trouble the Lord. Su Chen held his forehead. Kochou, you may not know that the Yubayashiki clan are all rich, right? The little bit of millet you saved is not even enough to fill other people's teeth. Su Chen believes that the Yubayashiki clan can still afford these 2 coins of funding. But I have to save my face. Advertisement. Su Chen couldn't just run up to someone and say, I'm Su Chen, give me money. So this matter has become a difficult task. Mr. Su Chen, let's not talk about it for now. Zhao King and the others are a bit too busy. Kanzaki Aoi ran to make room for the patient. She planned to change and wash the bedding and quilt covers on the previous patient's bed. In the huge butterfly house, Su Chen couldn't find anyone to talk to for a while. Let's practice swordplay. Su Chen found a wooden sword and then walked towards the courtyard behind the butterfly house. Walked down the corridor. A graceful figure came into Su Chen's sight. Seeing Su Chen walking towards him, Kanao smiled sweetly with 2 dimples. Mr. Su Chen. What's wrong? Su Chen walked to Kanao's side. Kanao suddenly asked, Mr. Su Chen, you are going to compete with Mr. Shinazugawa tomorrow, right? Su Chen was stunned. I calculated the time in my mind for a moment. It seems that it was indeed these 2 days. What's wrong? Su Chen asked softly. Kanao pursed his lips and asked nervously, if Mr. Su Chen finishes the competition, will he stay in the butterfly house? Of course. Where else would I go? Su Chen said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, live on the streets. Kanao explained anxiously. Of course not, I'm just worried that Mr. Su Chen doesn't like it here. That depends on whether Kanao likes me or not. If Kanao doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do. Of course I agree. Kanao lowered his head, his face red. The little hands were tightly grasping the corner of her clothes. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. This child blushes after just a few words, just like Guan Yu. Su Chen put his hands in his pockets, he took out a coin. I give this back to you. Chapter 41. Shinazugawa, the markings haven't been awakened yet? Is that okay? Kanao looked up and recognized him immediately. It was the one that Sister Kanao gave to me. The bronze coin exuded a golden luster, and coupled with the smile on Su Chen's lips, Kanao's DNA was moved. She took the coin. Then he slapped Su Chen's hand hard. The girl's face turned red again. Mr. Su Chen, can I give you this coin? Su Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. Isn't this Kanao's favorite thing? I can't have it. Is that so? Kanao's eyes sparkled. Then can Mr. Su Chen teach me the breathing method? Su Chen nodded and smiled. Of course. Then this is my reward. Kanao stuffed the coin into Su Chen's hand again. This girl. Su Chen smiled. You want to buy your own breathing method for just $1. The price of your own brainpower is really very low. Look at this little girl Kanao, she must be secretly happy right now. Su Chen touched Kanao's head, then he put the coin into his coat pocket. $1 is also money. That being the case, Su Chen intends to teach Kanao the breath of the queen. I don't have a breathing method that's suitable for Kanao yet, so I can let Kanao try it out first. Su Chen raised the wooden sword in his hand and walked towards the open space in the courtyard. After seeing Kanao didn't catch up, he turned around and shouted, "Come on, what are you still standing there for?" Kanao followed him naively. At this time, she didn't know what she was about to face. The two men picked up wooden swords. Su Chen began to demonstrate to Kanao in a serious manner. At the same time, at the Yubayashiki residence. The sky is blue with a few white clouds. A noisy crow flew into Yubayashiki's room. Mrs. Amane removed the envelope from under the crow's feet and then let it go. Advertisement, it's a letter from that kid Kyojuru. Mrs. Amane opened the envelope and knelt gracefully beside Yubayashiki Kagaya. I read the contents of the envelope carefully. It records Kyojuru's training with Su Chen. It details Su Chen's talents, character and some of his achievements. Especially when Mrs. Amane read the part about Su Chen's self-created breath of flame, her tone paused. Yubayashiki Kagaya smiled gently and said, Su Chen is really a worry-free kid. Mrs. Amane put down the envelope, looked at her husband and said, what should we do next? Tomorrow is the competition between Su Chen and Shinazugawa. Do we need to arrange more training for Su Chen? No thanks. Yubayashiki Kagaya couldn't help but cough twice. His health has been declining. Even his words were filled with a strong sense of weakness. Amane, go prepare a set of Demon Slayer uniforms for Su Chen, and assign this kid a quota for Inishirin blades. Cough cough cough. Mrs. Amane hurried forward and patted Yubayashiki Kagaya on the back. While relieving the discomfort of the contemporary lord, he asked, Kagaya, the game hasn't started yet, are you ready now? Ahem, Yubayashiki Kagaya spoke weakly, but his words showed his admiration for Su Chen. Yes, I have a feeling that this child might surprise all the eyes then. I already recognized him. Mrs. Amane laughed silently. She hadn't seen Yubayashiki Kagaya say these words in a long time. The last time was when I brought Muichiru back, right? Mrs. Amane put Yubayashiki Kagaya carefully away and then left the room. Prepare to prepare the usual equipment of the Demon Slayer Corps for Su Chen. Breathing of the wind, Form 5, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. The wind roared and the valley was howling, under the scorching sun. This is the 20th time that Shinazugawa has used the 5 form in succession in Lonely Mountain. This move is the fastest move in breathing of wind. Every time it is used, Shinazugawa's body temperature rises to a higher level. But he had already used it 20 times in a row, and apart from feeling a little feverish, there was basically no abnormality in his body. Shinazugawa, can you do this? Your markings haven't awakened yet? Hearing this familiar sinister voice, Shinazugawa looked in the direction of the voice and said, Iguro, why are you here again? I'm here to tell you a piece of news, advertisement. Iguro Obanai walked up to Shinazugawa and asked, do you remember what day tomorrow is? Tomorrow? Shinazugawa looked at him blankly, what day? Oh, you are such a heartless man. Tomorrow is the day of your competition with Su Chen. Have you forgotten? Iguro Obanai couldn't help shaking his head. Shinazugawa is a good sparring partner, but sometimes his brain just doesn't work very well. The arc of his nerve reaction was even slower than that of the lower-ranked demons he had killed. After hearing what Obanai said, Shinazugawa finally remembered. But he didn't care. Compared to the competition with Su Chen, he might as well figure out that thing called stripes first. Looking at the other person's expression, Xiao Benet immediately knew that the other person didn't listen. Xiao Benet said, you know, I met the flame pillar yesterday. Guess what he said to me? What? Shinazugawa turned his head. Obana. The flame pillar said he learned a new move, so I fought him. Shinazugawa was a little disdainful when he heard this. What's the matter with that? Xiao Benet. I lost. What? Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes widened. You lost in one move. Of course not. Am I that bad? Xiao Benet said unhappily. It's just that his opening move was very weird, and I had some extra strength left in the first move, so I was caught off guard. After I lost this move, I used my ultimate move before Kyojuru did, so I lost. After listening to Obanai's explanation, Shinazugawa was very puzzled. He stroked his chin and asked again, which move is that? That move is very strange, it actually allows him to create physical flames. What? Shinazugawa's eyes were almost as big as Kyojiru's. He said in disbelief. Has the flame pillar mastered this skill now? Has he already activated the markings? But Xiao Benet shook his head. No, he said that Su Chen taught him this trick. Su Chen? Shinazugawa's excited face immediately fell. How could it be Su Chen? Xiao Benet continued. Shinazugawa, do you still look down on Su Chen now? Shinazugawa was unusually silent. Originally, he did not take Su Chen's competition seriously, but now it seems that Su Chen's talent is really a bit terrifying. If you really want to know how to awaken the patterns, I think you can go to the butterfly house. Obana gave Shinazugawa a suggestion. But Shinazugawa's head was shaking like a rattle. Are you kidding me? Do you want me to ask Su Chen? Even if Shinazugawa wields the 5 form until he dies today, he will never go and ask Su Chen for anything. Obana covered her forehead helplessly, and her eyes changed when she looked at Shinazugawa. You misunderstood. Chapter 42 Hashibira Inosuke. How come that guy knows the wasp fang trick? When he saw Shinazugawa's constipated expression, he knew that this guy thought he was asking him to find Su Chen. I mean for you to ask Kochou. After all, Su Chen is now Kochou's man. You can ask Kochou about it. Shinazugawa was visibly stunned after hearing this. Seems to be hesitating. He looked at Xiao Benet suspiciously. Why did you come to tell me this? Obana was stunned. She didn't expect Shinazugawa to be so quick-witted at this moment. But how could he possibly tell this rough guy what he was thinking? He spread his hands. I just don't want you to lose to Su Chen, is that so hard to understand? Something's wrong. Shinazugawa raised his hand and pointed at Obanai, saying, why are you so enthusiastic? It's not like you. Xiao Benet's face darkened. Love is not okay. At this time, a crow flew over in a hurry. It's from Zhaoban. A small roll of writing paper was tied to its feet. Before it even hit the ground, the crows chirped, its nectar. Swish. Snake-breathing type 5 long-winding snake. A gust of sword wind blew. When Shinazugawa reacted, Daikro was already in Obanai's arms. At this time, the letter paper under Daiya's feet had disappeared, and his mouth was covered tightly by Xiao Benet. Obanai took one last look at Shinazugawa. Are you going to the butterfly house to ask Kochou or not? Shinazugawa shook his head stubbornly. No, really not going? No, whatever you want. Xiao Benet took the crow and left. The speed is many times faster than when we came here. Especially when Shinazugawa called him, Obanai ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. Shinazugawa was puzzled though, but I didn't think much about it. He glanced at the cracked skin in his hands and said stubbornly, I'm not going. The sky is clear, birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. Today, an important member of the Demon Slayer Corps returned outside the butterfly house. He was shirtless, with 2 serrated Nichiren blades hanging from his waist and a boar mask on his head. So domineering. What's going on? Why didn't anyone come back to greet me today? Inosuke stood in front of the door, lost in thought. Ever since the battle at Nada Spider Mountain, he had been in the most frustrating moment of his life. Later, he was reborn in the butterfly house, so Inosuke still likes this place very much. Even treated as a second home, but, advertisement. He just yelled, but no one came out to greet him. What's going on? I'm back from a mission. How dare Tanpachiro and the others not come out to greet me? Inosuke is angry. He stepped on the door and rushed over the wall like a pig. The front yard was crowded with people. Inosuke's eyes hurt from watching so much that he simply turned his attention to the sparsely populated backyard. There, a young man was practicing sword in the courtyard. This person is Su Chen. As for the previous Kanao, no one knew where he had gone. That guy. Inosuke's eyes widened. The pig rushed forward and rushed directly into the backyard. He carefully parted the grass, revealing only a pig's head. Then he observed Su Chen's actions like a wild beast. What a strange sword technique, Inosuke couldn't help but mutter. He himself was also a swordsman who used a strange breathing method, but in terms of sophistication, it was not as good as those who used the 5 basic breathing methods. Because of this, Inosuke has always wanted to find someone who can use the beast-like breathing method like him. And now, this person appeared in front of him. When Inosuke saw Su Chen's actions, his soul was immediately hooked. Because this person's actions reminded him of an insect he had encountered in the mountains before. Big horned teeth. Don't be fooled by its small size, the root of its tail is very poisonous. Inosuke had been stung before. If it weren't for my natural high resistance to poison, I would have died. This guy actually knows the moves of the Hornet Fang. Inosuke thought with some excitement. Now his mind was completely occupied by Su Chen's figure. As for the little thing just now, it had long been forgotten. Only in the courtyard. Su Chen sometimes rushed forward and sometimes brandished his sword. Sometimes sliding, sometimes moving at high speed. The set of smooth and flowing dance moves is truly pleasing to the eye. Su Chen took a deep breath, planning to practice the latest move of bee breathing. It was at this time, Inosuke suddenly rushed over, impatient. Su Chen twisted the knife, and his body vibrated at a high speed. The vibration spread to the tip of the knife. He closed his eyes. At this moment, listen carefully to everything around you. The buzzing of bees all around. Kochou paused for the sound of the flower bud's footsteps. And then there was a rude croaking sound. Hey gaga 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 gaga. You're really strong, come and fight me. Bee breathing, type 8 vampire bee fang, advertisement. Su Chen swung the wooden sword. There were several explosions in the air. Several red and yellow bloody teeth suddenly burst out from the tip of the knife. Buzz buzz buzz. All the sounds around stopped abruptly. Su Chen opened his eyes, but he didn't see anyone in front of him. Am I hallucinating? Su Chen wondered. At this moment, Kanzaki Aoi's voice suddenly came from the front yard. Master Shinobu is back. Shinobu is back. Su Chen put away the wooden sword. After tidying up his appearance, he walked towards the front yard. Little did they know, it's in the lush grass nearby. A man wearing a pig head mask has fallen asleep. Master Shinobu, you're finally back. Master Shinobu, I missed you so much. Master Shinobu, I want a hug. Kochou Shinobu walked into the butterfly house, and before he could take off his shoes, Kokyo, Kasumi, and Kane threw themselves into Kochou Shinobu's arms. Kochou Shinobu patted their heads lovingly. Then I saw the butterfly house was already filled with beds of patients. What? Is everyone so busy today? Kochou Shinobu smiled and said with eyes curved, it seems that everyone has worked very hard during my absence. The three little girls nodded in unison. Master Shinobu, you are finally back. What did the Lord say this time? Kanzaki always stood behind the three girls and spoke cautiously, the funding this time. Bang, oh my. Kochou Shinobu suddenly smiled and clapped his hands. I forgot this time, how about I think of a way next time? Alright, Xiao Kui, go get busy. The butterfly house can't do without Xiao Kui. After much persuasion, Kochou Shinobu finally drove the other person away with a smile. Watching my sisters becoming increasingly busy, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What I've done is still not good enough. I have to think of a solution as soon as possible. Kochou Shinobu takes off his shoes. The fatigue in my body suddenly surged up like a tide. But she couldn't rest yet. I must rush into the laboratory as quickly as possible. Because, there is someone here that Kochou Shinobu doesn't dare to see for the time being. But she had just stepped on the floor with her bare feet. Su Chen's voice came over like a shadow. Shinobu, you're back? Chapter 43. Brother Shinazugawa, you won't be embarrassed to ask Mr. Su Chen, right? Su Chen. Seeing the person coming, Kochou Shinobu looked a little unnatural. Su Chen walked up to her. His 1.70 meter tall height creates a contrast with Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, Ren, thank you for taking care of me that day. It's okay. Kochou Shinobu didn't dare to look at Su Chen. She replied as she walked towards the basement. The distance was kept very clearly. Su Chen understood what was happening. Kochou Shinobu is hiding from me. But Su Chen was here to solve the problem. How could he let this little Kochou run away in front of him? Then, Su Chen also moved along with Kochou Shinobu. The distance between the two people quickly closed. But then an accident happened. Su Chen's foot slipped. I accidentally stepped on Kochou Shinobu's smooth feet. Two white and tender soles overlapped each other. The warm touch continues to blend. A tingling sensation spread from the girl's toes to her entire body. Kochou Shinobu blushed slightly, then he retracted his foot as if by reflex. What a coincidence. Because she was in a hurry, the other jade foot lost its balance and slipped. To prevent myself from making a fool of myself, a few small jumps. The girl stepped on Su Chen's foot with her other foot again. Kochou Shinobu became famous. Kochou Shinobu's face turned red again. A touch of red glow shines through like a red apple. I really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Su Chen looked at the other person with a helpless look. He had never seen Kochou Shinobu look so embarrassed. He even suspected that if he stepped on it again, Kochou Shinobu's stripes would be exposed. Okay, walk more carefully next time, after Su Chen helped Kochou Shinobu to stabilize. Gently asked. Are you too tired recently? Kochou Shinobu's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but feel regretful. I shouldn't have talked to Su Chen. I make a fool of myself as soon as I speak. Advertisement. No wonder Mr. Rengoku kept talking about how he and Su Chen were training yesterday, and he always wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Kochou Shinobu felt that he needed one now. She paused and took a deep breath. The smile on his face faded. It's okay, after saying. Kochou Shinobu's beautiful eyes moved, and her heart suddenly arose with thoughts. Since I can't argue with Su Chen, let's talk about something else. So she changed the subject. Hey, where's Kanao? Su Chen replied. Kanao's Nichiren blades have been repaired by a swordsmith, and he is now chatting with the swordsmith outside. Chat? Kochou Shinobu was stunned. This must be a very niche chat. Also, Kanao can chat with people. How come I, as a master, don't know this? Kochou Shinobu gave Su Chen a suspicious look. It seems that I don't know enough about what Su Chen has been doing during this period. Su Chen is becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Bear with it. Su Chen suddenly spoke. Kochou Shinobu replied subconsciously. What's wrong? Su Chen handed over his wooden sword and said sincerely, can you give me a Nichiren blades made of gorilla iron ore? I'm not used to using wooden swords all the time. Well, Kochou Shinobu looked a little embarrassed. Really? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that what Kanzaki always said was true. Kochou Shinobu was indeed in trouble. What Chen said just now was just a test for Kochou Shinobu. But he didn't expect that the other party was so poor. It's okay, I was just talking casually. After I defeat Shinazugawa tomorrow, I will have Nichiren blades. Chen waved his hand and pretended not to care. But Kochou Shinobu listened. Her fair little hands were clenched until they turned a little red. I never thought that as the insect pillar, I would have to worry about money one day. Chen saw that Kochou Shinobu's smile faded a little and immediately guessed that this girl was probably serious. He comforted her softly, it's okay, sit here and rest for a while, I'll get you a glass of water. Chen pulled a chair for Kochou Shinobu and then walked towards the back room. Seeing this, Kochou Shinobu showed a cunning look. Finally left, Kochou Shinobu walked towards the basement. Make a decision in your mind and lock the door when you go in. This way I won't be able to see Chen, right? But at this moment, a tall figure stood in front of Kochou Shinobu again. A hash sign appeared on Kochou Shinobu's smooth forehead. She raised her head and said through gritted teeth, Shinazugawa, what are you doing here? Right in the middle of Kochou Shinobu and the basement road. Advertisement at some point, a man with scars on his face stood in the way. This is a man who can stop a baby from crying just by his looks. He finally followed Iguro Obanai's advice and came to Butterfly House to find Kochou Shinobu. At this moment, Shinazugawa felt a little conflicted. He found that Kochou Shinobu, who was usually good-tempered, was unusually angry today. Did I offend her? I'm not here to ask about Kanao. After all, it's all in the past. Shinazugawa suddenly opened, but it would be better if he didn't explain. This explanation makes things worse. There are obviously more hash signs on Kochou Shinobu's forehead. Mr. Shinazugawa, are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, or, I scolded you last time because of Mr. Chen, and you hold a grudge against me? Shinazugawa 1 inch. He quickly waved his hands. No, I don't mean to blame you. He regretted it as soon as he said it, isn't this just making things worse? While Kochou Shinobu was still not responding, Shinazugawa quickly changed the subject. Actually, I came here for other things. Anything else? Kochou Shinobu gave Shinazugawa a suspicious look. It was the first time she saw Shinazugawa look like he was begging for help. In Kochou Shinobu's memory, Shinazugawa had never treated anyone well except his sister Kanao. Could it be that Shinazugawa really has something urgent? You tell me first. Kochou Shinobu sighed and said unhappily. Seeing this, Shinazugawa finally breathed a sigh of relief. To him, women are simply fickle monsters. Seeing the opportunity to speak, Shinazugawa immediately told the whole purpose of his visit. Awakening marks? Kochou Shinobu said in surprise, didn't Mr. Chen mention the method at the meeting before? Could it be that you have been practicing according to the method recently and you haven't awakened yet? Shinazugawa was silent for a moment. As a pillar, his face was shattered. But how could the scheming Shounen let him go? After all, this isn't the first time Shinazugawa has provoked me. When I get the chance, I'll talk to death. Oh my, how can Shinobu know the answer to Mr. Shinazugawa's question? After all, Mr. Chen has already told everyone the method. It's only natural that Mr. Shinazugawa can do it, right? But it doesn't matter if you don't do it. After all, there's nothing you can do if Mr. Shinazugawa can't do it, right? You have to ask Mr. Chen about this question. It's okay if you feel embarrassed. Shounen can introduce you to someone. You wouldn't be embarrassed to ask Mr. Chen, right? Brother Buc Chuan, Chapter 44 Kochou Shinobu. No fighting, Inosuke, pig rush. Snap. It was the sound of a shattered face. Shinazugawa felt as if there was a bright knife in the air, cutting the scar on his face awkwardly. This kind of uncomfortable pain made him feel as if he was slapped in the face by a weak lower-ranked ghost. Especially the last few words of Kochou Shinobu. The word, brother, was so tingling. It seems like he cares, but in fact he is murderous. Hidden behind the smile is a deadly move that is revealed when the real intention is fully revealed. At this moment, the woman's viciousness once again refreshed Shinazugawa's cognition. Just when he was hesitating whether to escape, suddenly, there was a sound of water drops falling behind me. Then came Chen's surprising tone. Hey, Shinazugawa, why are you here? Upon hearing this, veins on Shinazugawa's forehead throbbed. I'm leaving first. Shinazugawa walked out without looking back. Kochou Shinobu hurried over. Mr. Shinazugawa, aren't you going to ask Mr. Chen questions? Mr. Shinazugawa, didn't you say you've been troubled for a long time? Mr. Shinazugawa, why don't I let Mr. Chen take you there? Wipe. Shinazugawa's hands were almost purple from being pinched. I am just a scumbag, and I have to provoke Kochou. What made Shinazugawa even more suffocated was that all the injured Demon Slayer Corps members around heard Kochou Shinobu's words and looked over subconsciously. Shinazugawa. The society is dead. F*K. Shinazugawa took out the unsheathed knife and roared, close your eyes. This is an angry tone. The effect is very obvious when combined with the face that makes the child cry. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were stunned at first, and then frightened by the aura of the wind pillar. They all turned their heads away, each of them silent. At this time, Chen came up. Brother Shinazugawa, what do you want to ask me? This sentence can be said to be dancing on Shinazugawa's grave. His blood vessels were about to burst with anger. Swish. There was a flash of knife. Shinazugawa has pulled out Nichiren blades. At the same time, he said, "My knife wants to ask you, is your blood as sweet as your mouth?" Then, Shinazugawa took a step back. He actually started to cultivate his sword skills. "Advertisement," he said seriously. "You have made great progress recently, so let me test your strength before the competition." Wind. Breath of insects, dance of butterflies, tease. Kochou Shinobu used his sword skills first. As Chen retreated, Kochou Shinobu flashed directly between the two of them and interrupted Shinazugawa's sword skills in advance. She stood up slowly, still smiling, but there was already some dissatisfaction in his tone. "Mr. Shinazugawa, are you going to destroy Shinobu's butterfly house?" Shinazugawa 1 inch randomly explained, "No, I just want to spar with Chen." Sparring? Kochou Shinobu's smiling eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous light. "Mr. Shinazugawa, don't you know the large attack range of your sword skills? I don't think my butterfly house would allow you to spar with Nichiren blades. And Mr. Shinazugawa, I have to remind you that this butterfly house was built by my sister, Kochou Kanae." Shinazugawa remained silent, especially when he heard the name Kochou Kanae. The long silent heart suddenly beat inexplicably. "I'm sorry." Shinazugawa's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. He also carefully put away the Nichiren blades in his hand. Seeing this, Kochou Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that this problem is solved." She turned around and smiled. "Apologize to the demon slayers that Shinazugawa threatened just now. Excuse me, everyone. Our wind pillar saw that the weather was too hot, so he wanted to blow some cool breeze for everyone. I apologize to everyone for the inconvenience caused to everyone." Kochou Shinobu's tone was extremely gentle. Her smile was deeply imprinted on the faces of every teammate. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. The colorful feathers fluttered in the wind, like a pair of wings spread out like Kochou. Gentleness, smile, encouragement, these factors are fully reflected in Kochou Shinobu. It makes her look like a beautiful angel. Everyone was stunned and blushed. "Master Shinobu, you are too kind. We were not angry in the first place. You don't need to apologize to us ordinary team members. Master Shinobu is so cute, but we are fine now. Thank you for your concern, Master Shinobu. Don't be angry, Master Shinobu, you have to stay happy too." The scene suddenly became harmonious. Kanzaki Aoi, who was making the bed, couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Lady Shinobu, she is always so gentle. "You have to work hard and protect the butterfly house well." Kanzaki Aoi encouraged, but the next moment, a heavy gasp came from beside her. The face of a fanged beast suddenly appeared next to Kanzaki Aoi. Advertisement before Kanzaki Aoi could react. The wild boar rushed out like flying. The direction is pointing to Chen. A loud laugh rang out. "Hey, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to hide here. We haven't even finished fighting yet." Hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi was stunned. Does it wash? When did he come back? After seeing the target Inosuke rushed towards, Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help but exclaim. "Inosuke, no, that's Mr. Chen." But Inosuke didn't listen to Kanzaki Aoi's words. On the contrary, the speed was even faster, after hearing the noise. Chen turned his head towards the direction of the voice. "Then I saw a pig speeding towards me. You can't fight with knives, Mr. Chen," Kochou Shinobu suddenly said with a smile. She also spotted Inosuke rushing towards her, but I'm not worried at all. Inosuke's strength is far inferior to that of the wind pillar, so he doesn't need to be on guard against him like he does against the wind pillar. The opponent can spar with Chen in the butterfly house. Chen's strength is enough. Chen glanced at Kochou Shinobu. "I couldn't help but complain in my heart, when did you agree to fight? If you want to help her tame the pet yourself, just tell her. You are not allowed to use a knife. You are a little girl and you are not even worthy of me using a knife. Where would I get a knife?" But Chen still knew how sinister Kochou Shinobu was. So he chose to keep his mouth shut. Chen glanced at Inosuke again. He remembered that Inosuke's boxing skills were pretty good. Maybe I can learn some strange moves from him, then. Chen pretended to put down the decorative wooden sword in his hand. Then, he stepped back lightly. A black shadow suddenly rushed over and landed at the place where Chen had just left. Chen dodged Inosuke's pig charge. Bang, there was the sound of plowing. Inosuke slammed the brakes on the ground. Seeing that Chen didn't have a knife, he simply put the knife down. The pig nose on his mouth suddenly let out a heavy gasp. "Suoga, so your name is Zhang, I know it. Since you don't use a knife, let's fight with bare hands." Chapter 45. Understanding the Xiaoyao body skill. Inosuke, I don't believe I can't hit you. After saying this, he didn't wait for the people around him to explain. He rushed forward with his arms and legs wide open. Shinazugawa stared at the scene with great interest. Although he didn't know Inosuke, it seemed like a good choice to use it to test Chen's strength. Kochou Shinobu and Shinazugawa are the same, specifically staring in the direction of Chen. He also pulled back Kanzaki Aoi, who was trying to stop him. Kanzaki Aoi explained anxiously, "Lord Kochou, Inosuke doesn't know Mr. Chen." "Shish, I know, don't worry, Chen will be fine." After hearing what his Lord Shinobu said, Kanzaki Aoi felt he could no longer rush forward. Just looking in the direction where the two people were fighting, I was still full of worry. Bang! Whoosh! Snap, at this moment, Chen was already fighting fiercely with Inosuke. And what surprised Inosuke was, this guy named Su Zheng is extremely weak in physical skills. Although he didn't know why he fainted just now, he must defeat him this time. After thinking about it, Inosuke attacked Chen again. Chen calmly dodged to the side. While dodging, he carefully observed Inosuke's movements. This guy. The attack is abnormally low. Not only does he specialize in the lower three roots, but his movements are also exceptionally clean. It doesn't give people a feeling of dragging their feet at all. It's like fighting a four-legged beast. Bang! Chen and Inosuke distanced themselves at the same time. Seeing Chen's clumsy physical skills, Inosuke couldn't help but grin and said, "Hey gaga, I'm really awesome, right? I'm really awesome, right?" Inosuke was so excited that he repeated the same sentence twice. Suddenly I couldn't help showing off. He showed his lumbar strength in the direction of Chen. To do this, Inosuke performed a difficult move. That is to lean back and start diving your pig head from behind. Finally, he put his head under his crotch. "Hey gaga. How's that? The flexibility of my joints is beyond your imagination." To this, Chen said softly, "Oh, to be honest, he was a little disappointed. Inosuke's moves are actually improved from the beast's attack moves." Advertisement. Watching his attacking movements is actually similar to watching a wild boar climbing a tree. They can all learn to do something similar. But who is Chen? Chen is a man with extraordinary understanding. After the brief fight with Inosuke just now, he suddenly had an inspiration for a set of moves. Whoosh. At the same time, Inosuke's warm-up is also complete. After simply charging up his strength, he rushed towards Chen again. This attack, as fierce as that of a wild boar, actually seemed extremely slow to Chen. Open the bullet field. The next moment, the environment around Chen suddenly changed. The bees collecting nectar stopped moving forward. The annoying Kochou stopped flapping his wings. The flow of time seemed to slow down in Chen's eyes. Inosuke, who was running towards him, was split into countless frames by Chen. You saw the wild boar running and disdained to watch. You think it's interesting that people imitate the movements of wild boars, so you start to watch. You observed the extent to which the opponent's muscles stretched and contracted when he ran, and you imitated him, which improved your understanding of the use of tendons in your body. You observed the frequency of joint changes when the opponent ran, and you imitated him, which improved your freedom in controlling body movements. You watched the opponent's clean combination of moves like a wild boar, and you were inspired and began to deduce in your mind. You understood everything in one thought and performed 100 combinations of actions in 1 second. You suddenly realize that you have discovered a set of moves that are most suitable for close combat. You combine the ghost footwork and the Kochou footwork to create a highly free-form movement, the Xiaoyao body movement. Closing square bracket. In an instant, a new understanding filled Chen's mind. His movements suddenly changed in front of everyone's eyes. The next moment, Inosuke exerted force suddenly. He threw dozens of punches at Chen's lower body. But Chen's lower body seemed to be sensitive, and Inosuke's dozens of fierce punches all missed. Zuzu was horrified. Why did this kid's movements suddenly become so agile? Moreover, as the battle lasted longer, the opponent became more and more familiar with his own moves. Inosuke's instinct as a beast told him, "If this continues, I will definitely lose within 3 moves." He increased the speed of his attacks. But Chen's speed gradually increased, and he soon surpassed him. At this moment, Inosuke discovered something that shocked him. That is, Chen has been dodging and has not attacked. This was seen as a naked provocation in Inosuke's eyes. "Damn it, do you think highly of me? Go ahead and attack me." Bang. After saying that, a powerful leg kicked him hard. Advertisement. Inosuke quickly distanced himself. At the same time, my heart was shaken. Although he had been attacking, he was also on guard against Chen's attacks. How did this kick land on me? Inosuke didn't understand. But when he saw Chen's movements clearly, he was immediately shocked. Chen was still dodging as before. But the legs seemed to be extended inexplicably. Just now, Chen deliberately dislocated his leg joints in order to lengthen them. Combined with his amazing body flexibility, Chen hit the attacking Inosuke at an extremely strange angle. This scene shocked everyone present. Kanzaki Aoi covered her mouth. Kochou Shinobu raised her eyebrows slightly. Shinazugawa fell into deep thought. Shinazugawa saw it clearly. At the beginning, Chen's movements were still very clumsy, and it was obvious that he was not suitable for close combat. But as the fight went on, Shinazugawa realized something was wrong. Because he found that Chen was secretly learning the opponent's offensive techniques. Then, countermeasures were instantly developed based on the opponent's offensive actions. This amazing learning ability was simply unbelievable to Shinazugawa. It was at this moment that Shinazugawa understood the talent that his lord had mentioned. An idea popped into Shinazugawa's mind. How does Chen compare to Tokuto's talent? Probably the same. This is Shinazugawa's current view. The scene returns to the scene. Inosuke stopped and thought. This kid is very weird. His figure was as graceful as a giant wasp. Not only did he fail to touch it, but he also got slapped twice in the face for nothing when he rushed forward blindly. Inosuke began to think of a countermeasure. But as I thought about it, my brain became insufficient. Damn you Zheng. How dare you ask me to use my brain? I'm really P********** D off. I don't believe I can't hit you. After saying. Inosuke didn't believe it and rushed forward. But his actions had already been seen through by Chen. He was able to hold out for a few moves before, but this time he couldn't even hold out for a single move and was kicked back by Chen in a mess. Thump. Inosuke fell to the ground. The mask on his face fell off immediately. Chapter 46 Kanao. King Flower Breathing Land Type King Turtle. A handsome face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone in the butterfly house was fine, because they had seen Inosuke's face before and were mentally prepared. But Shinazugawa couldn't hold it anymore. This was the first time he saw such a handsome and strong man. Even though he has such well-developed muscles, he has a face like a girl. So ugly. What's wrong? Do you have any problem with my face? Inosuke picked up the pig head mask and put it back on. But he couldn't help but feel a little angry at those mocking looks. At this time Chen suddenly appeared beside Inosuke. Your name is Inosuke, right? Chen said gently. But Inosuke didn't answer. Instead, he was suddenly stunned. The next moment, he immediately distanced himself. There was a solemn look on her pretty face. This kid. When did you come to me? Inosuke couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I am a man with the instincts of a wild beast. How is it possible to be so close to such a powerful person and not feel anything? Unless the opponent's speed is incredibly fast. So fast that I don't even have time to react. The more Inosuke thought about it, the more he felt resigned. There was also a hint of excitement mixed with the reluctance. No, I want to fight you again with Nichiren blades. In a flash, Inosuke directly picked up his special Nichiren blades. He was about to rush towards Chen. At this time, Kanzaki Aoi shouted loudly. Stop it, Inosuke, you can't beat Mr. Chen in the first place, stop embarrassing yourself. But Inosuke obviously didn't listen and rushed towards Chen. Chen smiled helplessly. With such a stubborn temper, it seems that unless the other party is tamed, the problem will never be resolved. Just as Chen was about to take action. However, a figure took action before him. Mid-air, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. The pure white haori fluttered in the wind. The girl's figure flutters in the wind. Kanao. Chen recognized it at a glance. He smiled, then stopped what he was doing. Because he realized Kanao's purpose at this time. This action is exactly the sword technique in the breathing method. Advertisement. In mid-air, a fine Nichiren blades was held in Kanao's hand. The girl lowered her eyes. Bawangwa breathing Lu Juxing Bawang Watao. Wow. The sound of swirling flow was heard. The girl suddenly twisted her body in mid-air. At the same time, swing out a spiral horizontal slash. Wherever the slash passed, it seemed as if pink petals were falling. However, the falling flowers do not seem as beautiful as they look. Instead, it is filled with the domineering aura of a wild beast. This is a domineering slash. The target is directly towards Inosuke's body. Clang. There was a sound of metal colliding. Inosuke blocked the move though. But the huge impact force from the blow still made him fly in a mess. Wah! The pig-headed boy screamed in panic. First, roll a few times in the air. Then it slammed into a tree trunk in the yard. Bang! The leaves rustled down. Inosuke slid to the ground, and the leaves immediately covered him, making him look extremely miserable. My lord! My lord! Inosuke refused to admit defeat and tried to stand up. But he was pinned to the ground by Kanzaki Aoi who came quickly. Alright, I know you're powerful now. Now your ribs are injured, so don't move. No, I haven't fought Su Zheng yet. This guy is too much my style. Inosuke struggled desperately, but still couldn't escape the clutches of the nurses in Butterfly House. He couldn't understand why all the females wanted to help Su Zheng. And there is the female who just took action. Inosuke knows her. When I, Tanpachiro and the yellow-haired little brother were training here before, I didn't see this guy being so powerful. When did you become so strong? The pig eyes on Inosuke's mask slightly enlarged, and he rarely used his brain. Just now, when Kanao was swinging his sword, it was as if he saw a tiger pouncing towards him. When I took Kanao's blow, the overwhelming feeling of the collision was exactly the same as the feeling Inosuke had felt when he was chased by a tiger in the mountains before. What's going on? Suddenly, Inosuke's eyes widened. A guess suddenly came to his mind. Is it because of this Su Zheng? Advertisement. When I was fighting with Su Zheng just now, I also had an indescribable strange feeling. That means you can't touch each other. Like a giant hornet, it may be ready to give you a fatal blow at any time. Good. It's simply exciting. Inosuke hadn't felt this excited in a long time. You kid really is. He laughed and was about to stand up, but was slapped down by Kanzaki Aoi. I told you not to move. It's so annoying. Zuzu let out a sigh of dissatisfaction. Looking at the extremely domineering Kanzaki Aoi, he finally did not resist. Finally, the pig lying on the ground was forced to accept Kanzaki Aoi's ideological education for several minutes. Chen smiled slightly. It seems like the girls in the butterfly house are faster at solving problems. At this time, Kanao adjusted her body in the air and landed gracefully on the ground. In her hand was a brand new Nichiren blades, the blade of which was in the shape of a flower. Furthermore, the bladesmith simply added weight to the Nichiren blades according to Chen's special request, so that the texture of swinging the blade would be stronger. The reason why Kanao's move just now had such a strong impact was due to this factor. The moment he landed, Kanao stood in front of Su Chen. The protective implication is very obvious. After seeing that there were no changes around him, Kanao turned around and asked with concern, "Mr. Su Chen, are you okay?" Su Chen smiled. "It's okay." He also touched the little girl Kanao's head. Kanao looked shy, lowered his head and did not resist. Instead, he showed an expression of enjoyment. Seeing this, Kochou Shinobu on the side couldn't hold it anymore. She was just immersed in Kanao's sword technique. Judging from the movements, it was obvious that Su Chen had adapted his sister's breathing method. I was just about to ask Su Chen when I saw this scene. What's going on? When was my sister taken away? And you speak so fluently. Kochou Shinobu was inexplicably jealous. And there are two of them. I, the big master, I'm still standing here, but my beloved disciple went to care about Su Chen first. And Su Chen, a total scumbag. Kochou Shinobu smiled cruelly. It seems that brother Su Chen is really popular in Butterfly House. In time, I'm afraid even a pillar like me won't be able to compare to him. Kochou Shinobu coughed and said with a dagger hidden in his smile, "Ahem, Mr. Su Chen is really so impressive." Su Chen and Kanao turned their heads at the same time. The girl with the ponytail then noticed the presence of Kochou Shinobu. She couldn't help but blushing. "Ah, master, why are you here?" Chapter 47 Flame Pillar. I came here today to seek advice from Mr. Su Chen. Haha, let's not talk about this for now. Kochou Shinobu waved his hand, indicating that he would settle the score later. After all, there are outsiders here, so it would not be appropriate to say too much. Kochou Shinobu looked at Shinazugawa who was standing aside. "Mr. Shinazugawa, do you still think it is shameful to ask Mr. Su Chen? Everyone is here now, just ask. If everyone looks for Mr. Su Chen later, you won't be able to ask." Shinazugawa frowned. "Why are you dragging me into this again? I am Shinazugawa. When did you say you would ask Su Chen? This woman's heart is even darker than my Nichiren blades. But that's what I think." Shinazugawa dare not say anything. He glanced at everyone and said in a serious tone, "I think Su Chen is indeed talented, but talent doesn't mean he can be a good teacher. Look, Tokido was also incredibly talented, wasn't he? But the teaching results were a bit disappointing. So Su Chen still needs to hone his skills. Only Zu can teach Zu, otherwise it's overstepping one's authority." Shinazugawa's intention was very clear, and it was clear that he just didn't want to ask Su Chen. Coupled with his sharp tone, no one present dared to refute him. Just kidding, he is the Wind Pillar. How can he ask a newbie who hasn't even joined the Demon Slayer Corps? So I have to be more tactful. This way he can step down smoothly. But Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but criticize him. "Mr. Shinazugawa, are you afraid that you won't understand? What are you talking about?" Shinazugawa jumped up like a plucked crow. "I'm just emphasizing the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. Only the pillars can teach other pillars. If Su Chen's teaching can really have an effect on Zu, I'll go and ask." Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu smiled meaningfully. Sometimes he said that if it was effective, he would ask, and sometimes he said that only the column level could teach the column level. What's the difference between this and just saying, "I'm a proud kid, I won't ask"? The rules can be completely broken by a clever little ghost like you. Hee. Kochou Shinobu patted Shinazugawa's shoulder gently. Then he said with a smile, "Since Mr. Shinazugawa can't do it, there is nothing we can do." "What a pity, there's nothing I can do, nothing I can do, nothing I can do, nothing I can do, nothing I can do." Advertisement. After that, Kochou Shinobu stopped talking. Shinazugawa instantly blushed. The veins on his face were exposed one by one due to excitement. Just when he was about to burst into curse, suddenly, a rare sound of approval entered his ears. "That makes sense. I think what Shinazugawa said makes sense." The voice was full of energy, and one could tell right away that the person coming here had profound strength and background. Everyone looked over. Shinazugawa turned his head excitedly. After Su Chen recognized the other person, he walked over enthusiastically. "Flame Pillar. Mr. Rengoku. Brother Rengoku." In the sight of everyone, the Flame Pillar appeared here from nowhere. Everyone expressed warm greetings to Rengoku Kyujiro's sudden appearance. Su Chen walked up and greeted him in a friendly manner. "Brother Rengoku, when did you come?" Shinazugawa also came over. "Rengoku, what did you just say?" asked the two people at the same time. Kyujiro blinked. Then chose to answer Su Chen's question first. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Su Chen, I came here a long time ago and saw everyone's sparring process just now. When I saw Mr. Su Chen's movements, I knew that Mr. Su Chen had improved again. No, it was just luck." Su Chen waved his hands, expressing his modesty. "Brother Rengoku, you are here to cure your leg problem this time, right?" As he spoke, Su Chen subconsciously glanced at Kyujiro's legs. Well, after yesterday's correction it is clear that the deterioration has stopped. Su Chen led Kyujiro into the house. "Brother Rengoku, I will lead you into the house now." Wait a moment, Shinazugawa couldn't hold it in any longer. He looked at Kyujiro and said very quickly, "Rengoku, you just agreed with my point of view." "Yes." Kyujiro stared, thought for a moment and said, "No." Shinazugawa was confused. "What do you mean?" Advertisement. At this time, Inosuke also walked over slowly with the support of Kanzaki Aoi. As soon as he reunited with the others, he heard Kyujiro say, I think you're right, but I think Su Chen has the strength of a pillar and can teach. Everyone was stunned. This sentence, spoken by a pillar, is of great value. Inosuke showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder I lost, it turns out that Su Zheng is a pillar. Then he laughed again. If that's the case, then I'm the second most powerful one, ha 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 ha. Rengoku, how could such words come out of your mouth? This sentence was said by Shinazugawa. He stared at Kyujiro with wide eyes. It was almost unbelievable that the flame pillar would give Su Chen such a high evaluation. Directly saying that Su Chen has the strength of Zu, isn't it obvious that he was blind at the beginning? I don't agree. I still say the same thing, unless Su Chen can gain my approval. Unless he can't become the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but laugh and said, it seems that even if Mr. Shinazugawa disagrees, there is nothing we can do. After all, the decision is made by the Lord. Inosuke pointed at Shinazugawa and asked, who is this guy? You are so arrogant. I really want to beat you up. Even Kyujiro nodded repeatedly. Shinazugawa, I think you are targeting Su Chen a little bit. Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa's eyebrows immediately wrinkled into a knot. He didn't hear what Inosuke said. Kochou Shinobu's words were also automatically filtered out by Shinazugawa. But what Shinazugawa couldn't understand the most was why Kyujiro, also started to favor Su Chen. He said angrily, Rengoku, what on earth are you doing here? You don't look like you're injured, go back quickly. Then, Shinazugawa whispered in Kyujiro's ear. He muttered a few words very quickly. Give me a favor this time, I will help you with a few more tasks next time. Kyujiro nodded, and then said with full energy, I understand. But I'm not here to see a doctor. Shinazugawa, please forgive me for not giving you this honor. Kyujiro didn't notice the change in Shinazugawa's expression at all. Then he turned to the crowd and said, actually, I'm here to study today. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone showed a look of surprise. Studying. Who to study from? Could it be Kochou Shinobu? After all, there are only 3 pillars here. Who is qualified to teach the flame pillar? Etc. Everyone calmed down immediately and looked in the direction of Su Chen. Chapter 48 Kochou Shinobu. Shinazugawa, you went the wrong way, please ask for help. Su Chen is over here. But there was no sign of Su Chen there. Originally Su Chen was standing with Kanao, but now only Kanao was still standing there obediently. And Su Chen, under the cover of Kanao, he tiptoed towards the butterfly house. Swish. The light colorful Haori sways slightly. Kochou Shinobu's little hand shot out and grabbed him fiercely. The girl smiled and said, Mr. Su Chen, where are you going in such a hurry? Kochou Shinobu's little hand tugged. Then he pushed Su Chen and walked back. Su Chen felt like the sky was falling. I just heard what Kyujiro said. How could he not know what Kyujiro meant? Don't you just want to teach him the sword technique of breathing of flame yourself? You know, I taught him for the whole afternoon last night. But Kyujiro only learned the Ichi no Kata. The breathing of flame that I developed has 11 sword types. From this perspective, Su Chen really doesn't want to teach. How long will it take to teach this? Su Chen thought that since he had taken Kanao away quietly yesterday, Kyujiro would understand what he meant. How good. Today, they came straight to the butterfly house. The main feature is directness and frankness. Su Chen walked with great speed, as if he had used up all his strength just to get to Kyujiro. He grasped the other's hand tightly and said, Brother Rengoku, I actually think what Shinazugawa said makes sense. I am really not qualified to teach you now. You are the flame pillar, this is beyond your level. Hey, no way. Kyujiro grabbed Su Chen's hand in turn and immediately said, who dares to say that Mr. Su Chen is not qualified to teach the pillar? I, Rengoku Kyujiro, will be the first to disagree. This honor belongs to you alone. After saying. A hint of guilt returned to Kyujiro's expression. But I am ashamed to say it. Yesterday, Mr. Su Chen promised to teach me new moves, but my talent is still too poor. After studying for a long time, I only learned one move. After I went back, I couldn't figure it out, so I plan to ask Mr. Su Chen again today. After saying this, Kyujiro showed a shy look. It seemed like he really felt guilty for not having learned this. This scene shocked everyone present. What a niche way of chatting. Su Chen is actually teaching the flame pillar how to breathe. There was confusion, puzzlement, suspicion, and shock in the eyes of everyone looking at Su Chen. Advertisement. An idea popped into everyone's mind. Is that true or false? When will Su Chen be able to teach Zu how to breathe? Didn't he even hold a knife at the beginning? And the most outrageous thing is that the flame pillar actually said that he couldn't learn it. Just at this time, a black crow suddenly flew from midair. It's Kochou Shinobu's disc crow. It flew back from Ubuyashiki Kagaya's residence. Butterfly House was seen hovering above everyone, shouting, Ah, Kochou Shinobu, Kochou Shinobu, the Lord has ordered you to get a set of exclusive clothing for the Demon Slayer Core Pillar level. In addition, the Lord has allocated a quota of Nichiren blades to Su Chen, and it is expected to be delivered tomorrow. The message has been delivered. The crow let out 2 cries. Then it flew onto Kochou Shinobu's shoulder. So far. The whole place fell eerily quiet again. Inosuke and Kyujiro each blinked their large eyes. Kochou Shinobu and Kanao opened their mouths slightly. As for Shinazugawa, his expression was as painful as if he had eaten a ghost. Kyujiro. I didn't expect that the Lord would receive my message so quickly. Kochou Shinobu. Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Su Chen to be so respected. Now I don't have to buy Nichiren blades. Kanao. I know Mr. Su Chen is the best. Inosuke. Su Chen, isn't his name Su Zhang? As for our protagonist Su Chen, he shrugged helplessly. What can I do? He is too outstanding. I just taught the Flame Pillar a move yesterday, but I didn't expect that I would be rewarded with a set of Demon Slayer corpse skins today. Overall, Su Chen thinks it's okay. Kochou Shinobu couldn't afford Nichiren blades for himself anyway. Why not do it for free? Su Chen thought so. Suddenly, Kochou Shinobu seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The sweet and sticky voice suddenly bloomed among the crowd. Mr. Shinazugawa, where are you going? Shinazugawa, who was walking at the door, was startled. The next moment, everyone's eyes were directed towards him. Doubt, confusion, surprise. These gazes cut into Shinazugawa's skin like knives. Shinazugawa, need to run. Advertisement. This scene immediately aroused everyone's imagination. The same thought suddenly occurred to everyone. Shinazugawa, is he staying away from Su Chen? Just because Su Chen's message just arrived, Shinazugawa was in a hurry to leave. This scene is hard to explain except in this way. Just by the door, Shinazugawa turned around stiffly, and the resentment in his body was suddenly heavier than that of a ghost. His face was red, and veins on his forehead were bulging. He had a complex expression of anger and laughter. Because of anger, the scars on his face looked hideous. At this time, Kochou Shinobu spoke sweetly again. Oh, look, I almost forgot, Mr. Shinazugawa, didn't you want to ask Mr. Su Chen for advice? These words stabbed Shinazugawa's heart like a knife. He really couldn't figure out how he had offended this woman. Her little mouth looks like it was covered with honey. Shinazugawa took a deep breath. Then he gritted his teeth and said, I didn't. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Kochou Shinobu came over and grabbed him. The fair little hand first took off the opponent's sword. Then he said with a smile, Mr. Shinazugawa, you are in a hurry again. You are going in the wrong direction. After saying this, he didn't even wait for Shinazugawa to resist. In front of everyone, he pulled Shinazugawa towards Su Chen. In order to prevent Shinazugawa from getting lost, Kochou Shinobu pointed to where Su Chen was. It's this way, idiot. Shinazugawa. Period. It's not that Shinazugawa didn't think about resisting. But if I resisted, wouldn't it seem that I was afraid of Su Chen? In front of so many people. So Shinazugawa had no choice but to follow Kochou Shinobu. There is no other way, rather than being controlled by others. It's better to take action first and deal with the situation later. So on the way, he showed his calmness. Shinazugawa walked so fast that he arrived in front of Su Chen before Kochou Shinobu. See this scene. Everyone woke up. It turns out they misunderstood. According to what Kochou Shinobu said, Shinazugawa was not afraid of Su Chen. It's because there were too many people here and it was difficult to ask Su Chen if I had any questions. Chapter 49 Kochou Shinobu. Shinazugawa, why are you silent? Are you not talkative? This guy is quite shy. Kyujiro on the side couldn't stop shaking his head, a look of admiration on his face. Shinazugawa is a very thoughtful guy. Just now, he actually took advantage of everyone's attention not being on him to sneak up on Su Chen. Then your questions can be answered before yours. This move is truly a talent. But, how did Shinazugawa come up with this method? Generally speaking, the Disc Crows usually carry confidential information of the Demon Slayer Corps. Almost every member of the Demon Slayer Corps would subconsciously look up to listen to what Daya was saying. Moreover, the news brought by Kochou's crow just now was so explosive that everyone was surprised, except Shinazugawa. He actually endured it. What a formidable opponent. Thinking of this, Kyujiro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shinazugawa ran in the opposite direction, otherwise I would have to line up behind him. Kyujiro quickly moved and stood behind Shinazugawa. This way no one cuts in line. In the crowd, Su Chen looked at Shinazugawa suspiciously. It's too weird. Everything that happened just now is so weird. First of all, what exactly does Kochou Shinobu want to do? Also, what exactly does Shinazugawa want to ask? Looking at Kochou Shinobu's dagger-hiding smile, I guess this wind pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps didn't volunteer, right? The facts are exactly as Su Chen guessed. At this moment, Shinazugawa. There is a battle between heaven and man going on in my heart. He swore secretly. Don't say anything later. As long as you don't say it, Kochou Shinobu can't do anything to you. As long as I don't say anything, I can still save my face today. Perhaps Shinazugawa himself did not realize that his original intention had changed. My original intention was to avoid Su Chen. Now all the plans have been disrupted by Kochou Shinobu. The initiative has been completely handed over to the other party. Seeing that Shinazugawa didn't want to talk, Kochou Shinobu started to use force with his mouth again. She smiled harmlessly and said sweetly, Mr. Shinazugawa, why don't you ask? Are you quiet? Do you want me to remind you? Kyujiro, who was standing behind him, also spoke sympathetically. It's okay, Shinazugawa, don't be afraid that you don't understand because of your low talent, be bold. Kyujiro patted Shinazugawa's shoulder and said with full energy. Look at you. You're a student like me, but you're still so shy. Like me, asking openly and above board. Advertisement. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. If you can't, you can't. Hard. Shinazugawa's fist hardened. Silence is his last stubbornness. These people are here just to mess with themselves. I can bear it. Looking at Shinazugawa with a flushed face. Su Chen also saw it. The cause and effect were quickly analyzed. Su Chen deduced that Shinazugawa must have something to ask Kochou Shinobu, but Kochou Shinobu didn't want to tell him. Moreover, he turned around and passed the blame on to others. At this time, Shinazugawa standing on his own is the best proof. The man's blushing face says it all. Think of this. Su Chen suddenly had a plan in mind. He suddenly said, Shinazugawa, do you want to know how to activate the stripes? Hear from Shinazugawa. Then my whole body felt numb. How did Su Chen know? He turned his head and did not answer Su Chen's question. The stubbornness on his face had already answered the other party. Seeing this, Su Chen understood. It seems so. When I first came here, I had little contact with Shinazugawa. The most I did was to be in Ubuyashiki Kagaya's house, introducing the function of the markings and the changes in the body after the markings were awakened. According to the original plot, Shinazugawa is a man who longs to become stronger. There's no reason to miss this opportunity to awaken the markings. Su Chen deduced all the information in an instant. Just right. He also had something he needed Shinazugawa to do. Shinazugawa, do you want to learn? If you want, I can teach you. Su Chen spoke very open-mindedly. Shinazugawa rest in peace. Kyujiro and Kochou Shinobu standing by also showed interest. Only Piglet looked confused. Kyujiro and Kochou Shinobu were both pillars. It is clear that they can kill demons more effectively after awakening their markings. As for the side effects of streaks, as pillars, they didn't think so much about it. If Su Chen wants to teach now, the insect pillar and the flame pillar will naturally not miss this opportunity. But didn't Su Chen already tell us the method at the beginning? Really, Su Chen still had a trick up his sleeve. Advertisement. Just waiting for someone to come and ask. Hearing this, Shinazugawa hesitated. It can be seen that his expression was obviously shaken. In his heart, after all, I have almost lost face. There's nothing wrong with asking, right? Shinazugawa finally wavered. He showed a constipated expression and asked, what are your conditions? Su Chen smiled and said, it's very simple. You compete with me. We will set up a betting competition. If you win, I will teach you. Hearing this, Inosuke couldn't help but yelled, can we fight now? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Kanzaki Aoi's fist came towards him. Kanzaki Aoi said with a look of shame, excuse me, adults please continue. The next moment, Shinazugawa lowered his head and thought for a while. Su Chen's meaning was very simple. If he won the game, he would tell him how to awaken the markings. The question then becomes how to compete. Influenced by what Inosuke said just now, Shinazugawa suddenly said, how about? Let's go out and fight one-on-one. Kochou Shinobu kindly reminded. Don't fight near the butterfly house. Plan passed. At this time Kyujiro spoke up again. How about a rice ball eating competition? After listening, Shinazugawa nodded. My appetite is also okay. But Kochou Shinobu's expression froze. The fair little hand subconsciously searched her shy pockets. Su Chen saw the other party's embarrassment, and said while holding back his laughter. No, I don't like rice balls, this is not fair. Hearing this, Shinazugawa and Kyujiro lowered their heads and started thinking again. Kochou Shinobu's hand froze as he was reaching into his bag. She could tell that Su Chen was trying to help her out. But how did Su Chen know that he had no money? This is so embarrassing. Could it be that Su Chen said this on purpose because he thought he could no longer afford rice balls? After all, Su Chen is only 14 years old at this time, and it is the time for him to grow. Yesterday she saw Su Chen eating dozens of rice balls in one meal. How could he not like it? Little Shinobu, you are a little too cowardly. I can't even afford a rice ball. But then again, Su Chen is a really considerate guy. If only I had met him earlier. Maybe. Bang. Chapter 50 Rescue Match. Su Chen's plan and Shinazugawa's bet. Kochou Shinobu slapped his face fiercely and regained consciousness instantly. Oh my god, what on earth are you thinking about? Until your revenge is over, you must keep your distance from Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu quickly put these unrealistic thoughts aside. At the same time, he looked at Su Chen angrily. It's all Su Chen's fault. Whenever Su Chen is around, my heart becomes confused. My thoughts are always teased by this man. Looking at the young man's cheerful figure, Kochou Shinobu wanted to bite Su Chen hard. This scene was all seen by Su Chen. It's very strange. Su Chen was really puzzled. As an 18-year-old girl, Kochou Shinobu's heart is as deep and complex as the sea. I clearly helped her out of the predicament. Not only was she not grateful, she even slapped herself twice. After slapping me, he glared at me unconvinced. It made the two slaps seem as if they were given by oneself. Unable to figure out what Kochou Shinobu was thinking, Su Chen simply stopped thinking about it. It will delay your efforts to become stronger. By the way, what kind of competition should we set up? A word from Kyujiro. This immediately brought Su Chen and Kochou Shinobu back to their senses. Kyujiro's previous proposal was also rejected. Now no one was able to do anything. Of course, Inosuke doesn't count, as his ideas are basically of no reference value. Kanzaki Aoi and Kanao also stood silently by. waiting for Su Chen and a few other people to come up with ideas. Everyone bowed their heads. Thinking is in trouble. At this time, Su Chen's words suddenly provided everyone with a direction. He smiled and said, "Everyone, this is the butterfly house, why don't we have a rescue match?" Rescue match. Kyujiro's eyes sparkled. Sounds good, doesn't it? Shinazugawa said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter, I will win anyway. Inosuke broke free from Kanzaki Aoi's restraints and said, "Is this a fight? Can you count me out for nothing?" Advertisement. Bang. Kanzaki Aoi punches Inosuke in the head. He said unhappily, "Didn't you hear it's a rescue match? Mr. Su Chen must mean it's related to the patients in Butterfly House." Everyone ignored Inosuke, the funny guy. Continued to discuss about the rescue match. Kyujiro spoke first. Then Mr. Su Chen, can you tell me in detail how to compete? Su Chen glanced at everyone. A few simple explanations. It's simple. Aren't there a lot of patients in Butterfly House today? We can compete by rescuing the injured. This not only fulfills our mission as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, but also allows us to exercise our first aid skills. At this time, Shinazugawa spoke up. It's not that simple. No one has learned medical knowledge. How are you going to divide the rules of the competition? Su Chen glanced at Kochou Shinobu. After all, she was very familiar with the work at the Butterfly House. Originally, Kochou Shinobu didn't want to pay attention to Su Chen so quickly. But since it is Shinazugawa's question, I have to stand up and say a few words. As soon as Kochou Shinobu opened his mouth, the outline of the competition was instantly determined. I have an idea. We can divide the rescue match into 3 parts. The first part, bring the wounded to the Butterfly House. Everyone is scored based on the number of injured people sent in. Each patient is worth 1 point, and the person with the most points wins. The second part, treatment. Everyone, assist our Butterfly House staff in treating the injured. Each assist will earn you 1 point, and the person with the most points wins. The third paragraph is rehabilitation training. Everyone assist the injured with rehabilitation training so that the team members can quickly recover to combat effectiveness. Each point recovered is worth 1 point, and the person with the most points wins. The person with the most points at the end wins. These are all the working processes of Butterfly House. I hope everyone can work hard. Kochou Shinobu is worthy of being a pharmacology major. In just a few sentences, the outline of the rules of the competition were outlined. This is enough to show that her logic and calculation ability are also top-notch among the pillars. After listening, everyone fell into deep thought. Su Chen couldn't help but nodded. The plan was pretty much as he had expected. It's just that my own ideas are more detailed and comprehensive than Kochou Shinobu's. Therefore, Su Chen proposed several improvements to Kochou Shinobu's game plan. This makes the competition plan more comprehensive and perfect. Except for Shinazugawa, everyone was impressed by the imagination of Su Chen and Kochou Shinobu. Therefore, the match was settled. Advertisement. Then the next question is the bet. Shinazugawa's purpose is obvious. If he wins, Su Chen will teach Shinazugawa how to awaken the stripes. But Su Chen has not yet said what Shinazugawa will do if he wins. Su Chen did not show his purpose. Instead, he first glanced in the direction of Kochou Shinobu. Shinobu, what do you think? Kochou Shinobu replied. A bet. Yes. Su Chen looked at Kochou Shinobu and said, if we need to borrow your venue for the competition, you can also make a request. Mr. Su Chen, just make your own decision. Kochou Shinobu smiled lightly. Said he had no requirements. Su Chen pursed his lips and smiled. It seems that you, a girl, don't accept my toast and you will be punished. You won't tell me you don't have money, right? Okay, let me tell you. Su Chen said calmly, my request is very simple. As long as I beat Shinazugawa, I can move into the Butterfly House. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Kanzaki Aoi and Kanao looked at Kochou Shinobu first. And Kochou Shinobu's eyelashes trembled slightly. Shinazugawa asked in confusion, moving into the Butterfly House. Do you want me to go rescue people? He said unhappily, Su Chen, you are taking it for granted. Let's not talk about whether you can beat me. Swordsmen of the pillar level alone are valuable combat power in the Demon Slayer Corps. How could they be used in a place like this? Su Chen looked at Shinazugawa with a wise look. Did I ever tell you to come to the Butterfly House in person? Shinazugawa was stunned. What do you mean? I only want your identity. If I win, you can put your pillar level identity under the name of Butterfly House, but you can move freely. Shinazugawa was even more puzzled after hearing this. What kind of condition is this? In his eyes, this condition doesn't seem to be a condition, right? But then Kyujiro woke him up. Shinazugawa, you don't seem to understand, let me explain it to you. In fact, every month the Lord will allocate a certain amount of funds to the official Demon Slayer organization that has settled in at the pillar level. That is to say, your identity actually represents your personal finances. What the hell? Shinazugawa was confused. What confused him was not that Su Chen wanted his money. But the Demon Slayer Corps will give that thing a fixed amount of money. How come I don't know? Chapter 51. Rescue Match 1. Inosuke is bullied by the pillars. How much money must I have missed in the past? This money is enough to buy a house full of Hagi cakes. Shinazugawa felt as if he had received 10,000 critical hits. Sure enough, this guy Su Chen has no good intentions. No wonder he wanted his own place. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. I just got the news, and that brat Su Chen has already set his sights on my identity. It seems that the people in Butterfly House not only hold grudges, but also have evil intentions. Whatever. It is just right to obtain the method of awakening the stripes through the form of a bet. This way I won't owe Su Chen any favor. Besides, there is no way I can lose. Shinazugawa thought so. I agree. Shinazugawa raised his hands and said with a look of disdain. Immediately afterwards, the flame pillar suddenly raised his hand. I'll participate too. If I win, can you tell me how to awaken the stripes? Ha 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 ha. Inosuke also rushed over suddenly. Hey gaga gaga gaga. Count me in. Count me in. Shinazugawa looked at Inosuke speechlessly and said, why did you come to participate? How dare you be so weak? I just want to have a good fight with Su Zheng. I want to be better than Su Zheng. Inosuke shouted excitedly. Then he was stunned, and the pig nose hit Shinazugawa's face directly. What did you just say, Scar? Can't I beat a fool like you? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Kanzaki Aoi quickly pulled Inosuke away. Pointing at Inosuke's head, he said, I'm sorry everyone, he got hurt here a few days ago. Please forgive me, adults. Shinazugawa said disdainfully. Be more careful next time. Talking back to the pillar is overstepping your authority. Inosuke said angrily. You are so arrogant, Daoba. I will let you see how powerful I am. After exchanging a few harsh words, the list of contestants has basically been finalized. The players are as follows. They are Su Chen, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Rengoku Kyujiro and Hashibira Inosuke of the Waikiki group. The four of them formed their own groups and fought on their own. Kochou Shinobu led everyone to the door of the butterfly house. After arriving, she looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression. Before Su Chen found out, she looked away again in embarrassment. After all contestants were ready, Kochou Shinobu started explaining the rules. Competitors Su Chen, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Rengoku Kyujiro, Hashibira Inosuke. I will now explain the specific rules of the first round. This rule was jointly formulated by Su Chen and I, and everyone agreed to it, so I will ensure absolute fairness from now on. Advertisement. When the game starts later, I will be the referee of this match. Kochou Shinobu pointed to the ground where he was standing. He continued, after the match started, Aoi, Kokyo, Kasume, and Nei were doing their normal work inside the butterfly house, and Kanao was counting with me at the door. For every patient you carry back, I will have Kanao give 1 point to the corresponding player. The time limit is 1 hour. Before the match begins, in order to prevent anyone from getting injured, I will temporarily keep everyone's Nichiren blades. Warm reminder, if I find out that someone is cheating, I will deal with him severely. Come on, everyone. After Kochou Shinobu announced the rules of the competition, the Nichiren blades of several people were taken away one by Kochou Shinobu. Finally Kochou Shinobu stood in front of Su Chen. Looking at him with a smile. Su Chen smiled helplessly. No way. Does a wooden sword count? Kochou Shinobu leaned in and whispered in Su Chen's ear, hurry up. I'm putting away the knife for you. Su Chen was happy, but he still handed over the wooden sword. Kochou Shinobu put away the knife and then gave it to Kanzaki Aoi to put in the butterfly house. Well, everyone, from now on, I declare the first stage of the competition to begin. Bang. In an instant, 4 people rushed out like arrows. Inosuke, wearing a pig head mask, decisively chose the most densely populated road. Where? There. Inosuke was doing a crazy pig charge. While running, he checked the injured Demon Slayer Corps members nearby. Generally speaking, injured Demon Slayer Corps members will be sent to the butterfly house. So you just need to keep looking around and then intercept it. There. Hey quack quack. Inosuke yelled excitedly. He instantly found a wounded person in the crowd. The man was limping, and it was obvious that he had come to the butterfly house for treatment because he was injured. Charge forward. Charge forward. Inosuke exerted force and rushed towards the man. But just before it was about to touch the man, a flaming red figure arrived first. It was a big eyeball with long curly yellow hair. The big eyes smiled at Inosuke frankly. I'm sorry, Wild Boar team member, I will take this teammate to the hospital for treatment. After saying that, there was a bang. The man flew out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Inosuke's sight. Inosuke rubbed his eyes. Advertisement. Showing an expression of disbelief. The prey that you have caught just flew away like that. The speed of that big eyeball just now was too fast. But Inosuke didn't give up. He quickly locked onto another member of the Demon Slayer Corps who was on his way. This person also had a limp, and it was obvious that he was injured. Hey quack quack, found another one. Inosuke uses pig rush again. In the horrified eyes of the Demon Slayer Corps member, Inosuke finally touched him this time. But, a voice suddenly sounded, get out of the way. The next moment, a whirlwind-like figure suddenly appeared. Bang! A brutal and powerful force attacked Inosuke's chest. Inosuke was knocked away directly. Crash! Inosuke fell into the bushes nearby in a panic. The sunlight from the sky shone quietly on him, making him feel as if he was in a dream. After 5 full seconds of being stunned, Inosuke finally came to his senses. He sat up in shock from the bushes. He murmured, how did I fly out just now? Inosuke fell into deep thought. I clearly met someone just now, right? Then he flew out. What kind of monster did this? Is there any expert around here? At this moment, Inosuke has begun to doubt his life. Shinazugawa was just too fast. It's so fast that it even exceeds Inosuke's spatial perception speed. The sad thing is, Inosuke still doesn't know what caused him to fly out just now. He also didn't know that his opponents were two pillar-level opponents and Su Chen, a quasi-pillar-level opponent. This simple boy, as honest as a wild boar, had already booked the 4th place. Time flies. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As the two pillars, Shinazugawa and Kyujiro, searched the surrounding area, the wounded nearby were quickly swept away by the two. The sun is scorching. The golden sunlight is sprinkled with a touch of orange. Su Chen stood at the highest point of the butterfly house, looking around quietly. Chapter 52. Su Chen's plan. Going down the mountain to solicit customers for Butterfly House. This is the highest point of Butterfly House and also the highest point of the mountain. Here he can view all the nearby landmarks and landforms. That's right, Su Chen didn't go and fight with Shinazugawa and others right from the beginning. Because that would be too inefficient. How many people come to the Butterfly House for treatment? How much can you memorize even if you work yourself to death? What's more, his opponents are the Flame Pillar and the Wind Pillar. Whether you can snatch it or not is another matter. How could I be so stubborn as to run into a speed contest with the two pillars? Although Su Chen felt that he could do it with his speed, it was really unnecessary. Because this approach is fraught with risks. Only someone as smart as Inosuke would go and snatch people from the pillar. And he, Su Chen, was already at the beginning of the game. He stood high on the roof of the butterfly house. He also saw the two scenes where Inosuke was bullied just now. Su Chen couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Fortunately, I didn't go down rashly. Although not as miserable as Inosuke, it was still enough to make him suffer. In this level, Su Chen has to rely on his intelligence to win. The next moment, Su Chen closed his eyes. Bullet field opens. His eyes suddenly became clear, and he began to analyze the surrounding scenery. Even Su Chen's vision seemed to be able to see farther. You look into the distance, your pupils dilate, the curvature of the lens decreases, and your vision improves. Closing square bracket. You observed the scenery of the entire Butterfly House mountain. You found 9 lame demon slayers on the top of the mountain, a broken-legged demon slayer on the mountainside, and a village at the foot of the mountain. Closing square bracket. You have been looking out for a minute, and you have gained some insights. You have mastered the reconnaissance skills. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your eyesight has improved. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your attention spreads further. Close black lens bracket. Your 5 senses are working at their best. Open black lens bracket. Your hearing has improved. Close black lens bracket. You have been listening for 2 minutes. Practice makes perfect. Your listening skills will improve, to the finest detail. Closing square bracket. You found a medicinal field at the foot of the mountain. You found a way to break the deadlock. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Under the butterfly house, Kochou Shinobu, Kanao, and Kanzaki Aoi stared at each other. Looked at each other. Su Chen rushed directly to the roof of the butterfly house at the beginning of the game. To be honest, the girls couldn't fully understand Su Chen's actions. Almost all the people around the butterfly house were taken away by Shinazugawa and Kyujiro. Isn't Su Chen anxious? Kanzaki Aoi shook his head. Advertisement. Just now, Shinazugawa and Kyujiro both sent back 2 more patients. Their points have reached 3 points at the same time. And Su Chen and Inosuke still got 0 points. Kanzaki Aoi really didn't know how Su Chen was going to turn the tables. As for Kanao, she didn't think about it that much. Kanao held his chin and stared at Su Chen on the roof. Her eyes were filled with pink bubbles. She sat quietly on the bench at the door. The golden sunlight reflected on her fair skin, shining brightly, making the girl look as dazzling as a porcelain doll. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something. He picked up the paper and pen in his hand and drew a beautiful red heart on the blank space behind the words, Su Chen. Smile slightly. Okay Kanao, your saliva is almost dripping. Kochou Shinobu's voice came from Kanao's ear. Kanao blushed and quickly hid the white paper behind himself. But Kochou Shinobu was faster than her. The next moment, this piece of paper filled with pink bubbles appeared in Kochou Shinobu's little hand. Kochou Shinobu took a look, frowned and snorted. I immediately replaced Kanao with a new piece of paper. Use this, Kanao, don't help Su Chen cheat. Kanao nodded his little head. But his little hands couldn't help but be eager to try. Master Shinobu, Su Chen is missing. Kanzaki Aoi's words instantly touched the nerves of the 2 girls. They looked up in unison, and sure enough, there was no sign of Su Chen on the roof. Kanao stood up first and asked, Kanzaki Aoi, where's Su Chen? Kochou Shinobu also looked at Kanzaki Aoi. Kanzaki Aoi shook his head and said, I don't know either. Just now, Su Chen seemed to see something and ran over with a smile. Hearing this, the 2 girls immediately understood what was going on. Could it be that Su Chen already has a way to win in mind? How can he defeat the Wind Pillar and the Flame Pillar at the same time? Just when a few people were daydreaming, Shinazugawa and Kyujiro each carried back 2 wounded soldiers. Kanzaki Aoi went forward to check. After confirming that everything was correct, he made a gesture to Kanao. Kanao reluctantly put a check mark behind the 2 of them. This is the 5th one already. Mr. Su Chen, what are you doing now? The girl held her chin with her hand, her bright eyes staring quietly at the rooftop where Su Chen had been before. Thoughts are flying. Advertisement. ... And at this time Su Chen. I already have a plan in mind. Just now, standing on the roof of the butterfly house, Su Chen discovered several special buildings at the foot of the mountain. The distance is neither too close nor too far. Su Chen deduced that this should be the place where the residents at the foot of the mountain received treatment. Because the buildings were surrounded by medicinal herbs that were similar to those in the butterfly house, Su Chen recognized them at a glance. They were medicinal herbs used for medical treatment. Su Chen came here immediately. When the door was opened, there were crowds of injured people inside. There were even a few members of the Demon Slayer Corps mixed in. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately found an old man at the door and asked, "Uncle, why are there so many injured people here?" "I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know. I've tried hard enough." The old man looked frightened and did not answer Su Chen's question. Instead, he kept repeating words that Su Chen couldn't understand. "Let me tell you." At this time, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps in the room stood up. Su Chen looked at him immediately. He has short black hair parted in the middle, black pupils, a handsome face, and is wearing the common uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. It seems insignificant, but Su Chen always felt that he was inexplicably familiar. Su Chen asked tentatively, "Murata." Murata was visibly stunned. "Do you know me?" Su Chen nodded. It seems so. The person in front of him was none other than the Demon Slayer Corps member who had joined the team at the same time as Tomioka Giyu. Including the naked man who was rescued by Kochou Shinobu at Nada Spider Mountain. When the Infinite City finally fell, Su Chen still remembered that Murata had a special close-up shot. This is a team member who is always on the front line. It's just that his strength is not that great, and he always paves the way for the main characters. In the room, although Murata didn't know why Su Chen knew him, since they were both members of the Demon Slayer Corps, it was normal for him to have heard of him in private. Murata glanced at Su Chen and said, "You should be from Butterfly House, right?" He could see that the clothes Su Chen was wearing were the kind that people from Butterfly House wore specifically. Although she is a little young, her temperament makes people feel surprisingly mature. Su Chen did not deny Murata's question. "I am from Butterfly House." "Brother Murata, what's going on here? Why are there so many injured?" Su Chen asked doubtfully. After entering the room, Su Chen realized that there were many more injured people inside than when he saw them at the door. It almost filled the whole house. Combined with Murata and others here, the answer is almost self-evident. Murata sighed and said, "A ghost appeared here last night. They were all injured by the ghost." Chapter 53. Go up the mountain. Take your money and medicine and go to Butterfly House for treatment. Ghost. Su Chen's eyes flashed. A ghost appeared at the foot of the mountain of Butterfly House. Could it be that it is directed at me? Wrong. Muzan and the upper ranks probably don't know that I'm here. It must be a coincidence. Murata continued. Fortunately, the village chief discovered it quickly. He is the old man you just questioned. He gathered all the residents here. Everyone was defending against the ghosts, attacked together. Plus, it was early in the morning, so the people here were only injured, but no one died. That's great, Su Chen said suddenly. Yeah, that's great, Murata said with lingering fear. When I rushed over, I thought something had happened. Then Murata turned around and pointed to the medicinal field in the yard behind him. It's a pity that the doctors here have limited skills and there are too many injured people. Although there are plenty of medicinal fields and everyone has money, they still can't get treatment. Murata's tone was a little anxious. If this continues, the wound will continue to worsen. Hearing this, the villagers in the room lowered their heads in disappointment. After a whole night of worry and fear last night, I thought I had gotten through it. But the results are now what will test them. Wounds caused by ghosts are different from those caused by other animals and must be treated specially. Otherwise the wound will worsen quickly. Murata and the villagers who arrived have been thinking of a solution for a long time. In the end, they had no choice but to line up and receive treatment from a famous barefoot doctor nearby. Murata said, "The speed here is indeed too slow, and there is only one doctor, and he can't treat everyone. There are two seriously injured people waiting behind him." Hearing this, Su Chen looked back. Sure enough, I saw two people lying on stretchers in the room. Fortunately, there is no danger to his life, but he suffers a lot of external injuries. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but pinch his chin. Because he was afraid of laughing out loud. Rich, no doctor, large quantity. Isn't this definitely the Butterfly House industry line? Su Chen thought about it for a while and immediately told Murata his idea. You mean send her to the Butterfly House for treatment? Murata said with some concern, but the Butterfly House is specifically for the Demon Slayer Corps. Is this okay? Su Chen said righteously. Special cases require special treatment. How can we take matters of life and death lightly? The lives of our Demon Slayer Corps members are lives, and the lives of ordinary people are lives too. The original intention of our Demon Slayer Corps was to protect people, so everyone must be treated. Advertisement. After hearing this, everyone in the room was moved. What a great saying. The lives of us Demon Slayer Corps members are lives, and the lives of ordinary people are also lives. This gentleman is truly righteous. Hearing this, Murata showed a look of shame. I didn't expect that I was so superficial, my little brother, I must apologize to you. Su Chen smiled. It's okay. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Su Chen spoke again. If everyone feels really embarrassed, then those who have money can give some money, and those who don't can give some medicine. This way, everyone won't feel that they are owed anything, right? That's absolutely right, one villager shouted in agreement. But he sat down again because of the pain from the scratch on his arm. He grinned and said, "Sir, we are very grateful that you can provide a place for everyone to receive treatment. How can we let you work for nothing?" "That's right, Mr. Qian must accept it. Yes, if anyone doesn't pay later, they are going against me, Kamado Niu. The others echoed. The residents expressed their gratitude to Su Chen while taking out money from their pockets. Then he stuffed it into Su Chen's arms. Su Chen waved his hands quickly. "Oh, that's too much. Fellow villagers, if you do this again we won't charge you any more money." Upon hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing. Only then did he withdraw his hand awkwardly. But they still held the copper coins tightly in their hands. "I guess I was planning to be the first one to rush over when Su Chen collected the money. After all, they have been waiting for a long time. This kind of pain is really not something that ordinary people can endure." Seeing that the scene had quieted down, Murata quickly squeezed next to Su Chen. "Little brother, I don't even know your name yet." Su Chen. "Well, brother Su Chen, how should we get the injured up there?" Murata said in confusion. His complexion looked much better now. "I guess you can't wait." Su Chen patted Murata on the shoulder and said with a smile, "The method is very simple, just follow the hidden member delivery method." Hear this. The Demon Slayer Corps members in the room immediately understood. After all, they have been to the Swordsmith village more or less, and are quite familiar with the transportation methods there. Next, Su Chen had a brief conversation with several members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Several people worked out the primary plan for going up the mountain later. Advertisement. The plan is as follows. The villagers first lined up in 2 rows. Murata and 5 other demon slayers blindfolded them. Then several team members dispersed in turn at designated distances and stayed beside the villagers. The first is to ensure safety and prevent villagers from getting lost. The second is to prevent the location of the butterfly house from being exposed. After the plan is made, Murata walked out of the hut with a large team. He is the leader and will be responsible for leading the villagers. Su Chen stayed at the back and took charge of the overall situation. In this way, the group went up the mountain in a mighty manner. Everything went smoothly. The villagers were surprisingly obedient because Murata saved them the next morning. Su Chen is also easy to manage. But as he walked, Su Chen suddenly realized something was wrong. He flashed, instantly came to the side of an old man. The old man was stunned, and the moment he saw Su Chen, he immediately put the black cloth that had slipped off his head back on. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew this man. He was the old man he had spoken to before. He is also the village chief. Before departure, Murata repeatedly stressed that everyone should not take off their blindfolds. But the village chief took it off secretly. That's strange. According to Su Chen, wasn't he a little confused just now? Why does it seem like the purpose is very clear? This is not right. The destination is Butterfly House, which is the public department of the Demon Slayer Corps. And they provide their own food and accommodation. Su Chen didn't want his move to be accompanied by unnecessary risks. And this village chief is the risk. There is something wrong with the village chief and he cannot be brought to the Butterfly House. Su Chen suddenly came up with an idea. He knew that it was unrealistic to ask the village chief to go back directly. Since he is the village chief, his prestige among the villagers must be higher than mine. So I can only find another way. Su Chen immediately stopped the team. Chapter 54. Su Chen poached all the patients from the neighboring hospital. After the team stopped, the villagers looked at Su Chen in confusion. Su Chen walked up to Murata, put his arm around his shoulders, and said with a worried look on his face. "Hey, Murata, I suddenly found a problem. It's not a good idea for all the villagers to go up there. The village will be empty and thieves will come to it." Murata was stunned. I was extremely confused. All the villagers have left, who is stealing whom? But before he could say anything, several villagers reacted. They all opened their mouths and started shouting. What the young master said makes sense. We can't leave no one in the village. Yes, I still have 2 kilograms of rice at home. What if a ghost comes and steals my food? There are also wild beasts, wolves and other beasts. I am worried when no one is at home to watch over the food. Sir, why don't you let my man go back? Everyone started to come up with ideas. But Su Chen waved his hand. He said in a concerned tone. Everyone, please be patient. I was inconsiderate just now. It seems that we still need to send some people back. But there's no need to bring so many people back, 2 people are enough. Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately spoke up. Then let my man go back. After all, there are bears and wolves in the mountains. I'm worried when my man is not at home. It has to be my man. One is not enough. Add my man as well. No, what if Kamado Niu only cares about his own food? Everyone was chattering nonstop. For a moment I didn't know who to choose. At this time Su Chen spoke up. In my opinion, it is better to let the village chief go back. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly quieted down. But soon someone agreed. Hello, village chief. It was you who saved us yesterday. I trust the village chief. If it's the village chief, I have no objection. The village chief must keep an eye on the bear. The villagers expressed their opinions one after another. Finally, everyone decided to let the village chief go back. Finally, Su Chen readily accepted everyone's suggestions and let the village chief and the barefoot doctor from the original house go back together. It means that a 1v1 exclusive medical service has been opened for the village chief. Before leaving, Su Chen inadvertently saw a hint of resentment in the village chief's eyes. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately leaned close to Murata. Murata, that person is suspicious, can you please follow him? Murata was stunned. Advertisement. Isn't Su Chen a therapist at Butterfly House? Why do you still care about this kind of thing? However, the temperament that Su Chen had shown before and the tone of his voice made Murata feel that this person was extraordinary. Murata also turned his head. I happened to see the fleeting look in the village chief's eyes. Something does seem to be wrong. Murata thought about it and finally decided to follow Su Chen's advice. The Butterfly House is a secret department that is kept secret from the outside world. It would be bad if the two of them let the secret slip when they return. So Murata went down the mountain with the two of them under the pretext of escorting them. Su Chen continued to lead the wounded forward. Time passes by. Soon the hour will be up. Outside the Butterfly House, Shinazugawa pointed at the table a little impatiently. Hey, Kochou, the hour is almost up, it's time to settle the scores. Shinazugawa looked defiant and contented. His words were full of confidence. Nothing else. Because on the scoreboard in Kanao's hand, his name is ranked first. Shinazugawa Sanemi. 9 minutes. Rengoku Kyujiro. 8.5 minutes. Inosuke. -10 minutes. Su Chen. 0 minutes. Shinazugawa narrowly led Kyujiro by 0.5 points and took the lead. Kyujiro came in second. As for Inosuke, he got the only negative number in the whole game. Why is it a negative number? There is no other reason. Because Inosuke was not satisfied with his grades. So he went down the mountain and deliberately broke the leg of a Demon Slayer Corps member, then dragged the opponent's leg and ran over to exchange points. Seeing this scene, Kochou Shinobu certainly couldn't indulge the other party. Just let Kanao wave his hand. Deduct 10 points. At this point, the competition hasn't ended yet, but the fourth place has already been announced. Kyujiro walked over to Kanao's desk and took a look at his grades. The big eyeballs couldn't help but dilate a little. My result was only half a point behind Shinazugawa. Kyujiro said with a smile and a hint of regret. Ha, what a pity. We were so close to winning. Advertisement. There is no way. Kyujiro himself did his best. Just now, Kyujiro, Shinazugawa, and Inosuke simultaneously discovered the last wounded person near the Butterfly House. Then a fierce fight broke out among the few people. Kyujiro lost because of his speed, he was only half a step behind Shinazugawa. This resulted in Kyujiro only grabbing the injured man's leg. And Shinazugawa grabbed the whole person. Since this was a player with a broken leg, Kochou Shinobu gave Shinazugawa 1 point and Kyujiro 0.5 points. Shinazugawa came directly to the first place. So far. Except for Su Chen, all the results have basically been determined. Shinazugawa glanced at the sun impatiently, and urged, it's already noon, let's just end the game and start the second round, Kochou. Even if Su Chen can bring people back, at most he can only get one on the left hand and one on the right hand, at most 2 points. 2 points in front of my 9 points, isn't that a complete failure? It can be seen that Shinazugawa is ready to win. But Kochou Shinobu always delayed announcing the result of the competition, which made him wait very impatiently. Kochou Shinobu glanced at Shinazugawa, and even his smile faded a little as he said, Mr. Shinazugawa, if you don't wait for Mr. Su Chen to come back, who are you going to ask about the stripes even if you win? Thank you for your understanding. Have to. Anyway, we have to wait until Su Chen comes back. So several people waited in their own ways. Among them, Kochou Shinobu and Kanao were staring at a certain direction. They all felt that Su Chen would definitely come back in time. This comes from a woman's intuition. The sun is scorching. Before we knew it, the sun had risen directly above the Butterfly House. The scorching sun shone on the Butterfly House, casting a cool shadow on the place where people were living in front. Just when the last minute was about to pass, under the slope of the next yard, a huge group of wounded soldiers appeared. There were uniform black strips tied in front of their eyes, evenly divided into 2 rows. They held some coins in their hands and walked in step. Led by Su Chen, this group of people walked towards the door of the Butterfly House in high spirits. Shinazugawa's smile suddenly froze. Everyone was stunned. A thought came to everyone's mind. Su Chen, which hospital did they poach all the patients from? Chapter 55. Is he really a genius? Then, do you like being bullied by me? Ta-da-da, ta-da-da. After Su Chen arrived at the Butterfly House, he turned around and said to the people behind him, take off the cloth strips on your eyes. The villagers took down the cloth strips one after another. Then a single family house with a small courtyard appeared before them. Looking at the uniform Demon Slayer Corps uniforms worn by Shinazugawa and others. Look at the white nurse uniforms on Kanao and Kanzaki Aoi. The villagers were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. They all started crying. The master really didn't lie to me. He really brought us to the hospital. I finally managed to survive. Your Excellency is too kind. Wow, I'm so touched. My cousin with a broken leg can finally be saved. Su Chen said, Don't be anxious, go in one by one, and seek medical treatment in a civilized manner under the guidance of the nurse. Okay. Okay, I will follow your instructions. I'll be the first one to pay. Under the guidance of Su Chen, the injured villagers entered the butterfly house one by one. Looking at the endless team, everyone in the butterfly house was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Seeing so many people, Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. With such a large number of people visiting your territory, can your own small treasury support it? She wanted to speak up to remind Su Chen, but he happened to find the copper coins that the villagers had prepared long ago. Kochou Shinobu immediately shut his mouth. Su Chen smiled slightly when he saw this. Then he said to the villagers, everyone listen to me. The beautiful lady in colorful clothes over there is the hostess of the butterfly house. Everyone go over there and line up to pay. Hearing this, the villagers rushed towards Kochou Shinobu. Girl, take mine first. My injury can't be delayed any longer. Take mine first, I have more money. Oh, girl, you are so pretty, just take mine first because you are so pretty. A group of people gathered around Kochou Shinobu, chattering. This outgoing 18-year-old girl was instantly confused. After all, everyone wants to get treatment first. Kochou Shinobu's two little hands could hardly hold it. When some anxious villagers saw this, they started stuffing the money directly into Kochou Shinobu's pockets. Kochou Shinobu's pockets were filled in an instant. The colorful Haori suddenly drooped down because of the heavy money. The originally exquisite girl now looked like a wilted Kochou. Advertisement. Even after Kochou Shinobu's pockets were filled, the villagers' enthusiasm remained unabated. The speed at which they handed over the money seemed to be even faster than the evil spirits eating meat. Kochou Shinobu immediately started to panic and yell, stop pretending. There's no room left. Villagers, please stay rational. Kochou admits she panicked. She had never seen such a horrific crowd reaction. Especially when a group of people are holding copper coins and rushing to stuff them into your arms. This is money. She couldn't help but glance in Su Chen's direction. As a result, that guy saw how miserable he looked and laughed at him with his hands on his stomach. Two hash signs immediately appeared on Kochou Shinobu by Jia's forehead. This guy did it on purpose. The 18-year-old girl gritted her teeth and angrily wanted to give Su Chen 2 injections of anesthesia. But the heavy feeling in my pocket was telling me. Be patient, this is not a dream. I have money. What Su Chen? What bullshit, get out of here. Kochou Shinobu took a sharp breath of air. Breath of insects dance of butterflies tease. The breathing method came out. Kochou Shinobu's money collection speed suddenly increased to a higher level. But I still can't collect it. So she called Kanzaki Aoi over, and the two of them divided the work and opened 2 cash register counters, directly. Looking at the shining copper coins in front of him. Kanzaki Aoi was almost unable to stop laughing. By the door. Shinazugawa, Kyujiro, and Inosuke stood there in a daze, like outsiders. Especially Shinazugawa, his jaw dropped to the ground in shock. Too exaggerated. I was just feeling proud of my 9 points. But where did Su Chen find so many wounded people? I lost miserably. At this moment, the arrogance on Shinazugawa's face was shattered. Kyujiro exclaimed. Mr. Su Chen is really a man who was good at creating miracles. Even Inosuke, who had the most unstable temper, was convinced. He looked at the huge crowd and felt the horror of Su Chen for the first time. Inosuke said blankly. Is Su Zheng really a genius? The eyes of several people kept swaying with the crowd like lucky cats. Advertisement. Slowly, the looks in their eyes had changed from shock, confusion, to jealousy at the beginning. It has evolved into speechlessness, numbness, and even boredom. Nothing else. Su Chen brought too many people. They were waiting so long that they almost fell asleep. Several people have already accepted the fact that they have failed and are thinking about starting the second round of the competition. As a result, the referee became addicted to working as a cashier. Well, just wait patiently. Who told them that they are not as skilled as others? Finally, because the order was so chaotic, Su Chen made some steps and procedures for seeing a doctor for the villagers. I subconsciously made a deduction in my mind. You mobilized personnel changes, you carried out personnel planning management, you formulated medical procedures and steps, you gained a lot, and realized the talent of human resource management. You feel that there are too many injured people and the classification is unclear, so you adopt the modern hospital department classification method for preliminary classification. You make deductions based on the knowledge in your mind and come to an understanding. You invent department classification for butterfly house. Closing square bracket. With the help of his understanding, Su Chen quickly came up with some good ideas. A plan immediately came into my mind. It's roughly as follows. First go to Kanao to register. Kanao counted the number of people and let them in slowly. After people come in, they pay the money at Kanzaki Aoi. Give copper coins if you have them. If you don't have copper coins, use medicinal herbs. Half of them didn't even have time to bring copper coins with them. So just now when they were at the foot of the mountain, the local barefoot doctor asked them to bring up a few handfuls of medicinal herbs and they would just give him the copper coins later. In this way, almost every villager paid corresponding remuneration. Looking at the medicinal herbs piled up like a mountain by the door, Su Chen suddenly realized. No wonder he always felt that the fields were bare when he went up the mountain just now. It turns out that they have all been plucked out bald. But it's okay this way. I have money and medicinal materials. Su Chen has brought a wave of no-cost business to Butterfly House, and the girls in Butterfly House just need to put in some effort. Soon, Su Chen's method was implemented. The villagers lined up obediently. Kochou Shinobu was also liberated. She pursed her lips and said a little embarrassedly, Su Chen, thank you. Huh, Su Chen turned his head in surprise, what did you say? You're going to die. Kochou Shinobu punched Su Chen's back with her pink fist and said angrily, you bad guy, you only know how to bully me. Su Chen rubbed his back and smiled, do you like being bullied by me? Chapter 56 Rescue Match Part 2. Frustrated Inosuke. I'm sorry I'm so weak. Lululu. Kochou Shinobu made a face. Obviously he didn't want to deal with Su Chen's question. Looking at the long queue in front of him, Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I really don't know what's wrong with Su Chen's head. How could you come up with such a good idea? It's absolutely amazing. Not only did she complete the competition, but she also helped alleviate Butterfly House's financial problems. Originally, Su Chen had done his best by helping here, but he found that he couldn't collect all the money. I came up with another method for myself. As expected, after spending so much time with Su Chen, Kochou Shinobu felt like he was getting stupider. After all, who would have thought of asking patients to register first, then be classified according to the type of wound, and then queue up for treatment according to the department? It's really amazing. Kochou Shinobu glanced at Su Chen secretly. In the midday sun, the sweat on Su Chen's forehead was crystal clear. The down on his face seemed to be dyed with a light golden color, which, combined with the other person's faint smile, seemed brighter and hotter than the sun. Kochou Shinobu's face immediately turned red. She slapped her cheeks twice. Only then did he come to his senses. Master Shinobu, the statistics are complete. At this time, Kanzaki Aoi came over with a sack of money. Kanao also handed over the white paper with the score in his hand. Seeing this, Shinazugawa and others also came over. All are looking forward to the result in the hands of Kochou Shinobu. Although everyone knows that Su Chen won. But Shinazugawa didn't give up and still wanted to know how many points there was between him and Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu took the score sheet and looked at it carefully. Then he told everyone the result. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Shinazugawa Sanemi. 9 minutes. Rengoku Kyujiro. 8.5 minutes. Inosuke. -10 minutes. Su Chen. 199 minutes. It's actually 199 points. Su Chen actually got a 3-digit score. Shinazugawa's eyes suddenly widened. This guy has widened the gap between himself and others by more than 190 points. Hard. Shinazugawa's heart hardened. Still a little cold. Because this score means, in the next game, if Shinazugawa, Kyujiro and Inosuke don't pull the score back significantly, Su Chen has already reserved the first place. The air fell into a long-lost silence. Advertisement. Everyone was stunned for 5 seconds before they slowly came to their senses. Everyone commented on Su Chen's performance. Kyujiro. Mr. Su Chen really impressed me. Shinazugawa. Hurry up and do the next part. How could I lose? You can't ask for help indoors. Inosuke. Hey quack quack. Su Zheng, you are such a genius, I can't wait to see you. Looking at everyone's reactions, Su Chen also smiled. After all, he didn't expect the number of people to soar to 200. This also exceeded his expectations. Since Su Chen took the lead in the first stage, the atmosphere of the rescue match was completely opened up. Soon Kochou Shinobu announced the entry into the second stage of the competition. She led everyone into the interior of the Butterfly House. There are densely packed wounded and patients here. Among them were the Demon Slayer Corps members and the villagers that Su Chen had just brought up. Judging from the injuries on their bodies, they may have all kinds of strange injuries. Kochou Shinobu led the group to a stop in the middle of the room. Then he said with a smile, thanks to Mr. Su Chen, there are now enough wounded people in the Butterfly House. Next, everyone needs to cooperate with our staff to treat the injured one by one. Calculate the points as I said at the beginning. 1 point for helping to cure one. Kanao will be in charge of the calculation. No, I need to explain one thing in advance. There are 4 rooms in the Butterfly House, which are the 4 departments divided by Mr. Su Chen. Surgery, internal medicine, gynecology, and pediatrics. As for which patients are in each department, please explore on your own. Finally, Shaonan, please continue to work hard. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Shinazugawa, Kyujiro, and Inosuke flew out like an arrow from a bow. There is no other reason. The gap between them and Su Chen is really too big. Therefore, we must seize every moment and make good use of every moment. What are the 4 major departments? Anyway, just find a simple solution. The 3 of them were scattered throughout the Butterfly House, and they had a rough idea of the situation in front of them. First, let's talk about Inosuke. This time he has a brain. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that the wounded brought back by Su Chen were mostly in a room called surgery. These people only suffered minor injuries. Inosuke felt that even a bandage was not necessary. You can cure them by just sewing them yourself. So he drove the car decisively and ran towards the surgical room. Hey gaga gaga, I am truly a genius. Inosuke happily rushed towards the villagers. But at this moment, a flaming figure came from behind. Directly surpassed Inosuke, after Kyujiro's figure disappeared. Advertisement. His voice barely reached Inosuke's ears. Sorry, Beast Boy, I only discovered this technique thanks to following you. I'll go ahead. I hope you can do well too. Inosuke stood there in a daze. Don't give him time to react. Another green whirlwind figure attacked from behind. Get out of the way. A rude voice rang out. Next, there is a face that makes children cry. Shinazugawa. He also discovered Inosuke's secret. His figure rushed over like a tornado, catching Inosuke off guard and crashing into his back. The furry wild boar mask flew away in an instant. Snap. It was the sound of bones breaking. Along with this comes Inosuke's competitive spirit. This time, Inosuke finally saw who the other person was. That Scar guy. He was also the one who knocked me away in the first section. Damn it. How come everyone can't beat themselves? Inosuke was depressed. You can't grab it even if you don't. I can't beat him. The only time I used my brain. And someone actually cut me off. It turns out that I am the weakest one among the four. I am the clown. Bang. Inosuke fell heavily to the ground and said in self-deprecation, I'm sorry I'm so weak. I don't want to rush forward again. This scene, every frame was captured by Chen. He pursed his lips, lamenting what happened to Inosuke. It's really pitiful. It's a rare opportunity for me to use my brain, but I was intercepted by others. If it were Chen, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it. But, it seems that the Flame Pillar and the Wind Pillar are not stupid, and their targets are the villagers they brought back. You just need to hand the bandage to the nurse and wait for her to deal with the external injuries. Almost 2 minutes is 1 point. It is impossible for anyone to be envious of this simple truth. But what a pity. Chen didn't plan to go. Because, he is a doctor. Chapter 57. Sister Kochou is so easy to tease that her face turns red. With his incredible learning ability, even if there is a disease that he doesn't know how to treat, Chen can learn it on the spot. Therefore, there are no strange or bizarre diseases, and they can't stump him at all. Chen walked into the locker room and changed his clothes simply. Then she picked up a stool and walked into the gynecology department. Sat next to Kochou Shinobu. On the side, Kochou Shinobu and Kanzaki Aoi looked at him in unison. Kochou Shinobu is a doctor, which is normal here. Kanzaki Aoi came here temporarily to fill in the numbers, because Butterfly House is too busy right now, so she is also helping to treat some simple wounds. But why is Chen here? They remembered what Chen said when they were dividing the departments. Is gynecology a place that only treats women? Kochou Shinobu blinked. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Chen, aren't you going to explain? She spoke with a smile, wondering what Chen, a 14-year-old kid, was doing here. It can't be for peeking, right? Chen showed a surprised expression when he heard this, and answered the question with a question. As a doctor, shouldn't I be here? Kochou Shinobu is a great help. Yes, Chen knows medical skills and is also a doctor. When the rules were announced and the competition started, Kochou Shinobu subconsciously thought of Chen as a contestant. But he forgot about Dr. Chen's identity. Kochou Shinobu patted her beautiful forehead. I thought to myself that this was really an unfair game. Chen's opponent must have triggered the heavenly law in his previous life, otherwise how could he have met Chen, such an extraordinary monster? However, Kochou Shinobu was still very happy that Chen could come to help. After all, there aren't many doctors in Butterfly House. Chen's joining will definitely relieve their pressure. Kochou Shinobu touched the ends of her purple hair and smiled gently at the aunties in line. Everyone, this is Dr. Chen from our Butterfly House. You can also line up behind him. Kanzaki Aoi nodded and added, and Mr. Chen is the best at healing in our Butterfly House. Hearing this, the wounded's eyes lit up. They all looked towards Chen. Although he is only 14 years old, he looks a little immature. But that calm and composed demeanor of a master cannot deceive anyone. With the guarantee of Kochou Shinobu and Kanzaki Aoi, people lined up immediately. Chen looked up. The first people to arrive were the injured villagers. Sir, I didn't expect you were a doctor. Advertisement. Yes, it's true that heroes emerge from youth. The adult is already a doctor at such a young age. Several country ladies waved to their relatives and said, there are too many people over there, don't queue, it's the same if you come to see the male owner of the Butterfly House. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu's face turned red. What is the male owner of the Butterfly House? When did you agree to this? Ahem. Kochou Shinobu pretended to be coquettish and said, everyone, just heal your wounds and don't say anything else. Oh, the mistress is shy. A few middle-aged women laughed and joked. They have lived for so many years that they have already developed a pair of sharp eyes. Can't they see that the man is in love with the woman? The little girl is really easy to tease. Look, her face is red. I think this guy is pretty good. Girl, you have to seize the opportunity. Yes, little girl, it's me. I can't stand it. If I were younger, I would have just captured an adult and married him. Faced with the aunties, jokes, Kochou Shinobu remained silent. She finally figured it out. This group of people did it on purpose. Chen saved them at the foot of the mountain, so the other party was thinking of finding a wife for Chen. Kochou Shinobu put aside his thoughts and concentrated his breath. Carefully treat the injuries of the people in front of you. As for the rest, just let it go. But Kochou Shinobu clearly underestimated the enthusiasm of the aunts. A group of people were standing in the gynecology room, chattering non-stop. Although Kochou Shinobu tried to block it out, some embarrassing words still made their way into his ears. What a pretty girl. She and Su Chen are a perfect match. What's the saying that a girl who is 3 years older than a man will bring him gold bricks? What do you mean by hurry up, otherwise they will force their own daughter over to you? That's really enough. Kochou Shinobu's face has been blushing since he sat down. Next, Kochou Shinobu shouted into the room after finishing the last patient in his hands. But he didn't answer her. She looked up in confusion. Only then did I realize that all the patients were lined up with Su Chen. Everyone lined up neatly behind Su Chen, like an assembly line waiting to be produced. Kochou Shinobu, what's going on? Advertisement. She glanced in the direction of Kanzaki Aoi. I noticed that Kanzaki Aoi also looked confused. Come here, there's a doctor here. Kanzaki Aoi said to the group of people lined up behind Su Chen. But he didn't answer her. Kochou Shinobu and Kanzaki Aoi are both sorry. Could it be that Su Chen has some magical power? Why are all the patients lining up behind Su Chen? With doubtful thought in mind, the two of them walked towards Su Chen at the same time. Good job. I saw Su Chen bandaging an old lady. The speed was so fast that the hand left an afterimage. In just 2 seconds, a bandage with a Kochou knot was wrapped. The treated wound looks exceptionally beautiful, and the angle of the bandage is very precise. Gynecological patients are almost all women, so they naturally have a certain expectation for this delicious food. Seeing that Su Chen's hands were so skillful, everyone wanted Su Chen to treat them. Next, Su Chen smiled. At this time, 2 men came over carrying a stretcher. Doctor, please take a look at my cousin. His leg is broken and other departments say they can't treat him. The man's tone was filled with anxiety. It can be seen that he doesn't want to go to the gynecology department if there is no other way. But fortunately, he found Su Chen, the only male doctor in the gynecology department. Thinking that they were all men, the villager had the courage to come over. Su Chen heard the sound and looked over. He discovered that it was the seriously injured patient he had seen at the foot of the mountain before. Let me see it. Su Chen stood up and began to examine the wound. At the same time, the bullet field was opened. In an instant, some subtle details of the wound caught Su Chen's eyes. You observed the bite-like wound, and you thought of a herb that could be used to relieve inflammation of the wound, and you had a way to deal with it. Shinobu, help me get some alcohol and the herbs I just gave you. They are. Su Chen listed many names of disinfection equipment and medicinal materials. Kochou Shinobu was shocked when he heard this. Because what Su Chen said was exactly the material she needed for the diagnosis she had just made. It seems that Su Chen's medical skills are almost reaching the same level as hers without her realizing it. Chapter 58. Su Chen is on duty, the gynecological doctor. Since the injured players were needed urgently, Kochou Shinobu did not dawdle for too long. He personally went to help Su Chen get the medicinal herbs he mentioned. Kanzaki Aoi helped out from the side. With the joint efforts of 3 people, Su Chen soon cured the wounded man. The villager's eyes widened as he felt his thigh gradually regain consciousness. It's moving. It's moving. My legs can move. Oh, thank you so much, sir. My cousin's leg is really healed. He's really a miracle doctor. The cured patient's brother held Su Chen's hand with tears in his eyes. Su Chen patted the other person's shoulder and signaled that it was okay. He just shouted, next. Bang. Another stretcher was carried in front of Su Chen. What's wrong with you? Su Chen asked subconsciously without looking up. All I heard was the man on the stretcher weakly saying, I'm sorry, I'm so weak. Su Chen suddenly raised his head. He looked in the direction of the sound. When Su Chen saw the person on the stretcher clearly, he was immediately happy. It was Inosuke. It seems that like the 2 brothers with broken legs just now, Inosuke must have broken a bone. I didn't expect to be sent to the gynecology department again. Su Chen squatted down and checked on Inosuke's condition. I saw this guy lying obediently on the stretcher, which was extremely abnormal. Judging from his chest and back, it was obvious that there were fractures. Su Chen touched his chin. I took a closer look at Inosuke's injuries. The conclusion was reached in the next moment. External injuries are easy to treat. But mental illness is difficult. This child must have been abused by the wind pillar and the flame pillar one by one. Su Chen didn't waste any time and quickly twisted Inosuke's bones back. She even thoughtfully tied a beautiful Kochou knot on its bandaged chest. Inosuke looked at Su Chen helplessly. He kept repeating the same words. I'm sorry, I'm so weak. Next. Quote. The scorching sun hanging in the sky gradually set. A hint of dusky orange casts a shadow over the butterfly house. It will be dark in about 2 hours. Advertisement. That's how Su Chen saw the doctor. Kochou Shinobu and Kanzaki Aoi assisted. Kanao was silently counting the points at the door. You cured the patient, and your medical skills have improved. This is the 99th patient you have cured. Practice makes perfect. You have learned a lot and mastered the medical skills, observation, listening, hearing and palpation. This is the 149th wounded person you have cured. You have gained some enlightenment and your medical skills have reached master level. Unconsciously, Su Chen had been immersed in the environment of treating patients. The speed of progress is also very fast. Not only is the diagnosis foolproof, but the speed is also getting faster and faster. Take simple bandaging as an example. It used to take Su Chen 2 seconds. Now just shoot left and right. It is effortless to bandage two wounded people at the same time. There is even time to tie a beautiful Kochou knot at the end of the bandage. Su Chen told the wounded that this Kochou knot was a commemoration of their visit to Butterfly House. As for the shape of Kochou, it was compared with the hairpin on Kochou Shinobu's head. When Kochou Shinobu heard this, he couldn't help but look at him. Her pretty face turned red all of a sudden. The village ladies also raised the Kochou knots in their hands with a curious look on their faces. He said cheerfully, "Oh, this little moth is quite cute." "That's right, sir, you really have a miraculous hand that can not only cure diseases, but also catch moths. Little girl, you should get such a nice boy as soon as possible." Just now, this adult kept glancing at the back of your head. 9 out of 10 times, he likes you. That's right, auntie. If I were 30 years younger, I would have done it myself. There would be no chance for you, little girl. Several middle-aged women started discussing at once. The usually outgoing Kochou Shinobu felt as if his face was about to be scalded. It's really too social. I am the owner of the Butterfly House, but I never expected that one day I would be teased by a patient. Those who came to the Butterfly House for treatment before were all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kochou Shinobu was the insect pillar to them, so they naturally didn't dare to say much. But the people who came to Butterfly House for treatment today were a group of native villagers, and to them, Kochou Shinobu was just a girl who had just turned 18. It's the right age to get married. There is nothing I dare not say. Besides, Kochou Shinobu is also very beautiful, and these village women fell in love with her at first sight. I have long wanted to bring him back to marry me. But the aunts also understand. This girl has someone in her heart. The child would blush profusely whenever someone's name was mentioned in front of her. But this girl lacks initiative. So the villagers still want to bring the two together to some extent. Faced with such repeated and intense attacks from the aunts, Kochou Shinobu finally couldn't stand it anymore. A butterfly dance flew up directly. Ran away directly. Advertisement. See, the fun is over. The aunties simply kept their mouths shut. He lined up obediently behind Su Chen and waited for rescue. About a quarter of an hour later, Su Chen healed all the injured in the Butterfly House. Not only all the patients in the gynecology department, but also people from other departments who come here because of its reputation. Some came for Su Chen's superb medical skills. Some people come here because Su Chen will tie a Kochou knot for free. Some people even came here for Su Chen's looks and Kochou Shinobu's scandal. Of course, most of those who come here for the scandal are members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing that the insect pillar had fallen in love with her, they all came over to eat the melons without even treating their wounds. But Kochou Shinobu was also very smart and posted the notice directly. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps and spectators are not allowed to enter. The situation has improved a lot. Before we knew it, except for the injured and patients in the pediatric department. Everyone else was treated by Su Chen. After the treatment is completed, Kanzaki Aoi let the villagers who had come in earlier go back one by one. As for the route back, it is the same as going up the mountain. Since the Demon Slayer Corps members who arrived at the beginning were in charge. So far, the second rescue race officially ended. As Su Chen stood up, a flowing figure in a colorful feathered garment returned to the room. Kochou Shinobu appears again. She didn't dare to look at Su Chen's expression, but went straight to Kanao and took a look at Su Chen's score. Su Chen. 198 minutes. Sure enough, it was just as Kochou Shinobu guessed. Su Chen's medical skills are indeed first-rate. Even Shinobu himself cannot achieve such efficiency in curing diseases. Kochou Shinobu opened her mouth slightly. I didn't expect Su Chen's medical skills to be so amazing. What is this stinky brother hiding from me? That's better. There is no need for a third round. What's the point of having the first place already decided? Kochou Shinobu glanced toward the pediatric room next door again. Kyujiro and Shinazugawa are still working hard over there. Kyujiro is serving tea. Shinazugawa was handing out water. Kochou Shinobu glanced at the scores of the two again. Shinazugawa Sanemi. 18 minutes. Rengoku Kyujiro. 17 minutes. Each of them doubled their previous scores. Chapter 59 Shinazugawa. Did I win? Kochou Shinobu. Not much, only about 300 points behind. Although there is a gap of about 300 points between him and Su Chen. But it can be seen that both pillars have worked very hard. Kochou Shinobu suddenly groaned. Her eyes were fixed on the last line on the score sheet. Inosuke. -9 minutes. Kochou Shinobu blinked and looked again. Her beautiful lavender eyes were filled with doubt. At this time, Kanzaki Aoi came over and said, Shinobu-sama, the thing is, just now Inosuke's injury has healed, and Kanao and I will give him a point because Inosuke healed himself. Kochou Shinobu blinked again. Her cerebellum almost atrophied after hearing these words. But fortunately she held back. It doesn't matter. 1 point more or 1 point less doesn't matter. It's a negative number anyway. Just consider it as some psychological comfort to the pig-headed boy. Kochou Shinobu smiled and nodded, then said to Kanzaki Aoi, okay, I got it. Shao Aoi, clean up the room later and have a good rest. Okay, Lord Shinobu. Kanzaki Aoi bowed, then took the broom to clean the house. Su Chen glanced at the sky outside the window. The sun sets over the mountain, and it will probably be another hour or two before it gets dark. Although he did win, Su Chen was not satisfied. Because the main purpose of his competition is not only to solve the economic problems of Butterfly House. It was also to learn the breathing method from Shinazugawa. Breath of the wind. Su Chen had a guess and a plan in mind. That is to learn all 5 basic breathing methods. Will you be able to comprehend a different kind of sun breathing by doing this? As we all know, the 5 basic breathing methods evolved from the sun breathing. But what if Su Chen learned all 5 breathing techniques and evolved them back again? Can that still be considered breathing of the sun? Maybe that would be a more powerful breathing technique. Because the breathing method deduced in this way will perfectly combine the characteristics of all breathing methods. The performance will definitely surpass sun breathing. Besides, Su Chen has always believed that the fire god Kagura used by Tanjiro cannot be called a perfect sun breathing. Tsugumi Yuichiro's strength lies in his own physical strength, and the breathing method is just a means for him to display his powerful strength. So Su Chen wanted to develop a breathing method that was unique in history through his own deduction. The wind calling on Shinazugawa is the breathing method that Su Chen wants most at the moment. I have to find a way to continue interacting with Shinazugawa later. Su Chen thought so. The next moment, in Su Chen's sight. Advertisement. I saw that Kochou Shinobu had already called Shinazugawa and Kyujiro from the pediatric department. As soon as the two saw Kochou Shinobu, they knew the game was over. Shinazugawa ran out excitedly. He directly snatched the score paper in front of Kanao. Let me see how much I beat Su Chen this time. Shinazugawa's eyes are fixed on something. His eyes widened when he saw Su Chen's score. 198 points. It's hard not to see it. But how is it possible? Shinazugawa felt inexplicably suffocated. This was the first time he felt this feeling of being unable to surpass others. Kochou Shinobu walked over with a smile and said, Mr. Shinazugawa, it seems that you don't need to compete in the third round. At this time Kyujiro also came over. He also glanced at the scoreboard in Shinazugawa's hand. He said in admiration, it seems so, Mr. Su Chen is still as amazing as ever. Shinazugawa clenched the paper tightly in his hand. Even my breathing became heavier. How to play with more than 300 points? Could it be that my quota for Ju's admission today has been determined just like that? My Hagi pancake. Shinazugawa clenched his fists and stared at Kochou Shinobu seriously. He said word for word, it's still the third game, I haven't lost yet. Let's play one more round. Kochou Shinobu looks towards Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. Kochou Shinobu said. Then. Wait a moment. Su Chen came over again and interrupted Kochou Shinobu's speech. Then he said. I think we can simply modify the rules of the next game. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu's eyelashes trembled and he looked puzzled. Logically speaking, Su Chen only needs to maintain his current score to win, so why bother with this? But she didn't ask, but looked at Su Chen with a smile on her face. Su Chen looked at everyone and said, in order to allow the patients of Butterfly House to receive the best rehabilitation training, everyone can add and design a rehabilitation training for the patients in the third rehabilitation training game later. In the end we use the number of positive reviews to decide the winner. At the same time, players can interfere with their opponents and use breathing techniques. Hearing this, Shinazugawa snorted in surprise. Huh. Advertisement. What is this Su Chen kid thinking? It's obvious that I have such a huge advantage. Why modify the rules? Does he think he has a better chance of winning if he, the wind pillar, uses breathing techniques? Shinazugawa did not refute immediately, but instead began to think about the pros and cons, which was rare. Aside, the flame pillar showed excitement in his eyes. Because Su Chen's words meant that there was a high possibility that he would see Su Chen use the breathing of flame. This way you can study openly. It seems I have to pay close attention later. Everyone lowered their heads in thought. After a moment, the flame pillar said that he was fine. Kochou Shinobu looked hesitant. She said with some concern, Mr. Su Chen, are you sure? Your opponents are pillars. If they can interfere, they can completely prevent you from completing the game and eliminate you, so that your previous points will be useless. Hear from Shinazugawa. Then he showed a look of realization. Yes, I can definitely prevent Su Chen from completing the third stage of the competition. Doesn't this amount to him giving up? Why didn't I think of that? Shinazugawa chuckled twice, and then his eyes were full of confidence. Kochou Shinobu whispered in Su Chen's ear, Mr. Su Chen, I know what you are thinking. As for the breathing method, I can ask someone to teach you secretly in the room. Shinazugawa is not the only one who knows the breathing of the wind. What, you want to secretly learn my breath of wind from me in my room? Shinazugawa's voice suddenly sounded. His tone was full of surprise. He is the wind pillar and has excellent hearing. Kochou Shinobu's whispered plotting did not escape his ears. But after he finished speaking, it can be seen that the smile on Kochou Shinobu's face has visibly frozen. The small and delicate hands tightly grasped Su Chen's clothes, and the look towards Shinazugawa was also filled with a sinister smile. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. It seems that Shinazugawa is really a straight man. Can girls' private secrets be shared with others? And you said it so loudly. Although I know you didn't mean it, you didn't even give the insect pillar any face. I don't know how he had the nerve to chase after someone else's sister, Kochou Kanae. His EQ is basically incompatible with love. Looking at Kochou Shinobu with a face full of hash marks, Su Chen gently grabbed his hand. Chapter 60 Isn't the wind calling simple? Shinazugawa. Indicate that everything is fine. At this time, Shinazugawa also noticed something was wrong. He said, Su Chen, if you want to learn my wind breathing, it's not impossible. I think you have quite a lot of talent. For the sake of the insect pillar, you can be my stepson. How about I teach you the breathing of wind? Shinazugawa's calculations are very clear. Even though Su Chen and I don't get along, that doesn't stop us from being master and disciple. There are countless stories in history of teachers being kind and students being filial. No matter how big the conflict is, it will disappear under the issue of jointly boycotting the Ghost King Muzan. Besides, as long as Su Chen becomes his stepson, wouldn't it be possible for me to spy on how Su Chen uses the patterns every day? Then I can give full play to the talents of the pillars. Practice a little bit. By then, even Rock Pillar Himahima Kume won't be able to defeat me. Shinazugawa opening corner. I feel my plan is perfect. He looked at Su Chen and waited quietly for his reply. Su Chen showed the same expression as Giyu. I really don't know what's going on in your simple mind. When did I ever say I wanted to secretly learn breathing of the wind from you? Shinazugawa, rest in peace. I didn't react for a moment. What did you say? No, nothing. Su Chen waved his hand. The look he gave Shinazugawa was filled with helplessness. I just said that each of us can interfere with the opponent in the game later. I didn't say I wanted to be your Wind Pillar's stepson. Why are you being so sentimental? Su Chen showed a calm expression. In fact, there is no need for you to teach me. I can learn the breathing method of wind breathing just by watching it once. Isn't it very simple? Shinazugawa's cerebellum almost atrophied from listening to it. He kept repeating, what did you say? It can be seen that the wind column is a little broken. Isn't breathing of the wind very simple? What a niche way of speaking. What nonsense is this Su Chen talking about? If only breathing of the wind was really that easy to learn. Then why do the Demon Slayer Corps need trainers? But the Flame Pillar's next words made Shinazugawa even more confused. Kyujiro said loudly, it's true. Mr. Su Chen learned all the techniques of flame breathing just by watching me demonstrate it once yesterday. Advertisement. Kyujiro said, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Not only that, but Mr. Su Chen also improved my breathing method. Not only did this improvement cure my leg disease, but Mr. Su Chen also created the breath of flame based on the flame call. Hiss. Shinazugawa's cerebellum atrophied even more as he listened. He repeatedly confirmed. Is it Yan, Yan, or Yan? Kyujiro affirmed. Yan. Shinazugawa snorted in disdain. Although he didn't know how Su Chen convinced the flame pillar, this was the first time he had heard of such an unprecedented thing. The derivation of breathing techniques is normal. But it is outrageous to be able to derive something from the breathing method you learn for the first time. And according to Kyujiro, Yanhu is even more useful than Yanhu, isn't this nonsense? Yanhu is one of the 5 basic breathing methods. Isn't the statement that Yanhu is even better than Yanhu a disguised admission that there are problems with Yanhu? He also said that it was Su Chen who discovered it. How is that possible? Anyway, Shinazugawa would never believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. Shinazugawa turns his head and looks towards Su Chen. I felt that Su Chen's words were even more outrageous. Can you remember my breath of the wind by demonstrating it once? How do you think I became the pillar of power? What do you think of the wind pillar? What do you think of me, Shinazugawa? Shinazugawa put on an arrogant expression and shouted, begin. Begin. I'm going to turn the tables. He looked at Kochou Shinobu beside him and asked, what is the last level? Kochou Shinobu smiled slightly. It's rehabilitation training. Rehabilitation training. Shinazugawa was stunned. Then he showed a thoughtful expression. Su Chen saw through his little thoughts at a glance. This guy definitely didn't understand. So Su Chen directly asked, Shinazugawa, did you not understand? You actually don't know what rehabilitation training is, do you? Shinazugawa glared and said, what does it have to do with you? My wound healed in half a day after I got injured. Why would I need any rehabilitation training? Do I have the physical fitness to know what rehabilitation training is? Too arrogant. It's really too arrogant. It seems that people with rare blood can do whatever they want. Advertisement. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that he still underestimated Shinazugawa's physical fitness. He originally thought that with his current strength, he could compete with Shinazugawa. But I still thought it was too simple. Judging from the final battle in Infinite Castle, Shinazugawa's strength among the pillars should be in the upper level. If Su Chen underestimates his opponent too much, he might lose miserably in the match against Shinazugawa tomorrow. Let me explain it. At this time, Kochou Shinobu walked out gracefully. She gave a sweet smile. Then he stood between the two of them and introduced them. Next is some introduction to rehabilitation training. Everyone, please listen carefully. First of all, our rehabilitation training at Butterfly House is divided into joint stretching activities, reaction ability recovery, and whole body movement ability recovery through cat and mouse games. For this final round, we need everyone to conduct physical recovery training for our patients who have just recovered but whose bodies have not yet regained their vitality. Each successful recovery will earn 1 point. What about Su Chen's 300 points? There aren't 300 patients in the butterfly room. Shinazugawa asked the question in his mind. Doesn't Su Chen want to change the rules? Then just change this rule. Su Chen smiled faintly after hearing this and said, it seems that Mr. Shinazugawa is very dissatisfied with my 300 points. But it's okay. Since I just proposed this rule change, I will definitely give you a chance. Otherwise, Mr. Shinazugawa is 300 points behind. Even if you add the dogs in the butterfly house, it won't be enough for you to train. What did you say? Shinazugawa was about to explode. The next moment he was stopped by Kochou Shinobu. Alright, Mr. Shinazugawa. This is the butterfly house. If you want to solve a problem, do it through the competition later. Shinazugawa saw Su Chen with one eye. I can only give up. But the resentment in his heart made his heart ache. I must find a good outlet to vent my emotions later. Seeing that Shinazugawa didn't move, Kochou Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief. There seemed to be a hint of resentment in the look he gave Su Chen. It seemed to be saying, "It's all your fault. If you say anything else, I'll throw you out." But Su Chen seemed to have not heard it. His eyes softened and he gave Kochou Shinobu a warm smile. Kochou Shinobu's face immediately turned red. My heart beat twice for no apparent reason. In this staring contest, Kochou Shinobu lost miserably. 3 UC Chapter 61 Pre-match Selection. Su Chen's rehabilitation targets are all young ladies. Kochou Shinobu turned her head and punched Su Chen. He said proudly, "Okay, now introduce the rules." Su Chen smiled and ignored Kochou Shinobu's little action. Instead, he directly stated the additional rules he had proposed earlier. Everyone listened attentively. Su Chen. The content of the rehabilitation training match is the same as what Ren said. However, you can add another item to the training content according to your own ideas, aiming to help patients recover better and enrich the rehabilitation training content of Butterfly House. Plus it's getting late, so we can each choose 5 patients to cooperate with us. In the end, we judge the winner based on the number of positive reviews from the patients. One last tip for Mr. Shinazugawa. Su Chen paused for a moment, then said to Shinazugawa, "If you want to beat me, please work harder." Shinazugawa said nothing, but the twitching corners of his mouth said it all. After listening to Su Chen's introduction, Kyojiro suddenly said with interest, "I think this game is quite interesting. The Demon Slayer Corps kills demons all the time, and even the competitions are related to martial arts competitions and physical training. After today's rescue competition, I found that the medical staff of the Butterfly House are also not simple. They are not inferior to the frontline fighters of our Demon Slayer Corps. I think this rehabilitation training will work. I think the therapists in this Butterfly House are better." Kyojiro's powerful voice immediately reached everyone's ears. Everyone reacted differently. Shinazugawa was relieved. Kochou Shinobu smiled slightly. Su Chen nodded in approval. Indeed, the Butterfly House is actually very important to the Demon Slayer Corps. It represents the backup and supplies of the Demon Slayer Corps as an indispensable part of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing Kyojiro say this, Su Chen felt somewhat comforted. And to talk about the happiest thing, it was Kanzaki Aoi who was washing the quilt and sweeping the floor. As a frontline fighter at the Butterfly House, this was the first time she was recognized by the Demon Slayer Corps members. And he's the flame pillar. Unconsciously, Kanzaki Aoi inadvertently glanced in the direction of Su Chen. It turned out that this gentle and elegant young man did not lie to her. In fact, everyone saw what she was doing now, and she was also making a contribution to the Demon Slayer Corps. It's just that I have been living in the shadow of the past. Advertisement, I just don't want to believe it. After all, I still can't get over the hurdle of my heart. And what the flame pillar said was tantamount to acknowledging Kanzaki Aoi's efforts. Su Chen's words planted a seed in her heart. Now the seeds have sprouted. This made her secretly happy in her heart. The country girl with twin ponytails clenched the broom in her hands, sweeping the floor faster and faster, working harder. My heart was filled with joy. Thank you so much, Mr. Su Chen. The other side. Su Chen and his colleagues finished their discussion and were selecting the rehabilitation training subjects for each of them to be responsible for. It's very simple. Just pick 5 of the Demon Slayer Corps members who were injured in front of you. But at the beginning someone broke through. Shinazugawa showed an expression of disbelief, staring at the empty floor in front of him and fell into deep thought. Why is there not a single player coming to me for training? Could it be that I saw it wrong? Shinazugawa rubbed his eyes hard, but there was still no one in front of him. He was furious. Am I really that bad? Shinazugawa expressed his dissatisfaction, then turned to look at the other 2. There happened to be 5 patients in front of the flame pillar. They were talking and laughing as they discussed something, and when they got excited, they would high-five each other to cheer each other on. This lively situation formed a sharp contrast with that on our side. Shinazugawa turned his head again and looked towards Su Chen. The next moment, he was stunned like a sculpture. In front of Su Chen, there are dozens of people. Most of them are girls from the Demon Slayer Corps. They all raised their hands one after another, and rushed to Su Chen faster than killing ghosts. With a look of excitement, he shouted, "Brother Su Chen, choose me, choose me, choose me. Brother Su Chen is so gentle. He cured me in the gynecology department just now. He is simply a miracle doctor. Ever since Brother Su Chen saved me, my waist is no longer sore, my legs are no longer blocked, and even killing 12 Kazuki is no longer difficult. Advertisement, get out of the way. You are as weak as a lower string. How dare you snatch it from me, Brother Su Chen? You move aside too. There are still 5 spots available for Master Fengju next to you. Go over there." "I'm not going. Master Fengju is so fierce. How can he be as gentle as my brother Su Chen? Isn't Master Fengju quite gentle? Your husband, go." "I'm not going. Your husband, you go." The team members pushed forward with different opinions. The level of chaos is comparable to that of a demon slaying scene. Some pulled Su Chen's hair, some shouted, "Brother Su Chen," and some said they would give birth to children for Su Chen when he becomes an adult. How can he look like this, like a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? How can this mental state be like that of a patient? Su Chen shook his head. It was the first time he had witnessed such great enthusiasm from the Demon Slayer Corps. Which 5 are you going to choose later? Su Chen was in a dilemma. You start thinking and naturally enter a meditative state. You find yourself very popular, and suddenly you have many more fans. Your every move begins to be widely watched, and your words gradually begin to have public influence. You decide to pay attention to your image, and a preliminary plan outline takes shape in your mind. You start to deduce. You find that you have the talent to be an idol, and you rehearse your idol life in your mind. With one thought, you understand the skills related to idol self-cultivation and Demon Slayer trainee. Your behavior begins to become elegant, your conversation breaks through, your temperament breaks through. In front of the crowd, Su Chen opened his eyes silently. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have changed from the inside out. First of all, appearance. Su Chen has become more mature. The young face of 14 years old originally had a hint of sadness between his brows. The body shape has also changed. Su Chen was originally 1.7 meters tall, but due to long periods of meditation and practice, he had developed a habit of hunching over. But now, it is standing straight. That's called confidence. What a graceful guy. If Su Chen used to be practical but not flashy, then now he is a combination of strength and splendor. A truly young version of the Sound Pillar, a man whose temperament is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Uzui Tengen. Su Chen lowered his head, he touched his chin unintentionally. But just because of this small action, the crowd below went crazy in an instant. Chapter 62 Female Team Members. Master Su Chen's temperament is even more attractive than Master Tengen. Wow, brother Su Chen is so cool, this move is so cool. How can you touch my chin? You are touching my heart. Amazing. This temperament is even more attractive than Lord Tengen. Wow, I am so fascinated by Lord Su Chen. He can heal, he's gentle, he's very powerful, and he's so handsome. Brother Su Chen, please do one more move, brother Su Chen. My husband, my husband, my husband. Before he knew it, Su Chen found that the female teammates crowded in front of him seemed to be even crazier. Their eyes seemed to be filled with Su Chen's figure. Apart from that, there is no room for anything else. This made Kochou Shinobu, who was standing in front of Su Chen, feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. She cried out softly. The weak body tried hard to block Su Chen. But she had no strength, her purple hair was wet with sweat, but she still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the female players. The insect pillar immediately looked embarrassed and said tenderly, "All right, everyone, stop crowding over here. Mr. Su Chen can only pick 5 people, you can also go to Shinazugawa. I'm telling you, do you really take me, the insect pillar, seriously? Stop pushing, you're violating team rules by doing this. Hey, Kanao, come over here and help." The words fell. Kanao, who had been sitting on the bench by the door counting the points, stood up. She looked in the direction of her master with some uncertainty. Were you calling her just now? I must have heard it wrong. After all, the scene was so noisy, it was normal to mishear a few words occasionally. Or I should just quietly appreciate Su Chen's profile. Anyway, it's not the first time I peeked. Kanao sat down again. Kanao, if you don't come soon, Su Chen will be snatched away by someone else. Boom. The table suddenly broke into pieces. A graceful figure in white flew into the crowd like a cannonball. Before he knew it, a figure that gave him a sense of security had already stood in front of Kochou Shinobu. Kanao looked at the girls expressionlessly. Suddenly, a fierce expression appeared on his face. No one can take Mr. Su Chen away. The King of Flowers breathing type 2 the King of Flowers. A large amount of oxygen was inhaled into the lungs of the delicate girl. The huge force instantly pushed everyone away. It seemed as if many plum blossom petals were born in the air, and the momentary illusion made the fans who were obsessed with Su Chen unable to get up for a long time. Su Chen was stunned. Advertisement. I didn't expect that Kanao's breath of the Queen of Flowers could actually cause AoE damage. You have to remember this carefully. In the future, variations of flower breathing will develop towards AoE damage. Kochou Shinobu also looked at his apprentice with lingering fear. At this moment Kanao was in her eyes. It's like a stranger. This back that makes one feel safe, this strength that makes one envious. Is she still the little girl who used to need her instructions even for eating? At this moment, Kochou Shinobu was actually jealous. She just heard it. Kanao uses the queen flower breathing technique. She heard it twice today. This Su Chen, when she asked me for a bug call, she called me Sister Shinobu all the time. Now I don't need myself anymore, just call me Kochou Shinobu. My sister's breath of flowers, Su Chen actually taught it to his own disciple instead of me. I'm so angry. Kochou Shinobu glared at Su Chen fiercely. The coldness in his eyes made Su Chen feel a chill down his spine. Feeling guilty, he turned his head away, just pretend not to see it. The crowd in front of them, since Kanao joined, order has finally been maintained in the butterfly house. The other side, Kyojiro quickly identified the candidate and developed his own rehabilitation training plan at the same time. And the Shinazugawa, he was still silently selecting his target among the Su Chen crowd. He plans to select a few men. The reason is simple, his training is too intense, and it is difficult for him to make a move on the woman. Choose a few good men and F*K them to death. Shinazugawa is picking. His expression suddenly changed, because of my good hearing. He heard every word the Demon Slayer Corps members whispered to each other just now. Shinazugawa. Shinazugawa felt as if the sky had fallen on him. He is a pillar of wind. One day, I will be reduced to the point where no one will choose me and I will be ridiculed by others. And judging from what the team members said, they seem to have a lot of opinions about themselves as the wind pillar. Shinazugawa directly broke through the defense. Look at the person in front of Chen. Advertisement, they're happy, harmonious and friendly, just like a family. And what about yourself? I am alone and a complete empty nester. Am I so unpopular? Shinazugawa's eyes are fixed on something. Take the initiative. He pointed directly at the 4 people at the end of Chen's team and shouted, You, and you, come here. Hearing this, the 4 people looked at each other. Some of them pointed at each other uncertainly and said, You. At last, one of them patted the shoulder of the female team member standing in front and said, Hey, that. Didn't you say that Fengju was your husband? Now your husband is calling you. Hearing this, the female team member turned around and looked at him hatefully, Your husband. Then he turned his head and ignored it, Shinazugawa. Shinazugawa took a deep breath, and was so angry that he almost wanted to hit someone with his wind. But the 4 people still pretended to be stupid and said, Maybe we called the wrong person? Yeah, it's so noisy here, it's normal to occasionally call the wrong 4 people, right? It's okay, we just need to continue queuing. That must have been an illusion. Hard. Shinazugawa's fist is really hard, breathing of the wind, no blade type strong wind Tengu. Boom. A strong wind blew towards me. A face that makes children cry suddenly appears. Shinazugawa's nightmare-like voice sounded kindly in the ears of the 4 people. Hey, can't you hear me calling you? The tone was torn, and a strong sense of oppression rushed towards the 4 people. The 4 of them nodded nervously. We can hear you, we can hear you. Oh, do you need me to repeat it again? No need, no need? Very good. Shinazugawa regained his expression and said, You guys look familiar. You must have joined the team at the same time as Genya, right? Yes, Master Fengju, we were killing demons with Genya some time ago. The team member closest to the wind pillar said tremblingly, Genya's personality is a bit weird. He always violates team discipline and acts alone. He is very weird. Bang. The expression of another Demon Slayer Corps member suddenly became serious. He decisively slapped the speaker's butt. The team member who was speaking turned his head curiously, only to see beads of cold sweat on the head of his partner behind him. The man who was spanked felt like cursing at this moment. What a fool. This is Master Windpillar, Shinazugawa Genya's brother. At least give us some room for survival. Advertisement Chapter 63. The whipped corpse of Inosuke, Shinazugawa's last training target. So he immediately spoke up to make amends. Master Shinazugawa, Genya is actually very strong. He was not injured in this mission, it's just the 4 of us who are holding him back. Look, I've been coming to Butterfly House for treatment for over a week and still haven't been cured. Luckily I met Mr. Chen. Oh, really? There was a strange light in Shinazugawa's eyes, and then he slowly walked back to his territory. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Shinazugawa turned his head back. The corners of his mouth drew up a cruel smile. Come on, let's prepare to start the rehabilitation training for us. Good, the 4 of them stammered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and followed the wind pillar. And now on the other side, Chen has also finished selecting his people. But Kochou Shinobu and Kanao helped to select them. The 2 girls had great tacit understanding and directly pulled 4 male team members up. There were originally 4 other men to choose from, but they were all poached by Shinazugawa. Kanao looked at the crowd of female teammates in front of him and blinked his bright eyes again and again. Stuck in a dilemma. Who should I choose? Just as the girl was hesitating, Chen came up. He placed his hand gently on Kanao's shoulder. A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Kanao, how about letting me choose? After hearing these words, the female players in front immediately showed eager eyes. As if ready for battle. Chen even suspected that if they had Nichiren blades on them now, they would definitely pull them out immediately. Kanao looked at Chen. She was always well behaved and obedient, but at this moment she was shaking her little head like a rattle. The girl with a single ponytail on the side had a flickering gaze, and finally fixed her eyes on her master, Kochou Shinobu. She walked quickly to Kochou Shinobu. Inexplicably, he lifted up the colorful feather sleeves of his master. A piece of white skin was exposed. The next thing that appeared before their eyes was a circle of carefully wrapped bandages. Dried blood could be seen under the bandage. Kanao's eyes moved slightly. I didn't expect that the master still kept this bandage. She remembers it very clearly. Advertisement, this was tied by Chen himself. Seeing Kanao's strange look, Kochou Shinobu actually felt a little embarrassed. This look is like being secretly in love and being discovered. Very embarrassing. The next moment, Kanao spoke in a soft voice. Mr. Chen, the last patient who needs recovery is master. Kochou Shinobu looked at Kanao in surprise. There are inevitably some doubts in my mind. Start from when you lifted your sleeves just now. Until now I knew I was injured. How did my disciple know this? Kochou Shinobu's pupils dilated slightly, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. No way. Was she the one who saw Chen bandaging himself that night? No way? This is so embarrassing. Kochou Shinobu tilted his head, his cheeks red. For a moment, I was embarrassed to look Kanao in the eye. Kanao smiled sweetly and said, "It's okay, master. Mr. Su Chen is so gentle, we all like him." Ahem. Su Chen quickly interrupted Kanao, then he pulled Kochou Shinobu directly to his side. "Then it's settled, my fifth recovery subject is ninja." Kochou Shinobu struggled internally and escaped from Su Chen's hand like a frightened deer. She had to keep her distance from Su Chen. "I have always treated Su Chen as my younger brother." "Yes, that's right." Kochou Shinobu thought so. Seeing Kochou Shinobu running away from him, Su Chen smiled slightly, then set his eyes on Kanao. "Kanao, could you please demonstrate the first 3 steps of rehabilitation training to everyone?" Kanao nodded. Then he walked to the center of the Butterfly House training ground. Same as Su Chen thought. The games Kanao demonstrated were the same 3 games he had performed when he first came to the Butterfly House. One is to help your patients stretch their bodies. The second is that 2 people sit opposite each other and restore the patient's reaction speed by pouring medicine. The third is cat and mouse game, which exercises the patient's whole body motor ability. Advertisement: these 3 abilities are crucial for the Demon Slayer Corps members. These 3 abilities are often relied upon in battles with ghosts. Inside the Butterfly House, Shinazugawa and Kyojuru nodded at the same time. They already understand the rules of the game. Anyway, just keep playing these small games with your teammates. Then their illness was cured. It's that simple. Then if everyone is ready, we can begin. In the center of the venue, Kochou Shinobu's figure fell like Kochou. She looked around, patiently examining the final environment. Kanao has now sat back on his little stool. Su Chen and Kyojuru were also ready. Kochou Shinobu continued to turn his head and glanced, but suddenly found a change. She walked quickly to Shinazugawa and asked suddenly, "Mr. Shinazugawa, it seems you are still 1 person short." Shinazugawa turned his head and glanced behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't seem to count anymore. Shit, it looks like there's really 1 missing. Shinazugawa looked a little unnatural and said, "It shouldn't matter if there's 1 less person, right? After all, I can go and harass Su Chen, so I can still win, right?" After saying that, Shinazugawa looked askance at Kochou Shinobu. He hopes the other party can give him some face. After all, everyone knows how popular he is. But Kochou Shinobu didn't buy it at all. No, if Mr. Shinazugawa can't follow the rules, then he will fail. Hey, after all, Mr. Shinazugawa has always been very popular among the team members. If I can't do it, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do. There's no way. Nothing I can do. Shinazugawa instantly blushed. He said angrily, "It's just finding someone, that's easy." After saying that, Shinazugawa turned around and walked towards the ward in the Butterfly House. When the people around saw Feng Zhu coming, they were so scared that they all leaned against the wall. I was afraid that the other person would give me a chance to win if I just looked at him. A moment later, Shinazugawa came back. In his hand, he was holding a boar like Inosuke. This is his 5th patient, Hashibira Inosuke. Behind Shinazugawa, there is a little nurse, Kanzaki Aoi. Kanzaki Aoi grabbed Shinazugawa's clothes tightly, hoping to get Inosuke back. But her strength was too weak. After dragging for a long time, she not only failed to stop Shinazugawa, but she became a pendant on the opponent and was dragged to the training ground of Butterfly House. Shinazugawa placed Inosuke on the floor behind him. Pointing at him, he said to Kochou Shinobu, "Hey, isn't this guy also one of the contestants? He just happens to be participating in this contest as my rehabilitation training subject." Chapter 64. Shadowless Massage Hands. The first stage of rehabilitation training, massage for Kochou Shinobu. Kanzaki Aoi immediately ran out and said, "No, Master Kochou, Inosuke is too depressed right now and is not fit for the competition at all." Kochou Shinobu glanced at Inosuke. He casually approached the other person and asked caringly, "Inosuke, do you still want to continue participating in the competition?" Inosuke, who is usually enthusiastic and outgoing, is unexpectedly abnormal at this moment. He raised his head, his eyes were extremely cloudy and he said, "I'm sorry, I'm so weak." "You look really depressed, Kanzaki Aoi." "Right, Shinobu-sama." Inosuke seemed very depressed when he was treated by Mr. Su Chen just now. It's really strange. His illness was obviously cured before. Kochou Shinobu is also very strange. She leaned down and checked Inosuke's condition carefully. It can be guessed that, just like before, it was because his self-confidence was hit. He is currently undergoing rehabilitation training, so it is a good opportunity to let Shinazugawa have a try. Maybe he will get better after being trained by the Wind Pillar. Kochou Shinobu stood up, looked at Shinazugawa and said, "Okay, let Mr. Shinazugawa try. After all, I don't have any better methods right now." Shinazugawa said confidently, "Don't worry, Kochou, I will make this pig-headed boy obedient for you in half an hour." Kochou Shinobu. It's better this way. Kochou Shinobu walked back to Su Chen's venue. At this point, all preparations before the competition are completed. The indoor training ground of Butterfly House is divided into 3 areas. They are used in the rehabilitation training sites of Su Chen, Shinazugawa and Kyojuru respectively. Kanzaki Aoi retreated silently. In order to prevent Shinazugawa from coming to snatch people away again, she had to rush to take care of the other patients in the ward. Kanao got a new table, then sat at it, staring at Su Chen silently. Kyojuru, along with his 5 rehabilitation subjects, has now begun the first step, stretching the joints of the whole body. Su Chen was also ready. As a doctor, Su Chen is extremely serious about stretching the joints of his patients. It has become Su Chen's habit to concentrate highly on doing one thing for a long time. After a short while, Su Chen finished massaging the first 4 male team members. Kochou Shinobu stood aside and watched the whole process. As a doctor, Kochou Shinobu knows a thing or two about massage techniques. So as soon as Su Chen made a move, Kochou Shinobu, as an expert, saw through Su Chen's background. Su Chen doesn't know how to massage, but she found that Su Chen's techniques and skills soon became very good. When I first watched him, his movements were a bit awkward and it was very obvious that he was a novice. Advertisement, but Su Chen's self-study ability is truly terrifying. When he pressed the second person, it was obvious that Su Chen's movements and speed had improved a lot. When he pressed the third person, Su Chen also controlled the strength very accurately. The male team member who was massaged by him almost cried out in pleasure several times. This level is almost the same as mine. And when Su Chen pressed the fourth person, it became even more exaggerated. Su Chen's massage technique Kochou Shinobu can no longer see clearly. Yes, it was so fast that Kochou Shinobu couldn't even see where Su Chen's hand was. All you could hear was the continuous slapping sounds coming from the patient's body, followed by a series of extremely comfortable and pleasurable sounds. After these 4 satisfying massages, the 4 men who had been massaged felt full of energy. My waist and legs no longer hurt, and I can even lift the Nichiren blades. They all praised Su Chen's technique. That's 2 words. Major. Su Chen stood up and stretched his body, then said to Kochou Shinobu, "Shinobu, wait for me for a moment. I'll go wash my hands and then serve you." Kochou Shinobu blushed. Is it finally my turn? Seeing Su Chen hurriedly running to wash his hands, Kochou Shinobu suddenly felt conflicted. Will Su Chen take advantage of me later? It was the first time for Kochou Shinobu to have a massage from a member of the opposite S**X. Although Su Chen is still young, he is still a boy after all. Is he washing his hands now just too? Bah, 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 what are you thinking about in your little head? Kochou Shinobu quickly pulled himself back to his senses and slapped his face. Her heartbeat quickened and her cheeks felt terribly hot. She couldn't understand why she was so nervous when it was just an ordinary massage. Is it because the other party is Su Chen? Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Should I lie down on my stomach later? Or is it better to lie down? Advertisement, lie down. Su Chen had run back without knowing when, with many water stains on his hands that had not yet dried. He rubbed his body casually, and then said to Kochou Shinobu, I was all sweaty just now, and I was afraid that the clothes your sister gave you would get wet, so I went to wash my hands. Sorry for the long wait. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu's heart was slightly moved. It turned out that Su Chen just ran to wash her hands, just because she didn't want to get her clothes wet. I misunderstood him. Kochou Shinobu pursed her lips, feeling extremely embarrassed. That's right, Su Chen is only 14 years old, how could he have that kind of needs? Oh, it's so embarrassing. Lie down first, Su Chen said gently. Then I found a brand new berth for Kochou Shinobu and even replaced the pillow with a softer one. Kochou Shinobu stood there in a daze. She kept pinching the corner of her colorful woven clothes, looking a little conflicted. After Su Chen saw this detail, he thought for a moment and said, why don't you take off your haori? Otherwise it will get dirty later. I won't take it off. Kochou Shinobu pulled up her haori and wrapped it tightly. Her face turned red and she took a deep breath. In the end, he lay down obediently. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the side and began to massage the girl's joints and acupuncture points with both hands. He could clearly feel Kochou Shinobu's slightly stiff body and his always tense nerves. The hard touch flowed into both of their bodies at the same time like electric current. Relax, it won't hurt. The gentle tone sounded in Kochou Shinobu's ears. The girl's body trembled, and the blush spread directly to the roots of her ears. She buried her head in her pillow, leaving only her beautiful hair exposed to Su Chen. Su Chen gently patted Kochou Shinobu's back and comforted him. It's okay, relax. After the words fell, Su Chen could clearly see that Kochou Shinobu's body had slowly gone limp. This is a sign that your body is letting down its guard. Su Chen held his breath and knew the time had come. So, next is the massage skill he just learned, the shadowless hand massage. Su Chen directly opened the bullet field. You have learned the massage technique. You are familiarizing yourself with and organizing the massage technique you just learned. You named this technique, shadowless massage hand. Advertisement Chapter 65 Sister Ren, are you willing to let your Su Chen loose? You are massaging the girl's back. You are carefully feeling the structure of her spine. Your understanding of the female body is rapidly improving. You begin to try to relax the spine through manipulation. You use the shadowless massage hand. You press the opponent multiple times within 1 second. Your understanding of massage has increased again. You have comprehended the profound massage techniques and obtained the skill, Massage Ghost Hand. Open black lens bracket. You are using the Massage Ghost Hand. Close black lens bracket because Su Chen's speed is too fast. During the process, he frequently used the Massage Ghost Hand. The people watching around couldn't see Su Chen's movements at all. They just sighed and thought Su Chen's massage technique was the best they had ever seen. What's more, I hope Butterfly House can add a massage service by Dr. Su Chen. This way they can also enjoy Mr. Su Chen's massage services. Kochou Shinobu buried his head. Feeling the touch from behind, she hummed and moaned non-stop. Su Chen's massage was so comfortable that Kochou Shinobu felt as if his body was burning. Every press from the other party would cause her body temperature to rise rapidly. Kochou Shinobu feels like you are in a hot spring. Su Chen's massage technique is like the spring water that wraps around you. Warm and hot, it makes people unable to help but sink into it. This feeling is completely different from when Xiaokui gave me a massage before. Xiaokui's massage technique is nothing compared to Su Chen's. Kochou Shinobu buried his face tightly in his arms, with a comfortable expression on his face. The other side, Su Chen continued to increase his speed. The light in his eyes was deep and serious. At this moment, in his eyes, what he was massaging was no longer a simple body. It's a work of art. Every time I strike it, it feels like I am polishing it. Feel it. Then understand it. Su Chen's eyes flashed and his fingers flew. Your mental attention is greatly focused. Open black lens bracket. You have used all the skills. Close black lens bracket. Your 5 senses are doubled, and your understanding of Kochou Shinobu's body has risen to mastery. You start massaging other parts of the other person. Your experience in shoulder massage has improved. Your experience in waist massage has improved. Open black lens bracket. Your thigh massage experience has improved. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. You massage your buttocks. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen. Another. Su Chen woke up instantly. His hands froze in place. Feeling a soft touch, Su Chen immediately moved his hand away. Su Chen said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was a little too serious." And never mind. Kochou Shinobu's face was shy and she huddled into a ball. A sweet voice came from the girl's mouth. "Don't press it anymore, I can't stand it anymore." Oh. Su Chen smiled embarrassedly, then immediately pulled Kochou Shinobu up. But Kochou Shinobu's body was already too weak to bear. When Su Chen pulled it, it felt like he was pulling a piece of soft and elastic jelly. The soft and boneless touch came from Su Chen's hand. Kochou Shinobu's figure began to stagger at the same time. Kochou Shinobu groaned softly, his steps became unsteady, and finally he fell directly into Su Chen's arms. "Su Chen, help me, I can't get up." Kochou Shinobu blushed and her voice was as small as a mosquito. "It's really embarrassing. I am the insect pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, how can I behave so embarrassingly in front of my teammates? This is too unreserved. I must not let my teammates notice that there is something wrong with me." Absolutely not. Kochou Shinobu placed her small hands on Su Chen's chest and tried with all her strength to break free. But her strength was too little. The intermittent feeling of force scratched Su Chen like a cat's scratch. If Su Chen didn't know the truth, he would even think that Kochou Shinobu was teasing him deliberately. "Su Chen, okay, stop making it hard on yourself." Su Chen whispered softly into Kochou Shinobu's ear. The next moment, he picked up the other person. Then, in full view of everyone, he walked towards the empty room in the butterfly house. "Ah, Master Su Chen is so handsome. Lord Kochou is so lucky, isn't he? He can actually let Lord Su Chen carry him like a princess. I want it too, woo. Is Lord Kochou injured? His face is so red. Could it be that he has a fever? Woo woo woo, I also want to have a fever for Master Su Chen, so that Master Su Chen will treat me." Seeing Su Chen pick up Kochou Shinobu, the female players off the court almost went crazy with excitement. It was as if the person being hugged was himself. At the door, Kanao couldn't help but show an envious look. "Mr. Su Chen is really gentle. I heard that Mr. Su Chen also brought me back last night." Advertisement. Unfortunately, I fell asleep at that time and didn't feel it really. What a pity. Kanao bit his little mouth. I swore secretly in my heart. Only the master can rank ahead of me, no one else can. Su Chen moved quickly. It only took a moment to find a vacant ward. He hugged Kochou Shinobu and comforted her. "It's okay, you feel like you can't walk now because of the massage treatment just now. When I was massaging you just now, I noticed that your body was very stiff. It's because of years of training. Luckily I found you today. From now on, you must come to me for a massage every day. This will prevent you from having any hidden diseases in your body." Su Chen kept saying this earnestly. But Kochou Shinobu's head was almost buried in Su Chen's chest. She didn't hear a single word about Su Chen. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Kochou Shinobu has never been so socially dead as he is today since he became the insect pillar. Just now when Su Chen carried her through the crowd, those fiery gazes swept over her, as hot as the sun. There is envy, teasing, surprise, and even CP support. Kochou Shinobu really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. But she couldn't move at all when Su Chen held her. Kochou Shinobu felt very hot. "Do you have a fever? Or was it because of Su Chen or because my heart was beating too fast?" What Kochou Shinobu didn't know was, at this moment, a bizarre tadpole pattern has quietly emerged under her clothes. "Relax, treat me as a doctor, I'm just helping you heal." As if noticing Kochou Shinobu's nervousness, Su Chen whispered in her ear in a gentle tone. "I don't need it," Kochou Shinobu replied stubbornly. Then he turned his head and ignored Su Chen. Next, Su Chen carried Kochou Shinobu into the private ward. And asked the other party to have a good rest. Being able to move later means the therapeutic effect has worn off. You must get out then, otherwise you won't be able to complete my competition. Su Chen instructed. HMPH, if you lose, you lose. Kochou Shinobu made a playful face, secretly hoping that Su Chen would lose. Su Chen was happy. Don't you know that after I win, Butterfly House will have money? Alas, I wanted the Nichiren blades, but my sister Shinobu couldn't even afford them. Do you know how much of a scar this left on me? Looking at the excitement on Kochou Shinobu's face, Su Chen smiled slightly. Now, my sister Shinobu, are you still willing to let your Su Chen lose? Chapter 66 Shinazugawa. Relax. Your shoulders are too tense. Kochou Shinobu clenched her fists in anger. But in the end, he could only bite his lip and replied, got it, I'll be out soon. It was the first time that Su Chen saw Kochou Shinobu angry. Her cheeks are chubby and her neck is as red as a duck's neck. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth inadvertently. It seems that the other party has gradually relaxed his guard against me. The disappearance of the smile on his face is the best proof. Su Chen didn't think anymore, turned around and gently pushed the door open. Back to the competition scene. The other side. Shinazugawa's training ground. The wind pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps is working hard at providing massage services. Just now, Shinazugawa had a brief chat with these 5 people. Learned the other party's name. First of all, I won't talk about Hashibira Inosuke. He was grabbed by the wind pillar to make up the numbers, and he was like a mascot. First of all, Fengju's focus is on the 4 brothers in front of him. Those who volunteered to join the team were named Tomioka Taro, Tomioka Jiro, Tomioka Saburo and Tomioka Kotaro. The 4 brothers were originally brothers living in the mountains. One day, they joined the Demon Slayer Corps after their family was killed by demons. They are afraid of ghosts, but at the same time they hate them deep down. But today, they saw something more terrifying than ghosts. That's Shinazugawa's massage. Shinazugawa put his face close to Tomioka's and asked kindly, what's wrong? Do you think there's something wrong? Tomioka Taro said tremblingly. No, Master Fengju. No. Shinazugawa smiled kindly. Then he pointed at Su Chen and Kyujiro's area and shouted, then why are you staring at others? Are you still not satisfied with the massage I personally gave you? Shinazugawa was very angry when talking about this. He is a great figure and he personally massages the muscles and bones of his team members. But these 4 ninjas were eating from their bowls and looking at what was in the pot. His eyes were always looking towards Su Chen. Doesn't it clearly show that he has something against me? The words, I am in Sao's camp but my heart is with Han, are almost written on his face. The Tomioka brothers also couldn't help but sigh. They are also suffering in their hearts. The Flame Pilar's rehabilitation training is passionate. Whenever one of Flame Pilar's patients feels uncomfortable, he will teach them patiently and then comfort them with his hearty laughter. Advertisement. But Su Chen is professional. People don't even need comfort, they can cure the patients with just their hard power. Rehabilitation training is easy to do, there is no need to make it so complicated. And what about the wind column? I almost got killed. Shinazugawa's massage method completely violates the basic structure of the human body. As long as Shinazugawa thinks your bones can turn reversely, then they can turn reversely. As long as Shinazugawa thinks your bones can turn over, they can turn over. The brothers could only say that they were not worthy of such an inhumane massage. Here, as long as your bones are strong enough, you can enjoy Shinazugawa's exquisite massage. Looking at the 4 people in front of him who were standing timidly. Shinazugawa shook his head and sighed, it seems that the quality of this year's Demon Slayer Corps has dropped to an outrageous level. Their body flexibility is simply too poor. Fukuoka Delang whispered. But, we are patients, isn't it normal for us to be a little weak? Shinazugawa retorted, when the ghost eats you, will it say you are a patient and not eat you? They are ghosts, they can eat any part of the body. Or are you like that Tomioka Giyu kid, and different from us? If you don't have the strength of a water column, just shut up and train me. Upon hearing this, the Fukuoka brothers fell silent. The Wind Pillar is known for his bad temper in the Demon Slayer Corps. Talking back to him is tantamount to seeking death. So they could only complete Shinazugawa's training tasks obediently. Come on, let's continue the massage. Who's next? Shinazugawa flexed his wrist, stood up aggressively, and glanced at each of them in turn. The Tomioka brothers all lowered their heads, fearing that they would be chosen. Shinazugawa sneered, since you are all so afraid of training, let's do it together. The next moment, Shinazugawa teleported directly behind Tomioka Taro. Lift your waist and back, and use your knee and elbow to cover the opponent's back. Shinazugawa imitated Su Chen's actions and said gently, relax. Tomioka Delang just felt a chill. But the strength coming from my shoulders and back gradually increased. The nausea gradually turned into pain. A heart-wrenching scream came out of his mouth. Shinazugawa laughed. Doesn't this seem to be quite effective? Look how comfortable this guy is screaming. Shinazugawa said with some complacency. Is it comfortable? My technique is not worse than that brat Su Chen. Yes, yes, yes. Tomioka Delang replied perfunctorily. Advertisement. They were totally unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Shinazugawa gradually began to increase his strength. Come on, continue to relax. Tomioka's face turned pale, and his entire face turned red from its original pale color. Something's wrong. Feeling the stiffness on his hands, Shinazugawa frowned immediately. Why are you so tense? It's too tense and I can't get my strength in. Be good. Relax a little. Tomioka gritted his teeth and said, I'm really trying hard to relax. Shinazugawa arrived. Is the physical resilience of this demon slayer core really that poor? Why is it that after I've been massaging for so long, the patient's body is becoming more and more stiff? I was clearly following Su Chen's method just now. Is it because my strength is not strong enough? Forget it. Let's try harder. Then, Shinazugawa took a deep breath. I almost used the breathing of the wind. Feeling the huge force coming from his shoulder, Tomioka Delang broke out in a sweat. A deafening scream emanated from his mouth. Ah. Result. With a click, it's so loose that it's dislocated. Bang. With a plop, Tomioka Delang collapsed to the ground like a boneless chicken fillet. The three younger brothers behind him shouted in sorrow. Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Kanzaki Aoi, who was sweeping the floor, immediately rushed over and said, Stand back, let me see. Kanzaki Aoi squatted beside Tomioka Taro and began to perform some simple injury checks on Fukuoka Taro. His heart rate was accelerating, his shoulder was dislocated, and he fainted from the pain. But judging by his condition, he must have also been suffering from great psychological torture when he fainted. Kanzaki Aoi gave Shinazugawa a dissatisfied look. Master Fengju, you are using too much strength. I'll take this patient away first. You should train the others. As he spoke, Kanzaki Aoi pulled a small cart and placed the unconscious Tomioka Taro on it. At this point, the four brothers were reduced to one. The remaining Tomioka Jiro, Tomioka Saburo and Tomioka Kotaro huddled in the corner shivering. I dare not even breathe. There was no time to mourn for his elder brother. It will be my turn next. Chapter 67 Su Chen. Shinazugawa, who taught you to train like this? Even Inosuke, who was lying in the corner and not interested in the world, quietly cleaned up his pigsty and moved back 2 meters. Shinazugawa coughed awkwardly. It means it was just an accident. I was very good at pulling radishes when I was a kid, so I just performed a trick on the spot. After all, he thought massage was just pulling the shoulders, it's so simple, who can't do it? Who knows what the result will be? I pooped a big pile. Shinazugawa glanced at the three brothers guiltily. You can see that it was an accident just now, right? Who will come next? No one said anything. The air was awkward for a moment. Shinazugawa said a little embarrassedly. It's okay, I have just learned how to massage, and I will make it up to you next time. Are you sure you don't want to try it? The three Tomioka brothers shook their heads in unison. The refusal was very straightforward. Shinazugawa's forehead was bulging with veins. Are you scared? Still no one said anything. Shinazugawa's temper flared up all of a sudden. He pointed at the person closest to him and said, You are the second brother, right? Come here. After saying that, without waiting for Tomioka Jiro to resist, a scarred hand reached out to grab Fukuoka Jiro. Just when Shinazugawa's claws were about to touch Tomioka Jiro. Just when Tomioka Jiro was about to fall into despair. A man suddenly appeared behind Shinazugawa. This figure is handsome and tall, like a ray of light in the darkness. Jilang immediately saw hope before him. With a snap, Shinazugawa's hand was pinched. Su Chen's voice sounded behind Shinazugawa. Shinazugawa, who taught you to train like this? Do you think I'm training you? Even a dog would be killed by this intensity of training, right? Hearing this, Shinazugawa turned his head angrily, and when he saw that the person coming was Su Chen, he was immediately furious. I'm the Wind Pillar, and you should call me Master Wind Pillar. Su Chen was a little speechless. I haven't joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet, why should I call you the Wind Pillar? Su Chen glanced at the people squatting in the corner. Then I thought back to the cart that Kanzaki Aoi pushed away just now. Advertisement. I immediately had a guess in my mind. Su Chen touched his chin, and looked back and forth at Shinazugawa's face with a pair of suspicious eyes. Shinazugawa, are you imitating my massage techniques? What did you say? Shinazugawa's heart skipped a beat, and he said anxiously, as if a cat had stepped on its tail, how could I possibly imitate you? I have my own training method. Oh, Su Chen said calmly, then what is the rehabilitation training you created? What is it? Ha ha. Shinazugawa smiled somewhat disdainfully, then took out a wooden sword from somewhere and put it on his shoulder. He said with great enthusiasm, of course it's the unlimited onslaught training. Only in this way can we inspire the patient's enthusiasm to kill ghosts. You really are. Su Chen has lived in Bungbu for a while. Infinite onslaught training is a training method unique to Shinazugawa created for the Demon Slayer Corps. According to the original plot, the team members who can reach the 5th level of infinite attack must be at least B level or above. So here comes the question. You know, the patients who are currently undergoing rehabilitation training at Butterfly House are those who have recently recovered from serious illnesses. Their physical vitality has not yet been fully awakened. It would be obviously too hasty to ask them to attack with swords at this moment. This is like an educational institution training a primary school student. You ask him to do advanced mathematics problems right away. It would be a miracle if he can solve them. Seeing Su Chen's scrutinizing look, Shinazugawa said unconvincedly, Su Chen, why did you come here? Have you dealt with all the patients over there? Su Chen shrugged. Of course I've done it, otherwise would I still be as slow as you? What, so fast? Shinazugawa looked surprised. The next moment, he quickly set his sights on Su Chen's training ground. I saw the 4 Demon Slayers members under Su Chen's charge were meditating at the moment. There was also a table filled with empty medicine cups nearby. Shinazugawa has large eyes. Have Su Chen's patients completed reflex training and cat and mouse training? Shinazugawa took another look at the patient he was in charge of. There's no comparison, the three of them are hiding in the corner. A pigsty. Another one has been admitted to the ICU in the butterfly house. Shinazugawa's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. Advertisement. He couldn't understand why Su Chen could do what he, Shinazugawa, couldn't. Finally, Shinazugawa couldn't help but ask Su Chen, "Su Chen, how did you do it?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Shinazugawa to directly ask for his opinion. He shook his head and said calmly, "Shinazugawa, in fact, compared to customs clearance, I care more about the patient's recovery. Since you are standing here as a doctor today, you must think about things with the purpose of treating patients. If you ignore the doctor's work for the sake of the competition, you won't be able to achieve anything in the end. So treat patients with sincerity, and sooner or later, that sincerity will be reflected back to you." Feedback. Shinazugawa said thoughtfully. At this moment, he realized for the first time the gap between himself and Su Chen. At the same time, after Su Chen's remarks, the players off the field also had stars in their eyes. The team members couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, brother Su Chen is so great. It turns out that he really cares about us. I think Master Fengju will understand Master Su Chen's painstaking efforts. In this way, Master Fengju will treat us as human beings in the future. No, I have to stay in the butterfly house for a while longer. I want to see Master Su Chen every day. Brother is so handsome, I love him so much." Everyone was moved by Su Chen's speech. The words, "treat it sincerely," touched the hearts of many members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Most of them are orphans, and they gather here because of their hatred for ghosts. Su Chen's care made them feel the long-lost warmth. This kind of tenderness was something that everyone had only felt from their parents or older brothers and sisters before. The team members' eyes couldn't help but become moist. Even the Tomioka brothers behind Shinazugawa were in tears. Mr. Su Chen is really great. Yes, if Mr. Su Chen comes later, we will have to go to the ward to accompany Big Brother. Wow, Mr. Su Chen is really the noble man I've been waiting for. The three brothers were so moved that they were almost crying. No wonder Lord Kochou is willing to play with Mr. Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen is really gentle. If they had been braver and more determined to refuse when Shinazugawa chose them. Why would I need to risk my life to play with a fool like Feng Zhu now? Originally they had all accepted their fate, since they had chosen Shinazugawa themselves. But Mr. Su Chen still didn't give up on them. Chapter 68 Focused Thinking. Su Chen's fourth level. After their eldest brother fell, the first one to stand up was still Mr. Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen's broad mind is truly touching. Aside. Inosuke silently crawled out of his pigsty. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Su Chen. Is it an illusion? Why did he feel like Su Zheng was glowing? Obviously Scar Guy is so strong, why is Su Zheng not afraid at all? I have been tortured to the point of being completely exhausted. Unexpectedly, Su Zheng was not afraid at all, and instead taught this scarred guy a lesson. He's so damn handsome. Inosuke came to a conclusion. That man is Su Zheng, he is really extraordinary. His every move always gave Inosuke a familiar yet strange feeling. This feeling is indescribable, and it makes Inosuke inexplicably miss the days in the mountains. I thought of the mother who raised me. Pointed fangs, fluffy hair, and eyes as kind as the sea looking at him. It always appears when Inosuke is in danger, wants to give up, or is about to abandon himself. It will stretch out its trotters and then clench its hands. A low and magnetic roar came out of his mouth. Inosuke didn't understand. But he understood the worry and concern in the female wild boar's growls. It was the most gentle creature Inosuke had ever seen. Two species that transcend levels meet and intersect in the mountains. And this strong and gentle figure unknowingly overlapped with Su Zheng. Su Zheng is also very gentle. Su Zheng is also very strong. So Su Chen is like the wild boar that protected me from the wind and rain when I was young. So majestic. So majestic. For a moment, Inosuke froze. He looked at his hands and felt guilty for a moment. Su Zheng was willing to confront Scarlet for his own sake. And what about yourself? Advertisement. Still giving up on yourself here. Su Zheng hasn't given up on himself yet. How can I have the face to give up on myself here? I am a man who was raised by wild boars. The next moment, the pig boy suddenly opened his eyes wide, and all his energy returned instantly. He stood up with a somersault. Thick breath spurted out from his pig nostrils. Hey, Scarlet, what the hell are you talking about, infinite onslaught? I'm here to play with you. Inosuke's voice was so loud that it instantly attracted the attention of Su Chen and Shinazugawa. Su Chen looked at Inosuke in surprise. Why are you suddenly so energetic? Could it be that Shinazugawa really has a way to cure Inosuke's heart disease? According to Su Chen's inference, Inosuke should be suffering from post-abuse syndrome. I didn't expect that Shinazugawa, who looks so unreliable, could actually cure the pillar-level Empress humiliation syndrome. Mr. Su Chen, I'm back. A light voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. At this time, Kochou Shinobu came out of the ward. Her steps were light and brisk, and she seemed to be dancing like a gorgeous Kochou as she walked. The air was filled with the faint scent of wisteria flowers. The girl landed gracefully and stopped in front of Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu's face flushed slightly, and her tone was mixed with a hint of excitement. Mr. Su Chen. Just like you said, I do feel much better. In the past 5 minutes, I found that my body seemed to be lighter, and it seemed that I had more strength. Kochou Shinobu smiled sweetly at Su Chen and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Su Chen, thank you. Su Chen smiled and nodded. You're welcome. Then Su Chen turned around and said to Shinazugawa, Shinazugawa, what I just said also applies to your brother, so think about it carefully. Let's not talk about it for now. My training partner is back. I'm going to go back and continue training. Bye. After saying that, Su Chen left. Kochou Shinobu was held by Su Chen's hand and looked back in confusion. She found that Shinazugawa did not hear what Su Chen said just now, but started fighting with Inosuke. Okay, stop looking. You're the only one missing. Su Chen squeezed Kochou Shinobu's little hand, and the girl turned back shyly. Kochou Shinobu asked curiously, Mr. Su Chen, what is your 4th level? Focus on thinking. Focus on thinking. Kochou Shinobu was stunned, not understanding what Su Chen meant. But she understood when she walked to Su Chen's venue. Advertisement. I saw the other 4 men kneeling quietly on the ground. They put their hands together, their brows sometimes frowned and sometimes relaxed. His expression was solemn and serious. Kochou Shinobu looked curious. These people are actually meditating. Could it be that Su Chen's 4th level is quiet meditation? Su Chen saw Kochou Shinobu's confusion and explained, I am training them to concentrate and think. The ability to concentrate and think. Kochou Shinobu blinked. Does Mr. Su Chen want to train them to be like you? It's hard to say, because not everyone is as focused as I am. Su Chen said very seriously, my requirements are not high. As long as they can concentrate on meditating for half an hour, they will pass. That's right, this is Su Chen's homemade rehabilitation training. After completing the first 3 sets of rehabilitation training for the patients, he focused on training the patient's concentration and thinking abilities. After all, observation and thinking are very important when fighting ghosts. Like Tanjiro, the protagonist who has been with us all the way in the original work. It was his ability to think calmly in times of crisis that enabled him to turn defeat into victory many times in desperate situations, creating one legend after another. So Su Chen will focus on training patients' thinking abilities by having them meditate. It also includes the ability to remain calm in difficult situations. Here, take it. Su Chen handed Kochou Shinobu an iron dustpan. Kochou Shinobu blinked. Where did you get this from? Su Chen whispered, I took this from Xiaokui's cart just now. Don't make a fuss about it. I can use it. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu looked at the iron dustpan in his hand. Her little mouth opened slightly, her purple eyes full of surprise. It turns out that this was stolen by Su Chen from Xiaokui. No wonder I look so familiar. Xiaokui loves sweeping the floor so much, wouldn't she be angry if Su Chen did this? Also, is Su Chen thinking too complicated? I still have to remind him. Kochou Shinobu raised his head and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. She found that Su Chen had already removed the iron rod from the dustpan. Su Chen tried to wave it twice, as if he was trying to get a feel for it. After a moment, Su Chen said again, Ren, you pick up the dustpan later, and I will use this stick to hit it. We will create interference noise to make things difficult for the patients. Kochou Shinobu pursed his lips subconsciously, with an unstoppable smile on his face. Seeing the girl's mocking look, Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said in confusion, why should I tolerate your laughter? I will also give it to you when you meditate later. As he said that, Su Chen took the iron rod and poked the dustpan in Kochou Shinobu's hand. Chapter 69 Su Chen. Women. They will only slow down your speed in pulling out the Nichiren blades. Sister Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu quickly moved out of the way. After missing the target, the girl showed an aggrieved expression. Mr. Su Chen, I don't want this. Su Chen narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Oh. Then do you have any better ideas, Shinobu? Of course. Kochou Shinobu tilted her head, her lavender hair gently falling down. She blinked her big dark purple eyes and stared at Su Chen with a smile in her eyes. Then I, the Diwu miraculous doctor, will take action. The next moment, Kochou Shinobu slowly moved his feet. Landed like an elf next to a meditating patient. The little hand was placed next to the mouth, forming a small trumpet shape. Seeing this, Su Chen thought to himself that something was wrong. He subconsciously wanted to stop it, but it was too late. A tingling voice sounded beside the man. Moshimoshi, Daidu Peita Daisi ga. Everyone seems to be working hard, that's great. If you feel uncomfortable, please tell me. Yeah, you're really working hard. The soft voice was like a thorn in the flesh, penetrating into the bone marrow. The spirits of the 4 meditating people were lifted. Kochou Shinobu's voice is so gentle and seductive that the 4 of them felt as if ants were crawling all over their bodies and were very hot. So it was only natural that they failed. Su Chen stood aside, stroking his chin. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually deeply shocked inside. He glanced at the dustpan in his hand, then threw it aside decisively. Su Chen also understood. Kochou Shinobu is more capable of creating disruption than himself. Just say, Moshi Moshi, and these innocent little virgins can't resist Kochou Shinobu's attack. Each one of them had a face as red as a monkey's butt. Kochou Shinobu returned to Su Chen and smiled happily. Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Su Chen would also miscalculate one day. The patients you are responsible for don't seem to be very focused. Why can't they sit still when I just say hello? The girl showed a sly look, as if it was a rare occasion for her to see Su Chen being humiliated, and she looked very happy. Su Chen smiled coldly. I silently made a note of this. He miscalculated this time, but so what? It's just a little bit of wind and frost. However, Kochou Shinobu gave him an inspiration, and Su Chen said he also learned this trick. The next moment, Su Chen looked at the other 4 patients he was taking care of. Did you learn anything just now? After hearing Su Chen's words, the 4 people all looked thoughtful. Advertisement. At this time, Kochou Shinobu spoke again. It's okay, think about it slowly. Master Su Chen won't blame you if you can't figure it out. After all, you are all cute little angels. After this offensive of sweet words, all the patients led by Su Chen were completely wiped out. Although Su Chen covered Kochou Shinobu's mouth in time, the patients' minds had obviously been distracted. My mind is filled with the tingling voice of Kochou Shinobu. Bang, 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 bang. 4 kowtows were heard on the floor, and the 4 patients led by Su Chen finally gave up. They said in unison, Master Su Chen, we are the ones who failed to live up to expectations. Master Kochou, she is just too cute. It's our fault, Master Su Chen, please don't blame Master Kochou. Why? Su Chen held his forehead helplessly. Woman. It will only affect the speed at which you pull out the Nichiren blades. Why don't you understand? Su Chen looked at everyone with some disappointment. The patients looked at Su Chen and lowered their heads in shame. Seeing this scene, Kochou Shinobu smiled with a look of success, especially when she saw Su Chen's dark face. She couldn't tell how happy she was. Our little Shinobu straightened his chest and gently touched his hair. The hair filled with the scent of wisteria suddenly scattered on both sides, and a pair of smart purple eyes stared straight at Su Chen. Su Chen was happy. Very good. He directly pulled Kochou Shinobu to sit down. Kochou Shinobu looked at him with a puzzled look. Mr. Su Chen, what are you doing? It's okay, just relax. Su Chen smiled gently and said, aren't you also my patient? Now get ready. We will start the anti-interference training right away. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu's face turned pale. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling in my heart. Looking at Su Chen who was helping her make the bed, Kochou Shinobu put her hands to her mouth and called softly, Moshi Moshi, Mr. Su Chen. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Su Chen. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Su Chen. Moshi Moshi, can you hear me, Mr. Su Chen? Su Chen. What's wrong? Kochou Shinobu's tone suddenly weakened again. It's okay, I just want to remind you that I am your patient, so you must be gentle later. Su Chen nodded expressionlessly. Oh. The next moment, he pulled Kochou Shinobu to his side. Kochou Shinobu was sitting down by Su Chen's shoulder, and he said very quickly, Mr. Su Chen, I am the insect pillar, please don't mess around later. Advertisement. It's okay. Don't worry, there's no way I, Su Chen, would do anything reckless. Sister Shinobu. Ah, you're going to die, Kochou Shinobu said coquettishly. Her face turned visibly red. But Su Chen had no intention of letting her go. After Kochou Shinobu finally entered into a state of meditation, Su Chen leaned close to her ear again, and the hot air from his mouth immediately hit the girl's ears. A magnetic voice whispered in her ear, Sister Ren. Kochou Shinobu's face changed. Sister Shinobu. Boo. Ah. Kochou Shinobu's defense was broken. The whole person screamed like a frightened deer. Just now, Su Chen almost bit her own ear when she said, Sister Ren. That voice as soft as toffee will be unforgettable for her forever. And, Su Chen was so bold as to blow her a kiss. Kochou Shinobu felt like he was going crazy. Su Chen. Sister, sister. Here we go again. The voice was so crisp, and the words, Shinobu sister, burrowed into Kochou Shinobu's body like a caterpillar. Half of the girl's body suddenly felt numb. She turned her head stiffly, met Su Chen's fiery gaze, and her whole body went limp. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu felt extremely regretful. I shouldn't have provoked Su Chen. His desire for revenge is too strong. Every time he tried to tease Su Chen, he would be completely subdued by this bad guy. Mr. Su Chen, I was wrong. Kochou Shinobu buried his head and spoke in a low voice, hoping that Su Chen would let him go. And our protagonist Su Chen certainly doesn't care about these little things. He was very generous and forgave Kochou Shinobu. See, there is room to breathe. Kochou Shinobu quickly slapped his face. Force yourself to calm down. The first thing she did after calming down was to stay away from Su Chen. The next moment, Kochou Shinobu stood on tiptoe. Chapter 70 Shinazugawa's Bad Intentions. Su Chen was disturbed. He took a deep breath. All focused. Insect breathing. Butterfly dance. Kochou Shinobu moved, his haori fluttering and his steps light. In the blink of an eye, he distanced himself from Su Chen. She huddled silently in the corner, then knelt down in a state of embarrassment. Su Chen smiled. It seems that I have finally discovered Kochou Shinobu's weakness. If this girl bothers me again in the future, I just need to bite her ear and say, Sister Shinobu. Ha ha ha. Su Chen was so happy. As long as he can control Kochou Shinobu, won't he be able to walk around the butterfly house with ease in the future? I can't help but get excited just thinking about it. Su Chen simply adjusted his emotions. The game wasn't over yet, so he still had to stay calm. The next moment, he turned his head to look at the other 4 patients and explained some techniques to improve concentration. Then let them continue to meditate and practice. Su Chen said, No matter what happens later, you must not be distracted. If you are distracted, then you are distracted and I can't help you. I will meditate with you. Everyone should try to clear their minds and not be distracted by external things. Hearing this, the four of them nodded in unison. But some people also found problems. One of them raised his hand and asked, Master Su Chen, if you also meditate, who will disturb us? Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, you will be in trouble later. I just hope that when the wind blows, you can remember to stay calm. And when the heat wave comes later, you will be able to stabilize your body temperature. Believe me, if you can hold on for half an hour under these conditions, you will be close to becoming a Class A player. The four of them nodded, not quite understanding. Although I didn't understand what Su Chen meant. But they know that if they persist for half an hour, their body and mind will undergo different changes, and they may even achieve a transformation. So just be reckless. At this time, the man asked again. Then Master Su Chen, when will these interferences you mentioned come? Su Chen was silent for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Don't be impatient, let the bullets fly for a while. ... Meanwhile, on the other side. Advertisement. Shinazugawa's training ground. At this moment, Inosuke was lying peacefully on the ground, sleeping soundly. Shinazugawa rubbed his nose and said dissatisfiedly, this is not okay. You fell asleep after attacking 100 times in one time. I don't know how you passed the Demon Slayer core training assessment. Come on, attack me again, Shinazugawa shouted sternly. But Inosuke couldn't move at all. He was lying on the ground with his butt raised up, looking very miserable, and was even snoring. It's so ugly, Shinazugawa frowned. But having said that, he still considerately dragged Inosuke back to his pigsty. Inosuke has obtained Shinazugawa's approval in disguise. After all, among the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, few have the courage to challenge him. In Shinazugawa's own training in the past, anyone who could attack him more than 10 times would basically become a Class A in the future. And can attack him 100 times. In the future, you will have the qualifications to become a pillar level. However, Inosuke attacked him 101 times, which was enough to show his stubbornness and perseverance. Well, this kid is good. Shinazugawa looked at Inosuke with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Although the appearance of this pig-headed boy does not conform to his aesthetic taste, his character and strength are enough to make him qualified to be the stepson of the Wind Pillar. Then, Shinazugawa looked at the three Tomioka brothers huddled in the corner with disdain. The disappointment in his eyes was not concealed at all. These three guys don't even have the courage to give themselves a massage. I guess I will never be able to reach Class A in my lifetime. Master Su Chen is almost done. Suddenly, someone among the crowd watching in the training room exclaimed. Shinazugawa looked over quickly. Only then did he realize that Su Chen and his 5 patients had all entered a meditative state. They looked relaxed, their postures natural, and they looked contented. It looks like it has been going on for a long time. Not good. Shinazugawa is a hidden road. He had so much fun playing with Inosuke just now that he almost forgot the purpose of coming here. If Su Chen really wins, not only will he not be able to know the awakening conditions of the pattern, he might even lose his qualifications to join the pillar level. Now, every time Shinazugawa sees Su Chen and the others hold on for a second, he feels like there is one less coin in his pocket, and then a piece of haggy cake escapes from in front of him. Absolutely not. Advertisement. The next moment, Shinazugawa showed a cruel smile. In that case, I'm sorry, Su Chen. Who told you to brazenly say that you can interfere with your opponents? Then I'll use a little trick to bring you down. After all, I, the wind column, am on the training ground, so it's reasonable for me to accidentally blow out 2 gusts of wind, right? Just do it. The modern Demon Slayer Corpse Wind Pillar immediately made the starting move to perform sword skills. Look, what is Master Fengzhu doing? He's looking at Master Su Chen. Could it be that Master Fengzhu can no longer hold back? That move seems to be a sword technique, right? But doesn't Master Fengzhu have Nichiren blades? Will this work? Among the team members who were watching, everyone began to comment on Shinazugawa's actions. Especially when Shinazugawa showed off his sword skills without the Nichiren blades in his hand, this scene simply shocked the 3 views of the lower-level Demon Slayer Corps members. Breathing method, no Nichiren blades. Kanao, who was sitting by the door, was also looking at this scene with great confusion. He remembered his own Amazon breathing technique, which also allowed him to abnormally increase his strength through breathing. But his sword skills are not good enough. But looking at Shinazugawa's posture, it must be not the first time he has done this. Kanao couldn't help but feel a little worried about Su Chen. A pillar is a pillar after all, and his strength is unquestionable. Although the rule of being able to interfere with the opponent was proposed by Su Chen, I shouldn't worry about it. But the opponent is Zhu. What if Su Chen gets hurt? Kanao's muscles were tensed, as if he was ready to save Su Chen at any time. The next moment, Shinazugawa on the field moved. Without a knife in his hand, he took a deep breath of oxygen. Total concentration. At this moment, the blood flow in Shinazugawa's body began to speed up. An inexplicable aura emanated rapidly from around him. Shinazugawa held his right hand in a sword position and raised his left hand high. Then with a tiger leap, the oxygen in the lungs began to react violently. Wind-breathing swordless form Claw Claw Kodo Wind. Chapter 71. Su Chen enters into meditation. Wind pillar and flame pillar fight each other. Call. A violent wind sounded. This scene directly refreshed the three views of the Demon Slayer Corps members. Although I heard that the Wind Pillar is the only one in the Demon Slayer Corps who can use sword energy, isn't it a bit too exaggerated to use wind energy to blow a strong wind without using a knife? Everyone looked at Su Chen at the same time. They only had one thought at the moment, which was what should Su Chen do? Su Chen's body suddenly moved while he was meditating. At this moment, he had already noticed Shinazugawa's actions. The second form of wind breathing, Claw Claw Kodo Wind. This move is a frontal attack with a relatively wide range. In the standard introduction of breathing of wind, it means blowing away all the winds of stigma and injustice. It seems that Shinazugawa really wants to win. He was able to create such a big noise just by twisting his body without using any knife. This was something Su Chen had not expected. But so what? Su Chen's face was calm. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Although Shinazugawa can use breathing techniques with his physical body, because he does not use Nichiren blades, this move may seem very powerful, but for Su Chen, the power is almost zero. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at the patients he was leading. Perhaps because he had informed them in advance, the four patients looked particularly serious at this moment, and were not distracted by Shinazugawa's harassment. Look at Kochou Shinobu again. That's more serious. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu had his eyes closed, and his curved eyelashes trembled from time to time. The colorful Haori gently stroked the floor, the girl's petite body stood straight, her expression extremely serious. Occasionally, she would frown slightly, looking thoughtful. Su Chen couldn't help but admire this state of concentration from the bottom of his heart. It seems that Kochou Shinobu is the first one to meet his requirements. Soon, Shinazugawa's attack came. The strong wind blew up everyone's clothes, and Kochou Shinobu's colorful Haori was fluttering in the wind. But the results are obvious. Including the 6 people present at the scene, no one broke their state of meditation because of Shinazugawa's interference. Su Chen pursed his lips and smiled. Advertisement. His goal has been achieved, and from now on Shinazugawa just needs to be a tool. The bullet field is open. You are in meditation. You are trying to improve your concentration ability, and you start to change your breathing method. You used the full concentration concentrated breathing technique, and you began to exercise every cell in your body, and your physical fitness improved. Your ability to concentrate has improved. Your attention is focused. You memorize Shinazugawa's body movements, you are thinking and analyzing, and you are curious about using breathing techniques with your own body. You broaden your thinking, you are deducing. Open black lens bracket, you are meditating, close black lens bracket. Master Flame Pillar is almost done. Suddenly, the audience exclaimed again. Shinazugawa was stunned, and the second move that was gathering power in his hand also stopped. He quickly turned his head and his eyes fell directly on Kyujiro's field. Kyujiro said excitedly, "Come on, boys. You will thank your present selves in the future. As long as you learn to stop your injuries with breathing techniques, you will succeed." That's right, Flame Pillar Kyujiro's self-made rehabilitation training is to use breathing to stop the wound. In the original story, Tanjiro also learned this move under the instruction of the Flame Pillar. It turns out that this trick works surprisingly well. That's why Kyujiro set this as the 4th level of rehabilitation training. The next moment, under the guidance of the Flame Pillar, one of the patients looked excited and stood up decisively. I succeeded. I can use breathing techniques to stop the injuries. Yeah, I saw it. You're awesome. Kyujiro gave a thumbs up and praised generously. You are truly the best teammate I have ever seen. Do you want to have a meal together later? Ha ha ha. Now, the number of Kyujiro's successful patients has been reduced by 1 again. Before this, 3 patients in Kyujiro's team had successfully used breathing to stop their wounds. And now this is the 4th one. This means that there is only 1 patient left under the Flame Pillar who has not completed rehabilitation training. Not far away, Shinazugawa's sense of crisis suddenly arose. Su Chen is still okay, but the Flame Pillar is different. This guy is not easy to interfere with. Advertisement. Shinazugawa showed a depressed expression. Although he had previously scored 1 point higher than Kyujiro, now none of his patients had passed, so he would still lose as long as Kyujiro finished the competition. Shinazugawa walked off the field, and after a moment, he took a wooden sword from the side from somewhere unknown. He gave a ferocious smile and said, "I'm sorry Kyujiro." Breathing of the wind, form 1 dust traveling wind, slash. Wow, Shinazugawa wooden sword. A whirlwind like a rolling knife suddenly attacked Kyujiro. Shinazugawa's figure was hidden in it at the same time, and he closed the distance between himself and Kyujiro with his sword moves. The moment he got close, Shinazugawa completed his other move. However, considering that there were patients around, Shinazugawa was able to reduce the force of this move. Breathing of the wind, form 4, rising into the sand and dust. The wind pillar twisted his body in the air and swung the wooden sword in his hand quickly. A turbulent tornado surged up from the bottom up. In an instant, a violent wind blew across the field. Everyone's eyes were hurt by the wind. The patient Kyujiro brought was no exception. The moment Shinazugawa used his sword skills, his training session was forcibly interrupted by Shinazugawa. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Shinazugawa stopped what he was doing and said helplessly, "Rengoku, don't blame me. This is all within the reasonable range of operation." Kyujiro narrowed his eyes slightly, then laughed. "Of course, but I didn't expect your target would be me first." But, Shinazugawa, if you come directly here, aren't you afraid that the patients you are responsible for will be disturbed by Chen? Shinazugawa said calmly, it's okay. My patient has passed out, so I'm not afraid of being disturbed. Kyujiro. The next moment, the two had a brief conversation. Shinazugawa said that in order to be fair, he handed Kyujiro a wooden sword. He suggested changing the rehabilitation training to a one-on-one match because Shinazugawa said that as long as he was there, Kyujiro and Chen would not be able to complete their rehabilitation training targets. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Whenever Kyujiro and Chen are training, Shinazugawa will use breathing techniques to interrupt them. No way. If Shinazugawa can't win, he won't be able to obtain the method to awaken the stripes. If I can't awaken the markings, doesn't that mean I'm weaker than Chen? Therefore, Shinazugawa wants to improve so much that he must win the game. Chapter 72 Chen is injured and unconscious. Angry Kochou Shinobu. Kyujiro's original goal of winning was not very strong. He participated in this competition with the mentality of learning. It would be best if he could win the competition, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. But Kyujiro disagreed with what Shinazugawa said just now. Although Chen said that they could interfere with each other. But Kyujiro hadn't thought of doing that. But now it seems that Shinazugawa is already a little eager to make a move, because he knows that if he doesn't take action now, he will have no chance. Fortunately, Shinazugawa looked for himself first. This way he, Kyujiro, can stop Shinazugawa here. That way the game will be fair. Kyujiro tightly grasped the wooden sword given to him, and a hearty voice rang out in the empty training ground. Ha 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 Shinazugawa. I'm so sorry for today. As long as I, Rengoku Kyujiro, am here, you can't get past me. Oh, really? Then give it a try. Shinazugawa was also aroused to fight, and used the wind-breathing sword skill directly towards Chen. Shinazugawa had already accomplished his purpose of disturbing Kyujiro. So the next step is to take care of Chen's side as well. Just when Shinazugawa's swordsmanship was about to reach its peak, Kyujiro's figure arrived first, and a flaming figure flashed through the air. At the same time, the sound of sword skills rang out, breathing of flame type 1 flame. Whoosh! A beautiful streak of red flame streaked across the air. Kyujiro successfully blocked Shinazugawa's attack in midair. How is that possible? Shinazugawa's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. He started the slashing move at 0 frame, which reduced the power while increasing the wind speed. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for Kyujiro to interrupt his attack at the distance he was just at. But Kyujiro did it, and it seemed that he was using a breathing method that he had never seen before. This breathing method can actually produce physical flames. Now Shinazugawa immediately understood that this should be the new move of Kyujiro that Snake Pillar Iguro Obanai mentioned. Sure, Rengoku, can you block this move? Shinazugawa attacked again, and another hurricane-like slash hit the opponent. Kyujiro also used his own breath of fire, and his sword moves were so fast that it was dazzling. The breathing techniques of the two men sparkled as they were used separately, causing the eyes of the team members watching to widen. After all, it is rare for two pillars to fight each other, so this is a rare and valuable experience. Advertisement. But the two of them were moving so fast that no one present could see them clearly. The two figures crossed in the air, and in an instant their sword moves collided countless times in midair. Strong winds and heat waves swept in, and suddenly the entire venue seemed to have turned into a sauna. As the two pillar-level players fought, the temperature continued to rise. No, I can't stand it anymore, I have to get out first. It's so hot. Lord Shinazugawa is also angry, he picked up his sword and started fighting with Lord Rengoku. I can't bear it any longer. I have to go out and take a breath. The demon slayers quickly fled the room. Kanao stood by the door and opened it for them considerately. At the same time, the girl looked at Chen. There. The patient that Chen was taking care of was also awakened by the heat. One by one, all of them except Kochou Shinobu opened their eyes in panic. FK, it's so hot. What's going on? Why is there no one left in the venue? The patients opened their eyes one after another, and saw the wind pillar and the flame pillar fighting not far away. Suddenly, the two figures flashed again. It's obvious that they've started to get serious about it. Due to one careless move, the aftermath of Shinazugawa's attack suddenly leaked out. The target is directly at Chen's venue. Royal flower breathing 4 type royal flower clothes. Several knife tracks like feathered robes suddenly came out, and Kanao calmly neutralized the attack for Chen. Lord Kochou has some too. The moment Kanao landed, the patients around him exclaimed again. Kanao turned his head and saw another slash flying in the direction of his master. Kochou Shinobu closed his eyes, obviously in a meditative state, and was completely unaware of the attack coming in front of him. Master. Kanao shouted out anxiously, but it would take time for her to rush over, and the distance seemed as far as an insurmountable chasm. Kanao is too late. Just at this moment, a gorgeous figure stood in front of Kochou Shinobu. This is Chen. Advertisement. Chen was seen waving his arms quickly, and his movements were exactly the same as Shinazugawa's just now. Along with the faint sound of breathing in the air, a mysterious sword technique burst out from Chen's hands. Breathing of flames. Form 3, 3000 flames of flames. Bang! A large amount of heat breath collided with the aftermath of the attack. The attack was neutralized after a moment. The hot wind blew all over Chen. Chen's face flushed red. Without the Nichiren blades, it was extremely difficult for him to resist the slash. You interrupted the state of enlightenment prematurely, and your brain power has suffered considerable damage. You perform high-energy exercise before your body is fully rejuvenated, and your body suffers a backlash, with chi and blood surging, blood flow speeding up, and blood vessels burdened. Your brain is severely congested and you are dizzy. You need to rest. Your lungs are injured, your throat is slightly sweet, and you are bleeding. A trace of blood slid from the corner of Su Chen's mouth. At the same time, a feeling of dizziness began to appear in the brain. Su Chen staggered and almost fell down. Kanao, who was running over with a smile, had a drastic change of expression. She clenched her teeth and immediately came behind Su Chen. She dropped the Nichiren blades and hugged Su Chen tightly, only to find that he had fainted. Mr. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Two voices sounded at the same time. At this time Kochou Shinobu also woke up. When Kochou Shinobu saw Su Chen fall into Kanao's arms, his expression changed drastically. An indescribable feeling of panic suddenly filled her heart. Kochou Shinobu's voice was filled with anxiety. Kanao, what's going on? Mr. Su Chen was injured and passed out while trying to protect Master. Kanao's tone was full of grievance and self-blame. It's all my fault. I couldn't defend against Zuju's attack. Protect me. Kochou Shinobu was stunned. Then she suddenly looked at the wind pillar and the flame pillar on the other side. Over there, Shinazugawa and Rengoku were fighting fiercely. As they were fighting, the aftermath of two attacks would leak out from time to time. Where the wind blade passed, even part of the butterfly house was damaged. Mr. Su Chen is bleeding. Kanao's voice sounded again. Rub. Under the lights in the room, the girl pulled out the special Nichiren blades from her waist. Kochou Shinobu's hair was wet, and the sweat-soaked hair covered her face, making it impossible to see her expression. The girl's tone was unusually cold. Kanao, take Mr. Su Chen down to have a good rest. Chapter 73. One butterfly defeats two pillars. Kochou Shinobu stabs Shinazugawa in the kidney. Kanao nodded and said nothing more. She knew that the master was angry. Kanao picked up Su Chen and ran into the room. A moment later, Kochou Shinobu's lungs expanded rapidly. The oxygen consumption of the insect's breathing reached its peak at this moment. Shinazugawa. Kochou Shinobu suppressed his anger and shouted angrily. But Shinazugawa was enjoying the fight at the moment and did not hear Kochou Shinobu's shout. Kochou Shinobu said no more. She raised the Nichiren blades in her hand expressionlessly, and the cold light of the sword made people feel uneasy. Breath of insects centipede dance centipede belly. The girl tapped the ground lightly with her toes. In an instant, the sounds of hundreds of footsteps rang out. A figure faster than the two pillars of Feng and Yan rushed into the battlefield. Kochou Shinobu, as the insect pillar, ranked in the top two in terms of speed among the pillars, and he rushed into Shinazugawa's close range almost in the blink of an eye. Shinazugawa realized it later and found that Kochou Shinobu had already killed him. Kochou, come here. Before Shinazugawa could finish his words, Kochou Shinobu's Nichiren blades had already stabbed into his kidney. Shinazugawa. The wound was not deep, only half an inch. But the numbness that followed made Shinazugawa miserable. The paralysis of body functions quickly spread throughout Shinazugawa's body, and the wind pillar that was so majestic just now instantly lost its ability to move. With his limbs stiff, he fell face first onto the ground from midair. Kyujiro took 2 steps back and met the eyes of Kochou Shinobu, who was still furious. Kyujiro swore that he had never seen such a terrifying Kochou Shinobu. That extremely angry expression made even the passionate Kyujiro feel uneasy. He couldn't figure out why Kochou, who was usually gentle and kind, was so abnormal at this moment. Kyujiro stood there like a statue, not daring to move. Fortunately, Kochou Shinobu's target was not him. Kyujiro noticed that the other party glanced at him silently and then looked away. Shinazugawa, who was lying on the ground, propped himself up with his arms and raised his head stiffly, with a look of confusion on his face. Kochou, what are you doing? Phew. Kochou Shinobu's small Nichiren blades lightly scratched Shinazugawa's hand. Advertisement. Another wave of numbness came over me. Now Shinazugawa fell to the ground, unable to even raise his head. Kochou Shinobu gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger and asked, Shinazugawa, who allowed you to fight in the butterfly house? Shinazugawa didn't dare to say anything. Kochou Shinobu raised the Nichiren blades and said word by word, if anything happens to Su Chen, I will definitely ask the Lord to impeach you as the wind pillar. Kyujiro tried to dissuade him. Ha 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 Kochou, Shinazugawa was just impulsive. Kochou Shinobu. Stop it Mr. Rengoku. This is a personal vendetta between Shinazugawa and me. Do you know that the aftermath of your attack just now injured Mr. Su Chen? So I will definitely not let Shinazugawa go. What? Kyujiro's eyes widened, and he pointed at Shinazugawa lying on the ground and said, this guy actually hurt Mr. Su Chen. This is simply unforgivable. How about letting me add 2 more strikes? Shinazugawa. Shinazugawa suddenly felt that the world was full of malice towards him. He just picked up a wooden sword, and the aftermath alone was enough to injure Su Chen. Something is wrong. The more Shinazugawa thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Although I don't like Su Chen very much, I have to admit that Su Chen is quite capable. The situation shouldn't have turned out like this. Could this be a deliberate scheme by Su Chen to trick me? Shinazugawa moved his head, then twisted his neck, revealing a pair of eyes. He looked towards Su Chen's original position, and sure enough, he didn't see Su Chen. Broken. Su Chen was really defeated by me. Doesn't that mean I, Shinazugawa, have already won? But seeing Kochou Shinobu's eyes that seemed to want to stab him to death, Shinazugawa lowered his head silently again. It's better for me to say less and try to keep my body intact later. Kochou Shinobu's voice sounded again. If anything happens to Mr. Su Chen, Shinazugawa, you will have to stay at home for 2 months. The girl's eyes suddenly turned red as she spoke. Mr. Su Chen didn't need to get hurt, it was because of you. I clearly told you not to fight in the butterfly house, why did you still want to fight, Shinazugawa? You made such a mess in the butterfly house. This is the house my sister left to me. Shinazugawa, I hate you so much. Kochou Shinobu's voice trembled a little. The tip of her nose is red and there are some crystals hanging on her eyelashes. Advertisement. The 2 people she loved most were desecrated by Shinazugawa, which made Kochou Shinobu's suppressed anger burst out all at once. But Kochou Shinobu quickly tamped down his emotions. She wiped her tears with the howry left by her sister, and then turned back into the appearance of the insect pillar. Because Kochou Shinobu can be sad for a while, but the insect pillar can't. Now that her sister is gone, she is the owner of the butterfly house. Because my sister said that a person who cries all the time can't do anything well. Now, Shinazugawa's face was almost buried in the ground. This time he was indeed impulsive because he was the one who broke the rules. Shinazugawa didn't dare to say anything and could only let Kochou Shinobu vent his anger. My waist hurts so much. Shinazugawa frowned and accepted Kochou Shinobu's criticism seriously. At this time Kyujiro said calmly, Kochou, since Su Chen is injured, you should go and check on Su Chen's condition first. Don't worry, I'm here. Shinazugawa can't run away. After listening to the advice of Rengoku the novice wolf, Kochou Shinobu finally calmed down a little. She took a deep breath, then slowly sheathed the Nichiren blades. The girl smiled pretending to be strong and said, thank you for your hard work, brother Rengoku. I will go check on Su Chen first. After saying that, Kochou Shinobu turned around and headed towards the room Kanao had opened earlier. Shinazugawa, you have to apologize to Kochou this time. Rengoku Kyujiro folded his arms and said with a headache. ... Butterfly House, Su Chen's VIP ward. Just now, after Kanao brought Su Chen in, Kanzaki Aoi hurried over. The 2 of them divided the work, one was responsible for checking Su Chen's injuries, and the other was helping. Squeak. The door of the ward was opened from the outside. As soon as Kochou Shinobu entered the room, he saw Kanzaki Aoi with a serious expression on his face. She said nervously, Master Shinobu, I can't seem to understand Mr. Su Chen's injuries. Kanao's face turned pale when he heard that. She asked with a worried look on her face, will something happen to Mr. Su Chen? I don't know. Mr. Su Chen's situation is very strange. Kanzaki Aoi's tense expression was mixed with a hint of doubt. I just did a quick check and Mr. Su Chen's body is no different from that of an ordinary person. He shouldn't be unable to wake up now. Chapter 7400 Refinements. Su Chen's Harvest. Let me see. Now Kochou Shinobu no longer cared about being reserved. She quickly stood beside the bed, reached her little hand inside Su Chen's clothes, and began to carefully check Su Chen's injuries. The girl was breathing rapidly and even had sweat on her face because of nervousness. Kochou Shinobu swore that this was definitely the most urgent time she had ever been. Master, how is it? Can Mr. Su Chen be saved? Kanao squatted beside Kochou Shinobu with his small body, his big eyes full of worry and nervousness. But she had no medical skills and could only watch helplessly as her master made the diagnosis. Kanao asked with great concern when he saw the change in the expression on his master's face. Kochou Shinobu was stunned, with disbelief written all over his fair face. Mr. Su Chen. What's wrong with Mr. Su Chen? Kanao and Kanzaki Aoi asked with concern. Kochou Shinobu's eyes widened, and his face was full of surprise. Mr. Su Chen's injury is healed. The next day, it was daybreak. When Su Chen woke up, he found himself lying on the hospital bed in the butterfly house. However, he did not open his eyes immediately, but closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. The bullet field is open. Your cell activity has increased, and you feel that there seems to be other blood flowing in your body. You feel that this blood has great potential value, and your body has adapted to this blood. Closing square bracket. You skillfully use breathing techniques to concentrate your mind during hibernation, allowing your body functions to recover quickly. You have gained insights into the concentration technique in the whole collection, and you are trying to explore deeper techniques. Open black lens bracket. Your body is rejuvenated and your physical fitness is stronger. Close black lens bracket. Your whole body cells have been qualitatively improved. Based on the concentration, you have learned a new breathing technique. Concentration, 100 training. Closing square bracket. Epiphany ends. Bullet field close up. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. The last of his injuries disappeared with the skillful use of breathing techniques. Su Chen tried to move his hands and found that his body did not become stiff, but was even more flexible than before. Is this the change that the new breathing technique brings? Advertisement. Su Chen closed his eyes again. I started trying to switch to the entire concentration, Balian. His lungs began to diffuse regularly, the air entered the lungs and formed alveoli, and then was transported to the boy's entire body. Su Chen could clearly feel that every joint, every muscle, and even every cell in his body emitted a sound similar to joy. Just like after a beating, Su Chen feels in great shape now. Ever since he fell into a coma last night, his total concentration heart concentration technique has been helping him repair his body. Now every cell in the body has experienced a whole night of exercise and is in an excited state. Su Chen began to use the full concentration 100-fold breathing technique. All his cells began to vibrate in resonance. The sound of frying beans was heard crackling. This body is growing rapidly. Su Chen could consciously feel that he seemed to have grown taller. He roughly estimated that his original height of 1.7 meters should be around 1.8 meters now due to his body growth. Not bad. Just as Su Chen was about to lift his leg for further testing, he suddenly felt a weight on his left leg. Su Chen sat up from the bed. There was a faint scent of wisteria in the air. Su Chen rubbed his eyes and looked to his side in the hazy morning light. Bedside. A young girl in a colorful haori was sitting on a small stool with her head tilted, lying on her left leg in an imageless manner. She had an exquisite Kochou hairpin pinned behind her head, with her scattered purple hair casually scattered on the bed. She was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. The girl looked extremely tired, her eyes were red and there was a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. As if she noticed that the table under her hands was moving, she grabbed the quilt and fell into a deep sleep again. Su Chen was happy to see this. Fortunately, I covered myself with a blanket, otherwise Kochou Shinobu's saliva would have fallen on me, right? This girl doesn't even pay attention to her image when she sleeps. It looks like he has been taking care of himself all night, right? Su Chen leaned over and gently wiped the corner of Kochou Shinobu's mouth with his thumb. An extremely soft and sticky touch came from Su Chen's hand. Sticky and hot. Advertisement. The fingertips could still vaguely feel the warmth of the girl's lips. Kochou Shinobu slowly opened his eyes. Like Su Chen before, she rubbed her eyes first and then opened her sleepy eyes. She looked at Su Chen in an unladylike manner. After finding that Su Chen had woken up, she smiled gently. Mr. Su Chen, are you awake? Su Chen nodded. Yeah, I've been awake for a while, but seeing that you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't feel comfortable waking you up. Kochou Shinobu blushed upon hearing this. She turned her back shyly and quickly tidied herself up. Taking this opportunity, Su Chen looked around and asked casually, "Is the game over?" Kochou Shinobu, who had his back to him, replied, "It's over. I asked everyone to go home. You can actually sleep a little longer." "No need. I was the one who held you back in this competition. I was not able to get you a place in the butterfly house." Su Chen's tone sounded somewhat guilty. It was a sure win, but I ended up messing it up myself. Seeing Su Chen so disappointed, Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, "It's okay, Mr. Su Chen. Actually, Shinazugawa has already admitted defeat, so Butterfly House now has 3 vacancies for the pillar." Su Chen was stunned. 3. Yeah, Mr. Rengoku also gave the position to Chuya, now I have a lot of money. Kochou Shinobu's tone was actually a little proud. It seems that money can indeed change a person's mental outlook. But Su Chen remembered that he had been eliminated, so why did Shinazugawa admit defeat? Before he could ask, Kochou Shinobu started to explain. It was Shinazugawa who broke the rules first. This guy messed up the butterfly house and was obviously looking for trouble. And he himself admitted that it was his fault, so he gave the admission quota to Butterfly House. As for Mr. Rengoku, he said that the Rengoku family is not short of money, so he gave his place to Butterfly House. Su Chen looked strange. So you accepted it? No way. Kochou Shinobu turned around, patted his chest, and then said with a smile, he said it was for Mr. Su Chen, so I accepted it for you. Mr. Rengoku said that if Mr. Su Chen is free in the future, he should visit Rengoku's house. Su Chen, remember to repay Mr. Rengoku for this favor later. Bang. Su Chen slapped himself on the forehead with a snap. It turns out that this breathing of flame requires Rengoku to be taught personally, right? Chapter 75. Special Physique. Su Chen is perfectly suited to Shinazugawa blood. Su Chen shook his head in confusion. He glanced around the room, then asked, where did the others go? Kochou Shinobu counted on his fingers and repeated them one by one. Xiao Kui finished sweeping the floor and went to sleep. Inosuke slept for a long time. When he woke up in the early morning, he was clamoring to see his mother. I guess he wanted to ask Mr. Su Chen to be his stepson. And Kanao, this child has been guarding you all night, and I just told her to go to bed. At this point, Kochou Shinobu covered his mouth in surprise and said, oh my, I suddenly realized that I'm very lucky. You woke up just after I arrived at Mr. Su Chen. Is that so? Su Chen touched his chin. My head was digesting the information in Kochou Shinobu's words. He cares more about the first piece of information. So Inosuke actually wants to be his stepson. You know what, Su Chen actually has some ideas. But it wasn't Inosuke, but the other 2 of the 3 little ones. Yellow hair Agatsuma Zenitsu and Kamado Tanjiro. One is the inheritor of breathing of thunder, and the other is the inheritor of breathing of sun. These 2 breathing methods are what Su Chen is currently envious of. Su Chen can slowly get in touch with the 2 of them through Inosuke. After all, there is a long time to come, and Su Chen can plan slowly. However, there is one thing that puzzles Su Chen the most. That's how Kochou Shinobu convinced Shinazugawa to admit defeat. Would Shinazugawa, a person who wants to improve so much, really admit defeat on his own initiative? Su Chen looked up and asked, Shinobu, how did you convince Shinazugawa to admit defeat? Kochou Shinobu blinked. It was easy. I put some anesthetic on the Nichiren blades and poked him in the kidney. He immediately gave in. Su Chen. Su Chen was shocked. How could such a cute girl say such words without changing her expression? Fortunately, I didn't do anything stupid before, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Chen swallowed. Advertisement. Then he asked, what about Shinazugawa? Didn't he make any other requests? Yes, Kochou Shinobu smiled sweetly, and then said happily, he even donated blood to you before he left. He is quite a kind-hearted person. Blood, Su Chen murmured. Then he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turns out that the blood in my body is from Shinazugawa. Speaking of Shinazugawa's blood, Su Chen immediately thought of the other party's thin blood constitution. In the original story, it is said that this thin blood can make ghosts drunk. Moreover, as Shinazugawa Sanemi's younger brother, Shinazugawa Genya, it may be because of his rare blood that he awakened the physique of a demon eater. In short, if he could successfully transform the blood in Su Chen's body, it might be of great use in the future. This is a pleasant surprise. At this time, Kochou spoke again. Mr. Su Chen's physique is also very special. Su Chen was stunned, pointed at himself and said, me. Yes. Kochou Shinobu nodded. You were bleeding heavily at the time, and we were planning to give you a transfusion of Inosuke's blood. But strangely, Mr. Su Chen's body had a rejection reaction. Then Kanao and I also tried, but it still didn't work. In the end, only Shinazugawa's blood was compatible. There is no other way. In order to ensure an adequate supply of blood, Butterfly House can only temporarily purchase Mr. Shinazugawa's blood. Fortunately, Mr. Shinazugawa was very cooperative. He sat motionless on the blood transfusion chair and cooperated with Butterfly House to collect blood until the early morning before leaving. With that, Kochou Shinobu jumped off the stool. Judging from her movements, she seemed to be searching for something in the room. The next moment, a large iron bucket was picked up by her by the waist. Seeing Kochou Shinobu completely blocked by the iron barrel, Su Chen asked with a strange look on his face, could this be? Yes, this is the blood given by Mr. Shinazugawa. I have 2 more buckets in my lab. Kochou Shinobu's face was somewhat excited. It's a pity that Mr. Shinazugawa couldn't hold on any longer, otherwise I could have collected more. The girl put the bucket down with great effort and said excitedly, you know, Mr. Su Chen, Mr. Shinazugawa's blood is really magical. Although I heard him say before that his blood can make ghosts drunk, but after I researched it yesterday, I found that it's not that simple. Then, Kochou Shinobu explained all the information he had analyzed. After listening to it, Su Chen made a brief summary, which was roughly the same as the information he knew. Advertisement. I have to say, Kochou Shinobu's IQ is amazing. The opinions she expressed are basically the same as the truth in the original story. Even Kochou Shinobu guessed that Shinazugawa Genya's strange physique should be related to this blood. After all, Shinazugawa Genya often goes to the Butterfly House for periodic treatment due to his demon eater physique. The girl explained for more than 10 minutes before she stopped, feeling unsatisfied. Kochou Shinobu sat on the bench and concluded, it's a pity that I only collected 2 buckets of such precious research materials. Next time, I must invite Mr. Shinazugawa to come and see the patient more often. Hearing this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that Shinazugawa is really a warm-hearted man. The next moment, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. He said, by the way, Shinobu, isn't there a competition today? Kochou Shinobu. Yes, Su Chen. Then can you get me a pair of Nichiren blades? Kochou Shinobu guessed that Su Chen would ask this. She jumped off the bench again and dragged a box out from under the bed. Soon, the girl had a set of Demon Slayer core uniform and a brand new Nichiren blades in her hands. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he said expectantly, is this what you bought for me? Kochou Shinobu scratched his head shyly. No, I don't have any money now. This is wholesale for you by the Lord. Kochou Shinobu straightened his clothes and handed the uniform to Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, please stretch out your hand and try it on first. Hearing this, Su Chen stretched out his hand. The girl put on the team uniform directly. Strange. Kochou Shinobu frowned and muttered, is this suit too small? I remember Mr. Su Chen is 1.7 meters tall. Why does it look like it doesn't fit him? Looking at Su Chen being tightened by the team uniform, Kochou Shinobu was puzzled. Su Chen, whose neck was being strangled, blushed and said breathlessly, maybe I've grown taller. If you can't bear it, can you help me change it? And take off your clothes quickly, I can't breathe. Kochou Shinobu hastily tore off his clothes. Su Chen's tense body didn't relax until oxygen entered his lungs again. Before he could catch his breath, Kochou Shinobu pulled out the new Nichiren blades again and handed it to Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu, try this Nichiren blades again. Chapter 76. The knife ring is embedded with poison. Su Chen's gift to Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen took a quick glance. Being well versed in sword forging design, he could see a lot of information on the sword at a glance. This Nichiren blades is very ordinary, essentially no different from the one Tanjiro originally got. Typical Nichiren blades made of orangutan iron ore. The only thing that makes it different from the others is perhaps the big red flower on the knife rim. Su Chen took the knife from Kochou Shinobu's hand. Weighed it gently. The weight is acceptable, and it meets the basic requirements for him to use the breathing of flame. Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, this Nichiren blades was made by Mr. Kotetsuka. How is it? Is it easy to use? Iron Tomb. Su Chen was stunned. Is it the one with the bad temper, the Iron Tomb? Yes, Kochou Shinobu said with a smile. How come Mr. Su Chen knows him? Haha, haha. Su Chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but say, Ren, let's discuss something. Can you change a knife maker for me? Kochou Shinobu blinked and said, change the swordsmith. Mr. Su Chen, you must have misunderstood. The swordsmith responsible for forging your Nichiren blades is not Mr. Kotetsuzuka. The swordsmith who forged you is Mr. Tetsukanomori. Kochou Shinobu was smiling. It's just that Mr. Su Chen is going to compete with Mr. Shinazugawa today, so I took the knife made by Mr. Kotetsuka in advance and used it. Originally, this knife was made by Mr. Kautsuka for Tanjiro-kun in advance, but Mr. Su Chen needed it, so Mr. Tetsukane took it away and gave it to Mr. Su Chen first. After hearing this, Su Chen's face darkened. My goodness, where is the rage buff of the Iron Mound? Isn't this situation even worse? But Su Chen didn't say these words. After all, even if she told Kochou Shinobu she wouldn't know what she was talking about. Now that he has the knife, Su Chen should use it well and not break it. Su Chen thought so. The next moment, Su Chen put on his shoes and got out of bed. Taking advantage of the morning light, Su Chen held Kochou Shinobu's fair little hand and ran towards the backyard of the butterfly house. Along the way, the fragrance of wisteria flowers was everywhere, and the girl's haori swayed gently in the wind. The young man walked in the sun, facing the dim light. Advertisement. Kochou Shinobu quietly hid behind Su Chen, looking at the young man running in front of him, his heart beating slightly. She pursed her red lips shyly. Mr. Su Chen, where are you going? Su Chen's movement suddenly stopped. He squatted down and took out the Nichiren blades that Kochou Shinobu had just given him. Let's do it here. The boy's eyes fell on the girl's face and he whispered, Shinobu, can you lend me your Nichiren blades? Oh, Kochou Shinobu drew his saber and handed it to Su Chen. After Su Chen took it, he placed his Nichiren blades on the ground. Then he held the handle of another Nichiren blades with both hands and used the method of drilling wood to make fire to make a few small holes on his own Nichiren blades. Su Chen moved slowly, and the faint light shining on his body made him look like a hard-working blacksmith. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but stare in amazement. She squatted next to Su Chen, enjoying this rare piece. After a moment, Su Chen stopped. He raised the knife in his hand and examined it in the dim sunlight. From the tip of the blade to the blade, there are 6 more rings. There are 3 at the tip of the knife and 3 at the tail. The diameter of each circular hole is 1 centimeter. Su Chen nodded to show his satisfaction, then squatted down and started tinkering with it again. Kochou Shinobu blinked his big, lively eyes, and said nothing, just watching Su Chen's movements quietly. The sun gradually rose, and the warm sunlight passed through the clouds, covering the boy's face with a layer of golden color. The girl looked at the boy's face secretly. He hugged his knees with his hands, and I don't know what he was thinking. After a while, Su Chen stopped what he was doing. In the silence came his slightly excited words, success. Kochou Shinobu looked up at him. When she saw Su Chen holding up the polished Nichiren blades, her eyes immediately lit up. Mr. Su Chen, what is this? Kochou Shinobu asked curiously. Su Chen touched the knife ring he had made and said seriously, this is a knife ring. Advertisement. I drilled 6 small holes on the Nichiren blades and made 6 knife rings with the copper rings. The blades around the knife rings are hollow and can be filled with poison. Poison. Kochou Shinobu was startled, then immediately responded, Mr. Su Chen, do you mean to say that your Nichiren blades are already filled with poison? Yes. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Ever since I last saw your knife, I've been thinking about how to make your knife lighter. Now I know. As he spoke, Su Chen also showed Kochou Shinobu's knife. There are also 6 knife rings engraved on it. The knife ring is also decorated with a copper ring. It turned out that just when Kochou Shinobu was secretly looking at Su Chen had already modified her Nichiren blades. Su Chen returned the knife to Kochou Shinobu. He said earnestly, now that your sword has become lighter, I have made some hollow space around the ring so that the amount of poison stored in your sword can be increased. Su Chen pointed to the purple copper rings on the knife and said with a smile, I took a few copper rings when I passed by Xiaokui's tool room just now, and then I wiped them vigorously with wisteria flowers. How is it? Doesn't it look good? Kochou Shinobu was stunned for a moment, then took the Nichiren blades handed over by Su Chen. Caressing it like a treasure. The girl's eyes moved. It looks good, really good. As she stroked the blade and ran her fingers across the copper rings, her fingertips could still feel a little bit of warmth remaining on them. That was the thought left by the young man while he was working in the early morning light. Kochou Shinobu's eyes suddenly felt a little sore. When Su Chen said he would design Nichiren blades, she thought it was a joke. Unexpectedly, Su Chen not only kept it in mind all the time, but also thought of a solution for himself. Su Chen, why are you doing this? When you just recovered from an injury, the first thing you thought of was not to have a good rest, but to come and solve my problem. What do you want me to think? Kochou Shinobu's heart was in turmoil. The mask on her face that had been covered with dust for a long time had begun to fall off little by little along with this sunny and cheerful boy. Her joys and sorrows, her embarrassments, her little thoughts, and the innocence and shyness that she should have had at the age of 18. These rapidly agitated emotions are like foam under the water. The moment they meet the sunlight, they are doomed to be revealed. So annoying. The girl lowered her head and secretly hid her expression. There were sparkling dots on her eyelashes, and the tip of her straight nose was a little red. Chapter 77 Kochou Shinobu's Confession. Chen. I am here. Kochou Shinobu's eyes suddenly turned red. It would be better if you could show up earlier. My sister was still here then, so I wouldn't have to worry so much. You know what? I'm really angry. I've always been really angry. When my sister died, when I became the insect pillar. When the evil spirits laugh at my weakness. And when Shinazugawa destroyed the only relic my sister left me. I'm so angry, Chen, you know. I'm angry all the time. But I really don't want to be angry anymore, because I'm afraid that after I lose my smile, my sister in heaven will hate me. I know. Chen's voice suddenly appeared. He opened his arms and carefully held Kochou Shinobu in his arms. You are the insect pillar, yes, but you are also my sister's little ninja. The insect pillar needs to protect others, but Kochou Shinobu doesn't. Kochou Shinobu can be angry, happy, sad, and upset. Kochou Shinobu also needs to be protected, because it's not only the smiling Kochou Shinobu who is loved by others, the angry Kochou Shinobu is also very cute. Chen's words were straightforward yet gentle. Kochou Shinobu, who was hiding in his arms, was stunned. My body couldn't stop shaking. Kochou Shinobu raised his arms and grasped Chen's back tightly with both hands. He exerted force with his fingertips, and his white fingers suddenly turned red. She wanted time to stay at this moment forever, but she couldn't. The appearance of Chen made the girl who was determined to die very confused. The girl's tone was full of reluctance, and even a hint of anger. Why? Why couldn't you show up earlier, Chen? Kochou Shinobu's pretty face was full of blue veins. Because of some extreme emotion, her face quickly became congested. At this moment, the girl's face was already flushed. The scent of wisteria on her body was even a little pungent. Chen, I hate you. I have clearly made up my mind. Why do you show up at this time? Why do you always try to sway my decision? Advertisement. Kochou Shinobu wanted to push Chen away, but was hugged tightly by Chen. Tears flashed across the girl's eyes, and she said in frustration, Chen, go now. Before I change my mind. Bang. Just as the girl was daydreaming. Chen's hand was placed on her head at some point. Fine beads of sweat mixed with Chen's unique palm warmth, a warm touch instantly poured down from Kochou Shinobu's crown. Kochou Shinobu's body trembled, and the anger in her heart receded like a tide. She raised her head in a daze. In the early morning light, the young man had a smile on his face. Chen's warm smile seemed brighter than the sun. I'm sorry, Kochou Shinobu sniffed. Even though he had said everything before, Kochou Shinobu couldn't utter a word at this moment. Chen touched her little head lovingly and said gently, why apologize? If you are sad, just cry. You won't be sad after crying. Don't worry about being embarrassed. The person in front of me now is not some insect pillar, but Kanae's sister, Kochou Shinobu. Chen gently hugged the girl in front of him, letting her tears slide down his shoulders. In the quiet backyard, there are no insect pillars. There is no male miracle doctor in Butterfly House. What we do have is just a sunny and cheerful boy comforting a worried girl. Chen, I'm sorry. Kochou Shinobu's clenched fingers slowly loosened. She hugged the boy in front of her tightly, breathing in his scent greedily. The girl opened her heart to Chen for the first time. She looked up suddenly. Chen, actually I already. Lie. Chen stretched out his finger to block the other person's lips, let me guess. Are you trying to say, you like me? Kochou Shinobu's hands clenched. His face was as red as a ripe red apple. Chen is such a straight man, there is really no pre-swing in his words. Don't leave yourself any time to prepare. Kochou Shinobu punched Chen on the waist with a pink fist. How could I have that? Chen smiled and ruffled the hair behind Kochou Shinobu. He sniffed the scent of wisteria on the other person, and his expression suddenly became serious and solemn. The stronger the fragrance on Kochou Shinobu's body. It means that the other party has injected more wisteria poison. During this period of time, Chen's floral scent became stronger and more pungent. For Chen, advertisement. This smell is not the unique fragrance of a young girl. But it was the smell of blood that seeped out from beneath the other person's skin. Chen frowned slightly. It seems that I need to study pharmacology when I have time. Daylight arrives and the sun climbs up the valley. The bright sunshine pours down. The girl in Chen's arms gently raised her eyelids and called out tiredly. Chen, what's wrong? I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while. Go to sleep if you want, I'm here. Kochou Shinobu closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chen picked up Kochou Shinobu in a princess hug, facing the rising sun, and walked back in the direction he had run from. Kochou Shinobu lay in Chen's arms like a baby, mumbling in his sleep. Chen, I like it. ... Early morning. Chen got up early and stood at the door, ready to go. Early this morning, after Chen sent Kochou Shinobu back to his room, he made some preparations before his match with Shinazugawa. First, Chen went to Kochou Shinobu's experiment to get some anesthetic for free, and then he applied the anesthetic to the ring of the Nichiren blades he was wearing. After all, how can it be considered breath of the bee if there is no anesthetic in it? After applying the anesthetic, Chen simply changed his clothes. He was not wearing the team uniform issued by the Demon Slayer Corps. The main reason is that the clothes are too small and they always feel tight when I wear them. Su Chen was wearing white clothes specially made by Butterfly House. Clean and refreshing. From a distance, he looks like a handsome little boy. Su Chen, are you leaving? A crisp voice sounded behind Su Chen. Behind the door of the Butterfly House, Kanao poked his head out and looked at him reluctantly. Seeing that there was no one around, Kanao did not call the other person, sir. Kanao always felt something was weird when he called Su Chen Mr. After all, she and Su Chen are of similar age, and if possible, Kanao would rather hope that their relationship can be closer. Looking at Su Chen who was about to leave, Kanao blinked with an expectant look on his face. Her master Kochou Shinobu was supposed to accompany Su Chen today, but for some reason, her master was still in the room. Does that mean that I have a chance? Su Chen turned his head and glanced at Kanao. He smiled and said, yes, I am going to compete with my lord. Do you want to come with me, Kanao? Chapter 78. Departure. A pillar-level competition with Shinazugawa. Me. Kanao blushed and pointed at himself, can I? Su Chen was happy. Why not? Who asked me to sleep in? If Butterfly House doesn't go and prove my identity by myself, who will know that I'm from Butterfly House? Su Chen approached Kanao and stared into her big eyes with interest. Or maybe Kanao doesn't want me to be from Butterfly House. If you don't go, I won't come back. I'll go. Kanao nodded quickly. Fearing that Su Chen would go back on his word, the little girl ran to Su Chen without even wearing shoes, just white socks. Seeing this, Su Chen said with a bit of a smile. You are already a graceful young girl, you should be more clean. Su Chen went back to the house and took out a pair of shoes for Kanao. Then he carefully put it on Kanao. Mr. Su Chen, where are you going? Mr. Su Chen, are you leaving? Mr. Su Chen, please be careful on the road. Sister Kanao, you must protect Mr. Su Chen well. After Su Chen entered the house, he met Kanzaki Aoi and Zhao King Xiaocheng Xiaosaihui one after another. The girls' eyes were filled with worry. Due to Butterfly House's recent busy schedule, they were unable to go to the scene to cheer for Su Chen. So when they saw Kanao standing next to Su Chen, they knew that Su Chen was planning to take Kanao with him. Su Chen briefly spoke a few words to the girls. He smiled and nodded. Okay. Everyone just stay home and work hard. Yes, our Lord Su Chen. The girls patted their chests and nodded in response. Unconsciously, in Butterfly House, besides Kochou Shinobu, Su Chen's status has risen sharply. As long as he says something, the girls will listen attentively. Set off. Su Chen looked at the rising sun in the sky, then took Kanao's hand and left the Butterfly House excitedly. The young man raised his thumb and pointed to the direction ahead. The destination ahead is the Lord's mansion. The next moment, two figures were running in the morning sun. Kanao smiled happily, following Su Chen with a sweet look on her face. It's sunny. Su Chen held the girl's hand tightly. The Nichiren blades on the waist shine brightly. Shinazugawa, I'm Su Chen, here. Advertisement. ... The sun is scorching. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was noon. In front of the gate of the Ubuyashiki residence, a large group of hidden members were running around in a hurry. They were wearing the same black team uniform, and soon their clothes were soaked with sweat. They are busy for one reason only. That is to build a simple stage for the competition between Su Chen and Shinazugawa. During the construction process, everyone was excited because they might witness the birth of a new pillar here. Moreover, this new pillar was personally named by the Lord and was promoted directly by skipping a grade. This is very rare in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, and everyone is very curious about Su Chen. Since he was named by the Lord to be promoted, this person named Su Chen must be very talented or capable, right? The hidden members' thoughts were surprisingly consistent. They all look forward to today's game. Another half hour passed. Under the scorching sun, the hidden members' movements became even faster. While they were busy, members of the Demon Slayer Corps soon arrived at the scene. Today is a rare free day and many team members have not received any tasks. Therefore, watching the game and learning some experience became the first choice for these players. Even many pillar-level people came to watch the game. After all, this is related to whether the 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps will be produced, so it is quite commemorative. Of course, the main reason is because of the markings on Su Chen's body. At the last pillar meeting, the Lord repeatedly emphasized the importance of the markings, so these pillars are very curious. Half a month after the markings were activated, how strong is Su Chen? How many moves can he get away with at the hands of Shinazugawa? So except for the flame pillar who was out on a mission and the insect pillar who was sleeping in, almost all the other pillars came. Su Chen is here. Someone shouted. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards the door. There, a young man walked calmly. Beside him, there was a graceful young girl. The two of them walked through the door. Everyone's eyes fell on the young man. The young man had a rose-red Nichiren blades hanging on his waist and his eyes were clear. On his face, one can still see the childishness that is unique to a 14-year-old. Advertisement. Dressed in white, she has an extraordinary temperament. Su Chen looks so handsome. Master Su Chen seems to have become more handsome again. Yes, she has a tall temperament. Lord Su Chen didn't look this tall yesterday. Has he grown taller? Master Su Chen, come on. Come on. Due to Su Chen's glorious deeds in the Butterfly House yesterday, many members of the Demon Slayer Corps recognized him at first sight. In an instant, many eyes in the venue fell on Su Chen, including many beautiful female players. Kanao, who was following behind Su Chen, felt a little dizzy when he saw how popular Su Chen was. So many people are looking at her. Although Kanao can already communicate with people normally. But that's only for Su Chen. With so many eyes staring at her, she still felt a little uneasy. Just when the girl was in a state of panic, a warm and strong hand suddenly held her. Kanao looked up suddenly. Su Chen gently squeezed his palms and said with a gentle expression, "It's okay, Kanao, be brave." The girl blushed suddenly. Kanao lowered his head and made a sound smaller than a mosquito. Hum. The two continued to move forward. Soon, Su Chen ran into his first acquaintance. A pig-headed boy wearing a furry mask, Hashibira Inosuke. Next to him was a yellow-haired boy and a boy with a scar on his face carrying a large wooden box. Su Chen recognized it at a glance. It's the breathing of thunder and the breathing of sun. Su Chen naturally knew the names, Agatsuma Zenitsu and Kamado Tanjiro. Then the person in the big wooden box behind Tanjiro should be Tanjiro's sister Nezuko. At this time Inosuke also discovered Su Chen. He immediately shouted happily, "Hey gaga 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 gaga. Su Zheng, long time no see." Su Chen nodded. "Yes, I saw him yesterday." Inosuke was stunned and seemed to be unable to react. During this time, Zenitsu and Tanjiro also interrupted and asked, "Inosuke, is this Mr. Su Chen?" "He is indeed a handsome man. He is the same age as Nezuko's sister, but he is so amazing." "Hello, Zenitsu and Tanjiro." Su Chen greeted enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Su Chen. Hey, does Mr. Su Chen know us too?" Zenitsu said with a puzzled look. Chapter 79 Meeting. Dialogue with the three little ones and the pillar-level team members. Su Chen nodded. "I heard Shounen heard of you before. It seems that Master Shinobu still cares about us. Well, we can exchange some breathing techniques later. Su Zheng, I want you to be my master." Inosuke rushed forward like a pig. It's a great gift to Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't stand it, and the two of them were in a stalemate. In the end, it was Kanao who stepped in and subdued the opponent with a single move of the Overlord Sword technique. When Inosuke was dragged away by Zenitsu and Tanjiro, he still said stubbornly, "Hey gaga gaga gaga. Su Zheng, I must take you as my master. You can't escape." "I'm sorry, Mr. Su Chen, this guy has always had a bit of a brain problem." Tanjiro and Zenitsu bowed repeatedly and quickly smoothed things over for Inosuke. Su Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. After the three little ones left, Su Chen stroked his chin and looked at their backs in deep thought. Judging from their reactions, they must have heard their stories from Inosuke. Because there is a hint of respect in their words. However, Su Chen figured out their purpose here. Let me first state the conclusion. The three of them also came here to compete on their own. The reason is that Tanjiro's Nichiren blades are not yet ready, so the Kamado boy who was anxious to kill the demon plans to go to the swordsmith village to ask. As for Zenitsu and Inosuke, they came here on their own initiative. The result is predictable. Nichiren blades is with Su Chen. After hearing the news, Tanjiro can only be a good guy and can only play with his sister with bare hands for now. Thoughts completed. Su Chen pulled Kanao forward. Just after saying goodbye to the three little ones, I ran into the second group of people. The pillars of the modern Demon Slayer Corps. Except for the Flame Pillar who was on a mission and the Insect Pillar who was sleeping at home, all the others were present. A group of people with different hair colors stood in front of Su Chen. Each temperament is stronger than the other. Su Chen looked natural and waved his hand to greet them generously. "Dear gentlemen and ladies of the pillar level. Kunagiwa." The first to respond was the Sound Pillar, Tengen Uzui. He touched his forehead protector gorgeously and made a cool gesture to Su Chen. Advertisement. "Hey, isn't this the new Daewoo genius Dr. Su Chen? Long time no see. Why do I feel that your temperament seems to be more gorgeous?" Tokito Muichiro also spoke up. "Su Chen, I heard that you have great talent and have developed a new breathing method. How did you do it?" Next up was Love Pillar Kanroji Mitsuri. "Ah, it's Master Su Chen. Master Su Chen looks so handsome today." The Snake Pillar Iguro Obanai said, "How can you be so handsome? Su Chen, I advise you to stay away from Mitsuri." The Rock Pillar cried and Yu Ming lowered his head and cried, "Su Chen, a child with a pure heart, but why can't I see Kochou?" Finally, only the water column Tomioka Giyu raised his head nonchalantly, with an expression that said it had nothing to do with me. Tomioka Giyu. Today's wind is so noisy and the weather is pretty good. Kochou is not here, so no one will say they hate me, right? It would be nice if it could always be like this. The pillars had different expressions. Everyone's expression was seen by Su Chen. However, there was no sight of the Flame Pillar. Su Chen thought about it, and then chose the one who seemed to be the easiest to talk to and asked, "Ms. Kanroji, where is brother Rengoku?" Kanroji Mitsuri, who was being questioned, seemed to have not yet responded. She pointed at herself in surprise and asked puzzledly, Me. Su Chen nodded calmly. "Yes, I am asking about Miss Ganlu Temple." Upon hearing this, Kanroji Mitsuri's heart began beating wildly. Ah, Master Su Chen actually chose me. Why did he choose me instead of someone else among so many people? Did Lord Su Chen think I was cuter? Oh my, it really makes my heart beat wildly. I really want to dance vigorously to relieve my shyness. Ah, puff. I saw a burst of hot air coming out from Ganlushi's blurry surroundings. There seemed to be many small stars mixed in the gas. This is a unique manifestation of Renju's nervousness. Once Love Pillar becomes too nervous, her body temperature will rise suddenly. The snake pillar at the side had a gloomy face and said with a gloomy look, Su Chen, I know where Rengoku went, let me tell you. Oh, thank you, Su Chen said calmly. He just wanted to know where Rengoku Kyujuro had gone, it didn't matter who he asked. Soon Su Chen learned the news from Snake Pillar. Rengoku Kyujuro is out on a mission. Advertisement. It is said that a demon appeared in a famous train, and the residents around were very panicked, so the Demon Slayer Corps sent the Flame Pillar to check it out. Su Chen narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Familiar with the original plot, he immediately guessed how the plot would develop. Infinite trains. Battle against the lower one and upper three. And Rengoku Kyujuro will sacrifice himself in this mission. Su Chen's brain started to work at high speed. I didn't expect that the plot of Infinity Train would begin so soon. As a good friend of Rengoku Kyujuro, Su Chen naturally doesn't want to see Kyujuro die. But Su Chen himself just met the three little ones. I guess it will take some time for the plot to unfold. Because according to the plot development of the original work, the Flame Pillar will go to understand the situation first, and then the three little ones will receive the mission, and then they will meet up. But according to the conversation between Su Chen and the three little ones just now, the other party did not receive any tasks. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to watch his own game. Su Chen touched his chin. There are two ways to save Big Brother. One is to do it yourself. The second is that the Big Brother is cheating. Kyujuro has only learned the first form of the breathing of flames now. Although it is enough for him to hold on until dawn, he is still no match for the upper rank 3. The Demon Slayer Corps still needs to activate the markings. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and after a while he had the answer in his mind. Fortunately, I taught Kyujuro 2 moves in advance, so at least my life should be saved. Then there is no need to rush this matter for the time being. The most urgent task now is to win the match against Shinazugawa. Only when Su Chen is sure that he has the strength of a pillar level can he be confident in dealing with 12 Kazuki's upper rank. Only in this way can Su Chen save his elder brother from Akaza. Su Chen knew clearly that the current level of the Demon Slayer Corps was actually false. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Zhang, Xin, Ren, and Gui, this is the level suitable for ordinary team members like Murata. The real levels in the Demon Slayer world are 3 little ones, Lower Moon Demon, Ordinary Pillar, Upper Moon 4, 5, and 6, Awesome Pillar, Upper Moon 1, 2, and 3, Muzan, Sugukuni Yorichi. Chapter 80 Meeting before the war. The gap between Su Chen and Shinazugawa is eliminated. Among them, the 3 smallest ones are currently at the bottom in terms of strength, but they have high growth potential. The Lower Moon Demons are the stepping stones for the Demon Slayer Corps to become pillars. In the early days of the Demon Slayer Corps, as long as they killed the Lower Moon of 12 Kazuki, they could become pillars. The next level is the Ordinary Column. These include Insect, Sound, Love, Snake, Water, Fire, Mist and Wind. These are ordinary columns. Each of them has different strengths, so it is hard to say who will win against different upper ranks. It mainly depends on the compatibility between yourself and your opponent. The strength of the ordinary pillars and the last upper rank demons varies. But if the pillar does not open the pattern, it is basically impossible to defeat the last upper rank. Among the upper rank demons at the end, their strength is even more uneven. Some are very strong and can even fight 2 people at the same time. But some are not like that. For example, a certain pot can even pull out a big lump in front of you. And above their level, he is the most powerful pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps, the Rock Pillar, Yu Mei. It is said that the practice method of stone breathing of Baiming Xingyuming is almost equivalent to devilish training, and Su Chen agrees with this point. Without further ado, next level. Top-notch upper rank demon. It can be said that the strength gap between each upper rank is basically cliff level. This can be seen from the final infinite city matching mechanism. Some are 1 against 2, some are 1 against 3, and some are even 1 against 4. Su Chen can say this responsibly. If the wife of the third brother in the infinite castle hadn't asked him to go home, if the idiot Doma hadn't been greedy, and if the Wind Pilar's sword hadn't been polished so brightly, the upper ranks 1, 2, and 3 could basically have wiped out the Demon Slayer Corps. Therefore, humans must be smarter and more cunning than ghosts. Otherwise it is impossible to defeat the ghost. Finally, I won't talk about Muzan's strength and Tsugumi Yuchiro's strength, those who understand will understand. Su Chen withdrew his thoughts. Focus your thinking back on yourself. At present, his strength is probably above the lower rank demons and below the ordinary pillars. And today's battle is the key battle for Su Chen to be promoted to the pillar level. Similarly, only by proving his strength as a pillar can Su Chen join the Demon Slayer Corps. After so many days of exploration, Su Chen has realized that if he leaves the Demon Slayer Corps and explores on his own, it will be difficult for him to make any progress. Advertisement. Especially about the various breathing techniques and fighting styles of each pillar. Each pillar has his own breathing method and his own fighting style. And these things are the most valuable treasures in front of Su Chen. Mr. Iguro, thank you for the news, goodbye everyone. After learning the news about Rengoku Kyujuro, Su Chen simply thanked them and then said goodbye to them. He continued forward with Kanao. The two walked through the compound and came to the vicinity of Ubuyashiki's residence. It's quite quiet here, and most of the people around are busy with their work. I guess it's to create a quiet environment for Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Chen looked up and looked at Ubuyashiki's house quietly. I have to say, the house in Ubuyashiki is really big. It is much bigger than the butterfly house where Chen stayed. But who can blame the Ubuyashiki clan for being rich? After hundreds of years of wealth accumulation, coupled with the Ubuyashiki clan's unique intuition and business wealth, they successfully grew bigger and stronger in their home country and became the country's capital giants. This can be seen from the big house in front of Chen. How many people live in a house that is hundreds of square meters? So the Ubuyashiki clan is not short of money, it's just that Kochou Shinobu is thin-skinned and keeps everything to himself, so he is embarrassed to ask Ubuyashiki Kagaya for money. If it was Chen, he would have reached out directly. To put it bluntly, I, Chen, will transfer the money. How is it possible that I can't get the money? Just as Chen was daydreaming, a figure suddenly walked out from the corner on the other side of the room. Chen spotted him immediately. Shinazugawa Sanemi. The two met in front of Ubuyashiki's residence, and both stopped and stared at each other silently. Shinazugawa had a resolute face and a bright look, and he looked full of energy. How does it look like 3 buckets of blood were drawn from him? Chen touched his chin and thought to himself, how strange. Why is Shinazugawa so energetic? Chen suddenly felt that Kochou Shinobu's idea seemed to be really possible. Since Shinazugawa's self-healing ability was so strong, wouldn't he be able to make some contribution to the blood donation work of Butterfly House in the future? But these are just Chen's thoughts. He greeted Shinazugawa enthusiastically. Shinazugawa, long time no see. Advertisement. Shinazugawa's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Yeah, I saw him yesterday when I donated blood. The air fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Chen waved his hand, indicating that the past should not be mentioned again. He asked with concern, how is your injury recovering? Will it affect your game today? Hearing this, Shinazugawa sneered. Instead of caring about others, why not care about yourself, Chen? I am in my prime right now. I will not hold back during the competition. You should consider your own strength first. It is not too late for you to leave now. Chen smiled slightly. No need, Mr. Shinazugawa, after all, who can outrun you? I heard from my elder sister Shinobu that you ran really fast when you left the butterfly house early this morning. Even the one who was known as the fastest among the pillars, Shinobu, couldn't catch up with you. Shinazugawa said nothing. It seemed that he was thinking of some bad memories. He looked at Chen silently. For some reason, he felt that he was becoming more and more like the sharp-tongued Kochou Shinobu. Shinazugawa sighed and decided to say less. The next moment, he walked towards his preparation room without looking back. Chen also held Kanao's hand and walked towards Ubuyashiki's mansion. The two players' preparation lounges are both in Ubuyashiki Kagaya's home. Kagaya's 2 daughters have already prepared rooms and hot water for them to ensure that they are in the best condition before the game. Before leaving, Shinazugawa called Chen again. The 2 men stood sideways, neither turning around. Shinazugawa's voice suddenly sounded, and his words were filled with a hint of seriousness. Chen, actually, I already acknowledged you when we were in the butterfly house. So I will use all my strength later, so, don't die. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard. The wind was very strong, and Chen's gaze fell in the direction of Shinazugawa. Unconsciously, the gap between the two seemed to have been eliminated a lot. Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said meaningfully, yes, Mr. Shinazugawa, but I will not die, because I also have my own awareness. Thank you for your concern. After saying this, there was a sudden sound. Chen and Kanao disappeared from the spot. Shinazugawa stood there and paused for a moment. I couldn't help but let out a smile. This kid. Chapter 81. Voice Actor Mastery. Demon Slayer Core Lord's Speech. The competition is about to begin. In front of the Ubuyashiki residence. On a makeshift competition stage, the performance-loving Yinzu was responsible for hosting the competition. He was wearing gorgeous clothes and shouted loudly. One of the combatants is the Wind Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinazugawa Sanemi. He's the Wind Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. He may not be that gorgeous, but he has a face that's enough to make a child cry. On the other side is the Butterfly House medical staff, the god in charge of the medical operations of the Demon Slayer Corps, Chen. He is a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded. Not only is he handsome, but he is also said to be very skilled. The game will start in 10 minutes. First, our Lord will give a speech, and then everyone will enjoy the game. Following Uzui Tengen's passionate introduction, the Demon Slayer Corps members, Hidden Corps members, and the swordsmiths from the Swordsmith village who came to watch the match cheered together. It's finally starting. The legendary pillar level showdown. There's no such thing as a pillar level duel. The Wind Pillar is the pillar. And I heard that Chen only studied for 15 days. Oh my god, you dare to challenge the Wind Pillar after only learning for 15 days. Who gave Chen the courage, Lord Shinazugawa? I heard that Master Chen studied under Master Insect Pillar of the Butterfly House, so he can be considered Master Insect Pillar's stepson. But why don't I see Master Mushihu? Are you too embarrassed to come because you're worried that Chen will lose face? Everyone was talking about it, saying all kinds of things. But most people still think that Chen cannot defeat Feng Zhu. After all, this is a competition to see whether Su Chen can gain Feng Zhu's recognition. Look, the Lord has come out. As soon as the voice came down, everyone's eyes turned towards the top of the mansion. There, an intellectual and elegant woman, supporting a graceful man, walked out slowly. Most of the skin on the man's face had ulcerated, and his limbs were extremely stiff and uncoordinated. He even needed his wife's support when walking. However, his eyes were clear and natural, and he walked with a leadership aura. The smile on his face was clearly visible to everyone present. That kind of intellectual, elegant, and refreshing smile. This is the modern demon slayer lord, Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Supporting him was Kagaya's wife, Ubuyashiki Amane, the daughter of a priest family. The two of them walked up to the crowd stumblingly. Ubuyashiki raised his head, faced forward, and said affectionately, "You are here, my dear children. My lord. Welcome, my lord." Advertisement. We are waiting to welcome our lord. Everyone present half knelt on the ground. A swordsmith, a hermit, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and even a pillar. Without exception, all of them struck the most standard posture. There is respect in their eyes and faith in their hearts. Maybe everyone has different pursuits, but they all respect the same person. That is the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya. This lord possesses absolute authority in the Demon Slayer Corps. He seems to be a legendary figure. Below the crowd, Su Chen and Kanao both looked up at Ubuyashiki Kagaya. As a doctor who was good at observing, smelling, asking and palpating, Su Chen could tell at a glance that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's condition was deteriorating. His past memories were brought back. When I met Ubuyashiki Kagaya before, the lord's condition was not so serious. The two daughters are enough for the trip. But now his condition is visibly serious. It can be clearly seen from the area of ulcerated skin on his face that this lord is probably being tortured by his illness all the time. The strength of the two daughters alone was not enough to support Kagaya's weight. Mrs. Amane, whom we see now, is the best proof of this. Su Chen applied Ubuyashiki's condition to himself. He discovered that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's condition was more serious than he had imagined, because it was a curse from the demon king Muzan Suji, and it was difficult to cure the Ubuyashiki clan's illness with medical skills alone. Even Su Chen wasn't completely sure. If Su Chen had known about the other person's condition earlier, he might have given it a try. But now, Su Chen had no choice. At least not now, he still needs some in-depth learning. At this moment, Ubuyashiki Kagaya is giving a speech. It's about the future and present of the Demon Slayer Corps. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps present listened very attentively. Even Su Chen pricked up his ears and listened carefully to Ubuyashiki Kagaya's teachings. For some reason, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's voice is very beautiful. Su Chen was very puzzled. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's speech is not a brainwashing logical speech, but more like a psychological speech that hits the heart. Advertisement. There seemed to be a magical power in his tone. Just by listening to it, Su Chen felt his mind become clear, and he couldn't help but be convinced by the other party's views. Su Chen fell into it. You are listening to the church and you enter the state of enlightenment. Your meticulous listening ability is fully activated, and you begin to analyze the magic in the other person's words. As a believer in science, you intend to verify the secrets in the Ubuyashiki clan's speech. You tried, you failed, you tried again, you failed again, but you gained experience. Your bullet field is fully open, and your thinking level is deeper. Closing square bracket. You start to deduce. You start to imitate the other person's voice. You begin to imitate the movement of the other person's Adam's apple. You begin to imitate the diffusion action of the other person's lungs. You moved your Adam's apple 10,000 times in your mind and moved your lungs 10,000 times. You discovered some patterns, but you can't say anything to the other person that would have the same effect. You came to the conclusion that this is innate. You can't G learn it. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. You don't accept it. Close black lens bracket. You continue to watch, and you will understand something, and finally you will understand the mastery of voice actors and ventriloquism. Closing square bracket. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. His face looked serious. This was the first time he couldn't learn the opponent's skills. Kanao looked at him with concern. His eyes were full of worry. Su Chen was very confused. Why did the Lord suddenly start humming while listening to him talking? Moreover, Su Chen's voice changed from time to time, and Kanao thought Su Chen was sick. Soon Kanao's gaze was noticed by Su Chen. Su Chen coughed, then returned to his original voice, "I'm fine." Ubuyashiki Kagaya's speech ended quickly. Su Chen took Kanao back to his rest room. Su Chen, are you really okay? I saw you make a sound similar to a girl's just now. Kanao asked worriedly after returning to the room. Su Chen smiled. What can happen to me? Maybe you heard it wrong, Kanao. Kanao said. Oh, but from her eyes you could still tell that this girl was thinking about this. She always felt that Su Chen was becoming more and more like her sister Kanae. Chapter 82 Su Chen. Kanao, let's make a pinky promise. First it was the behavior, the personality, and now even the voice has changed. Is this God's will? Kanao secretly glanced at Su Chen, only to find that Su Chen had already sat down. He didn't know when a letter appeared in his hand. Kanao blinked. Could it be a love letter from some girl to Su Chen? The next moment, the girl took off her shoes and knelt quietly beside Su Chen. Su Chen looked serious and was looking carefully at the letter in his hand. Just now, a crow flew in from the window of their room. Su Chen didn't know who the crow belonged to, but when he opened the letter and saw the signature, Murata, at the end of the letter, Su Chen knew. This is the message Murata sent back. The content is as follows. Su Chen, you were right, there is something fishy about the village chief of this village. After I sent the village chief home today, I always felt that his behavior was very abnormal. He was clearly rescued, but not only did he not say thank you to me, he also looked so sad all the time. When I left and turned back, I even saw him doing some self-harming behavior. I was suspicious, so I stayed secretly in a village house next door. Guess what I saw last night? Ghost. Right at the foot of the butterfly house, there is another ghost in this village, and I found out that the old man, the village chief, knows about it. I hid aside and eavesdropped on their conversation. It turned out that the village chief deliberately gathered the villagers together that day so that the ghosts could eat more flesh and blood. Oh my god, I feel like my worldview is about to be shattered. And Su Chen, you know what? The reason the village chief did this is because he wants to become one of them ghosts. This world is crazy after all. I couldn't bear to watch it, so I took action. It was so quick, I almost lost. The opponent seems very strong. I am AG level master, but I was already at a disadvantage after just 2 moves. I guess the opponent might be 12 Kazuki. But fortunately, I managed to kill him with my strong ability to perform on the spot. Look, I've returned victorious and sent you a message right away. Am I awesome, bro? Okay, stop praising me. I found that there may be other suspicious points in this village. I must stay here and continue to investigate. Don't think about it, yours Murata. Su Chen finished reading. I couldn't help but nodded. Advertisement. It seems that Murata is still quite reliable, at least he revealed the hidden identity of the village chief. But the 12 Kazuki mentioned by Murata is unlikely. Because the demon can be killed by Murata. It can't be 12 Kazuki. But my brother Murata has the potential to become a pillar. The next moment, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Because he suddenly discovered a detail. Since this matter was not considered a mission, Murata did not send a message to the Lord in order to show off, but only chose to send a message to Su Chen, who was his friend. So the Lord doesn't know about this. In other words, Murata will not have any support, and his actions will be full of danger. Su Chen frowned slightly, he hated risks. Murata is a small G-class demon, so his strength is very limited. Any demon that can use blood demon arts can basically knock Murata down. Moreover, Murata came down the mountain following his advice. If possible, Su Chen didn't want anything to happen to him. Su Chen closed the letter. Then he wrote a few big words on the back of the paper. Be safe and be careful. Name. Yours, Su Chen. After finishing writing, Su Chen put the envelope back into the letter box on the crow's foot. Go ahead. Su Chen pinched the crow and threw it out directly. You know what, with the acceleration, this crow flies really fast. However, when the crow left, it kept spitting at Su Chen and no one knew what was going on. Mr. Su Chen, are you really okay? Kanao, who was kneeling beside him, asked with some concern. She also saw the contents of the letter. As a member of Butterfly House, it would be false for Kanao to say that he was not worried. When Kanao saw the ghost appear at the foot of Butterfly House Mountain, his first reaction was to tighten the Nichiren blades at his waist. Su Chen thought about it. I decided to let Kanao go back first. After all, it is necessary to guard against the appearance of ghosts at the foot of Butterfly House Mountain. Su Chen knew that the vision of all ghosts was controlled by Muzan. If the ghost discovered the location of the Butterfly House, it would be equivalent to letting Muzan know the location of the Butterfly House. Advertisement. This is not safe. Maybe Muzan would get excited on a whim and find an auspicious day to come and kill us. Therefore, it is necessary to let Kochou Shinobu know about this matter. Then let Kochou Shinobu go to the Demon Slayer Corp's finance department for approval, and then empty his wallet and spend some money to move. It would be better to prepare several flexible places to stay like the Knife Maker village. If you notice something is wrong, move immediately. Only then can we be prepared for any eventuality. After coming to his senses, Su Chen squatted down and said to Kanao gently, Kanao, I'm going to give you a task. Kanao nodded his head. Su Chen, you say. Go back and wake up Shinobu who is sleeping, then tell her about this matter and see how she handles it. But there is one thing you need to remind her, that is to let Shinobu prepare for the move to Butterfly House. Just say it was me, Su Chen, who said that. The above 2 points must be conveyed to Shinobu, remember, Kanao. Su Chen touched Kanao's little head lovingly, and the other party agreed in a daze. Kanao put on his shoes and said solemnly, I understand Su Chen, I will tell my master about this. The girl opened the door and left temporarily, then turned back and looked at Su Chen reluctantly. Su Chen. Kanao's tone was soft and seemed a little awkward. Su Chen smiled and asked, What's wrong, Kanao, do you have any questions? Kanao lowered his head, pinching his fingers in confusion, and said vaguely, When the competition comes later, Master and I will not be with you, you must come back safely. Su Chen was stunned. So this is what Kanao wanted to say. He stood up, walked to Kanao, stretched out his little finger and said, Don't worry Kanao, unless you move away without telling me, I will find you even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth to provide you with food and shelter. Yeah, we will definitely tell Su Chen when we move, and we won't let you sleep outside. Kanao said seriously. Su Chen looked into the girl's eyes and said, okay, as long as you and Shinobu are still waiting for me in the butterfly house, I will definitely return home safely. If you don't believe me, let's make a pinky promise. Looking at the curved finger that Su Chen stretched out, Kanao couldn't help but stop what he was doing. Her face turned red, and she then imitated Su Chen's gesture. He stretched out his little hand carefully. Su Chen grabbed her. As the girl exclaimed, Su Chen quickly hooked her finger. The pinky is wrapped around and the thumb is stamped. Bang. Chapter 83 Su Chen. Shinazugawa, I will help you awaken your markings today. Kanao's little heart was immediately held in Su Chen's hands. The next moment, Su Chen's voice suddenly came, come to Kanao and tell me that we will never change our promise for 100 years. Kanao blushed. Although he didn't understand the specific meaning, he still said softly, make a pinky promise. Don't change for 100 years. Su Chen was stunned. Hanging. The girl paused, and said with some shame on her face, Su Chen, can you not hang yourself? Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Of course. Let's make a promise and we won't hang ourselves. Yeah. Kanao pursed his lips and smiled. Then we have a deal, Su Chen. The two touched their thumbs together, symbolically stamping their agreement. The next moment, the girl ran away with a blushing face. Looking at Kanao's embarrassed back as he fled, Su Chen gently twisted his fingers. There is still the unique fragrance of a young girl on it. ... The sky is clear and white clouds are floating. In front of the Ubuyashiki residence, Uzui Tengen, dressed in gorgeous attire, stood in the center of the stage and introduced enthusiastically, please welcome both contestants. Boom. A whirlwind figure came onto the stage at the speed of light. He had a crying face like a baby, with veins all over his body. It looks menacing at first glance. On the other side, our protagonist Su Chen slowly walked onto the stage. She was dressed in white, with an elegant and refined temperament. The Nichiren blades on the waist sparkled in the sunlight. As soon as Su Chen came on stage, he attracted Uzui Tengen's special attention. This kid has some of the temperament I had back then. Uzui Tengen touched his chin, as if he saw the shadow of his youth in Su Chen. Elegant and handsome. If he has 3 wives, he's simply the younger version of himself. While thinking, our Lord Sound Pillar raised his hand. He began by briefly introducing the contestants. On the left is our Demon Slayer Corpse Wind Pillar, Mr. Shinazugawa. After the introduction, the next moment, Uzui Tengen immediately came to Su Chen's side. He suddenly made a magnificent gesture and said, as for my right side. That's the challenger of this competition, the genius doctor of the Butterfly House, who is said to be a genius with his own breathing method, the possibly youngest member of the Demon Slayer Corps ever, the legendary Kochou's stepson, and second only to me in handsomeness, elegance, and gorgeousness, Su Chen. Wow. The crowd immediately became excited. Advertisement. I didn't expect Su Chen to have so many titles. Compared to him, Master Fengju seems to be a bit inferior. It seems that Lord Yinju is very optimistic about Su Chen. I bet that Su Chen can definitely get the approval of the Sound Pillar. But unfortunately, he is fighting against the Wind Pillar. Let's get started. I can't wait. Off the field, column assembly area. Different pillars also expressed their opinions. Shaju. It's so strange, why is Su Chen the same age as me, but almost the same height as brother Tengen? Love Pillar. Ah, Lord Su Chen is so handsome. Even with Lord Uzui beside him, his looks aren't affected at all. Snake Pillar. Shinazugawa, do your best. Let Su Chen die quickly. Rock Pillar. Namo Amitaba. Water Column. Today's weather is really nice. On the other side, the 3 little ones are watching. Inasuke. Hey gaga gaga. Su Zheng is indeed my master. Even that god in charge of splendor thinks highly of him. Zenitsu. Not my friend. When did Mr. Su Chen become your master? Inasuke, you should find your place sometimes, okay? Don't just be Su Chen's liquor. Tanjiro. Mr. Su Chen looks so gentle. Seeing Mr. Su Chen always reminds me of my mother when I was a child. As he said that, Tanjiro took down his wooden box and patted it, right. Nezuko. Nezuko in the wooden box. In the attic of the mansion. Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Su Chen has really grown up. I can feel that his temperament has changed dramatically. Ubuyashiki Amane. Yes, when I first met this child, he looked very immature, but now he seems to be mature. The couple looked at each other and smiled. Battle stage. Right in the center of the venue. The 3 of them stood facing each other. The atmosphere seemed quite tense. Among them, Uzui Tengen glanced in the direction of Ubuyashiki Kagaya. After getting permission from Mrs. Amane, he spoke. Competitors, please get ready and show your gorgeous side. The game begins. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, the sound column flashed and left the stage. In the center of the arena, the fight that everyone imagined did not happen immediately. Because both of them were testing each other. They are all waiting for the other side to make an early move. At this time, Su Chen suddenly said, Shinazugawa, do you still want to awaken the markings? Shinazugawa narrowed his eyes, wondering what Su Chen was planning. But he said calmly, why are you saying this? I lost yesterday. You don't have to tell me how to awaken. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Su Chen shook his head and said, no, strictly speaking, we were tied yesterday because I passed out in the end. So as a gift for your admission to the butterfly house, I will allow you to awaken your markings today. Shinazugawa. Shinazugawa's face is full of question marks. If the stripes are so easy to awaken, why would I go through so much trouble? You can awaken my markings with just one sentence. Shinazugawa's face was full of disbelief. But the next moment, Su Chen answered his doubts. Do you remember the conditions for awakening the stripes? Su Chen closed his eyes and began to intentionally increase the vibration frequency of his body. His temperature began to rise gradually. A strange black auspicious cloud pattern began to spread from his neck. Stripes, appear. Su Chen opened his eyes and revealed his neck. Show it generously. Su Chen pointed to the patterns on his body and said, this is the stripe. Simply put, it is obtained by raising body temperature. The principle is easy to understand. Shinazugawa glanced at the stripes. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. This is the thing that the Lord has repeatedly emphasized as very important, so Shinazugawa has always wanted to open the pattern. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and Shinazugawa tried his best but failed. Shinazugawa narrowed his eyes again. He found that Su Chen's markings this time were obviously different from the first time he saw it. This time Su Chen's markings have shape. The black spots are connected from beginning to end. At this moment, the spots on Su Chen's neck were no longer the tadpole-like dots as before, but more like clouds that were stuck together into a black rope. It seems that Su Chen's understanding of stripes is really at the master level. Shinazugawa thought so. He thought for a moment, and followed Su Chen's words and asked, so, I still have to continue to raise my body temperature, right? No. Su Chen shook his head. Raising your body temperature is only the reason for the awakening of the stripes, not the opportunity. You just lack an opportunity. Opportunity. Shinazugawa looked at Su Chen strangely. What is my opportunity? Su Chen smiled faintly. The opportunity is that you are missing something now. Shinazugawa. What is it? Su Chen. Life and death moment. Swish. The blade flashed, and suddenly there was a sound in the air similar to the flapping of Kochou's wings. Su Chen took the opponent by surprise and drew his sword at the speed of light. Stabbed directly at Shinazugawa. Chapter 84. The battle begins. Feng Hu versus Yan Hu. Breath of the insect dance of the Bifang's true drag. Clang. Hiss. There was a sound of metallic collision. Shinazugawa had also pulled out his Nichiren blades at some point, and he pointed the blade in his hand horizontally at Su Chen. The two blades collided and sparks flew. Rustle. Rustle. Su Chen, who failed in his first attack, immediately changed his tactics. While maintaining the Chonghu's high-speed maneuverability, he immediately used another move of Chonghu. Breath of insects dance of butterflies tease. Moving as lightly as Kochou, Su Chen used his poison blade to stab Shinazugawa's body continuously at a speed that could not be followed by the naked eye. Shinazugawa dodged and muttered in his mind, you little b************ d. 1 second he was acting like a good guy, and the next second he was going for my kidneys. You're just using those sissy moves. Shinazugawa suddenly felt aggrieved. As soon as he saw Mushihu he couldn't help but think of Kochou Shinobu. Then my waist always started to ache. Now Su Chen used Kochou Shinobu's moves, and Shinazugawa's defense was finally broken. He yelled, has that been enough? The next moment. Shinazugawa took advantage of the moment when Su Chen was trying to retract his strength and quickly took a breath of oxygen into his lungs. Veins throbbing, ready to go. Not good. Seeing this, Su Chen secretly said something and immediately retreated. But Shinazugawa was faster than he thought. The moment Su Chen stepped back, the Nichiren blades in his hand had already completed the starting move of the sword technique. Breathing of the wind, Form 5, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Wind breathing. Form 5 is the fastest move among Shinazugawa's breathing of wind. In almost an instant, Shinazugawa completed the release of the sword skill. As the wind pillar swung the Nichiren blades in his hand, the iconic rolling wind slash arrived as promised. Breath of insects centipede dance centipede belly. One step makes 100 noises. Su Chen used the high mobility of the insect's breath to retreat, and as he landed on the ground, he immediately switched to a power breathing method. A huge amount of oxygen quickly entered Su Chen's lungs. Total concentration. Bawangwa breathing long type Bawang turtle peach. Su Chen jumped up again and twisted his body quickly in midair. At the same time, he swung out a spiral horizontal slash in his hand, and wherever the blade passed, Shinazugawa's rolling tornado was all blocked. The wind and flowers meet, and there seems to be faint pink petals falling in the air. The two people under the shadow of the flowers simultaneously distanced themselves from each other. Advertisement. The temptation is over. People had different reactions. Su Chen's speed seems to be no less than that of Master Fengju. It seems that I was wrong. I didn't expect Su Chen to have such strength. It's bad, you see, Master Fengju's face seems to have been scratched just now. On the battle stage, Shinazugawa spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped his mouth and said, is it because I was careless, or you are a playful kid? Looking at Shinazugawa's angry yet slightly excited eyes, Su Chen smiled slightly, remember what I said. The markings can only be awakened at the critical moment of life and death, so today is the best time for you to awaken the markings. Here Shinazugawa calmly. Veins popped out on his forehead, revealing a perverted smile. You kid. I like it. Swish. Shinazugawa shadow explosion. A fierce wind swept across the plain, as if a dragon had burst out. A figure that was extremely fast was twisting and turning in the air. Two sword energies flew out with his gesture. Su Chen only felt a trance in his ears, and Shinazugawa in front of him suddenly disappeared. So strong. This was Su Chen's first reaction. Without activating the bullet field, Su Chen still couldn't keep up with the speed of the wind column. And by the time he noticed the opponent's movement, Shinazugawa's attack was already within reach. At this moment, Su Chen no longer hesitated. Directly used the amplification skill. Bullet field is open. Xiaoyao body technique activated. Hearing reconnaissance is turned on to maximum. Swoosh. With the help of his five senses and body movements, Su Chen finally saw Shinazugawa's movements. Just now, Shinazugawa, like Kyujiro before him, gathered all the explosive power of his body into his legs and then performed a simple sprint. It was just such a simple sprint, Shinazugawa directly broke the floor and pounced towards him like an arrow. Total concentration. Su Chen used the full concentration, 100 refinements to quickly refine his own cells. At this moment his body speed suddenly increased. Suddenly, almost at the same moment when the opponent's sword energy brushed past his ear, Su Chen dodged Shinazugawa's attack to the left. Total concentration. Su Chen did not sit still and wait for death. The moment he dodged the opponent's attack, he once again used all his strength to accumulate energy. Advertisement. A breath of foul air came out of his mouth. Then he took a deep breath into the air. The sword moves change and the blade vibrates frequently. A burning heat attached to the blade, and solid flames quickly spread across the blade. Breathing of flame land type flame tiger. Roar. It was like a tiger roaring in the forest. Su Chen's white clothes were fluttering, and there seemed to be a ferocious tiger standing behind him. The next moment, Su Chen seized the opportunity, gripped the knife handle tightly, and slashed with the knife. Swish. Hot flames streaked through the air, and the boy's sword aimed directly at Shinazugawa's kidneys. As if sensing the danger, Feng Zhu turned his head reflexively. Then there was an exclamation. FK. The next moment, Shinazugawa's back seemed to have eyes, and he twisted in a strange posture to avoid Su Chen's sneak attack. The movements are so skillful that it's heartbreaking. There is no other reason. Ever since Kochou Shinobu stabbed him in the waist last time, Shinazugawa has been on guard against his waist. Therefore, Su Chen's attack did not succeed, but instead made Shinazugawa more vigilant. The two people's movements changed rapidly in the air. The seemingly frequent exchanges actually only took a few seconds. The next moment, Shinazugawa gathered his strength while dodging Su Chen's sword move. Breathing of the wind type 1 dust whirlwind slashing. As soon as the words fell, a whirlwind appeared. A sharp and piercing sonic boom suddenly sounded. Shinazugawa rushed forward with the help of the wind blade, leaving a wind trail behind him, instantly blocking all of Su Chen's retreat routes. This is not over yet. Then Shinazugawa took another deep breath of air into his lungs. His lungs filled up rapidly, and his strong physical fitness was enough to support this wind pillar to unleash 2 consecutive sword moves. Total concentration. Wind breathing 7th type strong wind Tengu wind. As soon as this move was made, the entire venue was instantly covered by a gust of wind. Tengu wind is Shinazugawa's move with the widest attack coverage. Coupled with Shinazugawa's unique sword energy, this AoE move is extremely terrifying. And this is indeed the case. Because in the final battle of the Infinite Castle, Su Chen clearly remembered that the wind pillar used this trick to coordinate with the rock pillar to attack and block upper rank 1 Kokushibo's retreat route. But this time, the enemy of Tengu wind is not Kokushibo. It's Su Chen. Chapter 85. Breath of Flame 9th Form Secret Flame Prison. Everyone is shocked. As long as Su Chen's blocking range is a little off, he will be seriously injured by Shinazugawa's sword move in an instant. At this moment, everyone in the audience was instantly heartbroken. Off the court, there are 3 little ones. Inosuke. Damn it, that Scar guy is pretty strong. Master, come on. Zenitsu. No, you didn't even become his disciple, right? And now the wind pillar is suppressing Mr. Su Chen. Why are you worrying so much? Tanjiro. Come on, Mr. Su Chen. If you can't do it, just use your headbutt. Mr. Shinazugawa is not very wary of headbutts. Zenitsu. Tanjiro, you're going too far. Stop using your head as an excuse. Not everyone can fight with their head. Nezuko in the wooden box. On the other side, the column assembly point. Sound column. How will Su Chen block such a gorgeous attack? It's really exciting. Shaju. That's weird, why doesn't Su Chen raise the Nichiren blades in his hand? Has he given up? Love pillar. Ah, Lord Su Chen, be careful. Hurry up and act. Snake pillar. He. Come on Shinazugawa, kill Su Chen quickly. Rock pillar. Namo Amitabha. Water column. I'm so hungry. I really want to go home and eat salmon with radish. In the attic of the mansion, where the Lord lives. Ubuyashiki Amane. Kagaya, do you think Su Chen can block this attack? Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Social. Ubuyashiki Amane. Why? Kagaya smiled slightly, then tapped Mrs. Amane's heart gently. Intuition. Center of the battlefield. Just when everyone in the audience thought that Su Chen could only raise his knife and try to block. Something unexpected happened. Su Chen was seen dancing with the Nichiren blades in his hand, his steps floating quickly. A sideways. Accompanied by a light sword. Then Su Chen dodged Shinazugawa's first sword energy easily. Shinazugawa's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect that even after I used the sword energy, this guy could still fight with me for a few moves. Tengu Wind is already the limit of Shinazugawa's AoE attack. If this can't defeat Su Chen, then Shinazugawa must switch tactics. According to his observation, Su Chen was always using the least amount of effort to dodge his sword moves. This has two advantages. One is to have extra energy to observe the trajectory of the wind slash, so as to avoid subsequent attacks of the wind slash. The second is to save your strength in case a sudden attack causes you to suffer serious injuries. These two goals are simple to say, but they should not be achievable by humans at all. Advertisement. The first point requires the fighter to have a high level of mental concentration and reaction ability. If the reaction is a little slow, he may be torn into pieces by his own Tengu Wind. The second point is even more incredible. You want to fight with me, a wind pillar. Want to save energy. What the hell do you think I am? The next moment, Shinazugawa wielded wind-breathing 7th form again. Wind-breathing 7th type strong wind Tengu Wind. As the sword moves landed, the double Tengu winds overlapped, and the number of wind blades in the field suddenly increased. Shinazugawa stared with eyes wide open, carefully watching Su Chen's every move. As long as Su Chen reveals a flaw, he can use the wind calling one form, slash to quickly close the distance and give Su Chen a fatal blow. But, Su Chen still didn't reveal any flaws. Shinazugawa arrived. In his opinion, Su Chen seemed to have a strange set of body movements. No matter how he attacked, he could always flexibly twist away. No matter how hard you try, you can't hit the opponent. This is how the Tengu Wind move works. The two moves of Tengu Wind are superimposed together, and the same thing happens. Okay, I'll do one more trick. Wind-breathing 7th type strong wind Tengu Wind. The next moment, Shinazugawa swung the Nichiren blades again. Although doing so would consume his own strength faster than Su Chen, who was Shinazugawa. How could the strongest wind pillar in history lack this little bit of strength? Therefore, Shinazugawa added additional sword energy to this 7th form, increasing the attack range of the sword energy AoE. In this way, his slashing attack could attack Su Chen from all directions without any blind spots. Logically speaking, Su Chen can only block. And once Su Chen blocks, he can take the opportunity to hit the opponent's waist. But Su Chen did not choose to block. He twisted his body in an extremely strange posture, and with a few light sword moves, he dodged in an instant. Shinazugawa was shocked. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation after fighting for so many years. So good at hiding. What kind of body movement is this and why have I never seen it before? Shinazugawa frowned. I was thinking quickly about countermeasures. Since long-range attacks don't work, let's get close. Breathing of the wind, form 1 dust traveling wind, slash. Advertisement. Shinazugawa's body turned into a whirlwind, and using the displacement property of the wind calling 1 type, he quickly closed the distance between himself and Su Chen. One knife passed. Su Chen twisted away. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He clenched the Nichiren blades in his hand tightly. Shinazugawa wanted to get closer, and so did he. If I let Shinazugawa always release AoE from a distance, then I really can only defend passively. Now Fengzu is taking the initiative to close the distance. As long as his next attack can hurt Shinazugawa, Su Chen will be confident of winning the game. That's right, as soon as the game started, Su Chen laid the foundation for his victory. The moment I saw Shinazugawa coming towards me, Su Chen clenched his palms tightly, and his aura instantly rose. Breathing of flame, 9 forms, secret technique. Boom. Before any moves were revealed, a tremendous wave of heat gushed out with Su Chen as the center. Shinazugawa's brows jumped, and he immediately saw through Su Chen's intention. This kid, are you actually taking this opportunity to go all out? But that's okay, I just like this kind of tit-for-tat style of play. Since Su Chen is going to use his own ultimate sword move, how can Shinazugawa ignore the other party's determination? Shinazugawa gave a perverse smile and immediately switched the sword moves in his hand. The 5-type form instantly turns into the 9-type form. Breathing of the wind 9th form Waiduo Tiantai wind. This move is used by Shinazugawa in the final battle. It is an attack in which a strong wind blows from the sky by leaping high into the air. Although the attack range is not as wide as Tengu Wind, it improves the accuracy and strength of the attack at the expense of range. At this time, Su Chen's moves were also fully charged. I saw his strength gathered in his hands, and hot steam rose from behind him like the flame pillar before. However, the momentum of the two cannot be generalized. The flame pillar has been modified over the years, and his aura mainly comes from his fighting spirit. Su Chen, on the other hand, used a tricky method, mainly utilizing the sudden increase in temperature to force out the steam. Su Chen's second half of the sentence followed closely. Secret. 9 types. 3,000 flame prisons. Wow. At this moment, Su Chen seemed to be holding a blade of hell in his hand. Attached to it is a flame like waves of the sea, whistling in. The two used the 9 types together, colliding, rubbing, and reacting. The strong wind and heat waves merged together, and the showdown between Su Chen and the wind column officially began. Advertisement Chapter 86 Nichiren blades broke. Shinazugawa is seriously injured. At this moment, the momentum on the field reached its peak. The audience in the audience suddenly became excited. What did I see? Is this kid named Su Chen so powerful? Oh my god, I seem to see the shadow of the flame pillar in him. It seems that I underestimated Su Chen before. It seems that Su Chen's skills are not worse than those of Master Fengju. But aren't you two a little impatient? Isn't it too early to use such powerful sword skills now? Early. A duel between masters usually only takes a few moves to decide the winner. Do you think it would take you a long time to kill a little devil like you, a Zheng-level player? People had different reactions, but most were amazed by Su Chen's fire knife. Similarly, there are 3 little ones off the court. Inosuke. Right. Master Su, just beat him like that. I've disliked that scarlet guy for a long time. So what if he's a pillar? He'll still be trampled under the feet of my master. Hey, ha 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 ha. Zenitsu. Is he your master? Forget it, Inosuke, just be happy. Tanjiro. Mr. Su Chen is so amazing that he can fight back and forth with the pillars. It is said that Mr. Su Chen is younger than Nezuko. Mr. Su Chen's talent is incredible. Nezuko in the wooden box heard her brother's voice and nodded in agreement. Column level collection point. Sound column. What a brilliant move. Shinazugawa might end up in trouble. Mist pillar. How strange. I have never seen Su Chen's breathing method before. Is it a derivative breathing method like my mist breathing? Love pillar. Mr. Su Chen is so serious that I can't help but be moved. Snake pillar. No, Shinazugawa, can you please not be a foil to Su Chen? You're almost giving me a heart attack. Rock pillar. Namo Amitaba. Water column. In the attic of the mansion. Mrs. Amane. It seems that your intuition is always accurate, Kagaya. Even I could not have expected Su Chen's performance. But now his Nichiren blades are also broken. What should we do next? Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Haha, it's okay, Amane, you can ask the chief of the swordsmith village to make another Nichiren blades for Su Chen later. I'm afraid this kid's true strength has not yet been revealed. Off the court. Look, the winner is decided. Suddenly someone in the front row screamed. Everyone's eyes turned to the field. When the smoke and dust cleared, the first thing that caught everyone's eye was a huge wooden pit on the stage. Since the stage built by the hidden members was mostly made of wood and had relatively low defense, the result was that it was destroyed beyond recognition after just a few moves. The originally flat stage has now been turned into a Roman arena, with a large pit in the middle and surrounded by fences. Advertisement. Add to that the 2 people fighting inside, it really looks like a fight between wild beasts. In an instant, the clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the morning sun turned into a scorching sun. The fierce sunlight penetrated through the clouds and rushed into the smoke and dust emitted by the 2 people. It was at this time that everyone finally saw the situation clearly. Oh my god, Su Chen's knife broke. Oh, what a pity. I thought Su Chen was going to win. How can we beat him now? Su Chen's figure caught everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. I saw the young man in the middle of the venue, holding a broken knife in his hand. The cut is so neat, you can tell at a glance that it was cut neatly by someone. Su Chen was panting in a slightly embarrassed manner, his majestic demeanor gone. He was dressed in a dusty white robe, with even a little blood on his chest. This scene instantly made Hashibira Inosuke in the audience anxious. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Inosuke rushed forward and tried to get onto the field. A look of impatience. But he was held down by Zenitsu and Tanjiro. Zenitsu comforted him with an exaggerated expression. Stop it, Inosuke. Mr. Su Chen's sword is just broken, not his body. Why are you rushing over? Besides, if you rush forward and anger that wind pillar uncle, we will be dead. Zenitsu gave his signature roaring speech, but Inosuke wasn't having it. The pig body immediately started to struggle madly. I don't care. I'm going to save Master. Stop it, Inosuke. Tanjiro pulled Inosuke's thigh with a headache, thinking that if Inosuke really put it on, it would definitely cause trouble for Mr. Su Chen. Just as several people were fighting with each other. Another exclamation came from the audience in the front row. Look, is that Master Fengju? He's so badly injured. When Shinazugawa appeared, everyone was really surprised. Although Shinazugawa's knife was not broken, he had extensive burns and abrasions all over his body. The whole person's body was covered with a layer of blood. Feng Zhu took on Su Chen's ultimate move, but ended up getting injured like this. This doesn't look like Su Chen lost at all, right? Advertisement. Seeing Scarlet injured so badly, Inosuke calmed down. Hey ha ha ha. I knew that Master Zheng would get into trouble. It turns out that I underestimated Master Zheng. Zenitsu and Tanjiro also widened their eyes. Because they didn't expect that the legendary Wind Pillar would look so embarrassed. This is really big news for the Demon Slayer Corps. Compared to the reactions of the 3 little ones. At the gathering point of the pillars on the other side, the reactions of the pillars were different. Su Chen's performance exceeded all of their expectations. At this moment, Iguro Obanai's inner thoughts were completely different from those of the 3 little ones. He narrowed his eyes and began to think internally. How could Su Chen force Shinazugawa into this situation? I have to say, it seems that Su Chen is fully qualified to be a pillar. The knife broke, which meant that Su Chen had failed, but being able to hurt Shinazugawa like this was enough to make Su Chen proud. But he couldn't beat Shinazugawa after all, because the Nichiren blades were broken. Even if Shinazugawa was in a mess, as long as he didn't fall down, Shinazugawa would not lose. Iguro stole another glance in the direction of Kanroji Mitsuri. Well, there are still little stars flying in my big eyes. Xiao Banei's inner thoughts. Su Chen, die. On the field, right in the center. The two protagonists in the incident were both breathing heavily. Su Chen held the broken knife, feeling complicated. He knew that Shinazugawa's injuries were more serious than his, and his energy was being depleted faster than his. But Shinazugawa is the old pillar after all, and the physical configurations of the two are not at the same level at the moment. Let's not talk about the energy issue for now. Just talking about the injury, Su Chen, the genius doctor of Butterfly House, could tell at a glance that Shinazugawa's injury had stopped. Not only that, but the condition is inexplicably good. Su Chen frowned. He recalled the setting of Shinazugawa in Demon Slayer. I can't play unless I have low health. Due to the opponent's thin blood constitution, Shinazugawa's injury will not hinder his performance in the next battlefield, but will be more beneficial to his performance in the next battle. I'm afraid the real battle now is the beginning. Chapter 87. Breath of the Bee. A move that changes the course of the situation. Su Chen glanced at his Nichiren blades again. 10,000 alpacas suddenly galloped through my heart. Damn, I have to say, the Nichiren blades made by the Iron Mound are easy to break. Su Chen's use of the Nichiren blades just now was absolutely correct, so it can only be the fault of the swordsmith, Kotozuka. No wonder Tanjiro's sword broke. It turns out it was you, Gangsuzuka, who did this. Next time, Su Chen will make one himself no matter what. Su Chen held the Nichiren blades tightly in his hand. The pressure is enormous. Now he was holding a broken sword, and his chances of winning against the low-health Shinazugawa were slim. What's wrong? You can't laugh now. Blood flowed down Shinazugawa's cheeks, making his scarred face look even more hideous and terrifying. Shinazugawa is filled with joy at this moment. It's been a long time since I had such a heart-to-heart fight with someone. At the beginning, he was worried that Su Chen would not be able to withstand his frequent attacks like a storm. It seems that it is no longer necessary now, as the other party's awareness and ability are probably no weaker than mine. That means I can use my full strength. Ha ha ha, Shinazugawa laughed wildly. He raised his left arm, and the blue veins on it could be clearly seen. The wind pillar held the Nichiren blades in his hands, and the dragon-like muscles in his arms flexed rapidly. Shinazugawa's face is colorful and exciting. If his touch was good just now, Su Chen should have been injured by his sword energy by now. Now, as long as Su Chen is hit by his move again, Shinazugawa will be sure to send him out of the battle stage. Shinazugawa shook his head, gathering strength with his feet and said, Su Chen, you are very strong, but it's a pity that the game is over. Really? Su Chen's face was unusually calm, and he spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. At the same time, he gripped the broken knife tightly. He looked as if he was about to attack. Off the court. What a pity. Su Chen's Nichiren blades have been disconnected. If he still had Nichiren blades, Su Chen might still have a chance, but now the chance is very slim. Who isn't? But being able to push the wind pillar to this point is enough to show talent. If Su Chen really becomes a pillar, to be honest, I have no objection. It seems like the Demon Slayer Corps will have another genius like Tokido-sama in the future. Something's wrong. Look everyone. Master Fengju is already charging up his sword moves. Why doesn't Su Chen surrender? Does he still want to continue fighting? Oh my god. Is he crazy? Column assembly point. All the pillars showed worried expressions. Even Tomioka Giyu, the usually indifferent water column, turned his attention to Su Chen. Advertisement. As pillars, they tacitly kept silent. Because for Zhu, the responsibility is heavier than that of ordinary team members. This kind of life-threatening fighting style is commonplace for them. So now when they saw that Su Chen didn't want to give up, the first thing they thought about was not why Su Chen didn't give up, but whether Su Chen had any other tricks up his sleeve. Logically speaking, Su Chen shouldn't be such a reckless person. Did he think of a way to fight Shinazugawa? Tomioka Giyu blinked slightly. So familiar. This feeling is so familiar. Su Chen's fighting spirit reminded him of a young man with a scar on his face and flesh-colored hair. The backs of the two look so similar. Gentle, sunny and strong. Perhaps, this person named Su Chen is really different from others. Giyu lowered his head, a gleam in his eyes. Su Chen, don't die. Lord's place. Mrs. Amane. Kagaya, do you want me to stop the game? Su Chen's knife has been broken. I'm afraid he really can't participate in the subsequent games. Shinazugawa seems to be in good condition. Ubuyashiki Kagaya closed his eyes. No, Su Chen will have his own solution. Mrs. Amane looked puzzled. Oh. Kagaya, you really think highly of him. It's different. Ubuyashiki Kagaya smiled faintly, because I smell the scent of wisteria. ... On the court, facing the audience's pessimism, Su Chen said nothing. The young man in white tightly grasped the broken blade in his hand. At this moment, Shinazugawa also got ready. Don't you want to surrender, Su Chen? Shinazugawa finally advised, I have to say this is not a joke. If I fail, you may never be able to stand up again. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said concisely, come. Breathing of the wind, form one dust traveling wind, slash. The wind column slashed down with a knife. The rolling knife whirlwind is here again. Attack plus displacement, Shinazugawa's typical skill. This time the slashing power was very strong, and the range of the surging wind was more than twice as large as before. Shinazugawa saw Su Chen's weakness at the moment, so he did not hold back. Instead, he spent more time preparing his sword moves. This scene made the audience gasp. Boom. Advertisement. Slashing like a dragon, Shinazugawa and the strong wind approached Su Chen. But, this time, the slashing movement stopped suddenly after moving halfway. What's going on? The sword energy around Shinazugawa disappeared without a trace in an instant. He stood still immediately. The numbness in his body caused his limbs to become uncontrollable. Shinazugawa's eyes widened because this feeling was very familiar. He had felt the same way when he was defeated by Kochou Shinobu in Butterfly House before. Poisoned. This was the first thought in Shinazugawa's mind, but he quickly ruled it out. Su Chen's attack just now was accompanied by fire. How could there be a chance to poison someone in the fire? Unless. Shinazugawa looked up suddenly and saw Su Chen's faint smile. How's it going, Shinazugawa, can you move now? Su Chen still had that nonchalant expression. It seemed as if all these changes were part of his plan. This terrifying feeling of control made Shinazugawa feel a palpitation for the first time. This contemporary wind pillar suddenly looked at him with wide eyes and said, "What did you do?" At this moment, the numbness had spread to his eyes, which made him very uncomfortable. So now Shinazugawa looks at Su Chen with disdain. Su Chen did not answer Shinazugawa's question immediately, but nodded lightly after observing his condition. It seems to be working well so far. The paralysis toxin has paralyzed half of your body. You should only be able to move half of your body now, right? Shinazugawa frowned and said, "Could it be that you poisoned the knife like Kochou did? Aren't you a swordsman who uses the insect call, flower call, and flame call? And I'm already immune to the paralysis caused by the insects." Shinazugawa's confusion was almost overflowing. It was the first time in his life that he had the illusion that he needed to grow a brain. Why did Su Chen make himself feel paralyzed? And when did he set the trap? The next moment, Su Chen finally answered his question. Su Chen smiled faintly. Who said I only know 3 breathing methods? Shinazugawa's pupils shrank. Su Chen continued. I am fully prepared to deal with you. This breathing method is the first one I learned, but I never used it. It has the same poisonous power as the insect's call, but it also has the advantages that I am good at. I call it, B. Chapter 88. The poison takes effect. The battle turns, Shinazugawa is in danger. Su Chen learns a new skill. Straightforward, waiting to attack, these are the characteristics of B breathing. Some poisons don't need to be injected directly to be considered poisonous, so now you understand, Shinazugawa. Just see. Su Chen faced the scorching sun in the sky and silently raised the broken blade in his hand. The 3 golden rings on the end of the blade sparkled. B breathing type 4, B poison type. Off the court. Column assembly point. The often poisoned sound pillar Uzui Tengen was the first to speak up. It seems that Su Chen is still hiding his abilities, but I really didn't expect him to hide them so deeply. Hearing this, the other pillars looked at him like curious babies. Kanroji Mitsuri. Master Tengen, why do you say that? Didn't Master Su Chen try his best at the beginning? Before Uzui Tengen could speak, the snake pillar Iguro Obanai answered Kanroji Mitsuri's question first. He said in a rare gentle tone, Su Chen initially used the insect breathing technique, but this should just be a trick. I'm sure Su Chen has other breathing techniques that we don't know about. Xiao Bane tilted his head and thought, besides, I seem to have heard of this breathing method that is different from the breathing of insects somewhere before. He was the one who saved Kochou that night. He also killed several lower ranks. He's a very strong child. At this time, the rock pillar clasped his hands together, with 2 lines of tears in his eyes, and said, I guess this child must be Su Chen. I didn't expect him to work so hard and unknowingly already have the strength to become a pillar. Hey, Master Su Chen. Hey, is this true? The person who killed the lower moon that night was Master Su Chen. Gon Lushi held her face in her hands, shook her pink hair vigorously, and said with admiration, Master Su Chen is really amazing. Snake pillar. Tisk, Tokido Muichiro. It's so strange, why does Su Chen know so many breathing methods? With the breathing method he is using now, there should be 4, right? How does he do it? Water pillar Tomioka Giyu. I don't know. Sound pillar Uzui Tengen. It should be an adaptation of Kochou's breathing method. This gorgeous boy is really gorgeous. Kochou's breathing method is derived from the water breathing method. He can actually adapt the derived breathing method to a breathing method that is more suitable for himself. Uzui Tengen was not stingy with his praise. I can see that Su Chen has been poisoning me since the very beginning. This kid is very smart. He knew that Shinazugawa had developed resistance to Kochou's poison, so he worked on his sword moves. If I'm not mistaken, the problem should be with those knife rings. Su Chen must have put a paralyzing poison in the knife ring. Then every time Su Chen swings his sword, the poison will be released with the movement of the sword. As long as Shinazugawa performs full concentration breathing, he will be infected after taking 2 breaths. It seems that Su Chen not only has the same talent as Tokido, but also has as much combat experience as Shinazugawa. He's a monster. I think Shinazugawa will fail this time. Obane said nonchalantly, who can say for sure? It's not like Shinazugawa can only use Nichiren blades with his hands. On the court, right in the center. At this moment, Su Chen's bullet field has reached its limit. In the previous battle with Shinazugawa, Su Chen did not enter the state of enlightenment at all. Advertisement. In other words, he simply couldn't learn and counter Shinazugawa's sword moves while observing his opponent's sword moves. But now it's different. Shinazugawa was poisoned, so logically his speed should have slowed down. This is Su Chen's chance. At this moment, every move of Shinazugawa fell into his eyes. Although the other party stood in place, he seemed unable to move. However, following the principle of safety first, Su Chen did not act rashly at the first opportunity. After double-checking, Su Chen caught the moment when Shinazugawa took a breath. Holding the broken blade tightly, the figure flashes. Total concentration. Full concentration. Bai Lian beat Su Chen's whole body with all his strength, and began to quickly stop the bleeding and repair Su Chen's body. But the broken Nichiren blades also meant that Su Chen could no longer use the most powerful and fierce breath of flame. So Su Chen only has one breathing method left to use. Bee breathing, Type 8 Vampire Bee Fang. The knife ring flashed and the sunlight was dazzling. Su Chen's figure suddenly shot out. The target is directly towards Shinazugawa's kidney. Shinazugawa. Nima. It was obvious that Shinazugawa was a little panicked. Wind breathing land type black wind smoke and mist. In a hurry, Shinazugawa made a diagonal move. Black wind emanated from the tip of the Nichiren blades, instantly blocking Su Chen's vision. Seeing this, Su Chen simply closed his eyes and pricked up his ears. This is where meticulous listening reinforcement comes in handy. Bullet field in action. You try to listen to the other person's voice. The sound of the wind, cheers, applause from the audience, the snake Pilar's complaints, all these sounds are disturbing to you. Closing square bracket. You hold your breath and try to identify the source of the sound. You tune out the noise and start focusing on Shinazugawa. Closing square bracket. You filter out the noise outside the field. You heard a gasp. You filtered out the howling wind in the field. You heard a man's heartbeat. You hear the sound of flesh rubbing against the ground. The only sounds in your ears are Shinazugawa and the other person's voices. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. You sense the other person's nervousness. His heartbeat is very fast and he seems to be crawling on the ground. You have been listening to the wind for a few seconds. Practice makes perfect. You have naturally realized the ultimate level of hearing, the wind hearing skill. Closing square bracket. You start to use your super hearing. Closing square bracket. You constructed the other party's body shape through the sound. The other party once again made a friction sound on the ground. You judged that the other party seemed to be looking for something. That's not important. What's important is that you found him. Closing square bracket. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, the broken blade in his hand was already thirsty. Total concentration. After Su Chen locked onto a certain direction, he used Bee breathing at full power. Instantly came to Shinazugawa. The broken sword is floating. With a clang sound, Shinazugawa bit the handle of the knife with his mouth and pushed the blade with his other hand. He actually blocked the attack. But Su Chen's eyes lit up. Because of the force coming from the opponent, Shinazugawa's speed slowed down. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he pulled his hand away instantly. Shadowless hand. With a snap, Su Chen's hand retracted instantly. There was no other reason, because just when Su Chen was about to touch Shinazugawa, the other party actually stretched out his foot. That's right, the soles of your feet. Damn, Su Chen almost forgot about Shinazugawa's skill. Fortunately, I pulled back quickly, otherwise the other person would have pinched my fingers with his feet. The scene is so eye-catching that it's really eye-catching. Next moment. It is precisely because Su Chen's attack has not yet succeeded. Shinazugawa has another chance. Shinazugawa's legs did not retreat immediately, but continued to slide in the original direction. This is. Su Chen's pupils shrank. This is the opponent's physical skill combined with breathing techniques. Shinazugawa actually tried to use the breath of wind with his legs. Su Chen's brain was spinning rapidly. This is not right, I can avoid this action by myself. But if I could think of it, could Shinazugawa not? Or did the other party have some backup plan? Su Chen's nerves tensed up instantly. His subconscious told him that a threat of death was approaching. Chapter 89. Toes pinch the sword. Su Chen enters the super memory state and now changes to the breath of wind. Finally, Su Chen found out. He squinted his eyes and saw a broken blade stuck between Shinazugawa's toes. It was the Nichiren blades that I broke off. Su Chen exclaimed in his heart. He knew that Shinazugawa's combat experience was really vicious. And the key is that there are 3 knife rings on the broken blade, and they are poisonous. Poison combined with wind, Su Chen simply couldn't even think about it. Helplessly, Su Chen could only give up the broken blade and retreat with all his strength to escape. Crash. Shinazugawa performed the movements in one smooth motion. Through the coordination between the body and the 2 Nichiren blades, he was able to complete the sword move in an instant. Breathing of the wind. Form 4. Rising into the sand and dust. Attacking from bottom to top, a powerful tornado exploded from around Shinazugawa. I can't imagine it. If Su Chen's movements were a little slower, he would definitely be caught up in Shinazugawa's attack. By then, the sword energy and poison will make it difficult for him to survive. Fortunately, Su Chen immediately distanced himself and dropped his knife to avoid the attack. The two people's situations have come to the same starting point again. At the same time, the hearts of the audience were almost in their throats. This is too exciting. This is too exciting, isn't it? I originally thought that Master Fengju had lost, but it turned out that Master Fengju had a backup plan. But just when I thought that Master Fengju couldn't hold on any longer, Master Fengju showed us another move. Clipping Nichiren blades between toes. Is this really something a human can do? Another sword move. Is there anything that Master Fengju doesn't know? Su Chen still hasn't given up. Now he doesn't even have a broken sword in his hand. Everyone off the field, including the three little ones, Zhu, and the Ubuyashiki couple all looked at Su Chen worriedly. Although Su Chen dodged, he even lost the broken blade in his hand. How to fight this? But now no one on the field thinks that Su Chen will give up. Because they have believed from the bottom of their hearts that Su Chen will create a miracle. Every step Su Chen took was beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone present began to look forward to Su Chen's next move. Center of the venue. The paralyzing poison in Shinazugawa's body had been stopped by his breathing technique. Although he still felt numbness in his body, his legs were strong enough to support him to stand up. Su Chen can only say that this abnormal physique is awesome. Now, the offensive and defensive situation of Su Chen and Shinazugawa has changed again. Shinazugawa also learned his lesson. He stayed where he was and continued to attack Su Chen using AoE sword moves with sword energy. After all, Shinazugawa's trump card of using his toes to clamp the Nichiren blades has been revealed in advance. If he lets Su Chen get close to him again, he will most likely lose. I have to admit it. Shinazugawa's Su Chen was very stunned. Advertisement. But he was very serious in the second half. But Su Chen's strength still exceeded Shinazugawa's imagination. Not only does he have a wide variety of breathing techniques, but he also has superb skills such as the shadowless hand to assist in combat. These are all unheard of in Shinazugawa. Therefore, Shinazugawa will not give Su Chen any close space. He already regarded Su Chen as a complete rival. His serious attitude is directly equivalent to the battle in which he and Quang Jin killed one of the lower moons, Kumochi. The other side, Su Chen continued to use the full concentration, 100 refinements to repair his injuries. On the other hand, he used Xiaoyao body skills to avoid Shinazugawa's attacks. Shinazugawa did not underestimate Su Chen, because he directly sent out 3 wind breaths, 7th type, strong wind, Tengu wind. Su Chen's route forward was blocked again. The Nichiren blades that fell on the ground could not be touched at all. It can be said that both of them are now at the end of their rope. Now is the time to test your physical strength and see who falls first. The audience in the audience held their breath and did not dare to disturb the two people on the field, for fear that the slightest breath they emitted would affect the outcome of the match. This is an evenly matched battle. But Su Chen doesn't think so. He knows it very well. The advantages between the two are different, and the current situation is extremely unfavorable for him. If Su Chen is an assassin, then Shinazugawa is a warrior. Not only is his blue bar smaller than his opponent's, but his physical strength can't keep up either. If this continues, Su Chen will definitely lose. What to do? Su Chen lowered his head. He had to think of a solution at this moment. Su Chen, think about it quickly. At this moment, Su Chen closed his eyes. He thought back to the unfinished meditation in the butterfly house. You start thinking. Your stamina is starting to run out, your tricks have been exhausted, and you seem to have nowhere else to go. You recall the meditation in the butterfly house. Wrong. Su Chen was in a trance and was suddenly hit by a sword in the shoulder. A blood mist burst out, and this incident instantly gripped the hearts of everyone present. But Su Chen did not get out of his state of enlightenment. He took a deep breath with pale lips. Then I started thinking more deeply again. Your attention begins to shift, and you begin to recall what happened in the butterfly house at that time. Advertisement. You found that Shinazugawa was interfering with you at that time. His voice was very loud, which made you very irritated, but your students were not affected. Su Chen frowned. Still not right. The time of memories must be earlier. You start to go back in time. You start to recall. You recall the past 1 minute, because your energy is highly concentrated, your thoughts are clear, your mind is enlightened, and you comprehend a new skill, super memory state. Closing square bracket. You find that you can combine the super memory state with the bullet field for better results, and you activate the super memory state. Closing square bracket. At this moment, Su Chen's frown suddenly relaxed. The picture in my mind suddenly became clear. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the past. That was when I was still meditating in the butterfly house. At that time, Kochou Shinobu was still meditating. At that moment, Shinazugawa was using the breath of wind using his body. Here it is. After locking the screen, Su Chen's brain raced. At this moment, Shinazugawa's movements in his mind seemed to be slowed down countless times. Shot time begins to flow backwards. The wind that had been blowing off the sick man's clothes was receding. Kyujiro, who was instructing the patient, suddenly closed his mouth and miraculously took back the words he had spoken. Shinazugawa's wide eyes gradually closed, and his body slowly retracted the released strong wind in a strange posture. At this moment, all of Shinazugawa's actions fell into Su Chen's eyes. Every move, open and close, Su Chen breaks it down frame by frame. In an instant, Su Chen has learned all of Shinazugawa's techniques of using wind calling as a physical technique. The next moment, the young man looked up suddenly. His eyes burst into an unprecedented brilliance. An extremely powerful force began to gather at the joints of the boy's limbs. Su Chen moved. At this moment, Su Chen's movements and Shinazugawa's movements in his mind miraculously began to overlap. Every move, open and close. The young man took a deep breath into the air, all focus. Then, at the last stage of completing the movement, Su Chen suddenly changed the swing direction of his joints. The young man shouted. Breathing of the wind, 5 swords form black rope tornado. The next moment, a sudden strong wind blew, shaking everything. Two gusts of wind coming from completely different directions collided with each other in an instant. The scene was very chaotic at one point. Su Chen took advantage of the weak wind and flashed with his free and unrestrained body skills, and actually rushed out directly to kill. Chapter 90. Animal Breathing Method. Su Chen created his own dragon breathing type 1. The scene suddenly became solemn. What followed was a roar like the sound of ocean waves. Oh my god, what did I just see? Su Chen actually broke out of Master Fengju's sword moves. Did Su Chen perform sword skills with his bare hands just now? But doesn't he have Nichiren blades? How did he do that? The combination of breathing techniques and physical skills, isn't this the move of the wind pillar? That move just now was Su Chen's original sword technique, right? It was so powerful. Master Fengju is in danger now. Su Chen is getting close. Off the court, there are three little ones. Inosuke smiled and cried, "Well done, Master Zheng. You are worthy of being the man I have chosen. Even without a sword, you can use such cool skills." Zenitsu. Stop it, Inosuke, that's not your master. That should be my master. As long as I have Mr. Su Chen as my master, I will feel very safe. Tanjiro held the box and stared at Su Chen's actions on the field with a serious face. He must learn it. This way, if I break Mr. Tetsuzuka's sword again next time, I won't lose my life because of breaking the Nichiren blades. Even Nezuko in the wooden box nodded repeatedly. On the other side, the column assembly point. Sound column. What a gorgeous boy, Su Chen, keep going. Go and win. Shaju. How strange. Why can Su Chen perform sword moves without using Nichiren blades? Love pillar. Ah, snake pillar. Hey, why couldn't Su Chen be hurt? It seems that Shinazugawa is not working hard enough. He must have slacked off in his training. Rock pillar. Namo Amitaba, Shimi and Su Chen are really two poor children. Water pillar. It seems that Su Chen and I are different. If Su Chen wins, then he can be the water pillar. The Ubuyashiki couple in the mansion's attic. Mrs. Amane. Kagaya, you are right. Su Chen is a child who always makes people's eyes light up. Mrs. Amane's eyes immediately fell on Su Chen's shoulder, with a touch of tenderness in her eyes, but this child is just too hardworking. He is only 14 years old, but he has such awareness in battle. It's really distressing. Ubuyashiki Kagaya smiled and nodded. Yes, Su Chen is an orphan, and perhaps he was harmed by a demon. The Demon Slayer core is Su Chen's guarantee. And the reason why this kid works so hard must be because of the butterfly house. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's eyes showed a hint of tenderness, and he subconsciously grasped Mrs. Amane's hand. He whispered, recently, Ren has been a little different. He reports less and less to me about Su Chen. Sometimes, when Su Chen is mentioned, Ren even looks shy. Ubuyashiki Kagaya smiled faintly, he already knew that the two of them had feelings for each other. Advertisement. In order to bring the two together, Ubuyashiki Kagaya has recently been trying his best to reduce the number of times Kochou Shinobu goes on missions. Ever since Kanae's death, Shinobu has been suppressing her inner feelings. In fact, Ubuyashiki Kagaya has always been worried about her. Now Su Chen has entered Kochou's life like the sun, changing Kochou Shinobu's previous state, which is definitely a good thing. I guess Su Chen works so hard because he wants to support the Butterfly House family. Ubuyashiki Kagaya grabbed Mrs. Amane's hand and said in a soft voice, Amane, can you tell me which direction Su Chen is? Mrs. Amane leaned close to Ubuyashiki Kagaya's ear and described it softly. At the same time, she raised her hand and pointed at Su Chen. There, a scorching sun was shining brightly, falling on Su Chen. There seemed to be light in Ubuyashiki Kagaya's eyes. There, I seem to have seen the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. Right in the middle of the venue. Now, Su Chen is running towards Shinazugawa at full speed. Just now, he watched in his memory Shinazugawa's breathing of wind, Form 4 rising into the sandstorm. Therefore, he made changes and created his own move, the bladeless black rope tornado. This offsets the opponent's AoE damage. Now I must take advantage of this gap to get back the Nichiren blades and complete the last part of my plan. Just as Su Chen was thinking, the familiar feeling comes again. Breathing of the wind type 1 dust whirlwind slashing. The rolling knife whirlwind reappears. Su Chen relied on the reaction speed bonus of the bullet field and rolled to the left subconsciously. He dodged the attack awkwardly. Su Chen looked around carefully and found that the current situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Shinazugawa's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. On the other person's right cheek, a pattern like a green windmill appeared. Stripes. Shinazugawa actually awakened his stripes at this critical moment. Su Chen frowned slightly. Although half of Shinazugawa's body is still a little staggering, thanks to the blessing of the markings, he is already able to hold the knife with both hands and engage in small-scale close combat. The slashing move just now was the best proof that the opponent's physical strength had recovered. Advertisement. However, looking at Shinazugawa's expression, he didn't seem to realize that he had awakened his markings. Shinazugawa put on a ferocious look, and the veins in his hands bulged again. Su Chen's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. This was the first time he felt the overwhelming power of the pillar-level team members. Since the wind pillar is so difficult to deal with. So how strong are the upper ranks in 12 Kazuki? Su Chen took a deep breath, stopped thinking, and calmed down again. Calm down, as long as the opponent is a human, he must have weaknesses. Su Chen's brain began to work at high speed. Judging from the opponent's movements, it should be the second form of wind breathing. There are still 3 seconds before this move is launched. This moment, Chen closed his eyes again, bullet field open. You played all your cards and ran towards the opponent. The opponent swings his sword. He releases a powerful sword energy, but fortunately, you find that the opponent's speed is not fast, and you can barely keep up. You observe the other person's movements with great effort, and you start thinking again. You enter the super memory state. The moment he turned his head to avoid Shinazugawa's attack. Chen closed his eyes again. Super memory state is on. Xiaoyao body movement starts, open your ears, total concentration. This moment, he gave all his sight to Shengfenger, and at the same time focused his energy on the super memory state again. At this moment, Chen returned to the time when he fought with Inosuke. Chen was deeply impressed by the opponent's 4-legged beast-like attack. Again, Chen breaks it down frame by frame. The movements of wild animals, the habits of the human body, a combination of the two. In just a short moment, Chen deduced it in his mind 10,000 times. Chen felt a swelling sensation in his brain and 2 lines of blood appeared on the tip of his nose. His brain was overloaded. But it was almost there. Chen would never give up halfway. He gritted his teeth and forced himself into a state of super memory.